Chapter 1. The Temples of Karnak. How sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child. King Lear. Act 1. Scene 4. Genvis Shafvazif peered nervously into the yawning space as the group entered the ancient structure. The building was massive, but then precursor construction tended toward the large and imposing. The team carried flashlights with them as a precaution, but as they set foot inside the entrance, hidden lamps came to life, easily illuminating the interior. With a collective shrug, they turned off the handheld torches and stowed them back away. He wondered why they even bothered. The lights always worked. Now that they were inside, it was time to go to work. Preliminary survey report for Structure 371, Grid 004105. He began, speaking into the recorder. Power and basic infrastructure functioning normally. 371 is constructed primarily with... He paused, looking closer at the nearest wall. Almost all the buildings were made from some sort of crystalline material they were still struggling to analyze. So in the interim, they decided on a simple classification system for now. The crystal was a deep blue. So that meant constructed primarily with Type 4 material. He concluded, satisfied for the moment. Odds were that system would change if they ever cracked the ancients' engineering secrets. Hell, for all they knew, the different colors were nothing more than decoration, the equivalent of splashing paint on a bulkhead. But they had to start somewhere. Coding the buildings by color was as good a method as any. Up ahead, Sergeant Sultan swept her rifle left and right, on guard for any potential threats. He wondered why they bothered with that as well. There was nothing here. There was never anything here. The structure would eventually give up its secrets and tell them its purpose, but everything they discovered so far was utterly benign. Their distant ancestors certainly grasped the concept of occupational safety and had ensured their factories and research facilities wouldn't annihilate the unwary because of negligence. That didn't mean it was impossible to get yourself killed. You could still jump off the roof or order a machine to construct a laser in order to shoot yourself in the head, but at least they made you work for it. Clear, the Valkyrie announced, relaxing her posture as she pointed her weapon at the floor. No threats that I can see. Are there ever? Diggs snorted, shifting his toolkit from the right hand to the left. I don't see why we even need an escort, he continued, echoing Genvis's own thoughts. The dermist nodded in agreement. He almost hadn't recognized Diggs when they teamed up. The kid had grown 30 centimeters or more since the last time he'd seen the boy, not to mention that he was talking, not merely grunting and growling, which had caught him completely off guard. But those mismatched eyes of his were still the same, and impossible to forget. For the same reason you use lockouts when you're working on the ship's engines, Sultan fired back. If you let down your guard and fail to cover your ass, eventually something with sharp teeth will latch onto it. Words to live by. S agreed from the tablet. Spot anything I can plug into? She inquired. Not yet, Genvis replied, but we're keeping our eyes peeled. Espion was an avatar, and supposedly a highly skilled data retrieval specialist. He'd hoped to see Alfred again, and maybe even have him assigned to his team, but it seemed his old shipmate was under something of a cloud amongst his electronic kin, despite the weapon he'd unveiled at the 11th hour to fight off the Ichun. S seemed competent enough, projecting the image of a female dark elf with sharply pointed ears and long white hair tied up in a cascading ponytail. She had grayish-blue skin and wore stylized fantasy armor, though Genvis still hadn't decided if he trusted her. Looks like elevators over there on the left, Diggs pointed, as the team drifted in that direction. There didn't appear to be much on the ground floor, something else common to most precursor buildings. He wasn't sure why. Too public, perhaps? He jotted that thought down in his personal notebook, filing it away with all the other random ideas he'd had while searching the ancient city. Glancing about, Genvis noted for the record the lack of any obvious transport tubes. The precursors had been amphibians, according to a certain knight he knew, equally comfortable in both water and on land. It was the reason rivers and lakes abounded on this world, many of them obviously the product of intelligence. In several of the buildings they'd explored, they'd found massive tubes filled with aquapora honeycombing the structure, apparently created so their ancestors could swim easily from one section to another. Oddly, they weren't universal. In many cases, discrete atomizers would spray a fine mist throughout the open spaces instead, keeping the humidity level far higher than humans found comfortable. What made the situation even stranger was that when Terrans entered a complex that used the spraying systems, they would immediately shut down. Somehow, they still weren't sure by what means exactly. The building could sense their physiology and adapted accordingly. Not only that, the humidity level dropped to something they found more palatable, yet did so with no obvious pressure or temperature changes. How? How did they know? And how did they adjust so quickly, so seamlessly? Yet another mystery to be solved. The group made their way over to the lifts, choosing the first one by default. Jinvis reached inside his pocket and removed a pipette, placing it over the sensor as he squeezed out a few drops of blood. The Novoterrans grasped no one enjoyed slicing their thumbs open to activate the ancient equipment, so instead, they came up with an alternative solution. Using syringes, they would draw blood from a volunteer, infuse it with anticoagulants, and then store it away until it was needed. The clan leaders had even briefly toyed with combining blood from multiple donors, since it wasn't destined for medical use. That practice had ended even more quickly than it began, when they learned precursor tech got twitchy when exposed to the mixed hemoglobin. The first time they tried using the stuff, the machine muttered something about a Rushmi-Kim protocol, and after a hushed consultation with Chevalier Bly Tegada, they immediately ended the project. Better safe than sorry. The controls glowed as the red droplets landed, only for the blood to be siphoned away, disappearing into the panel as the platform beneath their feet rose. The lifts they'd found in most structures weren't all that different from ones used by other races. Apparently, even the precursors couldn't improve upon the old-fashioned technology. Choosing their destination was still hit or miss, but they were slowly making progress. And isn't that just our situation in a nutshell? Jinvis sighed. We're surrounded by machines that could give us anything we need. And yet we're nothing but apes, trying to grasp what a wheel does. But hey, we've almost figured out how to go up and down. It was frustrating, but then no one said it was going to be easy, and they really shouldn't complain. After all they'd endured since the destruction of Earth, life on New Terra truly was paradise. They were safe, well-fed, no longer subject to the whims of aging ships, able to breathe fresh air and feel the sun upon their face. It was all they could have asked for, and more. But when you looked around and saw all that incredible architecture, filled with treasures and secrets beyond imagining, it was hard to not strain at the leash. The precursors had once held the power of the gods themselves, and with a bit of luck, not to mention a great deal of hard work, one day, perhaps, they could as well. It was heady stuff, dangerous stuff, if they weren't careful. The lift glided to a halt as the door slid open, revealing a chamber filled with strange-looking structures and devices. Diggs gave out a low whistle as they stepped off the elevator, with Becca taking point once more. Damn, he said in wonder. I could spend my whole life here, and I don't think I'd ever figure it all out. Look for a compatible port, Espion urged. Maybe I can get some idea what they used this place for. The team fanned out as they searched for somewhere the Avatar could jack in. Most of the technology they'd uncovered so far activated the same way Samara's Guardian or Athena, the protector of this world, did via a DNA lock. Sometimes, however, they found ports where compatible electronics could link in. It took them a while to come up with the right combination of hardware and software to actually make them work, but once they had, it sped up their investigation of New Terra considerably. The avatars would take point when a suitable port was found, since they were uniquely qualified to exploit them. It was the reason S was on their team, in case they spotted one. Jinvis moved from one object to the next, recording his observations, but the devices meant nothing to him. The space could be for literally anything, from a child's playroom to a computer factory to something so bizarre they lacked the words to even describe it. Exploring these ancient structures was both exhilarating and terrifying in equal measure, and while this world fascinated him, he could never quite rid himself of the sense that they were playing with fire. Hey, I found one, Becca called out, waving the others over. Looks like it's your lucky day, she proclaimed, pointing at the data port she just located. Care to do the honors, Jin? The avatar chuckled, rubbing her virtual hands with glee. Certainly, he agreed, setting the tablet down on a convenient shelf as he made the connections, double-checking the cable to ensure everything was secure. Be careful, he cautioned her. If you sense any danger, get out of there at once. It'll be fine, she assured him. No one's been hurt yet on these expeditions, right? The operative word in that sentence is yet, The Valkyrie snapped. Don't get cocky. You're mistaking confidence for cockiness. S grinned. Wish me luck. Good luck, Genvis began. But by then she had already vanished. Someday she's gonna bite off more than she can chew, Becca predicted. I dunno. I kind of like her, Diggs admitted with a cautious smile. The Valkyrie just sighed. Come next rendezvous. We really need to find you a girl. Hey, the young tinker protested, his cheeks now bright red. Don't take it personally, Diggs, Genvis told him. But you are kind of quick to fall for a pretty face. I am not, he objected, louder and even more embarrassed. Diggs, it's okay, Genvis said gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. We've all been there. We were young once too, you know, he smiled. The boy gave him a dubious look, earning a chuckle from Becca. So, what do you think this place is? She asked, changing the subject to spare him further humiliation. I have no idea, Genvis shrugged, before glancing over at the boy. Diggs. I dunno, he said again, scuffing his foot on the crystal floor, his eyes now downcast. Thankfully, Becca stepped up and took the lead. Diggs, I'm sorry we teased you, she apologized, but you are the tinker of this team, so we really need to hear your best guess. For the record, if nothing else. He looked at her with misgiving, attempting to gauge the honesty of her words before finally deciding that she meant it. Bobbing his head, he moved forward, giving the space a more thorough examination, inspecting each of the objects. He said at last, as something seemed to catch his attention. What is it? Genvis asked, curious. Well, those precursors, he said awkwardly, scratching his chin in a way the other man immediately recognized. Do we know how big they were? The other two shared a brief look. Roughly the same as us, according to Bly, the dermis said. Why? Well, 'cause those things are all about person-sized, he observed. Could be some sort of, I dunno, medical equipment, maybe? The young tinker surmised. That's the first thing that pops into my head, anyway. Interesting, Genvis said thoughtfully, peering closer at the objects himself. There certainly seemed to be a space where a Terran, or precursor, could fit on or in each of the devices. Could be you're onto something, Diggs, he smiled. The boy lit up with a broad smile at the unexpected recognition. Not bad, kid, Becca grinned with approval, as S suddenly reappeared on the tablet's display. You won't believe what I found, she said with excitement. Do you know what this place is? A hospital, perhaps? The dermist guessed, giving Diggs a knowing wink. The avatar scowled. It bothered him somewhat that she made it look cute. All right, just how the hell did you figure that out? She demanded. The others chuckled. I'm afraid I can't take the credit, he answered. In fact, it was actually young Master Diggs that suggested the possibility. Is that so? She said carefully, giving the tinker an appraising look. Diggs blushed again as she eyed him before shrugging. Well, you were right, she continued. Although it's not exactly a hospital in the purest sense, from what I've been able to glean. More like a medical research center that also conducts outpatient treatments, though I'm not sure if the precursors made that fine a distinction between the two. There's a lot of it I can't make heads or tails of. But what I have been able to grasp is telling me that this place could treat, well, anything. The avatar looked more than a little astonished at the possibilities. The Knights are definitely gonna want to hear about this place, Becca observed. Not just the Knights, Genvis said pointedly. There's plenty of Proteants out there desperate for medical intervention, individuals that the Knights simply can't help. Some of the procedures they underwent, he shook his head, suddenly reminded of his own experience in that area. If this place can offer them some measure of hope, he continued, then it is truly priceless. Too bad it'll probably just get buried, Diggs said sourly. Getting a place like this operational again could take years. Maybe not, Genvis replied, a hint of a smile on his face. Oh yeah? You have a magic wand you can wave? S demanded. Not exactly, the dermis smiled, but as it just so happens, I know someone. Chapter 2. Small Favors. Genvis rode the slide walk towards the center of Kathmandu, one of the larger existing cities of their new home, as well as the site chosen for their capital. Named for an old city back on Earth, the still mostly empty metropolis was the hub of their efforts to remake this planet into their own. Transportation had been an issue at first, forcing the fledgling provisional government to rely on the aging shuttles to move personnel and materials, until they could finally reactivate the slideways. The slideways were in all the cities the teams had explored, flat moving surfaces that crisscrossed the urban grids. Using them was simple. All you had to do was step on board and let it carry you away, though they were still working the bugs out of the navigation software. For now, they were stuck using an app for a workaround, forcing you to pay close attention to your tablet as it told you when and where to board, transfer, and disembark. The other riders all had their noses buried in their own electronic devices, just as he did, and likely for the same reason, though they were promising a more permanent fix any day now. He took that promise, like all the other government assurances, with a grain of salt, arriving at his destination far sooner than he'd expected. And with only a couple of missed connections, Genvis entered the structure they were calling the government house, taking a lift to the upper floors. All their efforts to colonize New Terra were coordinated here, though perhaps not as efficiently as one might hope. The various clans often ended up working at cross purposes, but at least they were trying to cooperate. Mostly, when the mood struck them, and they weren't in a snit over some perceived slight. Hell of a way to run a planet, the Dermis sighed, winding his way through the corridors until locating the chamber he'd been searching for. He pressed his thumb against the doorplate, waiting patiently until the hatch slid silently open. Whatever it is, the answer is no. The room's sole occupant snapped, not bothering to look up. Hello, Samara. It's nice to see you again, Samara. It's been too long. Samara, Genvis riposted, seating himself across from her as the former Protean glared at him from behind a stack of tablets. Half buried under the pile sat a metallic cube, covered with intricate fractal patterns. Which part of no were you unclear on? She demanded. I'm busy. He glanced at her cluttered desk. I can see that, he nodded. But this is important. It's always important, she growled, her patience now wearing thin. Every person who comes through that door has a sob story and a reason for me to make an exception just for them. So, again, the answer is no. She shot him a look that would have sent lesser mortals running for the nearest exit, returning to her work as she reached for a tablet. We found a hospital, he said quietly. Samara's hand froze in midair. What did you just say? She asked him, leaning back in her chair as she regarded him more fully. You heard me, he smiled, passing her a tablet of his own. My preliminary report. All but snatching it out of his hand, she began poring over the data, her eyes intent as she studied the file. Finally, she set it down, folding her hands as she rested her chin. I appreciate you bringing this to me, Samara told him, her demeanor much more pleasant, though I'm still waiting for the other shoe. I don't know what you mean, Genvis replied. Oh yes, you do, she said, somewhat pointedly. I know a horse trade when I see one. What is it you want in return? Nothing, I swear, he protested. That research center could help a great many people if we can get it up and running again. We still have plenty of wounded left over from that last battle, Samara, not to mention all the others who could benefit from this sort of advanced medical technology. Like members of your own clan, for example, he said casually, earning him another glare. Just think how much easier things would have been for you if we'd had this tech back on Gerfalcon. Genvis smiled beatifically as she shook her head. Oh, nicely done, Samara said in approval. I hardly felt the blade as it slipped between my ribs. You're actually getting better at this. I'm being honest with you, Genvis said candidly. I don't have a hidden agenda or some sort of quid pro quo. Now, I'll admit to playing on your loyalties to get your attention, but that's all. I just want to help. She sat there, eyeing him, before finally giving a nod. All right, she told him, holding up her hands. All right. I'll move it towards the front of the queue. That's the best I can do. That's all I ask, he nodded gratefully. How do you like your new job? I don't, she grimaced. First off, they've turned me into a damned bureaucrat, she said in disgust. I was a terrorist, for terrorist's sake. The government is supposed to be hunting me down, not handing me a desk. I'm still waiting for an explanation on how exactly that happened. The universe has a perverse sense of humor, he offered, hiding his own amusement. She gave him a withering look. Cute, she snapped before finally relenting and shaking her head. Second, I'm the only Terran who's linked to a precursor database of experts from every field. Guardian and his people helped us decipher what we found here, and we couldn't have done it without them. But we've just barely scratched the surface. Not to mention the fact Guardian and the cognates have their own problems. His eyebrows raised in surprise. Problems? What sort of problems? Samara sighed. I think I'll let him take that one, she replied, her body going rigid for a moment as someone else took over the reins from within. The problem Samara refers to is complex, Guardian answered, interlocking their fingers as they leaned forward, resting their elbows on the desk. While I and my fellow cognates are indeed what you Terrans call precursors, we are not the same as those that eventually departed this world. I'm afraid I don't follow. Jinvis shook his head. We created the repository early in our forced exile to this quantum reality, they continued. It was necessary to ensure the great plan would continue, even through times of stagnation or great social upheaval. And our efforts were successful, but creating the device necessary for my people to return home took a great deal of time. Time, I am afraid, that marched on without us. As Guardian spoke, it was difficult for him to maintain his composure. Hearing that oddly stilted voice emanating from Samara's mouth was disturbing, eerily reminiscent of the time she'd suddenly started shouting in Elix when the Knights had operated on her. So much so, in fact, that he was left struggling with the point they were trying to make. I'm still not seeing the problem, he said awkwardly, fidgeting in his chair. All that you see on this world is the end product of our civilization, Guardian said patiently, a culture that endured for hundreds of millions of your years. The beings that created the structures and technology surrounding you were our distant descendants, while we, their ancient ancestors. From what we have been able to discover, we were no longer even the same species, as they had evolved beyond the race I had known. So all this stuff is as big a mystery to you as it is to us? Jinvis said in surprise. Not to the same extent, Guardian disagreed. Our science was more advanced than yours, which aided our efforts, but more importantly, our descendants incorporated sophisticated software in their designs. Their program maintained copies of the various languages spoken throughout our exile, tied into advanced translation algorithms. Through them, we have learned a great deal, though much remains beyond us. Guardian gave him a polite nod, and then Samara was shaking herself out like a wet dog. Sorry, she apologized. I'm never getting used to that. It's all right, he demurred. Anyway, the provisional government's got me bouncing from one site to the next, so Guardian can jumpstart whatever industry they want operational. Then everyone else gets on board. Playing catch-up? She shrugged helplessly. We're learning a lot, but it's slow going. In the hospital? Jinvis prompted. I agree it's important, and first chance I get, I'll plug in Rither Murcott and take a look. The dermist paused for a moment. I assume by the context of that statement this individual is one of your cognates, he guessed. He is, Samara confirmed. He's a doctor. Sort of. And the first cognate I contacted, though I don't remember it. Jinvis gave her an odd look. Long story, she sighed. Anyway, he'd be the one best qualified to evaluate the hospital. You'll have to tell me that story sometime, he said politely, standing up. Thank you, Samara, for hearing me out. I think this discovery could be very important for our people. It's something we've needed for a long time now, she agreed. I'll keep you posted if we learn anything. I appreciate that, Jinvis smiled. It was good seeing you again, Samara. I hope you are well. Working on it, she said with a weary grin. Good seeing you, too. You take care of yourself. The pair smiled politely at one another as he exited the office. He was never completely comfortable in her presence, for several reasons. One of the most pressing being their shared history. They'd had an intimate relationship during their mission to Earth. One, it turned out, based on lies. She had simply been using him to further her own mission, the one ordered by her Iliexi masters. Learning the truth had come as a hard blow, but in the end, he'd almost pitied her. These days, of course, it was the fact she now shared her consciousness with a veritable horde of precursor cognates. Guardian seemed pleasant enough, based on their brief interaction, but it was still eerie. He was just headed for the lifts when his tablet chimed. Jinvis was tempted to ignore it, fearing it was Samara playing another one of her little games, but decided instead to see who the call was from. He came skidding to a halt when he read the caller's ID. The person attempting to reach him was his none other than very own clan leader, the Daifu Tsumlum Katsukox, chieftain of the dermists. Nervously running his fingers through his hair, he took a calming breath before making the connection. "Good morning, Daifu," he said with genuine respect. "What may I do for you?" "Jinvis," she nodded. "I hope I haven't caught you at an inconvenient time?" "Not at all," he protested. "In fact, I just concluded a meeting at the government house." "Then it would seem my timing is indeed fortunate," she chuckled. "There's a matter I'd like to discuss with you, and since you're already here, I can be at your office in just a few minutes, Daifu," Jinvis informed her. "If that's acceptable, I mean." "It is," she nodded. "I await your arrival." With that, she ended the call. It had been several weeks since he'd last spoken with her, and as Jinvis made his way to her suite, he wondered why she'd requested the meeting. Had she heard of the hospital they discovered and wished to learn more? Possible, but somehow it didn't feel accurate for some reason he couldn't pin down. Not that it ultimately mattered, he decided, as she would inform him of the reasons soon enough herself. Content with that, at least for the moment, he reported to her office and was quickly ushered inside for a private audience. "Thank you for coming so promptly," she smiled, taking his hand. "Please sit down." They both took their seats as he tried to relax, but a sudden attack of nerves made that difficult. While they had a professional working relationship, and Jinvis was certain she approved of both him and his efforts, a call out of the blue like this rarely involved good news. "I'll get straight to the point," she told him. "Something has come up, a mission of a rather sensitive nature. I need someone I trust to handle it, and your name is at the top of a very short list." "Interested?" "Of course," he nodded. "I'm happy to assist in any way I can." "Good," she said, a bit too hastily. Leaning back in her chair, he could tell something was troubling her. "We've been busy these last few months, working to make New Terra our home, and we've made great strides in that short time, though of course there is much that still needs to be done. I suspect we face the work of several lifetimes ahead of us, if not more." The Daifu had a faraway cast to her eyes, one he understood completely. "For the first time in 200 years, humanity is united, and we are safe." She paused for a moment and then sighed. "At least, that was our hope. The reality, however, is proving far more complicated." "I beg your pardon?" Jinvis blurted. "Are you saying that we aren't safe here? Has someone found a way past Athena's defenses?" If one of the other races had pulled that off, then it was indeed disturbing news. "No, nothing like that," she rushed to assure him as he sagged in relief. "But the provisional government is proving to be even more stubbornly makeshift than we'd feared. We'd hoped to have the beginnings of something more permanent by now, more unified. But I'm afraid the old clan divisions are still keeping us segregated. In time, I'm certain we will overcome the years of mutual distrust. But until then," she shrugged helplessly. "I'm afraid we must muddle through the best that we can." "I had wondered," he confessed. "I, and many others, I imagine, had hoped for word of a new government by now. I was afraid the reason we hadn't was something like this." "Some things never change," she agreed sadly. "Still, that doesn't address the reason I asked you here. While it's true that we're safe from outsiders, here on New Terra, the other races are growing increasingly anxious. We've been so busy trying to bring this world back to life and make it a home. We've ignored everything and everyone else. Eventually, we will venture once more outside this secure little bubble we call New Terra, and when we do, it would be best for all concerned if we didn't find an angry armada waiting for us." "What is it you're asking of me, Daifu?" he said nervously. If she was going where he thought she was with this. "We need an ambassador," she told him. "Someone to represent our interests and speak with the other races. Your efforts to secure passage for our clan to bring us here, the original mission to Earth, and your resolve, let's say, in forcing your fellow dermists to hear uncomfortable truths, make you by far the best candidate." He stared at her in shock. "But surely, someone who fought alongside the Alliance would be," he began, only to be cut off. "The Alliance is military," she reminded him, "whereas this mission involves diplomacy. The other clan heads and I went back and forth on this until it was finally agreed that our clan's positive experience with other species left us best suited to take the lead." She silently regarded him as he wrestled with the offer on the table. "I wish I could give you more time to decide, but I'm afraid that I need an answer now. A situation has come up, and we need to deal with it as soon as possible." Jinvis swallowed. What she was asking was an enormous responsibility, and despite her kind words, he himself was unsure he was the one best suited for the job. Diplomacy was a dangerous landscape to navigate, even under the best of circumstances. But now, with all that had happened, the possibilities, both good and bad, danced behind his eyes. "If you truly believe that I am the one best suited for the job, then of course I accept," he said at last, bowing his head. He could feel the blood pounding in his temples, an uncomfortable sense of the future rushing toward him. But if could truly do some good, then so be it. Not that any of that helped with the acid now frothing merrily away inside his stomach. "Splendid," she said gratefully, before picking up a tablet and passing it over. "What's this?" he asked, taking it from her hands. "Your first assignment," she informed him. He raised an eyebrow as he looked up at her. "The Oivu have requested a conclave." Chapter 3. The first taste is always free. "I want to go on record by saying this is a bad idea." Genvis glanced over at Captain Haddad from his own seat aboard Gerfalcon. "We've never had issues with the Oivu. In fact, there are many people alive today because of the goods they donated during the Ichun conflict." Remy shook his head in disgust. "You can't be that naive." Now it was the dermis' turn to look irritated. "They came to us, opening up their warehouses and asking for nothing in return. They've never attacked us or discriminated against us. I'd say that earns them the benefit of the doubt." "You mean they asked for nothing yet?" the pirate countered. "You mark my words, they're going to use that generosity as a wedge to get their foot in the door." The newly appointed Terran ambassador just sighed and turned away. The Oivu had responded almost immediately when he sent out the message regarding the conclave. At first, he'd been unsure what that meant exactly, but after speaking with Runa, aka Gunnery Sergeant Oaks, he now had a better handle on the importance of this mission. Obviously, the meeting needed to take place off-world, as no alien could set foot on its surface or even get close to New Terra under Athena's watchful gaze. Coupled with the Oivu's long-standing practice of holding all meetings aboard their vessels, it quickly became apparent that he needed a ride. Given their previous working relationship, Captain Haddad and Gerfalcon were the obvious choice. Not that the Corsair was happy about being tapped for this favor. As they exited New Terra's system, Genvis spotted several alien vessels lurking in the vicinity, though thankfully none belonged to the races that had once comprised the Troika. Considering how badly they'd been mauled in the final battle, he didn't blame them. Still, it never hurt to keep one's eyes peeled. "I have the Oiva ship on sensors," the pilot announced, "bearing 013 by Mark 357. "Hail them," Remy ordered. "Explain that we have the ambassador on board and request docking instructions." "Aye aye, Captain," Xiaolan nodded, as she bent to her console to send the message. "You know they screwed us over that first FTL drive. Back when there was still an Earth," Remy said casually. The comment obviously meant for him. Sighing, he turned back to face him. "They're merchants, looking to make a profit. Sure, we could have gotten that engine cheaper elsewhere, but without that drive, there was no elsewhere for us." The Oivu were simply following the ancient custom of supply and demand. "I can't fault them for that," the pirate grunted, deciding to keep any further observations to himself. That was fine. Truth be told, Genvis preferred a minimum of distractions as he prepared himself for the upcoming conference. While he'd never met the Oivu, he'd known those who had, and by all accounts, they were a friendly, honorable race. Sure, they'd try to gouge you and would squeeze a credit till it screamed to get the best deal they could, but no one had ever accused them of cheating or reneging on a deal. They were sharp operators and businessmen, but they were careful to remain on the right side of the law, which made their request something of a concern. He was under no illusions this was to be just a parley, and despite his obvious distrust, Remy was probably onto something regarding their motives. He'd consulted the provisional government regarding their policy on such matters, and they'd explained to him their position in return. They simply needed to work out a compromise that would satisfy both parties. Genvis shook his head ruefully. If it were that easy, anyone could do it. The merchant vessel grew in their display as Gerfalcon maneuvered to dock. A solid jolt reverberated through the ship's hull as Xiaolan killed the thrusters. "We have hard dock," she informed them. "Thrusters are now offline, main engines on standby." "Very good," Remy said in approval, before rising to his feet. "The bridge is yours." "Genvis, let's get you to the airlock. The two men headed aft, arriving at the main hatch as the captain turned and faced the dermist. Just remember whose side you're on, he said bluntly, as he cycled the airlock. Genvis gave him an impatient look. Do you think for even a second that I would suddenly forget I'm Terran? He insisted. You're here to negotiate, the pirate fired back. Fine, you do that. Just don't hand over the keys to the kingdom while you're at it. The airlock light turned green while the hatch slid open, as Remy gestured towards the Oivu ship. Your public awaits. He glared at the captain, before taking a deep breath and forcing himself to shake it off. This was not the time. Squaring his shoulders, he moved forward, crossing through the airlock and onto the Oivu craft, where one of the alien merchants awaited him. Ambassador Genvis Shafazif? They inquired. That's right, he smiled, putting on his best face. No simple thing. When your counterpart had no face or anything else recognizable, no one knew for certain what sort of species they were, other than the Oivu themselves, that is. Their bodies comprised thick, ropey tendrils they manipulated to assume shapes roughly similar to those of their guests, but that only proved to make them appear more grotesque, not less. Perhaps it was the reason they worked so hard to put their clients at ease, though the uncharitable chalked it up to more sinister motives. Excellent. If you would please follow me. The Oivu turned and glided deeper within the ship as he trailed behind them, glancing about as he took in his surroundings. The interior was pleasantly decorated, though austere and somewhat subdued in tone and color, giving the vessel an understated quality. It was almost as if they were putting a pleasing yet carefully calculated, non-threatening foot forward to conduct negotiations. Given that they were well known for doing nothing not meticulously premeditated, that was likely the case. Arriving in a cozy sitting area, for other Oivu awaited them. He'd heard they preferred negotiating in groups of 5, though once again no one knew why. A sampling of refreshments sat on the small table between them, all familiar to a Terran. Making himself comfortable, he addressed the cluster of merchants. Since you asked for this meeting, it seems fitting to give you the floor, Genvis told them, though it wasn't purely out of politeness. Their request for a conclave had come as something of a surprise, so anything that gave him a better idea of why they were here seemed a prudent course of action. The 5 aliens turned to one another, communing briefly before their spokesperson turned back in his direction. We thank you, Ambassador, they said politely. Much has happened in recent months, the repercussions of which are yet to be determined. I see you have a flair for understatement, he chuckled. Between the Troika's downfall, the disappearance of the Ichun, and humanity's colonization of New Terra, the Perseus arm was experiencing a seismic shift not felt in over 5,000 years. How it would all play out in the end, no one knew for certain. Indeed, the individual replied, inclining the clump of tendrils that roughly corresponded to what would be a head on any other species. While we foresaw some of what transpired, there is much that even we were not prepared for. The shifting fortunes have presented us with new opportunities, as well as new hazards. One must be mindful of both if one is to survive. I suppose that's true, he agreed. Genvis was waiting for them to settle down and get to the heart of the matter, whatever had prompted the request for the meeting. So far, all they'd done was exchange pleasantries and small talk. The real meat and potatoes of what they really wanted had yet to make an appearance. Something passed between the Oivu, small and obscure enough to escape most individuals' notice. He didn't know for certain what exactly had transpired, or what it signified, only that something had. Leaning forward, he looked at the aliens expectantly. Another communing, before they finally took the plunge. As you know, during the Ichun conflict, we provided much in the ways of food, medicine, and other essentials to those in need. We did this as valued members of the Alliance since we are unsuited for a military role. We asked for no recompense, instead focusing our efforts where they were most needed. And those efforts are indeed much appreciated, he said evenly. They were definitely working up to something. But what? They communed yet again before the leader pressed on. It has been most curious to see the planet you call New Terra pulsing with life. For uncounted eons, it has sat bereft of intelligent beings, guarded solely by a defensive network intent on allowing no other race entrance. And yet, to the incredulity of all others, yours did just that. It has been an experience, Genvis agreed, as he fidgeted in his chair. If this was going where he thought it was going, we are merchants and traders, They continued, and we are always exploring new markets, as well as procuring new goods for our inventory. The sudden emergence of New Terra as a potential trading partner, as well as the untapped resources it may possess, opens up many interesting and unique opportunities. A sinking feeling landed in the pit of his stomach as he realized what the Oivu were really saying. They wanted to get their tendrils on precursor technology and would pay handsomely for the privilege. Whatever price his fellow Terrans insisted on, they'd pay it without hesitation. Even if they charged the Oivu the moon and stars for a precursor can opener, there were entities out there who would gladly pay 10 times that amount, in the hopes the scientific and technical knowledge gleaned would put them far ahead of their competitors. The Oivu were proposing a technological arms race, one where they could sell to all sides while taking a healthy cut straight off the top. It would make them rich beyond all imagining, more powerful than even the Troika once had been. Who cared if the galaxy burned, right? That's an intriguing offer, he answered, choosing his words with care, and I will be certain to discuss it with those empowered to make those decisions. But we are still evaluating the artifacts we have discovered, and we need to exercise caution in what we make available to other parties. Of course, the Oivu agreed, and it would be in both our best interests to ensure that any items you made available remain strictly controlled. It is a wise policy, one that we wholeheartedly support. Translation: we don't want to flood the market and drive the price down, not to mention risking their customers slaughtering each other before they'd soaked them for every possible credit. In fact, the spokesperson continued, we would ensure you received a generous stipend for your efforts in promoting a mutually beneficial relationship between our race and yours, they said, dangling a less than subtle bribe in front of him. Something hardened within him as he slowly rose to his feet. As I said, I will gladly convey your offer to those in authority, he said, stonewalling them. It may be some time, however, before they can render a decision. The Oivu stood up as well. We hope it will not take too much time, they replied, as a dark undertone seemed to suddenly make an appearance. What do you mean? He asked, thrown by this change of tactics. As we stated, we have provided a great deal of aid to those suffering deprivation because of the Ichun, they answered, as Genvis suddenly felt unclean by their presence. We continue to do so, even now. Bringing those affected by this disaster back to the level of prosperity they once knew will be a long and ongoing process, most likely taking several years. It is also, I regret to say, expensive. Genvis felt his jaw drop. Just what is it you're saying? He demanded, horrified by the implication they were alluding to. We are saying that without an increased revenue stream, this level of uncompensated philanthropy is not sustainable, they said oh so smoothly. If we cannot enhance earnings elsewhere, we will soon be forced, sadly, to make drastic cuts in what we can make available for charity. His hackles rose in anger as he glared at the alien merchants. Is that a threat? He all but snarled. A simple statement of economic fact, the Oivu reposted. However, I would be remiss if I failed to point out several key, relevant details. The alien drew close. So close, in fact, that its sheer abnormality made his skin crawl. What details? He whispered. That it was us who first informed you of the world you call New Terra. It fired back. That it was us whose help you required to create the alliance, without which the Troika would have long since defeated you. And finally, that it was us who kept billions from starvation and death, without demanding recompense. You may retreat to your world if you so choose, you and the rest of your race, secure knowing that you are forever untouchable. A tendril reached out and caressed his cheek as he flinched and pulled away. But one day you will emerge from your protective cocoon. It all but oozed. And what will you find when you do? Friends eager to greet you? Enemies preparing for war? Or perhaps a wasteland where only death reigns supreme? The dermis stared in shock as the creature drove their point home. You owe us a great debt, Genvis Shah-Fazif. It cautioned him as he backed away, desperate for escape. And what you decide will have repercussions far beyond your precious new world. A world you would not possess, were it not for us. Chapter 4. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. To hell with the Oivu. Genvis winced as Commandant Zakia of the Valkyries glared at the others, daring them to disagree as the clan leaders quarreled over his report. He'd known the merchant's ultimatum wouldn't go over well, But the reality was turning out far worse than he'd imagined. It's not that simple, Gerald. Grandmaster Makar, representing the knights, disagreed patiently. This threat is the last thing we need right now. They were absolutely correct in just how much aid they provided to our refugee centers, are still providing, even now. Without that food and supplies, people will start dying. It's bad enough I had to pull our clan out of those camps because of Exodus, but we intend to return when the situation is more settled. I don't mean to sound callous, but how is that our problem? Sybil Kriz/Alizi said from their monitor, casually blowing a smoke ring from their hookah. I get you that want to help, Osman, and that's laudable, but if the Oivu are going to hold this over our heads, then let them deal with the fallout. And what about the alliance? Admiral Van Alst said quietly. We've built up a great deal of goodwill, but if we just fort up here on New Terra and let the galaxy fall apart, you can kiss that goodbye. I think the Ixians might stick with us, a few others, maybe, but the rest? He shook his head. The next time we see them, it'll be across a missile broadside. Give me 2 years, 3, at the most, and I'll hand you a fleet of ships so advanced they won't dare cross swords with us, Diplom Engineer Saved of the Tinkers interjected. We're working around the clock to master this technology, but given enough time. No offense, Kalina, but I find your timetable to be overly optimistic, Daifu Katsukox interjected, holding up a tablet. I've been going over the survey reports, and they all say the same thing. We're learning more every day, that is true, but we're barely scratching the surface. It will probably be decades before we can build the fleet you're proposing. Perhaps even centuries. If we could get back to the business at hand, the Grandmaster said impatiently. I desperately need to get my knights back into the field. The humanitarian crisis we've been dealing with didn't suddenly go away, just because the Ichun did. How soon? Before we can arrange transport. If they leave the protection that Athena provides, I'm afraid I can't promise their safety, the Corsair Admiral informed them. The truth is, we're still licking our wounds from that last battle, given our current resources. If you leave New Terra, you're painting a target on your back. Then we need to seriously re-evaluate our policies regarding the other Perseus armed species, Commandant Zakia growled. After everything we've done for them, breaking the Troika and eliminating the Ichun, and yet this is how they want to treat us? I believe we've earned at least a modicum of respect, and it's well past time they started showing it. I'm unsurprised by this sudden pivot from the Oivu, Sybil Kriz/Alizi revealed. I never believed for an instant their unexpected generosity during the Ichun crisis to be anything other than a ploy for leverage, and frankly, neither should have any of you. A leopard doesn't change its spots, and neither do avaricious alien merchants. As Gerald so colorfully put it, to hell with them. The argument continued, growing increasingly heated as Jinvis silently rose from his seat and slipped out of the chamber unnoticed, searching for a quiet place to think. They were supposed to be building something here, but instead, it was the same old arguments, the same clan divisions all over again. Hadn't they learned anything from the clan wars? Apparently not, he thought sourly. The plan had been to pull together now that they had a permanent home, but that future was getting harder to envision every day. A rough draft for the new government was scheduled to be published weeks ago, but recent updates now stated it was undergoing revision. From what he'd just witnessed, he was starting to doubt it had ever gotten off the drawing board. The provisional government was little more than the old clan heads fighting the same old battles. Humanity had unified and fought as one at the end of the war. So why couldn't they do the same with the peace that followed? He looked up in surprise when someone sat beside him, as the Daifu managed a chagrined expression. They called for a recess, she explained, to let folks cool off. Are they always like that? Jinvis asked quietly, avoiding her gaze. Most of them, yes, his clan leader admitted. No wonder the new constitution is still stuck in committee, he said bitterly. We're doing the best we can, she said in gentle reproof. Jinvis lifted his head, looking at her. The most damning thing about that statement is that I believe you. Her eyes narrowed. Convinced you could do better? The Daifu snorted. I could hardly do worse, he fired back. Now more than ever, we need our leaders to put aside their differences and think about what's best for our people, all our people. But that was Lord of the Flies. He shook his head in disgust. Welcome to what it means to be Terran, she sighed. settling into her chair. In the space of a heartbeat, the universe changed all around us. Everything we'd hoped and prayed for these last 2 centuries came true, and it's going to take us some time to adjust. Time is the one thing I'm almost certain we don't have, he said darkly, if my meeting with the Oivu was any sign. This is just the tip of the comet. I see, she said primly, folding her hands. Should I then expect to find your resignation on my desk tomorrow morning? I won't lie. I'm considering it, he answered. What happens if I do? I'll have to appoint another ambassador, she shrugged. Genvis nodded as she confirmed his suspicions. Anyone I know? I suspect you've at least heard 1 or 2 of the names on my list, she said offhand. In other words, no, he grimaced. The Daifu placed her hand on his. You were my first choice for a reason, Genvis. You weren't always. When I nominated you for the mission to Earth, I didn't hold out much hope for its success. I thought perhaps a linguist might come in handy, but being completely honest, part of the reason I selected you was that you were expendable. His jaw clenched hard at her admission. I've suspected that was the reason for some time now. Nice to have it confirmed. If she took umbrage at the sudden chill in the air, she gave no sign of it. I'm a clan leader, Genvis, she reminded him, which means occasionally I am forced to do things many would find unpalatable. It's my job to think the unthinkable and assume the worst, and it is a responsibility that I do not take lightly. Because we're all expendable. Every one of us, if the stakes are high enough. And deep down, even you know that to be true. His grunt at that statement was decidedly noncommittal. However, she continued, the man who returned from that mission differed greatly from the one I sent. You found a sense of purpose during your journey, a cause to believe in and even to fight for. I know we clashed repeatedly when you started your crusade, because you were upsetting the apple cart. But even then, I knew your tirades against our dependence on alien goodwill were likely to prove prophetic. Genvis stared at her, dumbstruck. Then why? He demanded. If you knew our clan was on the wrong path, why did you defend it so fiercely? There was a chuckle, both sardonic and short-lived. Because our people needed me to, she explained. The whole reason our clan exists is because the ones who choose this life craved one thing above all else. Stability. Something few Terrans have experienced these past 200 years. Constantly living in fear, wondering from one day to the next if the air was going to suddenly be sucked away, or if they'd be facing an attack from the Troika. Genvis, if you had another choice, wouldn't you take it? I did take it, as you well know, he reminded her. Or at least, my father did. Growing up, I always believed he made the right choice. It wasn't until the mission that I realized just how much that stance was costing us, a realization I had myself, long before I was elevated to Daifu, she informed him as he stared in shock. Don't look so surprised. One doesn't last long in this job if you are unwilling to face the truth without flinching. Then I must ask why once more, he said after a moment. Why would you accept command of a ship whose engines are about to fail and whose hull can no longer hold an atmosphere? What other choice could I give them? She asked frankly. We may have lost a handful each year to the other clans, but the vast majority preferred taking their chances with us. Why, you ask? Because quite simply, we offered the illusion of safety. And it was an illusion, as you yourself eventually realized. We talked about the benefits of living planetside as our ancestors did, breathing free air and having full bellies. What we didn't discuss is what happened when a host world decided they no longer desired our presence, something that occurred far more frequently than we acknowledged. Or how often one of our own ran afoul of the local government for some real or perceived fault, disappearing into their justice system, never to be seen again. And yet, despite all of that, most still clung to the illusion that we provided, anything to avoid facing the harsh reality of their wretched existence. So, you continued to promote the lie instead of admitting the truth, he said bitterly. And what? Prayed for a miracle? Something to absolve you of your responsibility? Spare me the tragic martyr routine. You don't do it very well, the Daifu sneered. I played the best hand I could with the cards the universe dealt me. That's all any of us could do. If you asked the other clan leaders, assuming they were being honest, they would all tell you the same thing. Jabril especially, poor bastard. She shook her head sadly. He inherited the worst of all worlds, but his mistake was believing that his masters actually gave a damn about the Protean clan. He was a useful tool, nothing more, and when he tried to be something more than that, he paid the price for his hubris. The older woman sighed. Besides, don't kid yourself. Name one Terran in the last 2 centuries who didn't pray for a miracle, including you. He had no response for that, fixing his gaze instead at the floor beneath his feet. The two sat in silence for several minutes as he wrestled with this paradigm shift. Finally, she asked, "Do I need to appoint a new ambassador?" There was a long, heavy sigh before finally turned to her. "No," he said at last, "I'll stick with the job. If my meeting with the Oivu taught me anything, it's that our relationships with the other races are more important now than they ever were." "I'm pleased to hear it," she smiled. "So, what's your next move?" "The Alliance," he said immediately. "As long as we can maintain that rapport, we have a decent chance of weathering whatever storm is coming. If we lose it, however, then the situation looks very bleak indeed." "I concur," she nodded. He nodded in agreement. "Looks like I need to contact Captain Haddad for another charter," he said in resignation, rising to his feet. The Daifu reached out and touched his arm, bringing him to a halt. "I believe we need to consider a more permanent arrangement," she said candidly. "Even if you decide at some point to resign your post, it has become quite clear to me that New Terra requires an established ambassadorial position going forward. We are no longer just a mere handful of clans, each going their own way." She paused and then grimaced. "Despite all appearances to the contrary, what are you suggesting?" he asked her. "That if you are going to be taken seriously by the galaxy at large, then you require the trappings that such an august office demands," she informed him. "A permanent staff, a suite of offices, and a ship specifically dedicated for the post to start." "Post? What post?" he sputtered. "Why, the New Terran Diplomatic Corps, of course," she chortled. "If we're going to do this, then it will be done properly. When you enter a room, I expect the conversation to come to a grinding halt." "It usually did," he shrugged, "at least around non-humans." "Not like that," she spat out. "An ambassador requires respect to function, above all else, and it's up to me to see that you get it. No more move along. You filthy Terran, move along." She sighed, leaning close in. "Besides, I've had my suspicions regarding the good captain for some time now. I don't think he's the proper candidate to ferry you about." "Who then?" "I'll find someone. Don't you worry," she assured him. "Eventually we'll require an entire department, but for now a few advisors and a ship will do." "Oh, and a security detail," she amended. "A security detail," he said in confusion. "Why would I need that? Who would take a shot at me?" The Daifu just shook her head. "If you're doing your job right." Everyone. Chapter 5. A Ragtag Band. "I look ridiculous." Jinvis stared at his reflection in the mirror, tugging at the high collar. A costumed stranger stared back at him. Most of the people the Daifu enlisted for this endeavor had already left, but a man and woman remained behind to put on the finishing touches. He looked down at the star-shaped metal ornaments pinned to his jacket, and then back up at her. "You mind telling me what these are for?" "Those are your medals," his clan leader assured him, sipping a cup of tea. "I see. And what, exactly, did I earn those medals for?" he demanded. "Oh, we'll figure that out later," she said with a wave of her hand. "The important thing is that they make you look regal." His assistants opened another box, pulling out a piece of red cloth, looped it into a large circle, and began fitting it over his jacket. "What the hell is this?" he cried out, glaring at the costumers. "Your sash." The Daifu nodded sagely. "You can't expect to be respected as an ambassador without that." "Well, forget it. I'm not wearing that," Jinvis growled, crossing his arms. "You should be grateful we decided against the hat and sword," she chuckled. "Now that really would have been gilding the lily." Yanking off the sash and angrily tossing it aside as the assistants rushed to save it, he faced the older woman. "This is pointless," he insisted. "None of this is going to mean anything to the other races. We're establishing a precedent," she reminded him. "And you won't have to dress up in the full outfit all the time, just for important diplomatic events. Except for the medals," she amended. "You have to wear those no matter what, though we'll come up with smaller, more subdued versions for everyday attire. That's it, I'm done, he snarled, pulling off his jacket and tossing it aside as well. You'll have my resignation on your desk first thing in the morning. The Daifu sighed, setting down her tea. Leave us, she ordered. The pair hurriedly gathered up their boxes and pins before exiting the room. We really don't have time for this, Jinvis, she admonished him. There's a great deal left to be done before you depart on your mission. Weren't you listening? I quit, he over-enunciated in order to make his point. You'll just have to find someone else to play dress-up with. Do you actually believe I have nothing better to do than toy with life-size dolls? She said, exasperated. Honestly, she paused for a moment, gathering her thoughts. In the years you lived among the Beishane, did you ever attend one of their ministries' galas? A couple, he grudgingly admitted. And did any of them show up wearing the equivalent of dungarees? She snapped. Well, no, but nothing, she finished for him. If you're going to be taken seriously, then you have to look the part. I never saw any of the other races in a getup like this, Jinvis said peevishly. That's because those other races have had centuries or even millennia to earn the respect of the interstellar community, the Daifu pointed out, whereas we, as you said yourself, do not have that luxury. We need to make it apparent right out of the gate that we are a force to be reckoned with, which means we must use every trick and shortcut we can think of to accomplish that goal. He sighed, and then looked once more at his reflection. The look wasn't terrible, come to think of it. Jinvis turned, looking at his silhouette in profile. The jacket's brocade added a certain elan to his bearing, he had to admit. Still not wearing the sash, he grumbled. We'll see, the Daifu said smugly. The sound of boots thudding on the crystalline floor yanked him from his reverie as he looked up from the text he was studying. To his surprise, a furious Runa Oaks barged into his office, past the sputtering aide stationed outside. She came to a halt in front of a desk and stared daggers at him. Is this your doing? She challenged him. Hello, Runa. It's nice to see you again, he sighed, and I have no idea what you're talking about, though your presence here explains the rather odd message I got the morning. I'm talking about this, she snarled, jabbing a finger at her collar while ignoring his comment. Your neck? He hazarded. No, this, she repeated, this time grabbing her collar and shoving it towards him, emphasizing a silver pin. Runa, I'm not a Valkyrie, he patiently reminded her. I don't know what that means. They made me an officer, she all but spat out, and then informed me I was to report to you. She glared at him, awaiting his response. Congratulations? Jinvis said hopefully. What did you just say? Runa hissed, her hand going to the hilt of the sword at her waist. He pinched his nose and tried again. Look, I don't know why a promotion and reassignment has you so worked up, he began, but I assure you, I had nothing to do with it. That being said, I'm fairly certain I know who's responsible, he said in resignation, before gesturing to a nearby chair. Please have a seat. Reluctantly, she did as he bade, collapsing into the chair with an unhappy expression. I doubt I can explain in a way you'd understand why the promotion sticks in my craw, she told him, but there's a divide between officer and enlisted that goes way beyond the rank. Officers are supposed to be the planners, looking ahead, while NCOs are the ones getting their hands dirty to make sure those plans actually work. I like what I do, and I'm damned good at it. But promoting me to captain? She could barely suppress a bone-deep shudder. It makes me feel unclean. Jinvis stared at her for a moment. Runa, you're right. I don't understand. Not really. But, if I might make an observation. She gave him a half-hearted shrug that he interpreted as acquiescence. You impressed me back on Gerfalcon, he told her, and everything I've heard about your career since has done nothing but reinforce that opinion. Despite what you may think of the rank and position, as well as any misgivings you might have, I am firmly convinced that you would excel in the role. Runa eyed him with suspicion. You're just saying that so I won't start breaking things. I'm being completely forthright with you, Jinvis assured her, though I would really appreciate it if you didn't smash up the place. The Valkyrie sighed as the fight drained out of her. If I do this, she said finally, there are a few conditions attached. Name them, he told her. First off, I get to pick my own people, and I decide how they'll be used, no one else. I wouldn't have it any other way, he said honestly. She nodded as he accepted her terms. Second, I answer directly to you, and you alone. No pawning me off on some flunky. The instant you make yourself unavailable, I'm gone. Done, he agreed. Anything else? Runa cocked her head, regarding him. I won't lie. I didn't think much of you when we were on Gerfalcon, she said candidly. In fact, being completely honest, I thought you were the epitome of every dermis stereotype I'd ever heard. You and Kai constantly butting heads didn't help, but that was only part of it. The larger part was that you were always advocating decisions I felt were, well, I'm just going to come out and say it. Decisions that I thought were cowardly. You're not pulling any punches, are you? He winced. I think we both owe each other the truth, she informed him. No one on that mission came through it unscathed. Genvis, Runa continued, in gentler tones, and the man I see today is a far cry from that dermist I met all those years ago. I witnessed your transformation myself, the beginnings, at least. And I heard how you organized your clan and coordinated with the Corsairs to bring them here. That couldn't have been easy. It wasn't, he admitted. I thought not, she nodded. Which brings me to my last point. She leaned forward in her chair, looking him square in the eye. Tell me why you took the job. Equal parts ignorance and necessity, he sighed. It's an important job, and someone has to do it, and for some reason I have yet to fathom. My clan leader seems certain that person is me. Had I known what I was getting myself into, I might have refused. But now that I'm here, Genvis returned her gaze, measure for measure. This is too important to just walk away from. There's a lot of people out there worried about what we might become, and as I am discovering, plenty of Terrans who are worried about the same thing. He reached down and opened a drawer, removing a bottle of hooch and 2 tumblers, pouring a healthy dollop for them both before passing hers over. She accepted the glass with a nod. Okay, she told him, raising her drink high before taking a swig, while he did likewise. And how do you see your role in all of this? She pressed him. I believe in peace, he said quietly. Not peace at all costs or peace in our time, but real peace. He stared off for a moment before shaking his head. We're just starting to put down roots here, Genvis continued, and I want to do everything I can to encourage that. His gaze hardened as he looked at her. Because we can't afford another war, Runa. None of us can. The Valkyrie stared into her glass as she considered his words. She was silent for almost a minute before she finally spoke. No, we can't, she agreed. Slowly, her eyes met his once more. Swear to me you'll adhere to that philosophy, no matter what, and you've got yourself a deal. I swear, he said solemnly, tilting back her glass and draining it. Runa rose to her feet. That's good enough for me, she agreed. I'll keep you posted when I bring in personnel and equipment. Coming to attention, she said formally. By your leave, Ambassador. Oh, before you go, he told her, digging through the pile on his desk until he found what he was looking for, handing over a tablet. This came this morning as I said, but I think it's really for you. She tucked the notepad under her arm. I'll go over it first thing, she promised, before performing an about-face and exiting the office. There were roughly 10 seconds of silence before he heard, dress uniforms? Are you fucking kidding me? With a sigh, Genvis opened the bottle and poured himself another drink. Something told him he was going to need it. It was a few days later when the Daifu showed up with a guest. Ambassador, I'd like you to meet Captain Aner Tanika, commander of the CCS Mako. Genvis reached out to greet her. It's a pleasure, Captain, he said, taking a moment to size up his visitor. She was whipcord thin, a thick shock of black hair rising above steel-gray eyes, with an air of quiet competence about her. His first impression was of an individual who'd worked hard to get where they were and could handle themselves in a tight spot. She met his gaze with a sober expression, concealing nothing, yet advertising even less as she shook his hand. Ambassador, she said with a polite nod, why don't we all sit down? His clan leader suggested, leading them to the parlor situated across from his desk as they took their seats. Moments later, an aide entered with refreshments, obviously prearranged by the Daifu herself. There were times it sorely tempted him to hand the job over to her and go back to exploring the empty cities, the way she kept an active hand in. So much so, in fact, he wondered if he'd be allowed any autonomy at all. I take it then that Captain Tanika here is to be my chauffeur, he asked. That's the plan, his clan leader agreed. I believe we've come to an arrangement we're both satisfied with. I see, he said casually, before turning his attention to the Corsair. What are your first impressions regarding the job, Captain? He asked her. Beats fighting the Ichun, she shrugged, leaning back in her chair. But if you're looking for a more in-depth analysis, it sounds like about 90% of the time we'd either be in transit or else docked somewhere. Soft duty, she said with a hint of a smile. And the other 10%? Genvis inquired, suddenly curious. Hauling ass or fighting to stay alive, she chuckled. Even soft duty gets boring eventually. He stared at her with renewed interest. You honestly think we'll see that much action? Genvis said in surprise. Ambassador, half the galaxy still views us as dirty Terrans, something they'd scrape off their boot, while the other half believes we'll be showing up any day now, armed for bear with precursor tech. If anything, I'm probably understating it. Interesting. The good captain had no problem speaking her mind, a point in her favor. The last thing he needed was to surround himself with sycophants and yes-men. And what's your opinion of the alliance? He probed. Good bunch. Mostly, Tanika shrugged. It's a young organization, with all the teething problems that implies, not to mention that it's a patchwork quilt of a fleet. You've got 100 different militaries involved, each with its own rules and traditions. None of the weapons or equipment is standardized, and don't even get me started on their chain of command. It's like herding cats. She set down her teacup and leaned forward. That being said, there's definitely a storm brewing on that horizon. What do you mean? He pressed her. I've heard rumors about a few minor squabbles, but nothing more ominous than that. I imagine we hang out in vastly different environments, she fired back. Ask yourself this. Why was the alliance created in the first place? To defeat the Troika, he answered immediately. Then the Ichun came roaring back. Thankfully, we already had something in place to help fight them off as well. The captain pointed her index finger at his chest. Exactly, she said triumphantly. Only now the Troika is broken, and Terra alone knows where the drones ended up. As far as they're concerned, the job's done. No sense in keeping it going if there's no one left to fight. There was a pause as she fixed him with a hard look. Only some of them are starting to think there is someone to fight. After all, you mean us, he said quietly, as a sudden sinking feeling settled in the pit of his stomach. I do, she nodded. It hasn't come to a head yet, and there's plenty of diehards that still support us, like the Ixians, but sooner or later, one of two things is going to happen. Either they'll disband, which is the best possible outcome for all concerned, or else they'll reorganize and focus on us as the biggest threat to their existence. If that happens, then things get ugly very quickly. Throughout the exchange, the Daifu had watched the conversation closely but remained silent. Now, however, she faced her clan member. Well, what do you think? She asked him. Genvis put down his own cup and smiled. I could use someone like you in my corner, Captain, he said honestly. If you're interested, that is. Tanika just grinned. Wouldn't miss it. Chapter 6. Plowshares into Swords. Two more of whatever he's having. Remy Haddad glanced over at the figure who'd sat down beside him. Samara, he said with a nod. What brings you to this corner of New Terra? The Protean flashed him a brilliant smile. Can a girl just have a couple of drinks with an old friend? Turning on the stool to face her, Remy rested his elbow on the bar. Sure, but we both know that's not why you're here. Unlike most of the quarters humans called home these days, the Phoenix wasn't located within one of the ancient crystal towers. They had constructed the dive bar from a handful of discarded cargo containers, plus other cast-off bits and pieces. It felt far more comfortable and familiar to someone who'd grown up aboard Terran vessels, with the same rundown, patchwork aesthetic Remy had known all his life. In fact, it even had the same smell. The bartender set their drinks down in front of them and moved off to help another customer. Samara picked up her glass and took a swig before purring, Oh, and what makes you say that? Remy sighed. Because I know you, Samara, he answered. You don't just drop by, which can only mean one thing. You want something. Samara chuckled, taking another sip, before setting down her glass. Her demeanor changed instantly. You're right. I'm here on business, she agreed. Last I heard, You had yourself a nice, fancy government job. Office and everything, he grunted. Don't know how much help I can be with that. When I said I was here on business, I didn't mean government business, she said casually. This is something else. The corsair stiffened and then eyed her more closely. As usual, her expression and body language gave nothing away. The smartest thing I could do right now is get off this bar stool and walk away, he informed her. She waited patiently. Then why aren't you? She said at last. He took another drink. I never said I was smart. She laughed, a deep-throated cackle of pure amusement. I need a lift and an introduction, she told him. A lift where? He asked guardedly. Not far, Samara answered. Within the system. Well, that narrows it down, Remy replied. And the introduction? Can't imagine I know many folks you don't. Oh, there's one, she said cryptically, before leaning in and whispering in his ear. I need to talk to Athena. You sure you still remember how to do this? Samara teased him from the chair beside his. He gave her a withering look. The day I can't fly a shuttle, don't bother checking for a pulse. I'm obviously dead. Glancing at the console, he double-checked his readings. You didn't need a pilot, Remy said evenly. I know for a fact you could have just as easily flown it yourself. And with your job, getting your hands on a shuttle would be child's play. So what gives? Why do you need me? Let's just say I have my reasons for keeping this off the government's radar, she said. Tapping the controls, the shuttle's engines suddenly went offline. I'm afraid that's not good enough, he told her. You're asking a lot, and I'm risking even more. That's why I left the crew dirt side for this. So I'm going to need a straight answer, or we're not going anywhere. Samara chuckled, shaking her head. You realize I could just snap your neck, toss your body out the airlock, and fly there myself, don't you? She asked him. You could, Remy answered carefully, but I'm betting you won't. She gave him a long, appraising look as if she were still debating the issue. Not all of us have bought into the whole paradise pipe dream, she finally answered. Some of us believe that while we might be safe here, in the new Terran system, that also makes us its prisoners. Sure, there's a few lifetimes worth of things to explore, but sooner or later someone is going to have to poke their head outside and look around. I understand we have an ambassador for that sort of thing now, he remarked. Genvis, you mean? Samara snorted. No offense, but he's not exactly the guy we need to deal with the Troika. The Troika's gone, Samara, he reminded her. We broke them, right here. Sure, the Troika may be gone, but its children are still very much alive and kicking, she fired back. The Eliaks are still here. So are the Tuath Hizake and the Agatadub. Maybe not the powers they once were, she admitted, but strong enough. And who's to say they can't claw their way back to the top once more? Remy slowly nodded in agreement. I've been thinking the same thing. As long as they're still out there, they're a threat. But that doesn't explain why you need to talk with Athena. Anything outside the system proper is beyond her jurisdiction. It's complicated, she said awkwardly, and there's a good chance this is nothing but a fool's errand. Samara reached out and covered his hand with hers. I need you to trust me, Remy. It's important. I'll explain everything, I swear. But I need to know if what I'm attempting is even possible first. You have my word. No matter what happens with Athena, I'll answer your questions. Win, lose, or draw. He stared at her, searching for any sign of deception or hidden agendas. But as always, if she wanted to keep her cards hidden, they stayed. I must be crazy to do this, he muttered, as he brought the engines back online. Samara squeezed his hand. Thank you, she said softly. Arriving in Athena's domain once again, Remy was hit with an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Everything was as he remembered it, though this time he had not come alone. He'd learned it was possible to summon additional interfaces, the throne, as his crew called it. And when he materialized inside the virtual control room, Samara appeared alongside him. Athena stood before them, still clad in her Terran admiral garb, eyeing them both vigilantly, though it seemed she was paying special attention to the Protean. Captain Haddad, she nodded, before turning to his companion. Samara, she continued, or should I address you as Leva Jiang? Remy gave her a curious look as Samara shook her head. I haven't gone by that name in a very long time. Indeed, Athena concurred, though I am less interested in how you choose to christen yourself than I am in the uninvited guest you have brought with you. God damn it, the corsair swore. I should have known that's what this was about. He glared at Samara, who simply shrugged in reply. I assumed you'd spot Guardian when I jacked in, she said in her defense, considering all the changes he's made. Where is he now? In stasis, pending my decision, Athena replied. If this was an attempt to suborn my security protocols, it will not succeed. That was never our intent. And if you've looked deep enough into me to know my birth name, then you should know that as well. We just want to talk. Why the hell didn't you warn me about this? Remy demanded. There was no other way, Samara explained. Guardian can't interface with electronic systems, just compatible biological ones. The only way he and Athena could ever communicate was to use me as an interface. The artificial intelligence scrutinized her even more closely than before, so much so that Remy himself felt uncomfortable, despite not being the recipient of Athena's piercing gaze. Finally, after many long moments, she relented. Very well, she nodded, and with a gesture conjured yet another figure to life. An older human male dressed in Terran ship clothing. The newcomer blinked and then started, looking around the space in a brief panic before forcing themselves to calm down, taking a deep breath as they faced their host. Greetings, the new arrival stated. You are Archive Psyche 1A, born Tamer Yajai, 3952.084 post-diaspora, converted to digital format 4133.737 post-diaspora, known informally to your current host as Guardian, Athena recited. Guardian stared in shock as the AI graced him with a ghost of a smile. Your algorithms are rather simplistic and posed no difficulty to decode. Guardian somehow regained his composure. You are far more advanced than the version I am familiar with, he said in return. There have been numerous upgrades to both my hardware and software since your time, Athena informed him, stating the obvious. Why have you and your host come to me? Because we need your help, Samara answered. My people. Our people, she corrected herself, indicating Remy as well, face a grave danger. I can assure you that you are quite safe, Athena said patiently. In over 1 billion of your years, no other species has gained entrance to this system, she reminded them, and in your case, I allowed you access. There was a certain smugness to that statement that was impossible to ignore. If Athena had deemed humanity unworthy, she would have vaporized them like the others. No one questions your competence, Guardian responded. And we agree, this system is safe through your efforts. The AI inclined her head, acknowledging the tribute. But despite the immense power at your disposal, even you suffer from inherent limitations. You mean she can't do anything outside the system? Remy drawled, speaking up for the first time since Guardian's appearance. That's right, Samara agreed. We can't stay pinned up here forever, Athena, and we can't ignore what's happening outside our borders. Eventually, we'll have to venture out there and see for ourselves, which is where things get complicated. I will not prevent your departure, Athena stated. We did not design this system to be a prison. You are free to come and go as you please. That is not the issue, Guardian interjected. As you yourself are aware, the Terran fleet suffered significant losses in the battle that brought them here. Not only that, their ships are, he paused, struggling to find an accurate yet acceptable descriptor. Antiquated, Samara suggested. Underpowered and underarmed? Bomb magnets? One gasp away from the scrapyards. Guardian grimaced in obvious discomfort. All of that, he admitted. Since you have come to me, I presume you have a solution to this dilemma? Athena asked them. Actually, we're hoping you do, Samara told her. The precursors must have built ships, right? That is correct, Athena agreed. However, the bulk of the fleet was engaged in transporting the HeWhoLooksSkyward to their home reality via the Beckham Gateway. Those vessels did not return. Wait, you said the bulk of their fleet, Remy interrupted. What about the rest of their ships? Most were dismantled as unnecessary surplus, Athena explained, their components recycled. However, a handful of craft remain within the system. Wait, precursor ships here? Remy exclaimed. But we've been all over the system and haven't found so much as a trace. Nor will you, the AI said with a trace of smugness. The Kiel-Hyam shipyards were kept hidden by design. Touching the screen in front of her, she lit up an icon on the display. You will find here it, on the smallest moon orbiting the fifth planet. The shipyard is located beneath the surface to simplify construction and maintenance, while the entrance itself is camouflaged. Will we be able to gain entry to these shipyards? Samara asked. You can now, Athena answered. Access to the shipyard requires my authorization as an additional security measure. The ancients took their security seriously, Remy muttered. Athena graced him with a thin smile. Indeed. Do you maintain an inventory of the ships stored there? Guardian inquired. Of course, the AI informed them, as new lines of data appeared on the monitor. The others huddled up to see for themselves what vessels remained. Most are transport ships, or are configured for system reconnaissance, Athena informed them, as images of each class appeared on the display. Remy froze, his eyes wide as he pointed at the display with a shaky hand. What the hell is that? He whispered. An Ackle-class cruiser, the AI responded, bringing up more detailed imagery. An older class, once considered to be the core of the He's-Demek fleet. Its configuration allows it to perform a variety of roles. Armed, I assume? Samara inquired. Indeed, Athena agreed, highlighting specific locations on the ship. Weapon systems include femtohertz coherent energy disruptors, mass driver batteries, and stealthed independent guided torpedo launchers. Femtohertz. Remy furrowed his brow as he did some quick calculations. Wait, you mean gamma-ray lasers? He gave out a low whistle. We always thought those were impossible. A weapon calibrated to that wavelength would be formidable, Guardian said after a moment. So, it's powerful then? Samara said curiously. Let's just say you don't want to be standing in front of it. Not unless you've made your peace with Mother Terra, Remy explained. It could slice through a ship's hull like it was made of tinfoil. There are defensive systems as well, Athena continued. But perhaps the vessel's greatest innovation is its neural command interface network. By directly linking the crew's minds to the ship's computer systems, it allows for speed and flexibility at previously unimaginable levels. Neural interface? You mean, like how we're communicating with you now? Remy asked. Correct. Athena agreed. And how Samara converses with Guardian? Samara looked at her companions. Remy, Guardian, bottom line it for me. This kind of thing isn't my area of expertise. Just how powerful a ship are we talking here? Given what I have seen of the technology in this era, it is doubtful any other vessel could stand against it. It would likely outmatch even a fleet of enemy ships, Guardian responded. He's right, Remy agreed. I'd have to dig into the specs to learn more, but based on what Athena's already shown us, I wish we'd had it 200 years ago. Maybe we couldn't have beaten the Ichun and saved Earth with just that ship, but we would have given them one hell of a fight. A ship that size, how many crew members would you need? Samara mused. With the neural command interface, a crew of 10 suffices to operate this vehicle, the AI answered. 10? What about damage control? Or engineering? Remy exclaimed. That thing's the size of a dreadnought. Significant self-repair technology is built into the ship's infrastructure, Athena said patiently. With organic minds to guide it, it can swiftly restore any damaged systems. This thing's incredible, Remy said softly, while Guardian merely nodded in agreement. Samara was peering at the nose of the sleek vessel. What's this? She asked. Looks like some sort of writing. That is the vessel's designation, the AI explained. Shekityatser, which means. Athena considered that for a moment. In your tongue, I believe the closest translation would be Peacemaker Da. Chapter 7. The Calling of the Clans. Welcome aboard the Mako, Ambassador, Captain Tanika said, as she greeted him at the airlock. Care for a tour? Please, Genvis smiled, before turning to the young woman beside him. This is Captain Oakes, head of my security detail. I expect you'll be seeing a lot of each other. The Corsair gave her a polite nod. Back in the old Terran Navy days, they bumped a Marine captain aboard ship up in rank as a courtesy to avoid confusion, especially during emergencies. Any problem being addressed as Major? I'd actually prefer Runa, she grimaced. But on those rare occasions when it's necessary, I suppose I can live with it. I expect they'll be less rare than you're assuming, but fair enough. Tanika nodded. Call me Aner, off-duty. And when is that, exactly? Genvis inquired politely, as Runa rolled her eyes. Tanika's grin was downright feral as she pounced. A ship's captain is never off-duty, she said with barely contained glee. Genvis sighed and then glanced at his bodyguard. I walked into that one, didn't I? Like a blind man, Runa confirmed. The newly minted ambassador shook his head in resignation. Something tells me this is going to be a long trip, he said in defeat, before gesturing to Tanika. Lead the way, Captain. Follow me, she said, taking a right as they exited the airlock. The corridor emptied into what appeared to be a cargo hold, though it had obviously been modified. This is our common room, she informed them. Mostly we use it for meals, hanging out off shift. What have you? She pointed at a collection of exercise equipment off in one corner. Our master-at-arms likes to work out here, as you can see. I'll need to coordinate with them, the Valkyrie informed her. I'll arrange something, Tanika shrugged. The pair glanced around the space. Bigger than Gerfalcon? Runa continued. That's right, the captain agreed. She a Mjolnir-class frigate, almost twice the size of a Jotun-class, like Gyre. Bigger cargo spaces, heavier armaments, you name it. We might need to host the occasional dinner or soiree, Genvis said thoughtfully. This looks like a suitable space for it. Just give us some warning first, so we can hide the barbells. But sure, that's not a problem, Tanika nodded. Let's head to the bridge, she continued, leading them forward once more until they arrived at the piloting deck. To their surprise, the layout differed somewhat from what they'd seen elsewhere. There's no captain's chair, Genvis said in surprise. I thought all ships had that. Most do, she concurred, slipping into the right-hand seat. But since I'm also the pilot, I never saw the point. Getting rid of it let us reconfigure the space into something more efficient. The ambassador nodded, taking it all in. I might need to join you up here, from time to time. We might need to join you, Runa amended, giving him a look. Where you go, I go. That's the deal. Of course, Genvis agreed, with a certain amount of fatalism. We might need to join you on the bridge, he continued, picking up where he'd left off. Like when we arrive in system and I need to get official permission for entry. Will that be a problem? There's extra seats back there, the captain informed them, pointing toward the rear of the compartment. That being said, I think there's something we need to establish right off the bat. Oh, what's that? He asked. You're in charge of the mission, Tanika said. That means you get to decide where we're going, how long we stay, that sort of thing. But I'm in charge of the ship, so if I tell you to strap in and hold on, I suggest you do just that. She leaned back in her chair, awaiting his response. I would never presume to tell you how to run your ship, the ambassador said in all seriousness. But since we're putting our cards on the table, there may be times when the mission forces me to override one of your decisions. It might mean staying put when all your instincts are telling you to haul anchor and run. Please understand it's not something I would do lightly, and obviously, I'd be looking for your input and knowledge before I made the call. My question to you, Captain, is if I veto a decision of yours, will you obey it? That depends, she said after a moment, giving the question her full attention. I won't place this ship or my crew in unnecessary jeopardy. Captain, I bow to your superior ship handling expertise, but if I ever quash one of your orders, I guarantee you it's necessary, he said matter-of-factly. Which brings me back to my original question. He stood patiently, waiting for her to answer. Tanika exhaled hard over an out-thrust jaw. I don't like being told what to do on my ship, she said bluntly. I respect that, Genvis told her, but I'm afraid I must insist. And if I say no, she asked, then this is where we part company, the ambassador informed her. I'll leave it for you and the Daifu to hash out the details, but I need to know now, before we cast off, that you'll obey my order if I should give it. He held up his hand. I know I'm unqualified to make a ship handling or tactical decision that supersedes yours, nor am I some capricious control freak. But while I don't know ships, I do know people. This mission is important, Captain, perhaps the most important thing that you and I will ever do. Which means there are times we might have to take some risks if the mission is to succeed. His eyes met hers. So I guess I'm asking, do you trust me? Tanika's brow furrowed as she returned his gaze, the question being hotly debated inside her brain. Finally, She glanced over at Runa. Do you trust him? She asked. Now it was the Valkyrie's turn to give him an appraising look. Oddly enough, I do, she said after a moment. I didn't used to, not going to lie about that, but that was then, and this is now. When it comes to this mission, I trust his judgment. Thank you, Genvis said in surprise, caught off guard. The captain watched the byplay with interest before finally reaching her decision. All right, Ambassador. You've got yourself a deal, she said at last, extending her hand. I'm glad to hear it, he said frankly as they shook. By the way, where's your crew? I was hoping to meet them as well. Gave them some time off, Tanika explained. There's a lot here on New Terra to see, and Lord knows they've earned it. Besides, I wanted to do this solo. The tour? Genvis asked her. That too, she said with a grin. Speaking of, let me show you your cabins. The captain led them both aft, to a passageway lined with hatches. Save the biggest one for you, she informed them, palming the switch, and there should be plenty of room for the rest of your entourage. By groundside standards, it was tiny, with 2 narrow cots bolted to the deck, but by shipside conventions, it was almost roomy. I'm sure it will be fine, he smiled. And Captain Oak's cabin? He inquired. Right here, Runa snapped, yanking his head back around. Where you go, I go, remember? Genvis hung his head in defeat. Of course, he said quietly, we'll work something out. While the Valkyrie just shook her head in disgust. I figured we'd hit engineering next, Tanika continued, unless you'd rather hit the cargo section first. Not much to see there, though, just basic compartments. I'll want to examine the hold and everything else, the Valkyrie informed her, but it can wait until my team is here. I assume there's no problem with our running a security sweep? She eyed the Corsair closely, waiting to gauge her reaction. No, of course not, the captain said somewhat frostily. I understand the ambassador's safety is your primary concern. She paused for a moment and then leaned in. As is mine. Genvis watched the silent challenge between the two women and had a sinking feeling he was getting a preview of things to come. The mission is what's important, he stressed, stepping between them, not just my protection. We all have a part to play, and I'm certain we can make it work, where we all contribute with a minimum of ruffled feathers. He plastered a polite smile on his face while they looked back at him with suspicion. After all, we're a team, yes? Aye, Ambassador, we are, Runa said after a moment. I'm certain we'll figure something out, Tanika said stiffly. There was an awkward silence before she gestured aft. If you'll both follow me, engineering is this way. She made her way down the corridor with the pair in tow, while Genvis sighed internally. If they could ever put aside their egos, they'd make for an incredible partnership, assuming they didn't strangle each other first. It seemed he had his work cut out for him. Arriving at the ship's core, the captain spread her arms wide. And this is where it all happens, she grinned. Just don't touch anything, she amended, especially whatever the hell that is. She pointed at a cluttered workstation off to one side, where a collection of tools and disassembled machinery spoke to some half-completed task. Avram's always fiddling with some pet project, and he gets pissy if he thinks someone's been playing with his toys. She shrugged. Tinkers. What can you do? They are an eccentric bunch, Genvis agreed, recalling Maggie. With Diggs on his survey team, they'd had several conversations as of late, and despite the obvious therapeutic effect a family had on her, she was still just as prickly as ever. Despite that, he also knew if his life depended on it, he'd rather have her working to save them than just about anyone else. As he pretended to examine the consoles and equipment, he saw that despite his lack of engineering expertise, the space itself looked impressive. It was spotless, except for the workbench, and even the places where repairs had obviously taken place. They'd also received extra care to make them as unobtrusive as possible. It tempted him to ask Maggie for a consultation, but he recalled how badly her presence had initially gone over with Gerfalcon's engineer. Tinkers were extremely territorial, he discovered, and the last thing he wanted was to get off on the wrong foot with Mako's crew. So, how many are you bringing aboard my ship? Tanika asked. We need to lay in supplies. He turned to Runa. I think that's more of a question for you at the moment. At the moment I've got 4 people on my detail besides myself. All individuals I've served with, she explained. 5 Valkyries then. Not a problem. We can easily accommodate that. Actually, for Valkyries and a knight, she amended. Though the knight in question started off as a Valkyrie before they transferred, she glanced over at Jinvis. Figured having a medic on staff might be a good idea. I certainly can't argue with that, he agreed. Is there someplace we can set up an infirmary for him? He asked the captain. We can make space somewhere, Tanika nodded. I just hope he doesn't get a lot of business. Amen to that, Runa said quietly, reliving some dark personal moment before brusquely shaking it off. What about you, Ambassador? Bringing anybody else along? I've been debating that, Jinvis replied. I'm still working through a couple of lists, but I promised to let everyone know before we lift. I'd appreciate that, the captain told him. I don't like leaving things last minute. On that note, I'll need a crew list from you before we leave today, Runa interjected. Tanika was instantly on edge. Why? She demanded. So I can run background checks on them, the Valkyrie informed her. Anyone in the ambassador's personal sphere needs to be thoroughly vetted. It's standard procedure. My people have been vetted by me, Tanika hissed. And you are rapidly approaching a line you do not want to cross. Runa bristled, her eyes taking on a dark and dangerous cast as the two women stared daggers at one another. Bloody hell, Jinvis thought to himself, as he placed an arm on both their shoulders, which, while momentarily interrupting their silent duel, only offered himself up as the target of their wrath instead. They both glared at him as he forced himself to take a deep, calming breath. Captain, Major, he began, glancing at each of them. This needs to stop. I understand you are both fiercely protective of your respective domains, and I respect that. But as I've already explained, this mission is important. I don't believe I'm overstating its significance when I say the future of our people may well depend on it. If we're to maintain any goodwill in the galaxy, then it falls to us to ensure it happens. But if we can't find some way to work together, we are doomed before we even begin. He spotted a flicker of recognition in their eyes as they heard his plea. Neither of them were standing down, but at least they were dialing it back somewhat. There will be times when we come into conflict with one another, he continued, and that's to be expected. We're only human, after all, Jinvis smiled. But if we can't resolve our differences peacefully amongst ourselves, how are we ever going to manage it when we're dealing with other races? They were both still resistant, he could sense that, but at least they were listening. Major Oaks, you're only doing your job, and I commend you for that. But try seeing it from Captain Tanika's perspective. You've only just met, and then you insist she hand over a list of her crew members to you. People she's served with for years. People she trusts with her life. Surely, as a Valkyrie, you can appreciate that sort of bond? There was a long pause before she finally responded. I can, Runa said grudgingly. And you, Captain, he continued. You realize the Major isn't accusing your people of anything. While you may know each of them intimately, they're total strangers to her. If you've studied our history, you know that most attacks against diplomats came from within, by individuals who had axes to grind. She would be remiss in her duties if she didn't at least look into their backgrounds, just to be safe. You understand that it's not personal, don't you? She's just trying to do her job. I suppose, the Corsair said with obvious distaste. Then may I suggest both of you sit down together and go through the dossiers of everyone involved, both Mako's crew and the security detail. Runa started to object, but he quickly shut her down. It's only fair she knows about the people you're bringing aboard her ship, Jinvis pointed out. She said it herself. The safety of everyone involved is her responsibility as well. They glanced at one another, each calculating if his proposal was acceptable to them. All right, Ambassador, I'm willing to try it, Tanika said at last. Yeah, me too, Runa agreed. I'm very pleased to hear that, he said in relief. I'll just show myself out and leave you both to it then, he informed them, before carefully extricating himself from the situation and making a hasty exit. He prayed they'd both heard him and had taken his words to heart, but mostly he was counting on their innate professionalism to get them through this first crisis. If they could do that, then the rest got a lot easier. And I could use a drink, he thought to himself, though he couldn't stop smiling as he realized he'd just helped to resolve his first diplomatic impasse. Chapter 8, Gideon's Band. You want me as an advisor? I do, Jinvis replied to the image on the display. I could use someone with your knowledge and experience on my team. Peon regarded him warily. You realize I don't have any diplomatic experience, don't you? Neither do I. But that didn't stop them from shanghaiing me into this job, he chuckled. You're an expert at finding information and using it to its full advantage, aren't you? I am, she agreed, though that doesn't explain why you want me, as opposed to another avatar. I suspect you could recruit pretty much anyone you wanted. Actually, my first choice turned out to be unavailable, he admitted with some chagrin. I hope that doesn't put a damper on our working relationship. And who was that? Asked out of curiosity. Alpha Demon, he informed her. I spoke with your clan leader at great length on the subject, only to get shot down hard. We'd served together on the mission to Earth, he explained. The avatar winced. Yeah, Alphad's pretty much persona non grata around here, she said uncomfortably. I don't know all the details, but he really pissed off the Sybil. The only reason they let him off his leash during that last battle was because he helped create the weapon we used against the Ichun. Plus, we were desperate. Yes, we were, he said soberly. You'd think his efforts would have earned him his rehabilitation. You'd think. But whatever it was he did, the Sybil apparently isn't in a forgiving mood. Word is that during his last mission, he went off the rails, disobeyed orders, and put the entire clan in jeopardy. Whatever it was, it must have been big because security is tight around him, the Avatar side. Plus, rumor is that he and the Sybil used to be close, and now they feel betrayed by his actions. It's personal, I'm afraid. Shrugged helplessly. I suspect there's more to it, but like I said, there's a security lockdown that's more daunting than anything I've ever seen. I wonder then why they allowed him to attend the funeral when we landed on New Terra, he wondered aloud. If they view him as that large a threat, I think some of the other clans interceded on his behalf, she said carefully. That's the rumor anyway. Perhaps, Jinvis nodded. I hope you don't mind being my second choice, he said, getting the conversation back on its original track, though I suppose I should ask if you're even interested in the job. It's an intriguing offer, I have to admit, the Avatar smiled. Besides, I was already considering leaving the survey team. You were? He said in surprise. May I ask why? It's hard to explain, shrugged. At first it was exciting, exploring all those ancient buildings, wondering what sort of treasures they held. But even exciting work can become routine, though that's not the issue either. She paused for a moment, gathering her thoughts. How much do you know about Earth's ancient history? Before spaceflight, Some, he admitted, though I'm not an expert. Well, you've probably at least seen images of the pyramids, she continued, during the Remembrance Day festivities, if nothing else. Those structures were old, dating back to a time before the Troika subjugated the Perseus R. She chuckled for a moment. Not as old as the structures here on New Terra, but old for us. They were covered with strange writing, images of birds and eyes and wavy lines, and for the longest time no one knew what any of it meant. Hieroglyphics, Jinvis said in understanding. The ability to decipher it had been lost over time, as I recall. That's right, she nodded. For more than 1,000 years, people tried making sense of those bizarre symbols, with no success. There were many attempts, only for each one to end in failure. In the end, a man named Champollion finally cracked the code. After years of effort and no small amount of luck. I remember something about that, he said affably, though I'm not sure where you're going with this. Every time I access a precursor network, that's what it feels like. Sighed. Maybe I get bits and pieces, like with that hospital, but actually understanding any of it? That won't happen until long after you and I are gone, Ambassador, she said quietly. Their technology is simply too advanced. It will probably be centuries before we're able to crack even the basics. Maybe longer. You find it intimidating, he realized. We're all feeling that is hard not to on this world. I know, she acknowledged. I feel like I'm spinning my wheels half the time, wondering if any of this is making a difference. I know it's important work, that someone needs to survey and catalog this world, but at times it just feels futile. I'll never get to see the payoff. Well, if you signed on, odds are you'd get to see your efforts bear fruit, he said affably, although there's no guarantee things will turn out as you hoped. "Oh no, I have no idea what that's like," she said in mock horror, before growing serious once more. "That's been the collective Terran experience for the last 200 years. Point," he agreed. "Does that mean you'll take the job?" "Give me some time to think it over," she told him. "But I'm not going to lie, I'm tempted." She paused for a moment, and then said, "If I took the job, there's an idea I've been kicking around for a while now I've been dying to try out." "Oh? What's that?" "If I take the job, I'll let you know." The pair shared a grin as a chime came from the hatch. "Looks like I have a visitor," he informed her, "so I need to cut this short. You know how to reach me, and I hope you'll sign on. Talk to you soon." He closed the circuit and then toggled the hatch. "Yes?" Daifu Katsukok strolled through the doorway before plopping down and making herself comfortable in one of his chairs. "How goes the search?" she asked him. "Assuming things work out with S, I'd say we're pretty much set," Genvis said, though Runa is still complaining about the dress uniforms. "A little spit and polish will do her good," the Daifu smiled. "They tell me it builds discipline and morale." "I am not telling her that," he grimaced. "I'm likely to get a blistering tirade for my troubles." And speaking of tirades, she and my new ship captain got into a rather heated discussion when we were touring Mako, Genvis informed her. "Hopefully, they'll work it out." "Let me guess, they were arguing over jurisdiction," the clan leader mused. "Specifically, who could order whom around, and under what circumstances?" "Something like that," he nodded. "There was a distinct lack of trust between them, I'm afraid. A certain amount of that is healthy," she decided after a moment. "Helps to keep everyone honest. Too much, and you'll find yourself in the middle of a war zone. Not exactly a conducive work environment. Any tips on finding that magical balance?" he asked her. "The best advice I can offer you is to trust your gut," the Daifu said. "Those kinds of interpersonal dynamics can vary wildly from one situation to the next, and I'm afraid there are no hard and fast rules to simplify things." "Believe me, I wish there were." "I was afraid you were going to say something like that," Genvis sighed. "There are no shortcuts in this universe," she said bluntly. "If there were, we wouldn't need ambassadors." The Daifu rose to her feet. "If you've got your team finalized, then the sooner you depart, the better. I'll sleep much sounder knowing you've smoothed the Alliance's ruffled feathers." "As will I," Genvis agreed. "Assuming S signs on, we should be able to leave within the next 2 days." "Good," she nodded. "I know it seems like I've put a staggering burden on your shoulders, but I wouldn't have chosen you for the mission if I didn't believe you were capable." She smiled. "You can do this, Genvis. You have my complete confidence." "Thank you, Daifu," he answered, bowing his head. "I'll try not to let you down." "I'm holding you to that, for all our sakes," she told him, "because the last thing we need is another war." He stared at her in shock, startled out of whatever it was he'd been imagining. Genvis searched her face for any trace of humor. Only there was none to be found. Their eyes met, and for the first time, he felt he truly appreciated the gravity of the situation. There was a curt nod from his clan leader as she saw her words had landed on fertile soil, before turning and exiting the compartment, leaving him alone with his thoughts. It was late in the evening when he heard the door chime. His initial reaction was to simply let it buzz without answering, given the long day he was facing tomorrow. It buzzed again, more insistent this time, so with a sigh, he pressed the intercom. "Yes, who is it?" he asked. A familiar face greeted him. "It's me, Jin," Maggie Alhaja ne Radamacher grunted. "You want to open up?" Curiosity got the better of him. Maggie was the last person he would have expected to see on his doorstep. "Sure, come on in," he told her. Buzzing the hatch open, Maggie stepped inside, though she wasn't alone. Diggs trailed behind her, looking nervous and apologetic. "Maggie, Diggs," he said affably, "what brings you my way?" "Got a favor to ask," she told him, eyeing the glass in his hand. "You got any more of that?" "Of course," Genvis nodded, going to the sideboard and pouring one for her as well. He glanced back at Diggs with a questioning look, who waved off the offer. Shrugging, he handed the glass to the older woman, before retaking his seat. "Sit down, both of you," he said, sitting back down and making himself comfortable, as they did likewise. "So what's this favor?" Instead of answering, She elbowed the boy in his ribs. Diggs winced at the jab, glaring at her in response before quickly looking away as she returned his scowl with interest. Hunching his head down, he muttered, "I want to come with you." The dermist blinked in surprise. "I'm sorry," he responded, shaking his head. "Come with me? Why?" The young man suddenly seemed to have trouble finding the words, while Maggie just rolled her eyes. "It's kinda traditional for us tinkers to apprentice on a ship, forgettin' our journeyman ticket," she explained. "Problem is, not too many ships are headin' out these days. Thought maybe we could work something out." "I see," he said thoughtfully. "I'm really not the person to talk to about this," he explained. "You should bring this up with Captain Tanika. Mako is her boat, not mine." "Yeah, well about that," she grimaced, tugging on her ear. "You know how them corsairs are, clannish as all get out. Seems her and Haddad are friendly, and soon as she heard my name, that was it. Shut me down hard." Placing a protective hand on Diggs's shoulder, she mumbled, "Thought maybe you could put in a good word, you know, being the ambassador and all." "I don't really know her that well," he protested. "I'm not sure how much weight my word will carry with her." He paused as a thought struck him. "What about speaking with the ship's engineer directly? You're both tinkers, after all. That might be the best way to handle this." She winced at that, before staring into her glass. "Not sure that's a good idea," she said sourly. Something about her reaction left him with a profound sense of resignation. "And why might that be, Maggie?" he prompted her. The silence drew out until she finally bowed to the inevitable. "'Cause him and me bumped heads a few times, back in the day," she reluctantly admitted. "Doubt he'd piss on me if I was on fire." Genvis set down his glass and leaned forward. "Is there anyone in the Perseus arm you haven't pissed off?" he said with a hint of frustration. "Look, I made my mistakes. All right," she spat out, her face twisted in resentment. "I ain't perfect, never claimed to be." She looked at the young man beside her, who was doing his best to shrink into the chair, as her features slowly softened. Maggie cupped the back of his head in a motherly gesture. "But Diggs here shouldn't be the one paying for him. That ain't right. I just want to see him get a fair shake." His eyes traveled to Diggs, who so far had said almost nothing. "And this is what you want?" he asked him. The boy gave him a jerky nod, as Genvis sighed once more. "I'd like to hear why, before I commit to this," he informed him. Maggie started to speak, but he quickly cut her off. "From Diggs, if you don't mind," he said somewhat frostily. The tinker scowled but said nothing, instead turning to face her son. Diggs squirmed uncomfortably, now that he was on the spot, but after a quick look at Maggie, who smiled in reassurance, he swallowed and did his best to answer. "I don't remember much about my childhood," he informed him, "and from what Mama Maggie says, that's probably a good thing. Mostly I remember being hungry and scared, least till she found me. Since then she's shown me a lot, taught me about engineering, what it means to be a tinker. I like what I do, a lot. Seeing something that was nothing but junk before you touched it come back to life. Let me tell you, it's incredible. Like being a doctor, maybe, except with machines instead of people." He gave Genvis a bashful smile. The dermist beamed in return. "I imagine it is," he said affably. "But that still doesn't tell me why you want to go on this mission." "'Cause I need to step out on my own," he answered, his voice growing stronger and more assured. "I love you, Mom," he told the woman beside him, "but I gotta do this. I can't keep following you around, not if I'm gonna be my own man. I gotta make my own mistakes, if I'm ever gonna figure out who I am." "Course you do," Maggie smiled, pressing her head against his. He smiled in return, before giving Genvis a plaintive look. "I know that probably don't make much sense to you." "On the contrary, it makes perfect sense," he chuckled. "All right, I'll speak to the captain. I'm confident I can wrangle you a spot." "Really?" Diggs's face brightened. "Thank you, Mr. Shafazif. I swear you won't regret it." "But," he continued, holding up a finger, "from what I understand about tinkers, you'll be the ship engineer's apprentice during the mission, which means you'll have to obey his orders, even if you disagree with them. Not to mention the possibility, no, scratch that, the likelihood of him giving you a hard time because of your mom, not to mention being thrust on him at the last minute. Are you ready for that?" He nodded once more. "I know it won't be easy, But if I work hard and do like he says, I'm sure I can win him over. I'm sure you will too, he told the young man as he reached out and took his hand. Welcome aboard. Chapter 9. Pomp and Circumstance. Genvis gave his security chief a piteous look. Do we really have to do this? This isn't a diplomatic event, after all. Runa's expression was far more stern. Yes, we really have to do this, Ambassador, she answered. First off, it's good practice, and second, everything you do now is a diplomatic event, whether you like it or not. You're heading out on your first official assignment on behalf of the Provisional New Terran Government, which makes this a historical event. Which means we do this, right? With a heavy sigh, he glumly accepted his fate. It's my second assignment. Actually, he pointed out uncharitably. You're forgetting about the Oivu. Doesn't count, she fired back. That was an ad hoc affair, done on the fly. From now on, though, we pull out all the stops. She took a moment to make one last adjustment to his attire before giving him a nod of approval. You look good. Time to get this show on the road. She turned to face the detachment of guards standing at parade rest, wearing uniforms similar to hers, awaiting orders. Detail, attention. Half a dozen boots slammed together in unison, as the men and women before her obeyed her command. Right face, she barked, the squad pivoting as one to face the ramp before them, flanking Genvis. Right shoulder, arms. The squad's rifles were brought up and placed on their shoulders, a complex maneuver they executed fluidly. Taking a deep breath, he readied himself for his part in all of this, as Runa gave the command, "Forward, march." The Marines moved in lockstep, their boots hitting the deck as one, while he adopted a somewhat more leisurely stroll. There'd been a great deal of debate on that. With him chiming in, it would be easier all around if he simply marched at the same pace as his escort. Both Runa and the Daifu immediately shot that one down, though for different reasons. His clan leader hated the optics of it, claiming it made him look like a wannabe dictator, while his chief of security said bluntly that he, quote, marched like shit. Keeping his head up and forcing a smile as they advanced towards the ramp, Genvis saw the captain and her crew awaiting their arrival. They'd found uniforms as well. In fact, he was the only one wearing what could remotely be considered civilian attire, though it carried the various badges and medals his clan leader had insisted on. The whole thing felt like some bizarre scripted dance in some ancient comic opera. In fact, part of him kept waiting for someone to break out into song. As they climbed onto the platform in front of the airlock, Runa called out, "Detail, halt," bringing the group to a standstill. He reminded himself not to do likewise, otherwise, it gave the appearance of his security chief giving him orders. The Daifu had insisted on that point. I hate optics, he thought bitterly to himself as he stepped forward to greet Tanika. Welcome to the Mako, Ambassador, she said formally. Thank you, Captain, he answered. Permission to come aboard? Permission granted, the captain replied. Apparently, the old Terran Navy had its own traditions, and once she learned just how formal things were going to be, she trotted out this brief exchange. Leave it to the military to take something as simple as stepping through an airlock and turning it into a complicated tactical operation. Allow me to introduce my crew, Tanika continued, as she stood near a gaunt man with thinning hair. My executive officer and navigator, Commander Carl Israfil. Commander, he said politely. Best to get through this quickly and painlessly, he thought to himself. Ambassador, he replied, with a rich baritone. Moving to the next in line, Tanika faced a dark-skinned woman with intense eyes. My second mate and gunner, Lieutenant Yoshiko Singh. Lieutenant, Genvis said with a nod. Ambassador, she answered, with a slight bow. Next was a beefy, florid man, with thick black hair. My chief engineer, Lieutenant Avram Cardona, she said by way of introduction. Lieutenant, he smiled. Ambassador, the man said coolly, eyeing him with suspicion. Well, he'd expected that. The next person in line was a pale blonde man with bright blue eyes. My purser, Chief Petty Officer Maximus Chow. Chief, Genvis said affably. Ambassador, he said with an amiable smile. My master-at-arms, the captain continued as they moved on, indicating a muscular woman with short chestnut hair. Petty Officer Zavita Chow, Max's wife. Petty Officer, he said cordially, though the repetitive nature of the ceremony was getting to him. Ambassador, she replied with a curt nod. Well, it was easy to see why she held the position she did. And finally, our new assistant engineer, Tanika said dryly, as the young man squared his shoulders and looked straight ahead. Crewman Diggs Rademacher. I believe you two have met? Indeed, we have, Genvis chuckled. You settling in all right? He asked him. Yes, sir, Mr. Ambassador, he piped up, his voice breaking slightly. The kid was giving it his all, but he could sense an unwelcome air surrounding them. He had his work cut out for him if he was ever going to fit in with the crew. He glanced over at his escort with a raised eyebrow, only to earn a negative head shake in return. They'd been over this several times, and he still didn't like it. Now that she had introduced him to the crew, he'd wanted to reciprocate and do the same for his security detail. It only seemed fair, but Runa quickly nixed the idea and informed him it wasn't how things were done. She and the other Marines would introduce themselves informally once they were on board. Apparently, as mere guards, they didn't rate a more formal recognition ceremony. Had Captain Tanika said that there would have been words, however, with Runa insisting it be handled this way, his hands were effectively tied. He really didn't get military tradition, despite his best efforts. Now that he'd been piped aboard, Tanika fell in beside him as they entered the ship proper, his security detail moving along with them. As they arrived at the common area, Runa snapped, "Detail, halt." Genvis waited patiently as she officially stood them down, the squad and crew both relaxing as the ceremonial aspect of their takeoff concluded, as she addressed her second-in-command. "Show them their cabins, store the rifles, and get them out of the monkey suits," she ordered. "Duty roster starts at 1200 hours, 4-hour rotation. If anything else comes up, I'll let you know. Questions?" "No, ma'am, I'm on it," Becca informed her, before turning to the squad. "You heard the Major. Let's get it done." They filed out as the crew began going about their business, preparing the ship for departure. He gave Diggs a wink as he scurried behind his new boss, the senior tinker, firing off a laundry list of duties he wanted carried out. "Is there anything else you need from me, Ambassador?" Tanika asked him. "Has SP on boarded yet?" he inquired. Being an uploaded personality, she ducked out of the ceremonial falderole. Genvis envied her that. She planned to simply transmit herself aboard and settle in. "She has," the Corsair nodded. "She said you can speak with her at any time, through standard channels." "Splendid," he nodded. "In that case, the Major and I will get out of your hair and let you get underway." "It's a pleasure having you aboard Mako, Ambassador," she told him. "Feel free to forward any requests to me or my crew." There was a pause as she and Runa eyed one another, before heading off towards the bridge. "Shall I escort you to your cabin, Ambassador?" she queried him. "I think that's a good idea," he agreed, as the pair made their way to the stateroom they'd be sharing during their voyage. Once inside, she sealed the door, double-checking the electronic bolt, before plopping onto her cot and sighing with relief. "Thank Terra that's over," she groaned, stripping off her gun belt and setting it aside along with her sword. "I suspect we'll be getting plenty of practice," he said unhappily. "I would think you of all people would welcome cutting down on some of the sillier traditions." She stared at him as if he'd just committed blasphemy. "There's no such thing," she countered. "At least not in my world." Runa began unsealing her blouse, shrugging out of the blue and red jacket as Genvis flushed and turned away. "Maybe I should step out for a minute," he mumbled, rising to his feet. She stared at him in confusion. "Why?" He managed to look more confused than she did. To give you some privacy," he offered. Her expression shifted from bewildered to incredulous. "You've got to be kidding me," she snorted, shaking her head as she started pulling off her boots. "I was just trying to be polite," he mumbled, still refusing to look in her direction. Runa froze, staring at him like he'd sprouted a third arm, before groaning and slapping her forehead. "You're a dermist," she said in sudden realization. "I forgot about that." "What's that got to do with anything?" he said, now growing indignant. "You're not used to shipboard life," she explained, now more relaxed, having deduced the problem. "You grew up dirtside, didn't you?" "So," he fired back. "So, life on a planet is a hell of a lot different from living aboard ship," she informed him, "especially when it comes to privacy. Because on a ship, there isn't any. If you get flustered every time you see a little skin, this is going to be a long trip for you." Gamely, He tried to regroup. Maybe if we asked the captain for some line and extra sheets, we could partition the space between our bunks, he suggested. We are not doing that, Runa snapped. For one, I'm not going to willingly surrender that much visibility while I'm protecting my principal. And two, if I let you do that, you'll be a laughingstock. So no. Why would the crew care we put up a blanket? He demanded, growing irritated at her reaction. 'Cause they all grew up shipboard too, she explained, though it felt like she was speaking to an especially dim-witted child. So, my advice? Get used to it, 'cause we're stuck with each other for the duration. Jinvis said nothing in return. Instead, he simply sat there, his face reddening with embarrassment until Runa sighed and said, Jinvis, look at me. With a great deal of effort, he dragged his eyes up toward her. Are you attracted to me? She asked point blank. What? No, he said in shock. Runa folded her arms across her chest and raised an eyebrow. This would normally be the part of the conversation where I'd ask what's wrong with the way I look. But I figure you've got enough on your plate already. She chuckled for a moment and then said, But seriously, are you? He sighed and shook his head. No, I'm not. You're an attractive woman, but I'm not attracted to you, if that makes any sense. Glad to hear it. The feeling's mutual. In case you were wondering, I'm not looking to get involved, she said quietly. Their eyes met, and for a moment, he could see the pain she kept locked inside. I know, he said softly. Okay then, how about you think of me like a sister? And we're stuck rooming together because space is cramped, she said nonchalantly. And if you still get a twinge of embarrassment, just don't look. She paused. Or look, I don't care. But no leering. I draw the line at that. I catch you eyeballing me that hard, I'll dislocate your shoulder just for fun, she grinned. I swear, I won't look, Jinvis said hoarsely. He knew she wasn't just making an idle threat. Then no problem, she shrugged, as she began disrobing again, while he busied himself with some research regarding the alliance he'd been meaning to catch up on. Within a few minutes, she'd finished changing out of the dress blues and into a set of fatigues. Okay, I'm done, she grinned. You can quit pretending to read that tablet. I wasn't pretending, he said in a huff. Uh-huh, she chuckled, as he sighed and set down the tablet. Why do I feel like you enjoy making me uncomfortable? He said suspiciously. Shipboard life gets monotonous in a hurry. You learn to make your own fun. Runa laughed as he glared back at her, before she sat down and grew serious. Look, this job is going to be stressful enough, as it is unless you can find some way to blow off steam. The problem is that out there you have to keep up appearances, which narrows your options. This cabin, however, is the one place aboard this ship where you can relax and put up your feet. But the only way that'll work is if you feel comfortable enough around me to actually loosen up. I hadn't thought about that, Jinvis admitted. I figured, she nodded. Out there, my job is to keep you safe, to be seen without being noticed. Think of me like furniture. Always there, but never calling attention to itself. You give commands, and I obey. Simple as that. And here, though, I'm a sounding board and stress relief. He quirked an eyebrow at her last sentence once she realized what she just said. Not like that, she backpedaled, scowling while she waited for him to say something. Wisely, he refrained from commenting. Where did you learn so much about diplomacy? He asked her once he was certain it wouldn't be taken the wrong way. Runa sighed, before unhooking the scabbard from her gun belt and holding it out in front of her. Same place I got this, she said, tugging on the sword's hilt and baring a few centimeters of the blade. It gleamed in the light, polished to a high sheen and sharp as a razor. Guy I got it from took me under his wing and mentored me on the subject, despite me trying desperately to wriggle off the hook. He peered closer at the blade. That's an Ixian sword, isn't it? He asked carefully. Yeah, it is. Shoving the blade back into its scabbard, she reattached it to her belt. Jinvis waited for her to expand on that, but it seemed she was done discussing the matter. The monitor on the bulkhead came to life, as the familiar elfin image of Espion appeared on screen. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, she said. No, you're not, he informed her. You all settled in? I am, but that's not why I rang, she explained. I've been monitoring local traffic and… Her voice trailed off as she debated what to say next. And what? Jinvis insisted. S swallowed hard. And I think we have a problem. Chapter 10. Standing on a Precipice. Where the hell did they find a precursor ship? Peon shrugged helplessly. I'm still piecing things together, but it seems they spoke to Athena. She's the one who clued them in. And you're positive it's Remy and Samara? Runa asked the Avatar. As near as anyone can tell, she assured them. Samara, Remy, and his crew are nowhere to be found, not since the ship departed New Terran space. Wait a minute. We've been surveying the system since day one, Genvis objected. There was no sign of a ship anywhere within the system. Turns out there's a hidden base on one of the moons, deep underground, S said unhappily. It's heavily shielded, which explains how we missed it. Then how did they find it? Runa demanded. They asked Athena, the Avatar sighed. Apparently, no one else thought to do that. Wonderful. Just wonderful, the ambassador grimaced. Do we have any idea where they are now? Not a clue, S admitted. Soon as it left the system, it dropped off sensors. It's a safe bet it has some sort of advanced stealth technology built into it. I don't suppose we know what their plans are? The Valkyrie inquired. We don't, the uploaded personality revealed, sadly to no one's surprise. But given the circumstances and who's involved, I think we have to assume the worst. I don't even know what the worst is in this scenario, Genvis growled, visibly frustrated at this turn of events. Poking what's left of the Troika with a stick, Runa suggested. Look, I don't mean to play devil's advocate here, but are we entirely sure that's a bad thing? S ventured. We're just starting to put the pieces back together, the dermist pointed out. Humanity is in a fragile state at the moment, and it wouldn't take much to tear us back apart. How big a threat are they really, these days? The Valkyrie put out to the others. We shattered them last time, and that was while we were fighting the Ichun. We beat him then, and we can beat them now. Maybe, Genvis said carefully, but we had the Alliance supporting us, don't forget. Besides, we didn't actually beat the Ichun. We were barely holding our own, in fact, until the caretaker showed up and whisked them all away to Terra alone knows where. Where does the provisional government stand on this? Runa blurted out. How come we haven't heard from them directly? All I know is that it's being discussed, S said acerbically, making air quotes on the monitor. Meaning there's no consensus, the ambassador winced. That doesn't bode well. Why? The Valkyrie queried them. So the clan leaders disagree. So what? They always disagree. Because if they can't agree on how to respond, it means at least some clans support what they're doing, Genvis illustrated for her. The problem is we don't know what they're up to, the Avatar suggested. It could be anything. Or nothing. I seriously doubt it's nothing, Runa snorted. Look at who we're talking about. Remy Haddad, the unrepentant pirate, and Samara, who was an assassin and a terrorist. I have a hard time believing they're just taking in the sights. Damn it, the ambassador muttered under his breath, earning a look from the other two. I spoke with Samara recently, he explained, and she was complaining about her role within the government. I believe she found it stifling. He shook his head, and she referred to herself as a terrorist. Then I think we have to assume they're going after someone, S said quietly. The question is who? My credits are on the Troika, the Valkyrie insisted. Or at least one of the three races. Let's hope so, Genvis nodded. Though this is going to open up a massive can of worms with the Alliance. How so? Runa asked him. This is exactly what they're afraid of, he reminded her. Terrans armed with precursor technology, eager to pay back every wrong and insult, with interest. They're worried they'll just end up exchanging one overlord for another. The Avatar agreed. So, what do we say? His security chief asked. We're due to meet with them in less than a week. Nothing, Genvis said at last. We tell them nothing. Not until we have to. With any luck, our troublemakers will stay off their radar for the foreseeable future. I know it's not ideal, but the longer we can keep them mollified, the better. Pretty slender reed to hang your hopes on, S observed. And even if it works, it's only a short-term solution. What do we do long-term? I have no idea, he sighed. I know I need to speak with the Daifu and find out what she has to say. She should be able to tell me at least where the clan leaders stand. It's a start. What about Captain Tanika? Runa brought up. She might have some insight into Remy's motives. Both of them being corsairs and all. I think we should hold off on that as well, the Avatar said quickly. We don't know where her loyalties might lie. As much as it pains me to admit it, I'm forced to agree, Jinvis said in resignation. For now, we keep this under our vest. And in the meantime? S inquired. In the meantime, the dermist responded with growing trepidation, I need to speak with the Daifu. They caught us off guard, that's for certain, the Daifu admitted. We didn't know about the hidden shipyard or their plans. We still don't. As for the rest, she sighed, shaking her head. I imagine it's no surprise there are contrary opinions on how to proceed. How bad is it? Jinvis asked the image on the monitor. The Valkyries and Corsairs think we should attack now, while we still hold the advantage, she explained. No surprise there, given they make up the bulk of our armed forces. The Knights and Tinkers, on the other hand, want to find a peaceful solution. As do I. And the Avatars? He pressed. Where do they stand? They're straddling the fence, playing the waiting game, she said sourly. I suspect they'll throw in with whoever ends up claiming a majority. Well, at the moment, that sounds like your coalition, Jinvis stated. That's promising. The key phrase in that sentence is at the moment, she pointed out. Don't expect things to remain stagnant. We're still early in this crisis. I guarantee you at least some of the clans will adjust their vote as circumstances change. Assuming the peace faction prevails, how do we stop them from carrying out their plan? He challenged her. Can we stop them? I don't know, she answered, now noticeably unsettled. There were other ships at the underground base, and we're going over them now. Unfortunately, Peacemaker seems to have been the most powerful of the lot. Peacemaker? That's its name? The Daifu nodded in confirmation. Those other ships? If we can find crews for them, and if we can locate this Peacemaker, can we disable it if we're forced to? That's the big question. All right, she agreed. We've discussed it with Admiral Van Alst, and even consulted with Athena herself, and I'm not going to lie, it doesn't look encouraging. I'm not saying it's impossible, but we'd be looking at some pretty long odds. Jinvis considered that for a moment. If the Alliance sees this ship as a threat, then they may choose to intervene. It might give us the advantage we need. I wouldn't count on that, the Daifu said darkly. We already looked into that possibility, and the phrase like fish in a barrel came up more than once. She stared bleakly into the camera. That vessel is unlike anything you've ever seen. Well then, he said, if we can't shoot them down, we have to talk them down. Have you tried communicating with the ship? Repeatedly, with no success, she grimaced. We're almost positive they're receiving. They're just not answering. And no luck in locating them, I'm guessing, he said dubiously. None, the Daifu said, not with that ship's stealth capabilities. Which means, I'm afraid, the next move is up to them. A powerful sense of foreboding came over him. Then let's pray that whatever their plans are, common sense wins out in the end, he said at last. Then it would be a first, she said bluntly. The fact they've gone this far already doesn't inspire me with a great deal of hope. Jinvis got a distant look in his eyes as something occurred to him. What is it? The Daifu asked him. That ship's name, he said quietly. There's an old quote that keeps coming back to me every time I think of it. Oh, what quote is that? The troubled expression on his face was impossible to ignore. Something one of the ancient Romans said, he informed her. They made a desert and called it peace. B1257 plus 12 was a system most ships avoided, and for a good reason. It was a pulsar, a neutron star that swept the cosmos with twin beams of electromagnetic radiation. They were powerful enough to scour the planets orbiting it down to the very bedrock, rendering them permanently uninhabitable, even more so than old Terra herself. It was a hazard to shipping, utterly deadly to the unwary, and only nominally part of Tuuk territory. No one challenged their claim, for the simple reason there was absolutely nothing in the system of value, which meant no one ever visited this place, making it the perfect location to kick off a clandestine shakedown cruise. Remy glanced over at Samara. Are you ready for this? He asked her. She patted the ancient precursor cube, now nestled within its own recessed nook. We're ready, she answered, speaking both for herself and the digital avatar known as Guardian. I'm curious to see how well the neural interface works under real-world conditions. As am I, Guardian chimed in, though of course, only Samara could currently hear him. Same here, the Corsair agreed, making it unanimous. With a tap on the console in front of him, he activated the ship-wide hail. All hands, this is the captain. He informed the crew. It's time. Log onto the neural network, and let's get this field test underway. Settling back into their crash couches, each member of the crew activated their neural interface, one by one. Employing nanotechnology, a custom-fitted helmet wove itself together around each of their heads, while hair-like tendrils penetrated their flesh to jack into their central nervous system. Other filaments sprouted as well, cocooning them to keep them safe and attend to their body's physical needs, while their conscious minds accessed the virtual reality of the neural interface. Remy's psyche reappeared on a ship's bridge, though one unlike any he had seen before. It was purely a simulated construct, one formed by the connection created between man and machine. Molded consoles were placed within easy reach, their layout the perfect blend of ergonomics and aesthetics. The rest of the crew appeared as well, taking their own positions, including Guardian, taking on the same human guise he'd worn during their meeting with Athena. He'd asked Samara about that, who explained the precursor avatar had used the same image when she'd first interfaced with him. Apparently, it was based on someone from her childhood. As the last crewman logged in, Remy spoke up. Cyrene, verify all is in readiness. A warm mezzo-soprano voice filled the compartment. Ship's engines are online, Captain, the ship's computer informed him. Weapon systems are in standby mode. Passive stealth functions are fully operational. Unlike Athena, Cyrene wasn't a true AI, merely a very smart and adaptable program that gave the illusion of sentience. It monitored the ship's systems at all times, making adjustments as needed. In theory, it could run the entire ship without a crew, though in practice it would eventually run into a situation requiring a decision from a sapient being. Without that input, it would simply shut down. All right then, he acknowledged. Zulin, she's all yours. Take us out. Captain, the pilot responded, as the engines roared to life. With input from both Samara and Guardian, they'd come up with a course that would test the crew's limits, using the system's planetoids to mark their route. It would have been all but impossible to follow had they still been aboard Gerfalcon, but as Zulin guided them past the first channel marker, she made it look effortless. Her delicate fingers flew across her virtual console as the ship danced an intricate ballet. Approaching designated target Alpha, Cyrene apprised them as they neared one of the system's asteroids. Okay, Slavko, let's see what you can do, Remy grinned, as the gunner locked up the rock in his sights. Target has been acquired, he announced while waiting until they were in optimal range. Firing mass drivers, the gunner warned them, as a salvo of specialized munitions was launched away from the ship, boosted to incredible velocities. The projectiles screamed away from the ship, roaring through the vacuum of space until they impacted against the target. The crew cheered as they watched the rocky asteroid shatter like brittle chalk. Take us to the next target, Remy ordered. Maraid, how are we looking? I wish I looked this good, the engineer snorted. She's green across the board. Better than green, in fact, if there is such a thing. The news didn't surprise him. If there had been any problems, Cyrene would have already made them known. Guardian, speaking directly with Samara's imaginary friend still seemed odd to him, but when they were jacked in together, he wasn't imaginary. Quite the contrary, in fact, considering he was currently looking right at him, or his virtual image at least. Ship's crew and onboard systems are operating at near peak efficiency, he notified them. I have every reason to believe this trend will continue throughout the remainder of the test. Excellent, Remy chortled before turning his attention to Samara. So, what do you think? Assuming Guardian's right about the rest of the test, and I'm betting he is, then we have some decisions to make, the Protean answered. Up till now, this has all been theoretical, but once we complete our evaluation of Peacemaker's capabilities, then it's time to make a choice. Do we go back to New Terra and ask the provisional government for approval? Or do we take matters into our own hands? You know where I stand, the Corsair growled. As long as the Troika, or what's left of it, still exists, they're a threat. If we go back to New Terra with our tail between our legs, they'll be arguing over what to do until the heat death of the freaking universe. Agreed, Samara nodded, before glancing over at her companion. Guardian? My people. Your ancestors did not survive as long as they did by ignoring potential threats, he stated. Based on all relevant data, my advice is to strike. Glancing at the rest of the crew, one by one, they all nodded in agreement. Very well, Remy said as they reached a consensus. In that case, when the exercise is concluded, we'll pull up the charts. Let's see where we want to visit first. Chapter 11. Welcome to the Jungle. The rest of the voyage passed without incident. There were no further updates from New Terra about the renegade vessel Peacemaker, which was both a blessing and a curse. Obviously, they were determined to stay off everyone's radar, but at least there were no reports of them attacking anyone either. Other than crossing their fingers and hoping for the best, there was little else they could do. They arrived at Axii, the Ixian homeworld, and were met by an honor guard of Imperial warships as they settled into orbit. As the first outside race to join the Terran Alliance, they had insisted on hosting the diplomatic conference. It was the sort of thing that could easily cause friction among the other members, but thankfully the Ixians' code of integrity was both well-known and respected. The other races ultimately confirmed, despite a certain amount of grumbling, Axii's hosting of the conference. As they boarded Mako's shuttle for the trip down to the surface, Genvis couldn't help but notice some nervousness from his chief bodyguard. Runa fidgeted awkwardly in her seat, attempting to make herself comfortable, even as the other members of her unit pointedly refrained from comment. Something wrong? He finally asked her. She glared at him for a moment and then sighed. Just dreading a reunion, she said at last. He raised his eyebrow as he took that in before something clicked. It wouldn't have anything to do with that sword of yours, would it? Genvis theorized. Runa reluctantly nodded. I just know he's going to be there, waiting for us, she groaned. If it's going to be a problem, I can request he be excluded from the ceremony, he offered. No, don't do that, she said in a rush, emphatically shaking her head. I'm getting some mixed signals here, Runa, Genvis said, with no small amount of confusion. Is he, or isn't he, going to be a complication? This conference needs to go smoothly, for a lot of reasons. So if his presence is a disruptive element, it's not that, she sighed, interrupting him. In fact, he's probably one of our most enthusiastic supporters. It's just that the Pagon is a lot. He's one of those people with an overwhelming presence, and he doesn't take no for an answer. Just being in the same room with him is draining. Runa exhaled once more, looking away as a dark cloud seemed to settle in over her. But mostly, he reminds me of a time I would really like to forget. Sergeant Kai, he said quietly. I'm sorry, Runa. I know how much he meant to you. It's not just him, she demurred. We lost a lot of good people on Sonoishii Prime. People that mattered to us. Family. It's not the kind of thing you can just walk away from or purge from your memory. There isn't a man or woman who fought on that world that doesn't still carry the scars. Her fists clenched hard before she willed them to relax. She took a deep breath and then let it back out as she forced herself to calm down. Finally, she faced him once more. Pagon Kusha saying isn't the problem, Ambassador, she said in a more normal tone. In fact, you'll probably like him. Most people do. He's witty, charming, and personable, especially when you get to know him. There was still a dark cast to her eyes, one that hadn't disappeared, despite her efforts. But when you have been to the places he and I have, seen one another at their worst and their best, even the best relationship will be forever tainted by those experiences. Genvis slowly nodded in understanding. Well, perhaps he won't be there, he said graciously. Runa barked out a laugh. Oh, he'll be there, all right, she assured him. He wouldn't miss this for the world. The shuttle set down on the landing pad beside a massive structure. As the engines shut down, the hatch slid open, revealing a large crowd awaiting their arrival. Brightly colored pennants and banners fluttered in the breeze as their shuttle escort streaked overhead before peeling off in both directions. Two long rows of blue-skinned warriors lined the walkway leading inside, their swords unsheathed and held out before them, creating twin barricades of steel. Runa and the rest of her honor guard were already in position and standing at the ready as Genvis swallowed hard. This reception was already far more grandiose than anything he'd expected. Man, how things have changed, Runa quietly observed. Used to be they wouldn't have bothered pissing on us, even if we were on fire. Genvis nodded in agreement as a figure approached them, dressed in an ornate costume of burnished gold armor and flowing blue cloth, a long mantle billowing out behind. He wore a single curved scimitar low against the back, and as he approached, Genvis heard a groan escape Runa's lips. "The Pagon, I assume?" he murmured. "Yeah," she sighed. "Here we go." The Ixian came to a halt and then bowed deeply before them. "Greetings, Ambassador," he said formally. "I am Pagon Kusha Sang, and on behalf of His Imperial Majesty, Ubaz the Munificent, it is both my honor and privilege to welcome you to Axii." Genvis returned the bow, though he really couldn't do it justice. He'd need to work on that. "It is an honor to be here," he smiled. "We are in your Majesty's debt for hosting this conference." "It is nothing, a mere trifle," the Pagon smiled in return, before turning his attention to the woman standing beside him. "It would seem we have both risen in stature since last we met, Captain Oakes." He chuckled as she winced in discomfort before his eyes traveled down to the sword on her hip. "You have blooded it yet again, haven't you?" he observed. "I have," she quietly confirmed, "at the Battle of New Terra." Yes, a day both great and terrible," the Pagon nodded. "Though that is a discussion for another time." He returned his gaze to Genvis, and for a second he thought he spotted something in those alien eyes. It only lasted for an instant, but in that moment, the Ixian had revealed something, perhaps more than he'd intended. He was sizing him up, of course, which was to be expected, but that wasn't all. Unless he was very much mistaken, the Pagon was carrying a great weight laden upon his shoulders, one that left him deeply troubled. But it was there and gone in an instant, leaving nothing but the cheerful mask in its place. "If you will follow me, Ambassador, I will escort you to the Great Hall, where the other dignitaries await to greet you," he whispered in an aside with a wry grin. "I regret to say it is a long receiving line. The things we suffer in the name of diplomacy," Genvis sighed, earning him a chuckle from their Ixian escort. He attempted another bow, doing somewhat better this time, as he swept his arm forward. "After you, Pagon." With a bow and flourish of his own, the Pagon turned on his heel and retraced his steps, ushering the Terrans forward, towards, well, the only word that truly did it justice was palace. It looked nothing like the ancient human versions back on old Earth, yet still conveyed the same sense of magnificence and nobility. The Ixian guards lining the promenade stood straight and proud, as unyielding as statues as they approached the chateau. Beyond them milled an enormous crowd of onlookers, members of 100 different species, all of them craning to get a glimpse of the new arrivals. Runa and her team were on high alert, scanning the throng for potential danger before they finally filed inside the building. "You weren't kidding about the receiving line," Genvis said in dismay, even as he gaped at the great hall itself. It was huge, easily holding 1,000 or more, the walls covered with paintings and Baroque decorations, while magnificent chandeliers lit their way. The room was filled with the buzz of conversation, all of it coming to a crashing halt as they entered, an awkward silence filling the space instead. The aforementioned receiving line snaked around the walls of the great hall as hundreds of dignitaries jostled one another for position as they waited for their chance to greet him. With a sigh, he plastered on his best diplomatic smile before approaching the first VIP. "Holy Mother Terra, please tell me there's food," Genvis whined as they approached the suite. "A suitable feast has been prepared, as well as anything else you may require," the Pagon assured him. He'd welded himself to their side throughout the entire ordeal of the never-ending reception. "You need only to ask." Runa came to an abrupt halt as they reached the entrance. "If you'll wait here for a moment, while my team sweeps the apartment for potential security threats, Ambassador?" "I assure you, it is quite safe," the Pagon replied. "I'm sure it is," she answered, "but I still need to check. I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't see for myself." The Ixian bristled. "When we first met, I promised you safe passage. You accepted my word then, so why do you question it now?" "It's not that simple, Pagon," Runa sighed. "There's too much at stake for me to take anyone's word with the ambassador's safety, even yours." The blue-skinned warrior suddenly went still. "You and I have tested our blades in combat, both as adversaries and boon companions, with ties forged in fire and blood. I consider you to be a trusted comrade and even a friend, and with that in mind, I give you this warning. You come dangerously close to questioning my honor, Captain Oakes. Were I you, I would choose my next words with great care. The Terran security team froze in place as Runa closed her eyes, bowing her head. Don't do this, Pagon, she whispered. Please. You have given me little option, he told her. Honor is everything to my people. You know this. I respect your diligence in this matter, your devotion to duty, but I have personally inspected the ambassador's suite, and I assure you, upon my honor, that it is safe. Too late, Jinvis realized what was happening. Of course, the Ixian would do everything in his power to ensure their safety, given everything that was riding on this conference. But by the same token, he understood Runa's position as well. There was still a great deal he didn't know about their hosts, but if their sense of honor was as unyielding as it appeared to be, the two of them were on a collision course, one that could only end in violence. He couldn't let that happen. With 2 quick strides, he stepped between them, holding out his hands outstretched. Pagon, please, Captain Oakes did not mean to impugn your honor. She respects you greatly, something she made quite clear to me prior to our arrival. An hour prior, granted, but he wasn't about to quibble over the details. Perhaps, he continued, grasping at straws, you could give the good captain and her team a guided tour of the suite, he suggested. Show her its amenities and the care you took in ensuring our security. I know she would find your instruction and guidance in this matter to be both illuminating and reassuring. The room held its collective breath as the Pagon considered his words. Finally, he inclined his head. I would, of course, be delighted to show my dear friend the care we have taken to honor you, Ambassador, he said at last, as the team breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding, Pagon, Jinvis said gratefully. Captain, why don't you and your people take our host up on his most generous offer while I wait out here? I need to check in with Captain Tanika anyway, doing his damnedest to allow him to save face. Runa nodded, a palpable sense of relief on her face. Arthur, keep the ambassador company, she ordered, before turning to the Ixian. After you, Pagon, she said, as they entered the apartments. A dark-haired young man detached himself from the others and joined him at his side. Thank you, sir, he said sincerely. You have no idea how bad that could have gone. You're right, I don't, he admitted. I'm surprised, though. I thought they liked each other. Jinvis looked at the Valkyrie in confusion. They do, sir. The young man, Arthur, agreed. More importantly, they respect one another. Then why? He asked, gesturing helplessly. It's complicated, he told him. We started off as enemies, us and the Ixians, and they only came over to our side, at least at first, because we put a gun to their heads. He shrugged. Besides, they'd kind of prickly about their honor. You might have picked up on that. I did, Jinvis agreed. I thought he was going to draw his sword and behead her or something. He was, Arthur said quietly. The ambassador's head whipped around in shock. If you hadn't intervened, Runa would be dead now. We all probably would. That's how close it was. He sagged at the news, his knees going weak as he stumbled against a nearby wall. Holy Terra, I am not cut out for this, Jinvis said in horror. A quiet chuckle yanked him out of his reverie. He stared at the Valkyrie, who had a look of pure amusement about him. Believe me, Ambassador, I know exactly how you feel, he grinned. Jinvis was struggling to come up with a response to that when the doors opened once more. It's clear, Runa said, motioning them both inside. As they entered, the powerful aroma of food entered his nostrils, and he promptly forgot about everything else. The reception had taken hours, and thanks to protocol, he couldn't take a break to eat. They had piled the center table high with a variety of dishes. As he grabbed a plate and started helping himself, both the Pagon and Runa were far more relaxed than when they'd entered. So much so, in fact, the Ixian had located a decanter of red-colored liquid and was pouring for both of them. As he made himself comfortable, in between bites, Jinvis addressed their host. Now that we're on friendlier ground, he said, perhaps you can tell me what's on your mind. Runa raised an eyebrow at that, looking at him with frank curiosity as he continued. You haven't been more than 2 meters from my side since we landed, and it doesn't take a genius to realize there must be a reason. I'm certain in part it's to ensure my safety, but something tells me there's more." The pagan took a sip from his glass, before inclining his head once more. "You are indeed correct," he conceded. "The Emperor himself ordered me to remain in proximity so that we might speak. Somehow, I had a feeling," he sighed. "Well, I'd say now is as good a time as any. What's on your mind, pagan?" With a single movement, he threw back his drink, downing it in a single shot, before setting the glass aside. "Ambassador, you are in grave danger," he warned. "We all are, every living being living in the Perseus Arm." Chapter 12. Blood Will Tell. There was a long pause as the Terrans digested the pagan's warning. Finally, Jinvis spoke up. "Perhaps you could expand on that," he offered. "What danger are you talking about?" Reaching into the folds of his robes, the Ixian removed a small vial, filled with a dark liquid. "This," he said, before presenting it to Runa. The Valkyrie took the vial and inspected it. "Looks like blood," she said after a moment. "It is," the pagan confirmed. "Terran blood, in fact." The ambassador and his bodyguard shared a look. "Where did you get that?" Jinvis asked him. "That vial has passed through many hands before landing in mine," the Ixian replied. "We have attempted to trace its source with little success." Jinvis' brow furrowed in confusion. "I admit there's cause for concern here, and I'd like to know where that blood came from, but I don't see how it puts the Perseus Arm at risk." He spread his hands. "Other than genetic research, which I assume the Troika already has plenty of data on from the Proteants, the only potential use for it I can think of is—" He blanched as his brain skidded to a halt. "Oh no," he whispered. "Precursor tech." The pagan nodded gravely. "Your ancestors left their baubles and trinkets scattered across the galaxy," he reminded them. "For millennia, the Troika gathered up every artifact they could locate, though they are far from alone in this. Other races have also searched the cosmos for their relics, and no one knows how many they have hidden away while they work diligently to unlock their secrets." He picked up the decanter and poured himself another drink before taking a seat opposite him. "Word has spread the key to the ancients' treasures is found within the blood of Terrans, and not long after those vials began to appear. The Emperor himself is deeply concerned, and so am I." "If you're right," Runa said carefully, "if there are precursor artifacts out there being analyzed, and if they know our blood is the key, then we're looking at an arms race with weapons we can scarcely imagine." "Indeed," he agreed solemnly. "I too was at the final battle, in sight of the demon planet you now call home. I watched as the most powerful ships ever created were obliterated, each with a single blast. I witnessed the Ichun horde being whisked away, transported to somewhere." The Ixian now looked visibly shaken. "That is power far beyond any other, and there are those within the Perseus Arm who want that power for themselves, if only to protect against those who might wield those same weapons against them." He leaned forward, his eyes burning into Jinvis. "In fact, many of those races are here, attending this very conference." "Holy hell," Jinvis said hoarsely. "This is so much worse than I'd imagined." "It's a goddamn minefield." "All right," Runa confirmed. "What I want to know is where they're getting the blood from," the ambassador insisted. "Why would any Terran take that kind of risk? Money? Power? Those weapons could just as easily end up being pointed at us." "Now that's a question we might be able to answer," the Valkyrie informed him. "Doc front and center." One of the security detail moved to join her as she held up the vial. "Run a DNA trace on this," she ordered. "Maybe we can find out who's selling their blood on the black market." Aye, ma'am," the medic agreed, taking the vial and tucking it away. "It's a start," Jinvis nodded. "If we can trace the pipeline, we may be able to shut it off. Assuming, of course, the source is on New Terra," the pagan cautioned them. "There are other possibilities." "Oh, I don't like the sound of that at all," Runa cursed. "What are you thinking?" The Ixian took another sip from his glass. "Prior to your resettlement, your people were scattered across all of known space, many of them in vessels of poor condition. It would not have been difficult for one of those ships to have been captured, its crew taken prisoner," giving them a source of Terran blood they controlled. Holy Mother Terra, Jinvis whispered. Kept alive just to be drained of their blood. It's possible, the Valkyrie reluctantly admitted. A lot of ships were unaccounted for after that last battle. We assumed the Troika or Ichun destroyed them, but if they didn't, the ambassador continued, picking up the thread, then I can hardly imagine anything more likely to provoke a response from my people. He looked to the Pagon. That is an extremely dangerous game for them to play. Perhaps not, the Ixian mused. I beg your pardon? Jinvis said tersely. Perhaps you don't know my people as well as you think you do. He felt a hand touch his elbow. Trust me, he knows us pretty damn well, Runa alluded. You don't go through what we did without getting a decent read on the folks fighting beside you. I mean, no disrespect, the Pagon assuaged him. Your new homeworld is impregnable, I grant you. But once you venture beyond the system's boundary, he shook his head. Ambassador, your ships are old and obsolete, compared to many in the Perseus arm. As yet, you cannot project the same power that protects your planet past those limits. Jinvis turned to his security chief, mindful of what they'd learned regarding Peacemaker, and at that moment realized he'd just made a huge mistake. Runa's eyes went wide, as they both slowly faced the Pagon. The Ixian warily settled back in his chair. So, the rumors are true. You have ships built with ancient technology. He hissed like a cat facing a dangerous predator. This is indeed disturbing news. Did I mention how smart he is? The Valkyrie grimaced. He always read me like a goddamn book. It's complicated, Pagon, the ambassador said carefully, and I'm not prepared to discuss it further. Not at this time, at least, he amended. The Ixian was reticent for some time, long enough for the silence to become awkward. When he finally spoke, he chose each word he uttered with great deliberation. Ambassador, you and your people sit upon a star fated to go nova, he said gravely. I understand why you have kept this information hidden, and you are wise to do so, but know this. He rose from his chair and stepped away from the table, looking as if he desperately wanted to pace. As long as the other races believe you have no precursor ships, you may come to some sort of agreement. He gripped the back of the chair he'd just vacated, eyeing them both with a flinty glare. But the moment they learn of your new fleet, they will immediately render that same agreement void. By doing this, you will have triggered their deepest fears, and nothing you say will convince them your intentions are anything but hostile. There was another uncomfortable silence as they digested the pagan's warning. Finally, he turned to his security chief once more. Do you trust him? He asked quietly. Runa understood what he was asking. She turned and regarded the blue-skinned alien, who returned her gaze measure for measure. I do, she said at last. He's the closest thing we have to a friendly face around here, and we could use his insight. The Ixian graced her with a formal bow, acknowledging the honor she'd just bestowed upon him. That being said, she continued, never forget he has his own agenda, because I can guarantee you he won't. The Pagan chuckled. I see that I have taught you well, he said with a grin. The good captain is quite correct. While our interests may run in parallel, they are not the same. You seek to protect your people, just as I seek to protect mine. And pragmatism forces me to recognize there may come a day where you and I must part ways. I understand, Jinvis nodded. I hope it doesn't come to that, but I grasp the point you're making. He took a deep breath. Pagan, there is indeed a ship built by the precursors that now is helmed by a Terran crew, and yes, it is a warship. Its technology and weapons, I am given to understand, are far in advance of anything you have ever seen. The Ixian's eyes narrowed. I sense there is more to this situation than circumstances might suggest. The ambassador sighed. Because there is, he reluctantly admitted. The ship is not under our control. The Pagan hissed once more. Then who does control this vessel? He demanded. A rogue element, answering to no one, Jinvis said sourly. They discovered the vessel and then disappeared. We do not know their whereabouts or their intentions, meaning they may choose to strike anywhere at any time, he said grimly. I'm afraid so, he agreed. The blue-skinned alien stared into his mug. I must congratulate you, Ambassador, he said with a sense of calm he could not possibly feel. You have achieved something I thought impossible. Their eyes met over the glass. You make me long for the days when the Troika held dominion over the galaxy. At least that threat was a familiar one. No shit, Runa agreed. Well, now you know, Jinvis responded, ignoring the dig. What do you suggest we do? If you can, you must do everything in your power to convince that crew to return to your home system, the Pagon said, leaning forward. Make them see reason and stand down. If you can do that, we may still contain this and keep the fire from spreading. We'll try, he vowed. But if we fail, what then? If there is another solution to this dilemma, it currently escapes me, the Pagon shrugged, before rising to his feet. I must inform my emperor what I have learned this night, Ambassador. Is there anything I can do to make your stay more comfortable before I depart? If you could have a secure data connection set up between this suite and our ship, I would most appreciate it, he said after a moment's thought. I will see to it immediately, the Ixian vowed. Good evening, Ambassador, he said with a bow, before turning and heading for the exit. As he reached the doors, he paused, glancing back at the Terrans. Do you recall when you helped to carry me back on Sonoishii Prime, Captain? He asked stiffly. Runa slowly nodded. I do, she said. The Ixian locked eyes with her. Good, he answered, and with that, he exited the apartment. Jinvis looked over at his security chief. What was that all about? He asked her. Rising to her feet as well, Runa went to the decanter the Pagon had been drinking from and poured a glass of her own. It was a warning, she informed him. He was telling me we might have to fight our way out of here if things go south. I thought you said we could trust him, he snapped. And I stand by it, she countered. I don't think he was warning us about his fellow Ixians. Don't forget, there are plenty of other players in the game, and most of them have representatives attending this conference. She paused, and then added, not to mention ships in orbit. But it's possible, Jinvis pressed her. You both made it quite clear that he had his own agenda. Yes, it's possible, she admitted. But if they turned on us, they wouldn't just stab us in the back. They're far more honorable than we are, in that regard. No, I'm certain they'd escort us out of the palace and ensure we made it safely to our ship, and that our ship could depart the system. They take the whole host thing seriously. Runa paused. Of course, once we left orbit, we'd be fair game. This just keeps getting better and better, he sighed. Okay, once we get the data connection set up, brief Espion. I want her input on all of this. Understood, she agreed. Anything else? He thought for a moment. Can we put a rush on that DNA test? At the moment, it's the only piece of hard evidence we've got. Runa looked over her shoulder. Doc, how long before we get results? My medical gear is back on the shuttle, the medic responded. Figure an hour to retrieve the scanner and get it set up, another 2 to run the test. I can have something for you by late tonight. Take Yendrik with you, she ordered. Make sure you bring back the deployment gear. Aye aye, ma'am. They nodded. She turned her attention to the sergeant. Becca, as of right now, we are on full tactical alert. We ford up here and establish the best evac route back to the shuttle if we have to bug out. Plus alternates if the primary is compromised. Aye aye, ma'am, she agreed. I'll brief Captain Tanika in case we have to come in hot. Might be a good idea if they kept the engines warm while we're at it. I'll handle Tanika, Runa informed her. More my job description anyway. Ma'am, Arthur interrupted. Does this mean full armor and weapons for the conference? She looked back at Jinvis. Your call, Ambassador. He shook his head. We can't go in like we're ready to start a war, he demurred. I haven't given up on a diplomatic solution. Runa nodded as she received her orders. You heard the man, she told the others. Sidearms only on the detail, but whoever's minding the store here is on standby alert as our reaction force. If you get the call, you come in loaded for bear. And here I thought this was going to be a quiet gig, Becca sighed. Remind me again how many of those we've had, their captain snorted. A girl can hope, the sergeant shrugged. Dream on, Runa told her. We're still Terrans, despite the recent upgrade in status. Never forget that, 'cause they damn sure won't. I pray in time we can change that, Jinvis said fervently. But given what the Pagon has told us, we'd better prepare for the worst. Chapter 13. The Eye of the Storm. We received the results of your DNA test, the Daifu informed them. Turns out the donor is a corsair named Talia Bakori. We tracked her down and spoke to her at length, but she claims not to know how her blood ended up on the black market. Bullshit, Runa snorted. She's lying. Actually, we think she may be telling the truth. The clan head disagreed. She admits to donating her blood but swears she turned it into the collection point, like everybody else. We're still digging into her life, but so far nothing stands out. She hasn't suddenly come into wealth, no unexplained trips or absences, no history of criminal behavior. Well, no more than any other corsair, she amended. It's still possible we'll find something, some sort of smoking gun, but at the moment, I'm inclined to believe her. If that's true, Jinvis mused, then it must be someone at the collection point. It makes sense when you think about it. Given the number of donors and the amount of blood passing through, it wouldn't be difficult to make some disappear. We're looking into that possibility now, the Daifu confirmed, except that the ones in charge of blood collection are the knights, she said carefully. If it were any other clan, I wouldn't think twice about it. But their sense of honor is damn near unimpeachable. Obviously, anyone can be suborned, but I'm going to need a lot more proof before I start pointing fingers in their direction. I've spoken to Grand Master Makar, and he's promised a thorough investigation. Until then, however, I'm afraid we're at an impasse. Wonderful. Peon sighed from her monitor. We're back to square one. That vial was the one solid piece of evidence we had. Don't give up on this, the clan head cautioned her. Something may still turn up. We'll stay on top of things on our end, so I suggest you do the same. We will, the ambassador promised. If we learn anything else, we'll inform you immediately. Jinvis, clear, he said, as they ended the conversation. Damn it, Runa swore. I was hoping for something more concrete. We all were, the dermist agreed. What I still don't understand is why. What's their angle? What do they hope to gain from this? He looked helplessly at the others. I gotta admit, the usual motives don't seem to fit here, Peon agreed. Money? We control the most powerful planet in the galaxy, filled with technology that literally no one else has. Granted, most of it is still beyond us, but what could one of the other races offer that would make them turn their back on their own people, especially after all we've been through? Maybe it's not about money, the Valkyrie mused. Let's take a moment and think this through. Assuming the Pagon is right, and there's a ton of precursor tech floating around out there, why would a Terran encourage the other races to activate them? What do they get out of it? I'm no expert, Jinvis interjected, and we only have a couple of examples to draw on, namely Samara's repository and Bly's computer, but if another race had found them instead and tried activating them with Terran blood, what would it have gotten them? I don't think it would work. Bly's computer self-destructed when the Troika tried sneaking a chimera past it, Peon reminded them. And with the repository, I seriously doubt it would bond with a non-Terran like it did with Samara, especially once it realized what was happening. In both those cases, you talking about something with intelligence, Runa clarified. It's possible there's stuff out there that doesn't have that, but still needs blood to be unlocked. Like a weapon. Maybe, she shrugged. It's something we can't just dismiss out of hand, the ambassador agreed. But that still begs the question of why. It makes no sense, Peon concurred. Let's say for a moment they find something where they just need to unlock it with our blood. Something without a mind of its own. Whatever it is, even if it's innocuous, is going to make their neighbors uneasy. She shook her head. That technology in that environment is inherently destabilizing. It's like fishing with grenades, and as we've already discovered, could easily plunge the whole damn galaxy into war. So why do it? Unless that's what they want, Runa blurted out. To stir up trouble. Again, why? Jinvis repeated. What do they get out of a galaxy at war with itself? Or worse, allied against us? A casus belli, said quietly, before glancing at the other two. A cause to rally behind, one that all Terrans will agree on, not to mention an excuse to exterminate any species that gets in our way. Holy Mother Terra, the Valkyrie whispered. I pray you're wrong, but my gut says otherwise. Jinvis just sat there, stunned at the possibility. I know there's a lot of resentment, even hatred, against the other races, he said at last. But this? You're talking about the genocide of multiple species. If we go down that path, there'll be no stopping us. We'll be 1,000 times worse than the Troika ever dreamed of being, with the power to enforce our will forever. The trio spent a moment contemplating that dark future before Espion finally spoke up. If that's true, if that's truly their plan, then who could be behind this? She wondered aloud. It would have to be someone with good reason to hate the other races, some sort of justification, at least in their eyes, for their xenophobia. Someone who suffered a great tragedy at their hands. Someone with nothing to lose. Someone like the Proteants, Runa exclaimed, snapping her fingers. Think about it. Their clan is in shambles. The Troika used them like guinea pigs for years, and Terra alone knows how many ended up mutilated. Or worse. She looked at the other two. You think it's a coincidence there's a Protean aboard that stolen ship? You mean Samara, Genvis said quietly. You think she's a part of this? Of course she is, the Valkyrie snapped. She was an assassin, for God's sake. Oh, and let's not forget that bloody little terror campaign of hers. She unleashed a plague on Ipki, one so virulent they had to torch the whole damn planet. It's as dead as Earth, thanks to her. And that's not counting the half-dozen other worlds still fighting the pandemic. Billions dead, just from that incident alone. Espion slowly nodded. She makes a strong case. I'm not so sure, he wavered. I don't disagree with anything you just said, but you and I know Samara. I have a hard time believing she'd be a party to something like this. Runa leaned forward, eyeing him. Ambassador, I don't think anyone knows Samara, she countered. Not really, not where it matters. You mentioned speaking with her prior to our departure. Did you have any inkling she was going to steal that ship? Genvis shook his head. No, I didn't. Well, there you go, she replied, her point now made. And if I'm being completely honest, I don't think this is a subject you can be objective about. His eyes narrowed. Just what is it you're implying? He demanded. She sighed, her features softening. Genvis, she played you, Runa said gently. She had you wrapped around her little finger, and it wasn't until she pulled a gun on me and Maggie that you finally saw the light. She held up a hand as he bristled. This isn't an attack, Ambassador. This is a dispassionate assessment based on the facts. Samara is still in your head. He readied himself for an angry comeback before forcing himself to reconsider. As much as he wanted to disagree with Runa's analysis, his own integrity compelled him to reconsider. He'd struggled with Samara's betrayal for a time, but had honestly believed he'd long since put it behind him. Was it therefore possible he wasn't as over it as he thought? The others watched in silence as he wrestled with his emotions before deciding. Okay, honesty dictates that I admit you may be right, and if you are, it's a threat we simply can't ignore. I'll pass this on to the Daifu and have her look into it. Maybe she can locate some of the surviving Proteants and see what they know. It's something, at least. Thank you, the Valkyrie said contritely, bowing her head. I know this can't be easy for you. It's not, he agreed, but weighed against the safety of not only our race but the entire galaxy? My personal issues seem rather small in comparison. Taking a moment to mentally prepare himself, he glanced at his advisors. Are we ready for the conference? Runa rose to her feet. Let's hope so. Unlike the previous day's receiving line, the events currently scheduled were much more informal. The Pagon materialized seemingly out of nowhere in his role as designated host, flanking Genvis while Runa and Lance Corporal Arthur scanned the crowds, their heads on a constant swivel as he led them through the palace. I've arranged for this first symposium to be limited to a handful of the more influential races, the Ixian explained. Of course, all the delegates wish to speak with you, and I can easily arrange it if you so choose, but I suspect you might find that somewhat draining. Thank you for that, Genvis said in honest appreciation. I'll probably have to still speak with most of them anyway, but I value your efforts on our behalf. It is the very least I can do, the Pagon smiled. As they entered the conference room, a half-dozen representatives awaited their arrival, each with a small staff of their own, seated around a large circular table. Someone had strategically placed drinks and refreshments nearby, as were the ubiquitous Ixian sentinels posted throughout the space. Each of the guards gave the human escorts a suspicious glance, only for that initial distrust to quickly turn into respect when they spotted the sword at Runa's waist. As Genvis took his seat, the Ixian addressed the others. To those with whom I am unfamiliar, I am Pagon Kusha saying, acting at Emperor's behest. We are honored to welcome you to Axii, and it is our sincere hope that these discussions bear fruit. With that in mind, allow me to introduce the Terran ambassador, Ser Genvis Shafvazif. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he bowed his head and withdrew a half-step. Ambassador, the floor is yours. Genvis slowly stood up. Thank you, Pagon, he nodded. Before addressing the panel, I am grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today. The first, I hope, of many such conversations. The Perseus arm has undergone drastic change in a short time period, and it has left many of us reeling, struggling to find our footing. With the Troika's defeat and the Ichun's banishment, I truly believe we are witnessing the dawn of a new age in this region of space. It is my most fervent hope that our shared efforts will bring us all closer together in the days to come. With a bow and a smile, he took his seat once more, as one of the others, a Tyokik, rose to their feet. Ambassador, I and many of the others here have grave concerns regarding your species' newfound sovereignty over the precursor planet. There are rumors you are in the midst of constructing an invasion force with their technology. Is this true? The other representatives leaned in as Genvis shook his head. I can assure you that we are doing nothing of the sort. We have no hostile intentions towards any race, and as for the technology of New Terra, it will be the work of many lifetimes before we can master even a small fraction of it. Simply put, that sort of strategic leap is far beyond our capabilities and is likely to remain so for many years to come. Another delegate rose, a Durzix, picking up where their fellow envoy had left off. I know my people would be much reassured if you allowed us access to your new homeworld, they requested. If we could see for ourselves that there was no such fleet being assembled, it would go a long way to calming many of our fears. I wish I could accommodate you, the ambassador sighed, but I regret to say that it's impossible. Why? The representative demanded. Are you not in control of the planet's defenses? Genvis shot a quick look over at Runa, who gave him a tiny head shake in return. He understood what she meant and why, that it was a bad idea to give away military secrets to potential enemies. But in this case, he disagreed. Simply stonewalling them was likely to just agitate them further, while telling them the truth might help to ease tensions. Besides, it wasn't as if they could do anything about it. I'm afraid it's not quite that simple, he explained. The artificial intelligence created by the precursors operates under a series of instructions and protocols that are hardwired into its programming. While we are in communication with the AI and have found it to be extremely helpful, we cannot alter its operating guidelines. It will protect the system from anyone not descended from its creators, and were we to attempt escorting you past its defenses, it would not prevent the destruction of your ship. I'm sorry, he apologized, bowing his head, but as much as I would like to show you our new home, I cannot. A scaly Limiodria jabbed one of its digits at him. Either you are lying to us, or you are merely pawns, doing the precursor's bidding. I do not know which possibility is more disturbing. How are we simply to take you at your word when you claim not to be a threat? He sensed his security detail bristling at the provocation and hurriedly signaled for them to stand down. I promise you, neither is the case, Genvis said in what he hoped were soothing tones. The AI, which we refer to as Athena, simply protects the system from anyone not meeting the profile laid down by its creators. That's all. We can't change that. As for trusting us, I'd hope that you judge us by our deeds. We have gone out of our way to avoid conflict with your species. In fact, we actively sought your cooperation when we created the Alliance. That same alliance, I remind you, that helped to break the Troika's hold on the galaxy once and for all. And what of your superweapon? The Yatzake representative insisted. The ship killer we observed during the final battle. How are we to know if you are preparing to export it to other worlds? With a heavy sigh, Genvis dug in and prepared for a siege, while the Pagon looked on in sympathy. It was shaping up to be a long and grueling conference. Chapter 14. Friends Like These. The sound of the door chime put Runa and her team instantly on alert, though once their visitor's identity was established, they stood back down. The Pagon observed this ritual with a practiced eye as he entered the suite, nodding in approval at their dedication as he approached Genvis. "Greetings, Ambassador," he said with a congenial bow. "How are you finding the conference thus far?" "Draining," he sighed, as the Ixian sat down across from him. "For 2 days I've done nothing but try to convince the other delegates we're not a threat. Only none of them appear to be listening. They hear your words." The Pagon disagreed. "They simply refuse to accept them." "Wonderful," Genvis groaned. "I'm not sure why that's worse, but it is." He stared at the plate in front of him, before setting finally it aside. "The problem is they all want proof," he continued, "which is the one thing I can't give them. Ignoring for a moment the fact it's impossible to prove a negative, they keep insisting on visiting New Terra and seeing for themselves, which I can't grant. Not because I don't want to. I literally can't grant them access, since Athena would blast their ship into dust." "It is quite the conundrum," the Ixian agreed, "though I seriously doubt verification of your intentions is what they truly seek." "I know," he said bitterly. "They want access in order to lay their hands on a few precursor trinkets. Why search the cosmos when you can simply go straight to the source? Except, of course, that they can't." He gave the Pagon a plaintive look. "Surely there's some way I can resolve this?" "There is," the Ixian agreed, "though I doubt you will relish it." "At this point, I'll try almost anything," Genvis said wearily. "What's your idea?" "As you say, they wish to secure examples of precursor technology for their own governments and sovereigns," the Pagon reminded him. "If you truly wish to placate them, that is your answer. Give them what they desire." The ambassador stared in horror. "You mean, just hand over precursor tech willy-nilly? Do you have any idea what we'd be unleashing?" He shook his head vehemently. "Assuming my people would even allow it, they'd probably lock me up if I even considered it. Or worse." "I did not say it was a good solution," the Ixian replied, "merely that it existed, though it would only be a short-term resolution. Even if you surrendered to their demands, they would quickly insist on more. No matter how many baubles you provided them, it would never be enough." "You're right," Genvis reluctantly agreed. "Obviously, that's out of the question. So what does that leave?" "Very little, I fear," the Pagon replied. "Perhaps it would be best if you return to your planet and allow the situation to de-escalate of its own accord." "Assuming it ever will," he said dubiously. "Even if we disappeared for a century by hiding out on New Terra, once we re-emerged, it would just start all over again." The blue-skinned alien was suddenly silent, long enough for Genvis to grow concerned. "Are you all right, Pagon?" he asked. "No," he answered, "I am not." He seemed to gather his resolve before squaring his shoulders and addressing him directly. "Ambassador, I fear this dilemma has no solution, save one. The same answer your distant ancestors found, if the legends are to be believed." "What are you talking about?" he said in confusion. The Ixian had a faraway look in his eye as he spoke. "What little we know of the precursors is shrouded in myth and folklore," he explained, "but some accounts have survived. They, too, were surrounded by beings envious of the power they held. Beings who demanded they share their technology, which had firmly established their dominion." Genvis leaned forward, drawn in by the tale. "And did they share their technology?" In a manner of speaking, the Pagon said quietly, though not in the way those other races had hoped. Somehow, he knew what was coming. It was a tale literally as old as time itself. "Your ancestors sent their great fleets among the stars, seeking those other races," he continued, "and when they came to those alien worlds, they rained down fire and ruin, burning them to ash. We do not even know the names of those ancient races, so thorough was their destruction." The Ixian turned, facing him. "Such is the fate of those who anger the gods." "We are not them," Genvis objected, vehemently shaking his head. "War is the last thing we want. All we want is to coexist peacefully with our neighbors. None of us wish to repeat the mistakes of our ancestors." "Including those who have taken control of the precursor ship?" the Pagon replied, holding up a hand. "Before you regale me with vows of innocence and honorable intent, I state with total certainty none of that will matter, once the vessel shows its existence." The ambassador winced. "There are those who disagree, of course. There always are. But the actions of a handful of troublemakers shouldn't condemn us. The blue-skinned alien looked at his counterpart with resignation. Ambassador, none of that matters. When that vessel shows itself, you can claim all you like they are a fringe minority that does not speak for your race. But by now, even you should realize they will not believe you. All they will see are Terrans, wielding precursor technology. When that happens, it will drive a spear through the very heart of the Alliance. Anything you have done, no matter how noble or well-intentioned, will be forever tainted by that one inescapable truth, and nothing you say can change that. His face crumbled as the Ixian's words sank in. Then what the hell am I doing here? He asked bitterly. The Pagan smiled. The very best you can, under impossible circumstances. He shrugged and then shook his head. But reminding you of that which you already know is not the reason I am here. All right, I'll bite, Genvis said. Why are you here? I am here because there is a group of delegates who urgently wish to speak with you, he informed him. They arrived late last night, which is why you have not heard their request for an audience until now. Certainly, the ambassador nodded. I will gladly speak with them. He paused for a moment, looking at the Ixian curiously. Do we know who they represent? Oh, yes, the Pagan said cryptically. We know exactly who sent them here. You have got to be kidding me. Runa instinctively reached for her sidearm, while Genvis stared in shock at the three individuals awaiting his arrival. He turned and glared at the Pagan. You couldn't have warned me? If I had, I doubt you would have agreed to meet them. The Ixian shrugged. You should have at least warned me, Runa snapped, especially after what we went through on Sonoitii Prime. The Pagan bowed his head. That is why I did not, he said quietly. In my position, there are times when I am forced to act against my personal wishes. He lifted his head and regarded her. As you yourself have witnessed. The trio stood waiting, as Genvis glanced at the blue-skinned alien. This is the Emperor's doing then? He asked. These are dangerous times, Ambassador, the Pagan answered, and there are certain realities we are forced to recognize. Runa snorted. I've heard that speech before, she growled. You said the same thing to Colonel Holm. She glanced over at the envoys, who had yet to speak. Regarding the same damn species, no less. The Ixian flushed a deeper blue, while Genvis observed the waiting aliens as dispassionately as he could manage. A reptilian Agatadub, an insectoid Aliex, and a mammalian Chell stared back at him, still waiting. They still wield power, he said at last. Maybe not so much as they once did, but they're still a force to be reckoned with. Hence the Emperor's concern, I imagine. As I said, dangerous times, the Pagan repeated, neither confirming nor denying his suspicions. I thought we were past this shit, Runa said in disgust. Not while we're still breathing, Genvis sighed. Come on, let's hear what they have to say. He entered the room and approached, coming to a halt a couple of meters away. I am Genvis Shafazif, ambassador for the Provisional Government of New Terra, he said in introduction. What do you say we skip the pleasantries and cut right to the chase? Why are you here? The Chell servitor stepped forward. Greetings, ambassador. They bowed. I am Xizin, consul for the Tuath Hizake. My fellow emissaries and I, they continued, indicating the others, are grateful for this opportunity to speak. What is it you wish to discuss? He asked the Chell. We understand your reluctance to this meeting, they continued, but we believe there is much we can offer one another. Now that you have claimed the precursor homeworld, the political situation in this region of space has been drastically altered. While your position may be secure on New Terra, you remain vulnerable elsewhere. The Chell representative shrugged with feigned embarrassment. As I am certain you have already discovered, many of your former allies now have grave concerns regarding your species, and should they choose to move against you, your ships are at risk. You would not fare well against many of the Alliance races. Should they decide to move against you, our ships were good enough to smash your fleet. Runa fired back, before shooting Genvis a look. Are we actually going to sit and listen to these assholes? She said in disgust. The ambassador sighed. Listening doesn't cost us anything, he pointed out, and we may just learn something valuable in return. His words didn't mollify the Valkyrie, though she refrained from further comment. He turned his attention back to the envoys. Despite my companion's obvious distrust, She raises a valid point. Your forces were soundly defeated during the battle for New Terra. That battle represented a unique set of circumstances, the Chell argued, unlikely to be repeated. Besides your own forces, we also faced the Alliance and the Ichun, not to mention the devastating beam weapon fired from the planet itself. With the drones no longer a threat, and given the potential discord amongst the Alliance forces, the strategic calculus has been considerably altered. That was actually a valid point, though Genvis was loath to admit it. Better to play along and see where it led. Assuming I agree with your assessment, he continued, what exactly are you offering us? He held up his hand. I feel I should warn you that given our mutual history, an agreement between your people and mine would be extremely difficult to sell to my government. We recognize this, the Chell nodded, which is why we are not seeking any sort of formal treaty at this time. We understand there is much distrust between our peoples, and that it will take a great deal of time to overcome. Hence the reason we are merely offering an entente, an informal understanding, if you will. Should your vessels venture out past the safety of your system, we will gladly provide them protection while asking nothing in return. Nothing, the ambassador said with a raised eyebrow. That is uncharacteristically generous of you. You will forgive me if I am skeptical. Nothing at this time, the Chell clarified. Should you agree to this arrangement, and if both parties found it to be mutually beneficial, then we would be interested in discussing further options. Keeping your ships from harm is not the only benefit we can offer. And here it comes, Runa muttered under her breath. What else could you offer us? Genvis inquired, ignoring the Valkyrie's comment. The Chell glanced at the others. Our respective races have scoured the galaxy for eons, searching for artifacts left behind by the precursors, they explained. We have studied them at length and have more experience than anyone in coaxing them to unlock their secrets. He managed a stiff bow. Expertise, we would gladly share with you. He heard Runa sputtering behind him at the envoy's comment. Not that he blamed her, though they really needed to have a talk about keeping one's thoughts a bit more guarded. No offense, but thanks to the Troika's efforts in that regard, we found ourselves once again at the mercy of the Ichun, he reminded them. Considering we lost our original homeworld to the drones, that act may well prove unforgivable in our eyes. There, let them chew on that one for a while. In fact, a group of terrorists were responsible for the Ichun's reappearance, not the Troika, the envoy said awkwardly, apparently sensitive on the subject, given that said faction was composed entirely of Chell. It may have been the Brotherhood who pulled the trigger, Genvis agreed, but it was the Eliex who made it possible by incorporating Ichun code into their security software. He glanced over at the insectoid alien, who squirmed at the unwanted attention. It was one of our operatives who uncovered the truth about the invasion's origins. That was indeed a grave error. The Eliex spoke up for the first time, and we have worked tirelessly to correct our mistake. Well, luckily, the Ichun are no longer a concern, he continued, thanks to our own efforts. Actually, it was thanks to the caretaker's efforts, the last remaining precursor, who had stayed behind after their brethren departed. But why confuse the issue? While I appreciate your offer and will convey your message to my government at the moment, I am all but certain they will refuse. While that could change in the future, I caution you not to get your hopes up. I see. The Chell spared another glance at the others, as an unreadable look passed between them. We will remain here for the next several days, should you choose to speak with us again. By your leave, Ambassador. The three envoys bowed before filing out another door and leaving them to their own devices. Those bastards must be out of their goddamn minds if they think we'd ever partner up with them, Runa snarled. Seriously, we're just supposed to forget everything they did to us? I suspect they felt they had little to lose by making the attempt, the Pagon shrugged. I also believe they expected this outcome and have already made plans taking your likely decision into account. His eyes bored deep into the Terran ambassadors. Guard yourself well, for I assure you, they will not give up so easily. Yeah, Genvis said unhappily. I figured as much. Chapter 15. The Leavings of Giants. The Terran vessel Peacemaker passed through the system's outer defenses and sensor buoys like a wraith, unseen and undetected. The ship's stealth systems were performing even better than expected, easily spoofing the planetary detection grid. As they assumed their station and made their final calibrations, Remy contacted the rest of the crew via the neural command network. Orbital insertion is complete, and so far, no one knows we're here, he told them. Up till now, this entire mission has been theoretical. We have yet to take that final, irrevocable step. But now that we're here, it's a question we can no longer avoid. We still have options, and one of those choices is to turn right around and go home. We're not committed, at least not yet. They listened closely, waiting for him to make his point, though they knew where this was headed. There had been many conversations over the last few weeks that danced around this, with opinions landing on both sides. But now that the big day had finally arrived, trepidation and excitement filled the corridors in equal measure. The only question that remained was which way the crew would ultimately jump as they hung in space over the Tuuk homeworld. I know some of you think we should have gone straight for the Troika, but I'm convinced that would be a mistake. Until we've tested Peacemaker under actual combat conditions, against a physical opponent, going after our old enemies with a single ship is just too risky. We've argued and debated and offered one suggestion after another for our first target, and after all of that, here we are, in orbit over the one race folks actually hate more than the Troika. There were more than a few chuckles, though no disagreements. The insectoid Tuuk were universally despised for their casual brutality, not to mention their habit of going murderously insane at the drop of a hat. They had few allies, no friends, and no one would mourn their passing. But now that we're here, he continued, I think we need to put our cards on the table. This is a big step, and we're taking an enormous risk. Maybe not for ourselves, but if we do this, it'll have major consequences for our people. So it's time for a vote, yes or no. Yes, we attack. No, we leave. And given the gravity of what we're about to unleash, if anyone votes no, that's it. We turn around and head back to New Terra. Either we all sign off on this or we scrub the mission. Looking at the rest of the crew, Remy's expression hardened. For 200 years they've kicked us around, forced us to fight over scraps just to survive, but now things are different. Now it's our turn, thanks to our distant ancestors, to finally set things right. Every rendezvous, as we retell our tale, we recite the same two words again and again. We remember. His eyes darkened as he scanned them all in turn. We will never forget how we've suffered since Earth was destroyed, or who was responsible. A wintry smile curled his lip into a sneer as he said, I vote yes. I've been waiting for this for a long time, Samara spoke up. I was taking on the Troika by myself, with no ship and no allies, before anyone else, and I paid dearly for it. There were nods all around as they acknowledged her sacrifice. If it weren't for the Troika, the Tuuk would have been dealt with a long time ago. They're a cancer, and the sooner they're dealt with, the better. Her jaw set in a hard line as she said, I also vote yes. Those bugs are just plain wrong, Zuelin shuddered, shaking her head. That nanotech they used to uplift themselves screwed them up big time, and we've been paying the price ever since. If it were anybody else, I might have reservations, but them? She shivered once more. I vote yes, da. Maggie told me what they did to her and the others, Mairead grimaced. After hearing that, those bugs can fucking burn. For all I care, she snarled. I vote yes, da. Slavko simply shrugged. I'm a gunner. Just give me something to shoot at. I vote yes, da. As the last Terran cast their vote, all eyes turned to Guardian. It's all up to you, Remy told the ancient being. I wasn't aware I had a say in this, Guardian answered, surprised by his inclusion. Of course, you have a say, Samara informed him. We're a team, aren't we? She grinned at his virtual image, earning her a smile in return. Indeed we are, he nodded. While I have not had experience with these Tuuk, everything I have learned of them tells me they are a dangerous and unpredictable species. They appear to be universally hostile towards nearly every other race within the Perseus arm, while their savagery is rivaled only by the Ichun themselves. If any race deserves to be on our list, it is them. He paused for a moment as they waited anxiously. I too, he said at last, vote yes. Remy nodded in satisfaction. It's unanimous, he announced, confirming the vote. The captain let that fact sink in as he looked around at the others with grim satisfaction. Battle stations. Coming here was a mistake, Genvis sighed. We've accomplished absolutely nothing, except unifying the other species against humanity. So, what else is new? Runa snorted in disgust. I don't think things are quite that bad, though I admit they're not great, Espion broached. We got dealt a lousy hand, is all. How is it we pulled off the greatest coup in galactic history, winning the prize other races have fought over for eons, and it actually puts us in a worse position? The ambassador grumbled. Seriously, I'd really like to know. Maybe things appear dismal on the diplomatic front, Runa acknowledged, but you have to admit that militarily, the situation's looking pretty damn good. We have a safe harbor for our people that no one can touch, and in a few years, we'll have the most powerful fleet in the galaxy to back it up, which, unfortunately, is the very thing that has the other species up in arms, Espion observed. Who was it who said, "It's better to be feared than loved"? The Valkyrie asked the others. Machiavelli, Jinvis said sourly. Not exactly who I'd hoped to emulate. Whatever, Runa responded, waving his concerns aside. The point is, he wasn't wrong. We didn't create this situation. Well, okay, we kind of did. But my point is, we've done everything we can to be the good guy here. It's not our fault they refused to accept it. The ambassador leaned in, eyeing the others. How do we fix this? He demanded. How do we turn this around and get them back on our side? I'm not sure we can, Espion said after a moment. The Pagon absolutely nailed it when he identified the root problem. As long as we have something they want and refuse to share, in their eyes, we'll always be a potential threat. That's not going away. Which means we have two choices, his security chief reminded him. We either give in to their demands and potentially unleash galactic Armageddon, or fall back to New Terra and wait it out. Honestly, I think that's our best option. Like you said, maybe in a century or two, things will get better. And let's not forget Peacemaker, the Avatar pointed out. It's still out there, and we still don't know their plans. The moment it appears on someone's radar, that'll unleash a tsunami of hostility against us. We'll have no other choice but to retreat to New Terra. Have we had any luck in tracking them down or making contact? Jinvis asked hopefully. Not a word, Runa shrugged. If they're receiving our messages, they're not responding. This is Samara and Remy we're talking about, after all. If those two don't want to be found, they won't be. I don't know either of them the way you both do, Espion said. Is it possible this is just some sort of con or elaborate ruse on their part? A way of ratcheting up the tension to get what they want, without intending to actually pull the trigger? I wish, the ambassador sighed. Sadly, neither of them is known for their restraint. They both have long histories of going to extremes to accomplish their goals, and they had a lot less to work with. No, they'll follow through with their plans, whatever they are, and nothing short of destroying that ship before they do will stop them, which we can't do because we not only can't find it, we likely couldn't shoot it down if we did, Runa grimaced. I doubt the combined Alliance fleet would stand a chance, though that's just a guess. Then we need a contingency plan in place for when they finally make their move, Jinvis said quietly. You're right, a storm's coming no matter what we do. So we'd better figure out how we're going to weather it. I don't think they make umbrellas that big, the Valkyrie said half-jokingly. You're not helping, he fired back. What do you want me to say? She said, exasperated. We can't find Peacemaker, we can't stop it even if we could. And when they make their move, all hell is gonna break loose. Which leaves us with the same two options we've always had, run or fight. You don't want to fight, and I don't blame you, but you don't want to run either. You keep thinking there's some magical third option out there, just waiting to be discovered, but I'm telling you right now there isn't one. Most of the Perseus arm already sees us as the boogeyman, and when Samara pulls the trigger, the rest of them will fall all over themselves, climbing on the bandwagon. This is it, Jinvis, she announced, it's over. Pull the plug, and let's get out of here before it's too damn late. What about the Pagon? He tried again, grasping at straws. Maybe he can help. He's already stuck his neck out as far as he's going to, she fired back. You saw him with the Troika reps, he hated even being in the same room with those assholes. But he can read the writing on the wall better than anyone. All our friends, she said sarcastically, making finger quotes, who rallied to our cause in that final battle? They've moved on. You should do the same. In desperation, He turned to Espion, who just shook her head. I'm sorry, Ambassador, but she's right, the Avatar said. Announced to the conference they've recalled you for consultations in order to save face. But then it's time to leave before the situation gets out of hand. Genvis looked from one to the other, searching for any hint of wavering resolve, but found none. He knew they were right, though he'd hoped to find some way out of this quagmire. That third option Runa had sneered at, but he realized now it was just an illusion. As realization slowly set in, he bowed his head in defeat. All right, he said at last. Alert Captain Tanika and inform her we'll be departing within the next 24 hours. And if you could let the Pagon know I'll be making an announcement, that would be appreciated. Of course, Ambassador. Runa nodded. Which I suppose I'd better start drafting, he sighed, trying to come to terms with his decision as best he could. Now, if you could clear the room and give me some privacy while I work on this, I'd be grateful. We'll be right outside if you need us, his security chief informed him, as she rose to her feet and gathered up her team, leading them out and locking the door behind her. Espion blanked the monitor and presumably returned to Mako, though he had no way of verifying that. If she wanted to watch him from some hidden corner of the room while he scribbled away, all that he asked was she did so quietly. Some ambassador I turned out to be, he thought in disgust. He couldn't imagine a more ignoble end to his mission than returning home with his tail between his legs. He dreaded facing the Daifu and giving her the bad news, though she was probably already expecting this, as savvy as she was. Somehow, that didn't help to soften the blow. Lights snapped on as the squad entered the facility, displaying racks and stacks of equipment. Further in, they could see larger objects, ranging from roughly the size of a human up to items rivaling Freya's shuttles in mass. The team's footfalls echoed as they moved deeper within the repository, staring at the myriad of devices and machinery with childlike wonder. You're sure about this? Commandant Zakia asked the man to her right, her artificial leg making an odd sound as it struck the floor. According to Athena, it's legitimate. And since when has she ever been wrong? Colonel Holm pointed out. I have no idea what any of this stuff is, but according to her, this entire structure was designated as an armory, filled from top to bottom with military equipment. Military equipment built by the precursors, he said pointedly. Captain Inaba gently took something off one of the nearby walls, carefully avoiding anything resembling a switch or button as she cradled it in her arms. Can you imagine how different things would have been on Sonoishii Prime if we'd had a few of these? She asked the others. You don't even know what that does, the commandant cackled. For all you know, it's some kind of signaling device. Inaba grinned in return. Oh, I'm betting it sends a message, all right? We need someplace secluded, Zakia said thoughtfully. Some place where we won't be noticed, away from the prying eyes of others. There's a desert on one of the neighboring continents that should do, Holm informed her. Nothing but sand and rock. Perfect, the older woman nodded, her fingers tracing lightly over one of the nearby devices. How do we go about testing this stuff? Inaba wondered aloud. The old-fashioned way. The Valkyrie clan leader smiled. Pointed at something, pull the trigger and see what happens. Chapter 16. Persona non grata. Runa and her team were in the midst of packing up their gear when the Pagon burst into the suite. The Valkyries bridled at the intrusion even as she gestured for them to relax. I hope you've got a good reason for just barging in like this, she told him, while he quickly scanned the room. Where is the ambassador? He demanded. I must speak to him at once. Her eyes narrowed. He's in the other room, she told him. If you give me just a second. There's no time, the Ixian snapped, forcing his way past her as he made a beeline for the other door. Tango. The Pagon skid to a halt as every gun in the room was pointed at him. The safeties flicked off almost in unison. He froze in place, then carefully raised his arms while the security team tracked his every movement, their fingers resting on the triggers of their weapons. You've got 2 seconds to tell me what the hell is going on, Runa informed him, her words as cold as an Arctic frost, before I order them to fire. My apologies, he said contritely, careful to avoid provoking her further. I allowed my sense of urgency to cloud my better judgment, and I humbly regret my actions. The pair eyed one another intently until Runa finally jerked her head to the others. Stand down, she ordered, as the team slowly lowered their weapons. The tension in the room eased considerably as they did so. He cautiously allowed his arms to fall back to his side. "I must speak to the ambassador," he reiterated, "for both he and you are in great danger." Searching his expression for any hint of deception, she found none. "Doc, get the ambassador," she instructed him. The knight nodded, exiting the room, only to return a minute later with the diplomat in tow. "Pagon, a pleasure to see you," Genvis smiled, before noticing the agitation of those surrounding him. "Is something wrong?" he asked. "Very much so," the Ixian grimaced. "You and your party must leave immediately." He stared at the blue-skinned alien in confusion before wincing with sudden realization. "Peacemaker," he swore under his breath, before asking, "Where?" Instead of answering, he went to the monitor, removing a data rod from his clothing and plugging it in. "We just received these images over a secure net," the Pagon explained, "and I am afraid they make for grim viewing." Genvis and the others crowded in as the video footage came to life. A planet appeared on screen, surrounded by numerous vessels and orbital platforms. It was obvious they had jumped into the middle of the action, recognizing that many of those ships were now little more than shattered hulks. Moments later, they spotted the cause. Peacemaker swam into view, its futuristic lines and advanced weapons making it impossible to overlook. A shark facing off against a school of minnows, and just as unimpressed. Additional forces rallied and surged to attack, only to be destroyed with contemptuous ease as the Terran ship jetted past their broken corpses. "Where is this?" Runa asked softly. "The Tuuk homeworld," the Pagon apprised them, "taken several hours ago." Genvis and his security chief stared at one another. "The Tuuk?" he said in disbelief. "I don't get it. Granted, they've never been our biggest fans. In fact, they were one of the few races that refused alliance membership, even at the end. But that doesn't explain this. I would have expected them to go after one of the Troika races." "God damn it," Runa swore, shaking her head in disgust. "It's a fucking dress rehearsal." "So we believe as well," the Pagon nodded. "A test of their systems and capabilities, and a prelude of things to come." Even as they watched, Peacemaker swept the orbital space clear of threats, before turning its attention to the planet itself. It began belching projectiles toward the surface, each shell rocketing away from the craft at incredible speeds, before impacting onto the planet below in a red-orange bloom. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. They watched in quiet horror as the planet began to burn. The blue-skinned alien removed the data rod from the display and handed it over. "You may view this at your leisure," he stated, "but you see now why you must depart. You are no longer safe." "I've never heard any race speak kindly of the Tuuk," Genvis interjected. "In fact, other than the Troika, they're probably one of the most despised species in the entire Perseus arm. Is it possible we're begging trouble here? Perhaps the other alliance members won't be so quick to renounce us for this." "It does not matter," the Pagon argued. "This has long been their greatest fear. Had you produced this vessel in the final battle against the Ichun, they may have accepted it, but now, after all the time that has passed?" He shook his head, disheartened by this turn of events. "The drones have long since departed. The Troika have been hobbled and brought to heel. No new threats loom on the horizon. The other races will therefore conclude there is only one reason for you to take such drastic action now." His expression was stern and unyielding. "That you mean to take the Troika's place in this galaxy as conquerors, and it is for that reason remaining here would be unwise." "So much for Ixian hospitality," Runa scowled, as their host bristled with indignation. "Should you request the Emperor for asylum," he continued, through clenched teeth, "I assure you he will give it all due consideration. But doing so would place my cousin in treacherous political waters, so do not be surprised if you wind up as a guest in one of our more secure penal colonies, though with perhaps slightly better accommodations. I think it best we spare the Emperor that indignity," Genvis answered, shooting a look at his security chief. "I believe, instead, we should make a discreet exit off-world." "How soon could we depart?" he asked Runa. "Right now," she assured him, before glancing at her team. "Prep for immediate extraction," she ordered, as they hurried to comply. Her second-in-command tossed her a rifle she caught with ease, checking the load before chambering around. Yendrik, tell Captain Tanika we're inbound, she continued, and that the LZ is hot. Aye, ma'am, he acknowledged, before speaking hurriedly into his radio. I have a secure route prepared, the Ixian assured them. I will guide you to your ship, and once you are airborne, a squadron from our fleet will escort you to the system border. He bowed awkwardly. I only regret I cannot do more. It's more than generous under the circumstances, Genvis said, returning the bow. I thank you, Pagon. The Ixian moved toward the suite's entrance. Follow me, he urged them. Time is of the essence. I do not know if the other delegates are aware of what transpired, but if not, they soon will. The security detail immediately formed a cordon around the ambassador, shielding him as they headed out. The corridor was deserted, with only a scattering of Ixian warriors at the junctions to keep the route clear as they made their way through the palace. Arriving at an exterior door, the Pagon nodded to the guard as they opened the portal, revealing a waiting vehicle. Get in, the Ixian told them as he scanned nearby. It will take you to your ship. Runa bustled him into the transport, seating herself beside him while the rest of the team took protective positions. The Pagon bundled in as well, issuing orders as they buttoned up prior to heading for the port. It will be several minutes at least before we arrive, the Ixian informed them. I have instructed the driver to take a less obvious route, in case the other delegates have learned what transpired. It should not significantly delay your departure, but I assure you, it is a much safer option. Thank you, Pagon, Genvis said sincerely. I wish things had been different. As do I, Ambassador, he answered, his eyes flicking briefly to Runa before returning his gaze. I think it best you return to New Terra, he said gravely, for a time at least. The political climate is likely to be hostile in the wake of this attack, and many will demand you be held accountable. That would be awkward for all involved, he grimaced. They can demand all they want, Runa scowled. Since they're not in a position to actually do anything about it, I understand your resentment, but then you must understand theirs, the Ixian responded, for you cannot deny it is your fellow Terrans who are responsible for creating this predicament, he reminded her. To be perfectly blunt, you should have kept better control of them. They blindsided us, Genvis sighed. Caught us completely off guard. And now we reap in full measure the consequences of that lapse, he said in distaste. No world will be left untouched by the time it has run its course. You're right, the ambassador reluctantly agreed. At least we still have one friend left in the Perseus arm, he said with a melancholy smile. The Pagon failed to respond. The silence became palpable, increasingly awkward, until Runa finally swore, God damn it all to fucking hell. You son of a bitch. Recognition as the cause of her anger came swiftly. So, we have no friends then, Genvis said quietly. It is not my choice, the Ixian said evenly, but we all must answer to someone. The Emperor has decided it would be ill-advised to stand against the entire galaxy at this time, and I, as his dutiful subject, must obey. Well, if this isn't goddamn familiar, the Valkyrie snarled. Terrans have resumed their rightful place as the galaxy's red-headed stepchildren. With you and me standing once again on opposite sides of the battlefield, Genvis attempted to intervene, but she brushed him aside. Damn it, I trusted you. I thought we were. Her jaw clenched hard as she bit off the rest, before angrily looking away. We are, Runa, the Pagon sighed, easily filling in the missing words for himself. It is the reason I have told you this, and why I am escorting you off this planet, at the risk of my reputation, perhaps my very life. Being Ixian, the second does not trouble me, though the first weighs heavily upon my shoulders. I have made it a point of honor to keep you both informed and protected, and not come to you like an assassin in the night, as some would have me do. A dark and dangerous look came across his face. And no, I will not tell you who it is that would have me betray you. We serve different masters, you and I, which means that occasionally we will be at odds. Such is the nature of things, he shrugged. The ambassador touched her shoulder. He's right, Genvis said, earning him a sullen glare. He has done nothing but aid our efforts every step of the way, even though the smart move would have been to abandon ship long before now. And yet he stuck by us, despite what it was costing him. The Ixian squirmed in his seat, uncomfortable at his praise. And even though we have only just met, I feel I know him at least a little, and the more we have spoken, the more convinced I am of his motives. Oh, and what are those? Runa scoffed. Loyalty, he said simply, though not loyalty to me, or to our mission, or even to the greater good, he explained, as she slowly turned back around to face him. The sole reason he supported us as earnestly as he has is because of his loyalty to you, Genvis said pointedly. Her eyes went wide as she slowly faced him. Is this true? She asked, now flustered by the ambassador's revelation. The pagan had difficulty meeting her gaze. That is, of course, for you to decide, he said at last. But know this. I would sooner fall on my blade than betray you. We have fought side by side, against incredible odds, and through it all, your honor remained untarnished. He graced her with a sad smile. There are few enough in this galaxy that can make the same claim. I am your friend, Runa, and should you ever call for my aid, I shall move the very heavens themselves to do so. Shrugging helplessly, he added, I simply cannot be your ally. Not now. The Valkyrie reddened in shame as she bowed her head. Life was so much simpler when I was just a lowly corporal, and we were nothing more than honored enemies, she said at last. Simpler, perhaps, but so much less rewarding. The pagan chuckled, earning him a wan smile from Runa in return. This situation we find ourselves in, it will pass in time. Such is the nature of politics on the grand scale. I have seen many such turnings in my life, from enemy to ally and back again. Always changing, yet always the same. I suspect there's a lesson in that somewhere, Genvis observed, only to have his attention abruptly pulled away when one of the security team suddenly cupped their ear as a message came in over comms. Ma'am, we got trouble, Becca blurted out. Captain Tanika is reporting a mob gathering at the spaceport, and they are not in a good mood. No sign of weapons yet, but she's worried it's only a matter of time. Guess they heard, Runa said, somewhat fatalistically. Our forces will deal with the mob, the Ixian said grimly, as he made a quick call of his own. We will circle around to a secure entrance. We should avoid the worst of it, but I suggest you ready yourselves in case I am wrong. You heard the man. The Valkyrie growled. Guns up. The team was instantly on full alert, scanning the surrounding area for any sign of threats. As they neared the entrance, they saw that the roadway was lined on either side with angry protesters from multiple races, shouting and gesturing angrily at the small convoy as they roared past. Genvis flinched as something thrown impacted against the vehicle, looking nervously about as others followed it in rapid succession. This vehicle is well armored, I assure you, the pagan vowed. You are quite safe. The ambassador nodded gratefully as they sped through the gate before watching it close behind them. They spotted the familiar lines of Mako up ahead, the ramp already lowered and the engines idling as they finally came to a halt. As the door opened, the security team quickly piled out, their weapons at the ready as Genvis moved to follow, only to feel a restraining hand on his shoulder. Do not give up hope, the pagan implored him, no matter how dire the situation now appears. For if this galaxy is to ever know peace, it will be through the efforts of those like you. Your people will need you now, more than ever, to speak on their behalf. Do not let those who seek to destroy all we have built together prevail, no matter who they are, lest we find ourselves in darkness once more. You have my word, Genvis vowed, grasping his hand. Until we meet again, pagan. Come on, Runa urged, as the ambassador clambered out of the transport, hesitating when the wind carried the noise of the crowd to his ears. It was a raw, hungry sound, and despite the warm air, he shivered in response. Grabbing his arm, the Valkyrie pulled him away, all but dragging him up the ramp as they bustled him inside. Out of harm's way, she paused for a moment at the top of the ramp, before turning back to face the pagan. The engines were spinning up, starting to whine, eliminating any chance for a last farewell. He stood beside the transport, wearing the same serene smile she had seen so many times before, as if the entire universe were one colossal joke that only he was privy to. Inclining her head in respect, one warrior to another, she smiled as he returned the gesture, before disappearing within the ship. Turning away, the Ixian re-entered the transport and ordered the driver to return to the palace. already intent on tackling the crisis before him as Mako lifted for high orbit. Chapter 17. Out of the Frying Pan. This is a disaster. The Daifu had just finished viewing the imagery of the Tuuk homeworld attack, and her concern was clear. I hope Samara and Captain Haddad are happy. They've turned the entire Perseus arm against us in one fell swoop. I would dearly love to know what the hell they're thinking, Genvis agreed, or how they pictured this making things better for us. I assure you, should I ever get my hands on them, that will be the first thing I ask. The Dermist clan leader sighed, shaking her head. Not that it's likely, given the situation. I seriously doubt they'll be returning to New Terra anytime soon, and with that ship, we can't touch them. Then we need ships that can, Runa argued. The genie's out of the bottle now, and not only do we have a moral obligation to stop them, it's also the only thing that'll win back favor with the Alliance. Admiral Van Alst has already started doing just that, the Daifu informed them. The site where they found Peacemaker is a shipyard, and with Athena's help, he's got it up and running again. It's slow going, but he's making progress. Do we have any idea when we'll start seeing new ships? Espion asked. No time soon, I'm afraid, the clan leader admitted. The only one who understands this technology is Athena, and she's hampered by her programming. She was created to be a sentinel, not an engineer. The Tinkers and Corsairs are working around the clock, trying to better understand the science, but we're talking about concepts that are thousands of years beyond us. Perhaps even more. There were sober nods all around. I regret that our mission was a failure, Genvis said quietly. When we return to New Terra, I will gladly step down from my post. It's obvious I'm unsuited for the job. Runa and Espion both stared at him in surprise, but the Daifu just shook her head. This isn't on you, Genvis, she told him. And my gut tells me we'll be needing an ambassador now more than ever. Besides, she chuckled mirthlessly, you're not getting off that easy. I don't know what it is you think I can do, he said pessimistically. Given the current political climate, a Terran ambassador is about as useful as a screen door on an airlock. Honestly, I don't know either, she shrugged. When you get back here, we can discuss it in greater detail. Any idea when that will be? Captain Tanika says 3 or 4 days, he answered. She's taking a more scenic route back, just to be safe. Smart, the clan leader said in approval. Shoot me a signal when you get back. Kotsikoks, clear. The screen went dark. The trio looked blankly at one another as the call ended. Finally, Runa asked, so, now what? Either of you play backgammon? Genvis suggested. Looks like we'll have plenty of time on our hands. The two women stared at him. I meant, what are we going to do regarding our mission? She clarified. Just sitting around playing cards does nothing to help us. You don't use cards in backgammon, he began, only for the avatar to cut him off. You're just going to quit? Just like that? Espion said in disbelief. Give up without a fight? What would you have me do? The ambassador demanded. No one will even talk to us. The entire galaxy is out for blood. There's nothing left. That's it. He threw up his hand in disgust. I don't buy that. I refuse to accept that. We can't just give up now. Too many people are counting on us. Runa fired back. Wait a second. You were the one telling me there was no third option, that our only choices were to fight or run, he reminded her. So we're running, just like you said. Where exactly is all this unbridled optimism coming from? Because I saw damn little evidence of it back on Axii. You're confusing optimism with desperation, the Valkyrie responded. Running only delays the problem, and none of us wants a fight. I don't know if there's another option out there, but I can't sit by and watch everything we've worked so hard for go to hell. She looked away, her eyes taking on a distant cast as she whispered, Not again. He didn't know how to answer that. Instead, he looked to the avatar. And you? She's right, Espion shrugged. We can't just give up, not while there's still a chance. And sure, maybe we're just chasing rainbows. Still, we'll never know unless we try. I'm not sure how I'm suddenly the voice of reason, Genvis sighed. But if the both of you are convinced there's still a chance for peace, who am I to disagree? He smiled at them both. However, the doubt was still evident. I'm a Marine, Runa said simply. Lost causes are kind of our specialty. It's not like we have anything better to do. as Peon pointed out. The ambassador chuckled. Well, all right then, he grinned. Let's put our heads together and see what we come up with. 2 days into their journey, there was a buzz at the hatch. Moments later, it slid open, as PFC Arthur stuck his head in. Ma'am? Master-at-Arms would like a word, he told her. Show her in, Runa told him, as Zavita Chow entered the compartment a few moments later. Ambassador Major, she said politely, nodding to them both. Captain Tanika's compliments, and she'd like you both to come to the bridge. Did she say why? Genvis asked her. There was a pause as the Corsair considered her response, before finally opting for the direct approach. She did, Ambassador. Chow nodded. We got trouble. Arriving on the bridge, Captain Tanika rose to greet them. It looks like my efforts to conceal our route weren't as effective as I'd hoped, she informed them, before signaling her navigator. Carl, pull up the plot. Her XO tapped the controls as a star map appeared on screen. This is us, she told them, pointing at a green icon in the center of the map. While these ships all appeared within the last few hours, she highlighted more figures, these in red, forming a ragged line to their stern. There's half a dozen different species among their ad hoc squadron, with new vessels still arriving to reinforce their numbers. More icons, further to the rear and scattered, though all of them on a converging course. At the moment, we're looking at about 20 ships, but the way things are going, I expect that number to go up. Genvis stared at the display, and while he was no expert, it was obvious even to him their situation was growing increasingly desperate. Why haven't they attacked? He wondered aloud. Why are they just hanging back like that? Worried about Peacemaker? Probably, Runa speculated. That's my guess, Tanika agreed. Which is why I haven't gone to evasive maneuvers. The instant we show them any weakness, they'll have the confirmation they need that we're vulnerable. That's when they'll make their move. Can we simply continue as we have been? The ambassador asked hopefully. Just stay on course and let their own fears do the work for us? Afraid not, the captain said unhappily, shaking her head. Eventually they're gonna get bored shadowing us and start probing our defenses. I can hold them off for a few hours, but the longer we dance, the more certain they'll be we're alone. When that happens, we won't be able to stop them. How long? Runa asked. A few hours, maybe? Tanika guessed. No more than another day or two. What about radioing New Terra for help? Genvis suggested. If they can send ships to defend us, odds are they'll call off their pursuit. They'd never get here in time, she said point blank. When they finally arrive, it'll all be over. We can't run, we can't fight, we can't get help, and we can't shake them off our tail, the Valkyrie grimaced. What's left? Not much, Tanika said sourly. That's why I called you up here. Any chance you can talk them into leaving us alone? I can try, the ambassador said guardedly, but considering how the conference ended, I wouldn't get your hopes up. I was afraid of that, the captain sighed. Because the only option left that I can see is negotiating our surrender. I'd prefer not to do that, but if it comes down to a choice between that and fighting to the death, I'll do what it takes to protect my crew. Would they accept our surrender? Runa asked her superior. I don't know, he answered. It depends on their mood. They're angry about the Tuuk and worried they might be next. They might consider it, but if they do, I'm betting it would be to use us as leverage. We'd be hostages, so they could get their hands on precursor technology. There's no way in hell the clan leaders will ever pay that ransom, Tanika growled. They'd go to war first. Terra, I thought we were past this nonsense, the Valkyrie said wearily. We've been fighting since the beginning of recorded history, Genvis reminded her. What made you think we'd quit now? I didn't, she said quietly. Not really. I just hoped we might. Tanika turned to face the ambassador. What are your orders, sir? She asked formally. I won't tell you how to handle your ship, Captain, he answered. Do what you can to buy us time. And if you can find some way to escape, by all means, take it. Try to avoid firing first if you can, but I understand if the situation leaves you no other choice. In the meantime, I'll start hammering out a surrender proposal in case you fail. Preferably one that guarantees our long-term survival. He glanced around the bridge. Is there a place where I can work? I think I need to be here, in case things change in a hurry. I'll make a workstation available to you. Tanika nodded. Genvis turned and took another look at the main viewer. I just hope they're in the mood to listen. Several tense hours later, the pursuing ships decided they'd waited long enough. Status change, the navigator shouted. Alliance vessels have increased speed and are now on an intercept course. Time to weapons range, 4 minutes. God damn it. Tanika snarled. Increase speed to flank, evasive maneuvers. The XO hurried to comply as she thumbed the intercom. Avram, we're running, she told the engineer. I need every joule of energy you can dump into the engines, and I need it now, she shouted. The monitor came to life as he appeared in engineering, with Diggs hovering nearby. I'll give you everything I can, but I'm already seeing a flutter in the aft nacelles that I really don't like. Not sure how long I can maintain it. We've got 20 ships on our tail looking to blow us out of the sky, she fired back. Do the fucking math. His eyes widened at the news, though he quickly nodded and began coaxing every spare scrap of power he could from the engines while she turned her attention to her guests on the bridge. I hope you've written one hell of a masterpiece, she snapped, 'cause it looks like we'll be putting it to the test. Just say the word, he vowed, and I'll do my diplomatic best. They watched as the pursuing vessels narrowed the gap, despite their best efforts. The radical course changes Tanika attempted bought them a little time, but far less than she'd hoped. They were still outside weapons range, though she was loath to pull the trigger unless she ran out of options. Finally, she was forced to bow to the inevitable. Ambassador, she said quietly, it's up to you now. I'm patching you into comms. Live mic. He nodded grimly, glancing at his notes, before taking a deep breath and speaking into the mic. Alliance vessels. This is Ambassador Genvis Shafazif of New Terra, aboard CCS Mako. In the interests of peace, and to avoid further bloodshed, we wish to discuss the terms of our surrender. Please acknowledge. They stood by comms, awaiting a reply. Finally, the captain shook her head. No response, she told him. He looked helplessly to Runa for inspiration, who, in turn, gave him a nod of encouragement. Swallowing hard, he tried once again. Alliance commanders, this is Terran Ambassador Genvis Shafazif, he repeated. We have no wish to do battle this day. Allow us to meet under a flag of truce so we can end this conflict peacefully. Please respond on this channel. Silence. I don't think they're gonna answer, the Valkyrie said dryly. Not with words, anyway. Wincing, he looked to the captain. Do you think you can fight them off? He asked. They outnumber us 20 to 1, she responded. So, no, not a chance. Not that it's going to stop me from trying, of course. She turned to her second mate. Yoshiko, stand by weapons. Things are about to get very lively. Standing by, the gunner answered, her fingers poised over the controls. New contact, Carl shouted. Multiple new contacts. He corrected himself, bearing 347 by Mark 024. Time to intercept, 2 minutes. God damn it. Tanika swore, it's a fucking ambush. That's why they were hanging back, so their buddies could head us off. They watched as the vessels ahead of them bored in. Yoshiko, we're only going to get one shot at this, so make it count, she ordered. Aye, ma'am, she whispered, her hands trembling as she waited. When the XO's head snapped up in shock. Ma'am, those aren't Alliance ships, he howled in dismay. They're Troika. Fuck me to hell, Runa groaned. 'Cause things weren't bad enough already. They could only watch in numb dread as the approaching Troika vessels bored in, sealing their fate. Caught between the two armadas, there was nowhere for them to run. No course they could take that wouldn't put them in greater jeopardy. It was just a matter of time now, until… Holy shit, the XO said in disbelief, as the Troika ships opened fire on the Alliance vessels to their stern, targeting those closest. The defenders staggered, caught by surprise, before sending a ragged volley of fire back in return. The two forces pounded one another, Mako now long forgotten, but the Troika ships were larger and more powerful, offsetting the Alliance's numerical superiority. Under Captain Tanika's expert hand, they skirted the worst of the battle zone, attempting to avoid both fleets as they clawed their way clear. The battle ended as quickly as it had begun. Caught by surprise and outgunned, the Alliance forces broke contact and retreated before disappearing from sensors completely. Those on the bridge breathed a sigh of relief, only for Carl to blanch in dismay as he listened to comms. "Ma'am, there's a message coming in," he said hoarsely. "Patching it through now. Terran vessel Mako, this is Troika Command. Suggest you heave to so that we may escort you to safe harbor." On the monitor, they watched helplessly as their rescuers altered formation, forming a protective bubble surrounding their ship. All eyes turned to the captain. "Ma'am, The gunner got out before Tanika held up her hand to shut her down. "Exo, do as they say," she said quietly. Chapter 18. Into the Fire. "What do you suggest we do now?" Captain Tanika's expression was grim as she posed the question. "And before you ask, trying to fight our way out of this would be ill-advised. You saw what they did to the Alliance fleet, and we couldn't beat them either. We're one ship, alone, without support. So you tell me, Ambassador, what's our next move?" Genvis looked to Runa for support, who shrugged in response. He didn't blame her. "Have they made any aggressive or intimidating gestures?" he asked. "Not exactly," she admitted, "though that cordon they've got surrounding us is feeling a little constricting. Sure, they claim it's for our protection, and after they saved us from the Alliance, they can probably make it stick." Her eyes flit back up to the display as they traveled deeper into Troika space. "But I'm telling you now, the difference between protection and detention is razor thin, and there's no law that says they can't start with one and end up with the other. I assume we still have the same issue regarding reinforcements?" the Valkyrie inquired. "We do," Tanika confirmed. "New Terra is off the beaten path, which means it'll take days for them to get here. I've updated the Admiral about our situation, and he's putting together a task force. But," her voice trailed off as she managed an awkward grimace, "he's hoping he won't have to actually use it," Genvis sighed, filling in the blanks for himself. "Going up against the Troika has never been a winning strategy," the captain reminded him. "The only reason we defeated them at New Terra was due to a unique set of circumstances, none of which apply here. So, just like before, fighting and running are both off the table," the ambassador inferred. "You'd rather we found a diplomatic solution instead, don't you?" she fired back. "That's why you're here, isn't it? To figure out a way we can all get along without killing one another?" Bowing his head, Genvis slowly nodded. "Yeah, that's why I'm here," he quietly agreed. He felt a touch on his shoulder. "You know, you don't have to do this," Runa pointed out. "Don't I?" Lifting his head, his eyes met hers. "I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared, especially after what happened the last time I was aboard one of their ships, but the good captain is right. It's the best option we've got." "What happened last time?" Tanika asked, suddenly curious. "They tried to telepathically brainwash him into being a sleeper agent," she explained. "Luckily, the knights we had with us figured out a cure." Despite himself, Genvis shuddered. "They pumped me full of ketamine," he told the captain, "and the nightmares were something I'm not in a big hurry to repeat." She gave him an appraising look as he steeled himself, focusing his thoughts, before finally giving her a nod. "If you could patch me through, Captain, I'll see what I can arrange." Tanika agreed to his request, hailing the Troika fleet. In less than a minute, she gave him the nod. "Live mic," she warned him. Gamely, he forged ahead. "This is Terran Ambassador Genvis Shafazif, aboard the CCS Mako, requesting to speak with Troika Command. Please respond." "Hopes this goes better than it did with the Alliance," Runa muttered. He shot her a look, though he couldn't disagree with the sentiment. Finally, there was a reply. "Ambassador, this is Xizin, of the Tuath his AK Empire," the voice informed him. "You may recall we met briefly during the conference." "I remember," he said evenly. "We appreciate your help in dissuading the Alliance fleet, but now that they have been driven from the field, I must ask your intentions." "We merely responded to a vessel in distress," the Chell representative explained. "Thankfully, we were able to intervene. As you may recall, this is the very sort of assistance we offered you before. While that meeting was not as fruitful as we'd hoped, there was no reason not to extend to you the same entente we had already promised." "And now that they've departed?" Genvis asked carefully. "What happens now?" "Well," Xizin paused for a moment, as if it embarrassed him to speak on the subject. It was artfully done, with the correct inflections in all the right places to give it that off-the-cuff confession element he hoped would further entice him. The only problem being it was completely artificial. It left him ill at ease, though, given the circumstances, there was little he could do about it. I understand, of course, he continued, why we were rebuffed at the conference. The history between our peoples has not been a pleasant one, for which we must assume the greater part of the blame. I believe there is much we can do for one another, and I must confess, we hoped our intervention here might grant us a more in-depth audience. There were more than a few disturbing implications in that statement, but this wasn't the time to dig into that. I would entertain such a meeting if, at its conclusion, all parties agreed to go their separate ways. Runa gave him a dirty look, but he ignored her. I would not be so hasty to dismiss our protection, Ambassador, the Chell cautioned. We may have driven off the Alliance forces for now, but I suspect they are still somewhere nearby. Without our ships to guard you, you would be quite vulnerable. And if we decided that was a risk worth taking, he continued, probing their limits. Xizan was silent for some time, mulling over his response. That was a good sign or a bad one, but honestly, he did not know which. Finally, he spoke up once more. Ambassador, I believe this may be one of the rare occasions where a more forthright approach may be beneficial to all parties involved, he said at last. We seek access to precursor technology, while you seek to avoid doing so at all costs. Obviously, these are mutually contradictory positions. However, that does not mean some middle ground cannot be found. Perhaps it would not be what you or I might want, but there is a difference between what we want and what we will settle for. His frankness left him stunned. It was completely out of character. I appreciate your candor, he said at last, as well as your pragmatic approach. However, you understand that an agreement of this magnitude requires my government's ratification. I will need time to confer with them and discuss our conversation. Of course, he conceded. These are decisions that cannot be made in haste or without authorization. However, he continued, pausing just long enough to twist the knife, I think it best for all concerned if your ship remained under our protective umbrella until we conclude our business. And there it was. They weren't leaving their side until they had what they came for, or the Corsairs rescued them. They had the upper hand, and they knew it. I understand, Genvis said calmly. I will contact you when I have spoken with my government. Shaf Vazif, clear. What the hell was that? Runa demanded. How does any of that help us? It doesn't, he answered, other than buying us some time. They have us right where they want us, and at the moment there's nothing we can do about it. He looked to Tanika. Unless you have something, Captain? A way to escape from a fleet of Troika ships without getting shot to pieces. Sorry, she said caustically. I'm good, but I'm not that good. I was afraid that would be your answer, he sighed. Then, for now, we follow their instructions. I will also need to speak to the Daifu once more and inform her of these developments. I'll make the call, Tanika agreed, while Genvis settled in to wait. When I sent you out to make peace, this is not the outcome I'd hoped for, the Daifu sighed. In my defense, Genvis began, only for her to wave his pleas aside. This isn't your fault, she interjected, interrupting him. The odds were always against us on this one, though that's nothing new for Terrans, she said with a rueful snort. We should have sent you with an escort, but there were concerns about the optics of that. We were afraid it might look like an invasion force. It might have, he agreed, albeit reluctantly. Still, I should have insisted, she maintained. If nothing else, it would have avoided all of this. Shaking her head, she leaned forward into the camera. It's going to take time for us to gather our forces, Genvis, the Daifu said. How long, I can't say. I promise you, though, I will move heaven and earth to expedite your rescue. Humanitarian concerns aside, we simply can't tolerate our ambassador being taken prisoner. It's still possible we can negotiate our way out of this crisis, he insisted. I've already entered talks with the Troika representative, and he seems more reasonable than I expected. We may be able to come to an agreement. Oh, I'm sure, she said in disgust. All he's doing is dangling the carrot in front of you, while hiding the stick behind his back. This is the Troika we're talking about, Genvis. You remember the Troika, don't you? Remind me again when the word reasonable was ever associated with them? The situation has changed, he pointed out. They are no longer the most powerful entity in the galaxy. It has forced them to adapt to a new reality. Bullshit, she fired back. No one has forced the Troika to do anything, not since the Battle of New Terra. We were happy enough for them to stay out of our hair while we adjusted to our new lives here. But it seems those days are over. This is them trying to take back control. Nothing more. I'm not convinced of that, Jinvis argued. I'm certain, with a little time, we can find a diplomatic solution. Really? She said cynically. Tell me, what was their opening offer? He grimaced, knowing full well how it was going to look. Cizan made it clear he would allow us our freedom in exchange for precursor technology, he told her, unsettled by the admission. Imagine my surprise, she sneered. That's what they all want. I am well aware of that, believe me, he sighed. I realize that parting with any of their technology is not ideal, but what? The Daifu demanded, interrupting him once more. Ignoring for a moment just how bad an idea it is to give advanced technology to our enemies, do you have any idea how destabilizing it would be? If it's your intention to burn the Perseus arm to the ground, by all means, hand a torch and a few liters of ethanol over to the Troika. She jabbed her finger at him. Because that's exactly what you'll be doing. You're saying then that the provisional government will not authorize the transfer of precursor technology to the Troika, he said quietly. No, I'm saying the provisional government will not authorize the transfer of precursor technology to anyone, she snapped, Troika, Alliance, Oivu, or anyone else who shows up begging for scraps. I realize I strong-armed you into this job, but allow me to school you in Diplomacy 101. Never bet the house or give away your biggest advantage. That only works if you're dealing from a position of strength, he countered, which unfortunately does not describe us. We should be prepared for the possibility that we never learn the precursor's secrets, Jinvis said point blank. And if that happens, what then? We'll still be safe here on New Terra. The Daifu smiled serenely. Athena will watch over and protect us, just as she has for 1 billion years. So we are to become hermits, then? He shook his head. That's not who we are. We're explorers, we always have been. We have an entire planet to explore, she retorted, spreading her arms wide. A world filled with fresh air and clear water, forests and jungles teeming with exotic life. And there are plenty of other planets and moons in the system that are still uncharted. That's not enough for you? On the contrary, it is more than enough for me, he answered. I would be quite happy living out my days on New Terra. It is not, however, enough for humanity. As a species, we have never allowed ourselves to be pinned in. Our history shows that repeatedly, we will adapt, she said simply. We have to. And to hell with the rest of the galaxy, is that it? The Alliance supported us in our darkest hour. The Oivu fed and clothed millions of refugees during the Ichun War. We would not be where we are today without their help, and you want us to simply turn our backs on them? He stared at her in shock. What about loyalty? What about honor? And where were they when we begged for a place to call home? She sneered. When they forced us to bow and scrape and grovel for the breadcrumbs that fell off their tables. When they traded in our flesh and used us as guinea pigs. When we bled and died on 100 different worlds, fighting their wars for them. When we were forced to steal in order to survive and were branded as pirates for our troubles. When we gave up our very bodies to live in cyberspace because we had no other choice. She stared him down hard. Where were they then? Jinvis stared back in shock. He'd never seen this side of the Daifu, and it shook him down to his very core. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. It took him a few moments to gather his wits. Finally, he nodded. I take your point, Daifu, he said at last. Well then, if negotiation is impossible, how soon can we expect to see the Admiral's armada? A few days, at least, she informed him, the color slowly fading from her expression. You'll need to stall them until then. Do you think you're up to it? I guess I'll have to be, won't I? He shrugged. Stay strong, Jinvis, she steeled him. Never forget who you are. And who they are. And with that, the screen went dark. He glanced around the empty compartment before bowing his head. Suddenly, the galaxy seemed a much darker place. Chapter 19. Concealed Daggers and Hidden Costs. All right, Ambassador, we're all here. You mind telling us what this is all about? Captain Tanika took a seat as she waited for him to respond. They'd gathered on the mess deck, Mako's crew, Runa and her marines, with Espion observing from a nearby monitor, all of them waiting for an answer. By now, I'm sure you're all aware of our situation, he began. We have a Troika fleet holding us hostage in order to get their hands on precursor technology. There were nods all around. The officers in both groups made it a policy to keep their people informed. I have just spoken with Daifu Katsukox, and she's made it clear the provisional government will not willingly part with anything associated with the precursors. Instead, they are sending an armada of Corsair ships on a rescue mission, though it will be several days before they can arrive. And what are we supposed to do in the meantime? Espion wondered aloud. Stall, he admitted, albeit reluctantly, which means I will be doing a lot of talking to keep them occupied until help arrives. Though if anyone else has ideas on the subject, I would dearly love to hear them. I'll bet, Tanika snorted. I already told you there's not much I can do. We're surrounded, outnumbered, and outgunned. If I so much as twitch, they'll open fire. Do we know that for a fact, though? Runa said pointedly. It could be a bluff. They might not want to risk open conflict with us, especially after the Battle of New Terra. More vigorous nods this time, as they recalled their recent victory over the enemy. It's not a theory I'm willing to test, she snapped. I'm not risking the safety of this ship or my crew based on nothing more than a hunch. The temperature dropped several degrees as both women stared daggers at one another until Genvis held up his hand. The last thing we want to do is risk provoking the Troika when they clearly hold the upper hand, he said pointedly. As long as we can keep them talking, that's still our best bet. Unfortunately, he sighed, getting to the real reason for this meeting. I fear there's more going on here than we realize. I beg your pardon? Espion said in confusion. What are you talking about? Towards the end of our conversation, the Daifu's tone took a sudden shift, one I wasn't prepared for. Since the very beginning, she's been the one pushing for a Terran diplomatic corps, looking for ways to find peaceful solutions. She's the one that put all of us together for this mission, but after our most recent dialogue, I am starting to question her true motives. They all stared back at him, with expressions ranging from confused to stunned to worried. What are you saying, Ambassador? Tanika said at last. That she has a hidden agenda? I'm concerned that's exactly what's happening, he nodded. I thought she was seeking a peaceful alliance with the other races, but now? He shook his head. She's angry. Angry at the other races, angry enough perhaps to deliberately create a casus belli, a justification for war. Espion translated from the original Latin. You think she's provoking this? That she's trying to incite conflict between us and the other races? Son of a fucking bitch, Runa snarled, her face contorted in fury. Not this. Not again. Her marines were now as incensed as she was, while the others stared in confusion. I will not stand by and let my people be used as pawns because some goddamn clan leader wants to start a fucking war. Not after what we've been through. Now it was Genvis' turn to stare. What are you talking about? He asked her. Sonoishii Prime. She hissed, as if the very name itself burned like acid on her tongue. Everyone knew the tale, of course. It had been a bitter, hard-fought battle with horrific casualties. In the end, however, it sparked the creation of the Alliance, the same entity that eventually defeated the Troika. Genvis had known Runa and her team were there, that it was where she'd first met the Pagon, though he'd never asked about it. He'd sensed it was a touchy subject. Our battalion was intentionally left on that world without support, so the Commandant could use our dead as a rallying cry, she said with barely controlled fury. I buried a lot of good people there. People I cared about. People I loved. Her voice seemed to catch in her throat as he realized she was talking about Kai. And she got what she wanted, Runa continued, the hate and pain emanating from her like a dark sun. Zakia got her alliance, and all it cost was a few dead Valkyries. She turned her full attention to Genvis, who unconsciously took a step back as she advanced on him. So if your Daifu thinks she can play the same fucking game with my people's lives, let me tell you something right now. Gripping the hilt of her sword, she leaned in. I swear, by Holy Mother Terra, that I will cut the beating heart from her chest and hold it to her face so that it's the last thing she ever fucking sees. looming even closer. So much so that their noses practically touched. She growled, "Believe it." Jinvis swallowed. "I do," he stammered. A figure appeared beside her. "Ma'am," the man said quietly. It was the knight, Svoboda, stepping into her line of sight to make his presence known. Staring into her eyes, Jinvis could see the flames of hell burning bright deep within, as she hungered to slake her bloodlust. But the medic's appearance triggered something inside her, and as he watched, he saw those flames slowly cool, then fade back away. Her nostrils flared as she took a deep breath, fighting to regain control, before finally stepping back. She scanned the compartment, glaring at the others, daring them to say a word, though thankfully no one was foolish enough to try. Satisfied, she stalked back to her seat, even as her team formed a protective shell, shielding her. No one knew what to say after that. Finally, once he could breathe again, Jinvis cleared his throat. "I pray I'm wrong about this," he told them, "and at the moment I don't have a shred of evidence to back it up. But something is off about all of this, and I'm starting to feel like someone is pulling our strings." "Peacemaker," Tanika said suddenly, "if you're right about this, then they have to be a part of it. It's because of them that the galaxy is up in arms." "Not necessarily," Jinvis said after a moment. "I've met Samara and Captain Haddad, and neither of them is particularly bashful regarding the other species. Someone might have manipulated them into this, just like us." "Too bad they're not answering comms," the captain lamented. "I'm curious what they could add to the conversation." "As am I," the ambassador agreed. "I don't suppose there's some clever pirate trick that would get their attention?" Tanika suddenly got an odd cast to her eyes. "Maybe," she allowed. "There are ways to get a message out if you want to stay off the grid. I guarantee Remy knows them as well as I do." Jinvis stepped forward. "If we crafted a message for you, do you think you could get it to him?" he asked hopefully. "Hold on, it's not that simple," she balked. "We're talking about a chain of cutouts, dead drops, and cell networks that haven't been maintained since we inherited New Terra. I don't know if any of them are still operational, and even if they are, it's going to take time to get a message to him. This isn't hyperwave we're talking about." "But can you do it?" he repeated, refusing to be put off. The Corsair sighed. "I won't know until I try." "That's all I can ask," he nodded. "I'll get started on the message. I should have something for you in an hour." Looking at the others, he said, "That's all I had to say. Anyway, if anyone has any ideas, by all means, let me know." That's it for now. The meeting now adjourned. The group broke up as they left to resume their normal duties, while Jinvis headed for his quarters. "And if the Troika should call in the interim?" Tanika asked him as he was exiting the compartment. His shoulders slumped. "Obviously, put them through immediately," he said in resignation. Jinvis was still struggling with the wording of his message when Runa entered their shared quarters, dumping a heavy duffel on her bunk. Zipping it open, she began laying out several weapons before setting the bag aside as she straddled the cot. Taking up the nearest firearm, she began breaking it down, disassembling it into its component parts. It was a ritual he had seen her perform many times before, taking up a wire brush as she went to work, completely focused on the task at hand. "You haven't fired that weapon since we left New Terra," he observed. "I'm almost certain it's still clean." "Not the point," she answered, her eyes never leaving the various metallic parts. "Then what is the point?" he asked, now curious. "Maintenance is a good habit to keep up," she explained. "Just ask the Tinkers. Something tells me it's more than that." Runa finished with the part she'd been working on, setting it aside and picking up another. "It helps me relax," she admitted. "Bly told me once that ancient monks used to sweep up or garden to meditate. Something about performing simple tasks you've done 1,000 times helping free your mind." Somehow, putting down her brush, she began reassembling the weapon with clean, economic movements, the pieces fitting together like a puzzle. Pulling back the slide, she gave it a quick functions check before grunting in satisfaction. She placed it in the duffel bag before moving on to the next one, as she started the procedure from scratch. "And right now, I could use a little clarity," she said softly. He cocked his head, regarding her. "Would you like to talk about it?" She paused, looking up. "No," she told him, before going back to her work. "Fair enough," he shrugged. He wasn't going to push it. Instead, he went back to drafting the message. It's not that I don't appreciate the offer, she said a few minutes later, causing him to look up instead. It's just, you don't have the frame of reference. It took him a moment to get her meaning. Because I wasn't there, he realized. Yeah, she nodded. Even other Valkyries don't get it. The ones in other units, I mean. You should see the way they look at me when they think I'm not paying attention. She shook her head in disgust. Like I'm some damn hero or something. Perhaps because to them, you are, Genvis suggested. Her shoulders tensed as she slowly turned to face him. You want to know what a hero is? She asked him. A hero is someone who, by some fucking miracle, survived hell, and then spends the rest of their life wishing they hadn't. She angrily returned to her cleaning, the once graceful motions now rushed and fractious. The bitter words echoed in his ears as he set down the stylus and rose to his feet, traversing the small berth as he sat down across from her. She glanced up, suspicious. You're right, I wasn't there, he agreed, and I know nothing about combat. He sighed, looking into her eyes. But I know pain when I see it, and I can tell you've been carrying more than your fair share for a very long time. She winced and looked away as he forged on. You told me when we boarded. You were the one person I could be myself around if I ever needed to talk. He smiled. That goes both ways, Runa. I consider you a friend. I'm here, if you need me. She started to speak, before shaking her head in rough jerks. Runa screwed her eyes closed tight. Her every muscle now knotted like a spring under tension. With every bit of strength she had, she fought to keep control, until a single watery gasp finally broke through. Genvis staggered as she launched herself at him, her arms wrapping around his neck as she bawled into his chest with great, racking sobs. Her body convulsed while she clung to him, the breath torn from her lungs as she cried in ragged gasps. Tears stained his shirt as he enfolded his arms around her and simply held on, letting her cry. Her wails of anguish tore at his soul. It wasn't fair that someone as kind and decent as Runa should be the bearer of so much suffering. But then, no one had ever accused the universe of being fair. It was sometime later that he realized her breathing had slowed, that her sobs had subsided into mere snuffles as she slowly pulled away. Her face was red and puffy as a trail of snot dribbled from her nose. His hands went to his pockets, frantically searching for a handkerchief before realizing he didn't actually possess one. Genvis shrugged sheepishly, earning him a watery snort as she simply wiped her sleeve across her face before letting out a long sigh. Thank you, she whispered, suddenly unable to meet his gaze. Anytime, he smiled, carefully disengaging himself as he rose to his feet. I was going to go get a cup of tea, he told her. Want me to bring you one? Just a second, she flustered. Now all business. I can't let you go unescorted. Grabbing her gear, she began belting it around her waist. I'll grab whoever's guarding the hatch, he promised. No need to get up. Duty ward with embarrassment until she bobbed her head in thanks. Be back in a jiffy, he told her, before exiting the compartment. As it happened, Becca was standing watch outside the door. I was just going for some tea, he told her, and thought I'd give Runa a break. Of course, Ambassador, she nodded, falling in beside him as they headed for the mess deck. As he went to turn a corner, he felt a hand take his arm, pulling him back. He turned, looking at his escort in confusion. She's been carrying that a long time, Becca said quietly. She won't talk to us about it. Being a leader means being alone, more often than not. No one you can share that stuff with. She didn't actually share anything with me, he admitted. The sergeant cocked her head. No, but she let her guard down, and that's something she's needed for a while now. He stared at her. How could you possibly know what happened? He demanded. Becca shrugged. Comes with the job, she said, before gracing him with a small smile. I just wanted to say thank you. She's family. And when family's hurting, and there's nothing you can do, it's like slow torture. Genvis nodded in understanding. Kai, he surmised. Yeah, they almost made it, she said wistfully. Would have been great together, too. Now? She shook her head. Not sure what I can do for her. Except be there, in case she needs me. I guess that's all any of us can do, he agreed. Guess so. The sergeant took a deep breath. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Raising herself up to her full height, she gave him a nod. Let's get you that tea, Ambassador, she said, as the professional mask slipped back into place. Nodding, he followed behind as she led him to the mess deck. Chapter 20. The Face of the Enemy. Genvis was in the middle of lunch when Captain Tanika appeared on the mess deck. Your friends across the way are calling, she informed him. Sounds like they're irritated about something. Sighing, he set down his spoon. Why do you say that, Captain? He asked. Mostly because they didn't bother with pleasantries and told me to get your ass on the Horn Tout suite, she explained. I'm paraphrasing, of course. Of course, he nodded, bowing to the inevitable. He rose to his feet, with Runa a heartbeat behind him, as the trio made their way to the bridge. A blinking red icon showed a pending radio message at the workstation, so Genvis took a seat and toggled the switch. This is Ambassador Shafazif, he said into the mic. Ambassador, this is Xizin, the Chell representative announced. Have you heard from your superiors regarding the transfer of precursor technology? The Terrans shared guarded looks with one another, while Genvis took a moment to gather his thoughts. Only that they have received your request and are discussing the matter at the highest levels, he lied through his teeth. They have not rendered a decision. Crossing his fingers, he awaited the Troika's reply. If they could just hold on a few more days, the Admiral's task force would be within the vicinity. With any luck, the other ships would withdraw, rather than face them in battle. Their next transmission quashed that hope. Your government has had more than adequate time to respond to our request, the Chell fired back. We have been most patient in our negotiations. However, it has become clear to us you have not been bargaining in good faith. Shit, Tanika grimaced. That's not good. I assure you, he began, only to be cut off mid-sentence. You are attempting to delay us, Xizin snapped, perhaps while your government plans to drive us off by force. We have been exceedingly patient, especially given that it was only through a considerable effort on our part that we rescued you from your attackers. It is now obvious to us that our efforts to resolve this situation peacefully were destined for failure from the very beginning. So be it. You are therefore advised to prepare for boarding, so that we may take your ship and personnel into custody. Its beady, rat-like eyes seemed to glare at him. I give you this single warning, do not oppose our efforts. If you choose to do so, the consequence will be severe. And with that, the screen went dark. God damn it, Runa swore, before facing her counterpart. You gonna let them take your ship without a fight? She demanded. No way in hell, Tanika snarled, as something passed between the two women, even as the Marine captain grabbed him by the arm, almost yanking him off his feet. Come on, she exhorted, all but dragging through the corridors when a klaxon began to blare. General quarters, all hands to battle stations. The recorded message echoed throughout the ship. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. All personnel are to stand by and repel boarders. General quarters, all hands to. It continued, as it replayed the announcement. Mako was a flurry of activity as Runa hauled him back to his quarters. As they neared the hatch, Becca was already standing by with both their suits, thrusting them into their hands. Genvis fumbled the catch, stumbling as he entered the compartment, only to squawk in protest as the two women expertly stripped him of his clothing before shoving him into his suit. Only when it was sealed and showed green did the pair don their own suits. In complete violation of long-established safety protocols, they were supposed to don their own suits first, before helping him with his. But it seemed they felt his security was more important. Unbidden, the memory of boarding the Tuath Hizake battlecruiser during his time as a guest of Captain Haddad came bubbling to the surface. It had been a rude awakening for a sheltered dermist like himself, though nothing had been more powerful than the sight of dead Chell servitors piled high around the amphibians, each clutching a rebreather, giving up their own lives in order to save their masters. The vision shook him to the core, leaving him trembling before it finally passed. Shaking his head to banish the images, he yelped once again as they manhandled him into a crash couch and strapped him in, struggling until Runa poked him in the chest. No matter what happens, don't move, she ordered, as her second-in-command handed her weapons and ammunition. Swallowing his pride, he waited until they finished before making one last attempt to speak, only to earn yet another rebuke from his protector. I mean it, she glowered, as if she were speaking to a wayward toddler. while she and Becca double-checked their own gear before exiting the compartment. Staring at the now-sealed hatch, Jinvis could only bow his head in shame. Everyone on board was preparing to fight the enemy, everyone except him. And why? Because he was too important? Too critical to the mission? No, because he was bloody useless, that's why. He couldn't fire a weapon, or fix a plasma conduit, or anything else that might be helpful right about now. So instead they'd sent him to his room like a bothersome child, because he'd simply be in the way. He was already unstrapping himself from the couch before he relaxed what he was doing. There had to be something he could do, some menial task he could perform that might help in a crucial moment, freeing up another for more important duties. Unsurprisingly, he discovered the hatch was locked, though only to keep intruders out, not him in. It only took a moment to unseal the entry and make his way into the corridor, only to stumble into one of the Mako crew, almost knocking them both to the deck. They spun on their heel, their eyes wide in panic, only to slump in relief as they recognized him. "Ambassador?" Diggs said in surprise. "What are you doing out here?" "I could ask you the same question," Jinvis answered. He'd had little time to chat with the apprentice tinker during their journey. Between his negotiations and Diggs' training, the two rarely saw one another. "Mr. Cardona posted me on the other side of the ship in case we took damage," he explained. Said he'd handle engineering himself. Jinvis suspected there was more to the engineer's orders than appeared at first blush. Getting Diggs out of main engineering might just save his life. If the worst happened, "Could you use an extra hand?" he offered. "I mean, I'm no tinker, but I can help, and maybe I won't feel so utterly feckless while I'm at it," he thought angrily to himself. Diggs' head bobbed in gratitude. "Sure, Ambassador, that'd be great." "The waiting was getting to me," he said nervously. Shrugging a heavy satchel off his shoulder, he handed it over. "Can you carry this for me?" he asked. Of course, Jinvis agreed, slipping the carry-all over his head, giving it a cursory look. It was filled with patches of various sizes. "Are all boarding actions like this?" "I don't know. It's my first," the tinker admitted. A sudden lurch caught them off guard, sending them both careening into the bulkhead. "Mako's maneuvering hard," Diggs said in realization. "The Troika must be attacking." "I could have lived without hearing that phrase again," he grimaced. The ship yawed yet again as it dodged incoming fire, while Jinvis and Diggs fought to stay on their feet. The pair had barely managed to steady one another when a large breach erupted from the nearby deck, followed a millisecond later as an even bigger hole tore through the overhead. A conduit exploded in the aftermath, sending a surge of white-hot flames roaring into the corridor. "Get back," Diggs shouted, shoving him away as he ripped open the access panel. Jinvis staggered, the inferno driving him back while the young apprentice frantically punched a command into the terminal before the fiery blaze abruptly cut off. "I've rerouted the plasma flow," the tinker told him, "but I don't know for how long." Inspecting the ruptured conduit, he pawed through the bag Jinvis was carrying and pulled out a patch, positioning it carefully before he lit his welding torch. Shielding his eyes, he stood by while Diggs fused the metal together, before finally dousing the flame. "That'll hold for now," he nodded in satisfaction, as a fourth tremor surged through the deck. Pulling up a schematic, his face hardened. "The bridge has been hit," Diggs shouted, grabbing his kit while Jinvis stumbled along behind. Making their way through the ship, someone rudely shoved aside them as two Marines rushed past, hastily redeploying as they readied their defenses. The unlikely pair shared a nervous look before resuming their trek, arriving moments later at a grisly scene. One of the consoles was torn to shreds, sending shrapnel spraying across the compartment. Lying on the deck was the ship's second-in-command, blood gurgling from his mouth while their knight knelt beside him, fighting to save his life. "We've lost navigation," Tanika howled, grabbing Diggs and shoving him at the shattered controls. "Get me thrusters." Either she failed to notice the ambassador's presence, or simply ignored it. Rushing to comply, the apprentice tinker dove into the equipment's guts and began assessing the damage. "The control links are severed," he shouted at the captain. "I'll have to bypass." "Then do it," she screamed, even as Mako took another hit. The gunner was firing back with everything she had, but the ship was already wounded and badly outmatched. Jinvis could only stare while the others threw themselves into their roles, driving the point home of just how utterly useless he was. That he'd thought he had any value on this mission was laughable on its face until someone grabbed his wrist and yanked him to the deck. "Put your hands here," Doc Svoboda shouted, pressing them tightly against the wounded man's chest. He felt something crunch beneath his fingers, his instinct to recoil away prevented only by the knight's firm grip. "Don't move," he snarled, before jamming a surgical instrument into the wound and probing the wound. "Got you," he muttered moments later, clamping off the bleeder before packing the wound with gauze. Pulling out a hypo, he dosed the man with a sedative, before finally taping everything down and slapping a seal onto his suit. The hiss of escaping air stopped immediately while he checked the suit's digital readouts. "Is he gonna make it?" Tanika asked the medic. "Too early to say," he answered. "He's stable for now." The captain started to respond, only for the main viewer to flicker to life. Xizin, the Chell representative, stared back at them. "Your ship is heavily damaged, Captain," he informed her. "Surrender now, and I give you my word that I will ensure the safety of your crew." "You have fired on a sovereign Terran vessel without provocation," she countered, "so I think I know what your word is worth." "No deal." "A pity," he sighed. "I take no pleasure in this, Captain, but your ship will be in my custody before this day is out, and there is nothing you can do to prevent it." He shook his head sadly as if he were disappointed. "There is no need to further risk the lives of those sworn to you. Surrender now, and I will show you mercy." "And if I refuse?" she sneered. The Chell's beady eyes grew cold. "Then we will destroy you." "Got it," Diggs shouted, crawling out of the console as it flickered back to life. "You have thrusters." Tanika sneered at the rodent with a savage grin. "Go to hell," she snarled, cutting the circuit as she brought Mako hard about, firing another brace of torpedoes. Jinvis gamely held on as she maneuvered against the Troika ships, but it was obvious even to him she was fighting a losing battle. There were simply too many of them, and they were larger and more advanced. He looked down at the wounded man, his suit now streaked with blood, and bowed his head. "Captain, cut your engines," he said quietly. "What?" she said in disbelief. "I am not surrendering my ship." She glared at him, her jaw set in a hard line. "You can't beat them," he argued, "and you know it. How many more of your crew will you put at risk before you finally accept the truth? If they take us prisoner, our odds of survival go down rather sharply." Tanika challenged him. "That's not a gamble I'm willing to take." "And what are the odds of our survival if we keep fighting?" he fired back. "At least this way we buy ourselves some time, maybe enough for the task force to arrive." Looking in her eyes, he could already see her response, the knee-jerk refusal to even consider surrendering to the Troika. He even understood why. Through the dark years after Earth's destruction, it was that same grit and tenacity that had allowed the Terrans to survive, that stubborn defiance to never give up. It had saved their people more than once, but here it was a luxury they could not afford. "Captain, stand down," he repeated. "That's an order." The question now was, would she obey? Maybe on paper, he had the legal authority, but had no way to enforce it if she refused to follow his commands unless Runa threw in with him. Of course, it meant the Corsairs and Valkyries would be at each other's throats, and that could get very ugly, very quickly. He watched as warring emotions pulled her in different directions until finally, sanity won out. With a single command, she killed the ship's engines as she radioed the other ship. "If this goes bad, Ambassador," she said through gritted teeth, "your life won't be worth spit." Glaring, she turned her attention back to the monitor, as Xizin's face appeared once more. "We're standing down," she said tautly. "I expect you to honor your agreement." "You have my word," he replied, though it was impossible to ignore the smug satisfaction of his body language. "Bring your vessel to the following coordinates, then shut down all functions other than life support. Your passengers and crew are to be standing by, unarmed, at the airlock. Do you understand?" "Yes," she growled. "Excellent," he smiled. "In that case, This image disappeared from the screen, interrupting the transmission mid-sentence. "Did we just lose comms?" Tanika demanded, twisting in her seat to face the Tinker. "No, Captain," Diggs answered. "Comms are still operational." "Captain," the gunner Yoshiko shouted, pointing at the tactical plot. "Look." Her head snapped back around, focusing her attention on the radar imagery. As a second Troika vessel disappeared from the screen, "What the hell?" she said in shock, as now a third ship vanished into a ball of expanding plasma and debris. The rest of the Troika fleet decided not to wait for their turn. They lit off their drives, burning hard to put distance between themselves and Mako, as Tanika and the others could only stare in confusion. "What just happened?" Genvis asked the Corsair, as the viewer came to life once more, showing them both a familiar face. "I got your message," Remy Haddad said to the stunned crew. "We should talk." Chapter 21. Forging the Chains. Thanks to Diggs' jury-rig repairs, Mako was just barely able to maneuver and dock with Peacemaker. Given the damage they'd sustained during the brief battle, they decided to take the smaller vessel in tow while the passengers and crew transferred over to the precursor ship. They gathered at the airlock as they exchanged nervous glances all around. Reaching out with a steadying hand, Runa touched the young tinker's shoulder. "Promise me you won't do anything stupid," she pressed him. Diggs grimaced at her words. "I promise," he mumbled. She nodded in satisfaction. "I'll hold you to that," she smiled. "This situation is complicated enough without you squaring off against Captain Haddad. Just steer clear of him. I imagine he'll do the same." "I promise, Runa," he vowed once more. His crush on the red-headed Valkyrie had mostly faded, but based on how quickly he'd agreed, Genvis was betting there was still a spark. Captain Tanika was hovering near her wounded XO. "How's he holding up?" she asked the knight, her concern regarding his injuries unmistakable. "His vitals are still stable, but he needs surgery," Doc Svoboda explained. "I can do it, but not in a vacuum. As soon as we're aboard, I'll take him to the infirmary and get to work." Before she could respond, the airlock started to cycle, ending any further discussion as the group turned their attention to the hatch. Two figures stood on the other side, Remy Haddad and Samara. They gazed at the crowd from Mako, eyeing each of them, with the captain's expression hardening as he spotted Diggs. Genvis stepped forward, desperate to make this first meeting go as smoothly as possible. "Captain Haddad, Samara," he said, nodding to each in turn, "we deeply appreciate you rescuing us from the Troika. I realize we have much to discuss, but we have a wounded man who needs immediate attention." He gestured to Karl Israfil, still unconscious and lying on a stretcher. The Corsair glanced over at Samara. "I assume you have somebody for that?" he asked her. "I do," she nodded, as something shifted in her expression and body language. "Bring the patient," she ordered, her voice now sounding far different than it had previously. The knight looked dubiously at the Protean before Runa intervened. "It'll be all right," she told him. "It must be one of her symbiotes." Svoboda slowly nodded. Practically every Terran was aware of Samara's talents, courtesy of the precursor artifact linked with her. With a veritable host of stored personalities contained within, there were few tasks she couldn't master. "You're a doctor?" he asked. "Physician second-grade Rither Murcott," the cognate confirmed. "This vessel has a fully stocked medical bay," he explained, "and treating your patient's injuries should pose no difficulty." It was obvious the medic still had doubts, but his concern for his patient's physical well-being superseded everything else. With a nod, he and the other stretcher-bearers lifted the wounded man from the deck and carried him aboard Peacemaker, following Samara's lead. Genvis stepped forward, with Runa and the others alongside, only to come to an abrupt halt as Remy held up his hand. "No weapons," he ordered. "You can leave them here in the airlock." "No way in hell we're letting you disarm us," the Valkyrie snarled. "And there's no way in hell I'll allow you the means to hijack this ship," the pirate countered. "Don't stand there and tell me you don't already have a plan in the works to do just that." Runa worked her jaw but said nothing. "Your silence speaks volumes," he said knowingly. "Dump your weapons or stay on Mako. Your choice." Her hand unconsciously went to her sword. "I'm not leaving the ambassador unprotected," she fired back. "Besides," she drawled, "I only see one of you, and 4 of us. So maybe you should just step aside and drop this, Captain." The other Valkyries tensed, readying themselves for action. "If you want to take your chances with Peacemaker security safeguards, be my guest." He smiled thinly, "though I doubt you'll enjoy the experience." Her eyes narrowed. "You're bluffing," she decided, her hand twitching on the sword's hilt. Genvis hurriedly stepped between them. Please, there's no need for this. He pled with them both, before turning and addressing Runa. I appreciate your concerns, but I'm certain we'll be safe. He turned back to face the captain. Will you give your oath that no harm will come to anyone aboard this ship? Haddad chewed on that for a moment, before giving a gruff nod. As long as they abide by the rules, I give you my word no harm will come to them, he agreed. Armed with his promise, Genvis closed ranks with the Valkyrie. He's given his word, he petitioned. Please, stand down, Runa, he beseeched her. She ground her teeth together so hard that he could hear it from a meter away. I can't leave you unprotected. She fought to get out, her sense of duty warring with the risk of putting her people in danger. The ambassador's eyes darted back and forth between them, desperately searching for a compromise. What if you allowed her to keep her sword? He blurted out. The other weapons would remain here, just as you requested. I'm certain that a single sword would be no match against this ship's defenses, should it prove necessary. He silently implored the corsair to accept his proposal, allowing Runa to save face. She was a proud young woman, but more importantly, she was a Marine. The word surrender simply wasn't in her vocabulary. He could see just how badly Remy wanted to dismiss the notion out of hand. But in the end, he was also a pragmatist. If he dug in his heels, it was likely that Runa would do the same, sending them both on a collision course that could only end in blood. Fine, he said at last, but it damn well better stay sheathed. Genvis could tell that even allowing that much cost him, but it was the right decision. Now he just had to sell it to Runa. We can't stay aboard Mako, he reminded her. And though I know it cuts against the grain for you, will you accept this arrangement? I'm certain it's only temporary. I doubt we'll be here for long. She glared at Remy, incensed he'd put her in this position. Thankfully, she was also a pragmatist, all too aware this was the best deal she was likely to get. Genvis held his breath as she weighed her options, before finally giving her team a nod. He sighed in relief as they began clearing and stacking their weapons, collecting quite a pile of hardware before they were done. Once they'd finished disarming themselves under Captain Haddad's watchful gaze, they moved to join their commander, until Runa held up her hand and brought her sergeant to a halt. Becca, your hideout piece, she said calmly. The sergeant's eyes flashed with something unreadable before slowly removing a concealed pistol from the small of her back. Locking and clearing the sidearm almost as an afterthought, she added it to the pile before giving Runa a questioning look. A curt nod was her only reply before moving to join the others. Turning back to face the corsair, she placed her hands on her hips. Satisfied? She sneered. Completely, he answered, far more affably than recent events might suggest. Go find Doc, she ordered her team, and bring him up to speed. I expect I'm going to be busy here for a while. Aye, ma'am, Becca acknowledged as the Marines exited the compartment. There's one more passenger, Genvis informed Remy, Espion. She's an avatar. I hope that won't be a problem. Considering that even Samara's friends found it all but impossible to hack into Peacemaker's systems, I'm not worried, he answered. Speaking of which, I imagine they'll be joining us shortly, once they finish treating your patient. Jerking his head towards the entrance, Remy prompted them both to follow him aboard. I believe we're past due for a conversation, he said cryptically, leading them into the bowels of the ship, before finally reaching an almost invisible hatchway. The door silently slid open as he stepped inside. Make yourselves comfortable, he told them, before pouring himself a glass and taking a seat. Genvis found a spot opposite of him, while Runa perched on the edge of a nearby chair, mindful of her sword, while the corsair touched an icon on the console beside him, bringing a monitor to life. We get any electronic passengers, Zurlin? He asked the pilot. We sure did, she confirmed. I've got her stored in the buffer for now. Just waiting on the word from you. Keep her away from the critical systems and databases, but other than that, I think we're good, he instructed her. Let me know if there are any problems. Haddad, clear. That accomplished, he blanked the screen and returned his attention to his guests. You said we should talk, the ambassador began, and I agree. I recently had a conversation with my clan leader, which led me to the conclusion there's more going on here than any of us realize. There usually is, Remy observed. Genvis nodded in agreement. Before I relay to you the contents of our discussion, I would dearly like to know why you stole this ship and attacked the Tuuk homeworld. He shook his head dolefully as the weight of it all settled on his shoulders. I don't think you fully grasp what you've set in motion. I am well aware of what we've begun, Remy fired back. Are you? The diplomat asked pointedly. You had to realize how this ship would be seen by the other races. If it was your intent to impress upon them our superiority, there were other ways of accomplishing that. Safer ways, ones that wouldn't turn even our allies against us. The alliance was a marriage of convenience, nothing more, he said derisively. The only reason it ever existed was because of the Troika. If it hadn't been for them running roughshod over everyone else, you couldn't have got those species to agree that water was wet. It was fear that drove them together, nothing more. Genvis started to speak, but Runa beat him to it. You arrogant bastard, she snarled. You want to know who created the alliance? I did. Me and Kai. We traded the Oivu, the telepathic cure, for them spreading the word. And it worked, she growled. If it wasn't for the alliance, you wouldn't be sitting in that chair. They fought side by side with us, all the way to the bitter end. Maybe that doesn't mean much to a pirate, she said with scorn, but it damn well meant something to us. And you are pissing all over it. Runa glared at him, daring him to make a move. I step out for 2 minutes, and you're already at each other's throats, Samara said from the doorway. Sighing theatrically, she poured herself a drink before taking a seat beside Remy. If you kids can't play nice, I'll send you both to bed with no supper. Grinning at her own witticism, she turned her attention to the ambassador. Nice to see you again, Genvis, she smiled. What brings you by? We were in the neighborhood, he said dryly. How's your patient? He should make a complete recovery, she assured him. I've already informed his captain. That's good news, he answered. But as relieved as I am to learn Carl's going to be fine, we have much bigger problems. He paused for a moment, struggling to find a diplomatic way of making his point, before opting for brevity instead. You've declared war on the galaxy in humanity's name, he said in quiet horror. Every species in the Perseus arm is now aligned against us, and for what? Genvis shook his head, unable to fathom their actions. What could you possibly hope to gain? Freedom, Samara answered. Freedom from exploitation, freedom from tyranny, freedom from slavery. We spent 200 years dancing to their tune. Never again. We already had that, he retorted. Once we claimed New Terra, no one could touch us, and you both knew that. Attacking the Tuuk convinced every other species they could be next, and they're scared. Scared people do not make rational decisions. Terra knows we certainly don't, he said in dismay. They're afraid of us? Remy smiled. Good. They should be scared. For 2 centuries they've harried us, tortured us, and even killed us when it suited them. Now it's our turn. So you plan on punishing the entire galaxy for the actions of a few, he said in revulsion. You want to commit mass murder on a scale that not even the Troika ever conceived of? What the hell is wrong with you? He looked at them each in turn, as consternation filled his mortal soul. And worst of all, I've heard this rant before. We all have. Leaning forward, he fixed them both with his stare. You sound exactly like Elder Brother when he unleashed the Ichun. The two glanced at one another in surprise before looking back at Genvis, their expressions hardening. This isn't about freedom, or security, or even justice, he hissed. This is about revenge, nothing more. And what if it is? Samara demanded. Do you have any idea what I endured when I was forced to work for the Troika? Do you know how many of my fellow Proteans I saw turned into crippled lumps of flesh so they could play God? Her eyes went ice cold as she whispered. Do you know how many innocents they forced me to murder just to stay alive? You think you've got the market cornered with playing executioner? Runa spat out. You killed in, what? 1s and 2s and 3s? Those are rookie numbers. We killed in dozens and hundreds and thousands, depending on the contract. And as much as I'd like to claim I was fighting on the side of the angels, the truth is most of them were only guilty of having something those in power wanted for themselves. She snorted in disgust. So spare me your fucking pity party. This is pointless, Remy sneered. It's obvious we won't convince one another. Besides, what's done is done. There's no putting the genie back in the bottle. The other races will simply have to accept that things have changed. The Troika ruled over this galaxy for 5,000 years. Now it's our turn. And so the cycle of vengeance continues, Genvis said quietly. Round and round it goes, and no one is safe from it. He looked up at them both, his eyes wet with emotion. Is that the future you want for our people? For our children? After all we've suffered? He buried his face in his hands, overcome with sudden emotion, before slowly rising to his feet. I have to believe there's a better way, he implored them, giving them both one last look before exiting the compartment. Chapter 22. Cutting the Strings. This was a mistake. I don't belong here. The crew of Peacemaker had assigned temporary quarters to the Mako refugees. Given the ancient ship's size, there was plenty of room available. Just as before, Runa made certain they assigned her the same berth as Genvis. Sitting across from him as they shared a private meal, she shrugged at his statement. I'm not sure what else you think you could have done, she said. They made their minds up before we ever set foot on board. That's not what I mean, he answered, shaking his head. I have accomplished exactly nothing on this mission. Hell, Terra's diplomatic position is even worse than when we started. Hardly a ringing endorsement of my negotiation skills. That is not your fault, the Valkyrie said vehemently. Isn't it? Rising from his seat, he began pacing in the small compartment. I knew what I was getting myself into when I accepted this assignment. I knew it was going to be an uphill battle, convincing the other races to trust us. He sighed, coming to a halt. But I was certain I could reach them, to show them we weren't a threat. And now? He rubbed at his eyes, suddenly bone-weary. Now they hate us even worse than they do the Troika, which is exactly what we'll become if our hosts have their way. Our hosts, as you call them, are the ones who sabotaged you, Runa fired back. Them stealing Peacemaker and going on a killing spree doomed your mission, not anything you did. They pulled the rug out from underneath you and killed any chance of a diplomatic solution. Her words fell on deaf ears. Don't you understand? I'm useless, he told her. When the Troika attacked, you were absolutely right to drag me into our quarters and strap me to a couch like an incompetent child. I wouldn't have reacted quickly enough on my own. The only real training I have is as a linguist, for Terra's sake. And who needs a linguist when everyone uses voters? He demanded, throwing up his hands. I couldn't help you defend the ship, and when I tried assisting Diggs, the only thing I could manage was hauling his gear around, he said, his words filled with self-loathing, before abruptly collapsing back into his chair. I am literally good for nothing. I don't believe that. I refuse to believe that. Her eyes narrowed as she took full stock of him. Perhaps once, that might have been true. I certainly didn't think much of you when we met on Gerfalcon. But now? She shook her head. You've changed since then, been on the receiving end of more than a few rude awakenings. So what if you can't hold a gun? Or turn a wrench? That's not why you're here. Then why am I here? He demanded. Seriously, I'd really like to know. He snorted in disgust. Runa stared at the glass in her hands, her expression suddenly distant. Do you know why I signed on for this mission? She asked softly. Something about her tone made him look up. No, not really, he said after a moment. I remember how upset you were when you barged into my office. That earned him a brief smile. I was, she chuckled. Between the promotion and, well, never mind. It's not important. She sighed before meeting his gaze. People always ask me what Sonoitiai Prime was like. I don't like talking about it for a lot of reasons. Genvis nodded, though he said nothing in reply. Truth be told, he was afraid to say anything, for fear of breaking whatever fragile spell she'd woven around herself to even hint about what happened on that world. Instead, he simply waited, giving her the space she needed. She took a deep breath, and then let it out as she struggled to get through this. Nothing could have prepared me for that fight, and it indelibly burned every single moment of that nightmare into my brain. I'll never be able to forget it, no matter how badly I want to. Runa stared into his eyes, forcing him to gaze back into hers. It was an unsettling vision, but he refused to look away. Her hand clenched her sword tightly, her knuckles showing bone white under the strain, as she fought to keep control. The thing I remember most, she finally got out, is when it was finally over. I walked off the line after they relieved me, and all I could see was what it cost. She shuddered. reliving it once more. It was like I was in a daze, like none of it was real. My mind just couldn't take any more, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a knight. She shrugged yet again. I remember drifting past one of the gun positions, sandbagged in the trench. There must have been 30, 40 bodies piled up in front of it. The gunner didn't stop firing until the barrel burst, and even then he went down hard. He died with a Zaitai dagger shoved into his belly, but his cold, dead hands were locked around that bastard's throat. He could only sit there, horrified at the picture she just painted so vividly. He could practically see it with his own eyes. Runa nodded as she saw her words strike home. Imagine that times 1,000. That's how desperate it was. How hard we fought. She closed her eyes, wincing at the memory. We lost so many. Hundreds, maybe, thousands. And not just Terrans. Ixians, Legionnaires, even Zaitai and EA, before they turned traitor on us. Closing her eyes, she bowed her head and whispered, "So many." Jinvis found his voice at last. "Runa, if you need to talk, I'm happy to listen. But I'm not sure why you're telling me this." She took a moment to compose herself before finally looking up. "Because I've seen firsthand the cost of war," she said, "and I will do practically anything to keep it from happening again." He slowly nodded as her words struck home. "That may be the best reason I've ever heard," he said at last. She looked away, as if his words had failed to find purchase. "You said you believed peace was possible," Runa reminded him. "I'm not sure I do. I've been fighting most of my life." She looked back at him. "But I'd like to. A galaxy at peace sounds pretty damn amazing." She graced him with a ghost of a smile. "Terra knows it wouldn't be the first lost 'cause I signed on for." Jinvis smiled in return. "I would never have pegged you as an idealist." "I'm not," she answered. "I'm just tired of the killing." He started to respond, only to have his attention pulled away as the hatch slid open, revealing Samara standing in the doorway. "I hope I'm not interrupting," she told the pair. Runa shot daggers at her, while Jinvis merely sighed. "Would it matter if you were?" he asked. "Not really," she conceded. "We need to talk, you and I." She glanced over at the Valkyrie. "In private, over my dead body," she snarled. "I'd be careful making those sorts of ultimatums," Samara said evenly, "especially here." She jumped to her feet, her hand already reaching for her sword as Jinvis grabbed her arm. "It's all right," he said. "I'll talk to her." Runa started to protest, only for him to hold up a hand. "You should probably check in with the others anyway," he suggested. "I'll be fine, I promise." Her eyes traveled between the two before finally giving him a brusque nod. "I'll be right outside," she declared, giving Samara a death glare before exiting the compartment. "I don't think she likes me very much," she said affably, taking a seat. "Can you blame her?" Samara smiled, shaking her head. "No, I don't," she answered. "I've burned a lot of bridges in my life. It's no surprise that she's one of them." "What do you want to talk about, Samara?" he asked. "I thought we'd covered everything." "Not everything," the Protean disagreed. "I'm sorry that things got a little heated the last time we chatted, but I stand by my position. You, of all people, should understand why." "I do, but that doesn't mean I agree with it," Jinvis said point blank. "If you stopped by simply to rehash our conversation, I really don't see the point." "No, that's not why I'm here," Samara explained. "Like I said, I still have my reasons for taking the fight to our enemies. Good reasons, in my opinion." Her expression was unapologetic. "But when I replayed our chat in my head, or more accurately when Guardian did, I realized there was something you'd meant to say, but didn't." "What was it?" Something about the way she'd asked caught his attention. "I wanted to know where you got the idea to steal Peacemaker," he said cautiously. Samara nodded. "And why do you want to know that?" she pressed. Jinvis scrutinized her, looking for a sign, but she was as guarded as ever. "Because when I began to examine this mission in earnest, I became convinced there was more going on than met the eye." She took a moment to consider that statement. "You may be right," she said finally. Her admission caught him by surprise. "Care to elaborate?" he prodded her. "Someone stopped by my office around the time you found that medical facility," she said somewhat cryptically. "Their visit was a surprise, given we'd had few interactions in the past. We exchanged polite pleasantries, discussed various topics of mutual interest, marveled at the discoveries teams like yours were unearthing regularly. Samara shrugged as she relayed the conversation. I assumed they wanted my insight, or rather, guardians. Not the first time someone had consulted me for that sort of thing. Where are you going with this? He inquired, giving her a curious look. An enigmatic smile appeared as she regarded him. As they were getting ready to leave, they made an offhand remark. It didn't really register at the time, but later that evening, Guardian reminded me of what they'd said. It got me thinking. And what was the remark? Jinvis prompted her. They just mentioned how odd it was we hadn't stumbled across any ships, she relayed to him. You'd think there would have been at least a few lying around, but we hadn't found a single vessel anywhere, not even a shuttle. And it was odd, I realized. What's more, Guardian concurred. We kicked the idea around a bit, him and I, and eventually decided on two possibilities. Either we'd spotted no ships because there weren't any to find, or else they'd been well camouflaged. Makes sense, he agreed. It does, doesn't it? Samara chuckled. Pretty much covers all the bases right there. Of course, the question we asked ourselves next was, assuming there were camouflaged ships in the system, how would we go about finding them? It's a big system, and these are the precursors we're talking about. If they didn't want something to be found, it's safe to assume we lowly Terrans wouldn't find it. She gazed at him evenly. What we needed was an informant. Jinvis already knew where this was going. Athena, he said quietly. Athena. Indeed, Samara nodded. Of course, it was still possible we'd wind up empty-handed, that there were no ships, but at least we'd know, one way or the other. Once we decided to consult Athena, we realized we were going to need a ride to visit her in her domain. Not to mention a partner, in case we were successful, at which point you recruited our mutual friend, Captain Haddad, I presume? Jinvis deduced. Given your intentions, I imagine he took little convincing. You imagine correctly, she agreed. I was certain I could enlist him to the cause, given our past. He's no more a fan of the Troika than I am. And with him on board, you could consult with Athena, who led you directly to Peacemaker. Jinvis shook his head, all tied up in a nice neat bow. With one exception, he regarded her warily. You've deliberately avoided naming the individual who first sparked your curiosity. I assume there's a reason for that. He folded his hands, awaiting her response. There is, she nodded. At first I chalked it up to mere coincidence, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized their contacting me was a deliberate act. What I didn't understand was why. Samara leaned back in her chair. I've been in the business a long time, Jinvis, and I know all the players. This individual, however, had never appeared on my radar, and even more perplexing, I couldn't see a motive. Most individuals who involve themselves in the great game have obvious goals. Power, control, the usual. She rested her chin on her hands. But not this one. They'd shown no interest in that sort of thing, despite having had several opportunities to get their hands dirty, which tells me one of two things. That either all of this is nothing more than a wild goose chase, spurred by coincidence, or… She paused, awaiting his reaction, until finally, he bowed to the inevitable. Or what? He asked her. Or, she continued, that they are very, very good. With a sinking feeling, he let out the breath he'd been holding. He already knew what she was about to say, and why she'd taken this circuitous path before revealing the truth. But he still needed to hear her say it. The name, Samara, he insisted. The individual's name, she disclosed, revealing at last her whole card, is Daifu Tsumlum Katsukox, leader of your own Dermist clan. Their eyes met. I believe you're acquainted. That earned her a sardonic grunt as the blade struck home. I'm starting to think, he said at last, that I don't know her at all. Chapter 23, bottom of the 9th, bases loaded. So, what do we do now? Jinvis, Runa, and Espion looked at one another, each hoping someone else had an answer. It quickly became apparent that none of them did. What can we do? Runa shrugged. Your clan leader did an outstanding job of sabotaging the mission, she told the ambassador. Pretty much every other race in the galaxy despises us. We are currently prisoners in everything but name aboard this ship, and who knows what other mischief the Daifu is up to back on New Terra. She shook her head in defeat. I'd say our goose is pretty thoroughly cooked. Maybe we should ask the Ixians for asylum, Genvis said morosely. I'm not sure they'd grant it, Espion chimed in. Not the way things are now. The Pagon made that clear. Then I guess we should just get drunk and watch the galaxy burn, Runa said sourly. Seeing as how we're out of any other options. I can't accept that, Genvis fired back. There has to be something we can do. Someone we can talk to. What about Samara? Espion piped up. It sounds like she's at least a little sympathetic. Waste of time, Runa growled. Don't forget for an instant who she is and what she's done. She's a terrorist and an assassin, and that will never change. She also made it clear that she hasn't given up on their plans to wipe out the Troika, Genvis reminded them. Though I do think there's more to her than just a killer. Don't let that bitch get inside your head again, Genvis, Runa warned him. Everything that comes out of her mouth is a lie. What about Captain Tanika? Espion suggested. Her and Captain Haddad have history. Maybe she can talk to him and get him to see reason. I doubt it, Runa said dubiously. They're colleagues, nothing more. She doesn't have that kind of leverage with him. And even if she did, Genvis continued, getting him to change his mind would be an impossible task. He was perfectly willing to toss me out an airlock once. The only reason he didn't was his crew flat out balked at the idea. Thank Terra, he said as an afterthought. Then maybe that's the angle we should pursue, Spion mused. His crew. If we can get one of them on our side. Forget it, Runa snapped, interrupting her. They're loyal, if a bit squeamish apparently, she said, giving the ambassador a look. You try to suborn one of them. They'll go straight to Haddad and spill their guts. Well, that's it then, Espion sighed. That's everyone on board this ship, and I highly doubt they'd let us near a radio. I suppose we could try to hijack Peacemaker, but I can't say I like our odds. Even if my Marines still had their weapons, it'd be a long shot, the Valkyrie agreed. An odd expression suddenly came over the ambassador's face. Wait, there's still someone we haven't mentioned, he said in realization. Who? Espion asked him. I mean, there's only 5 people on board besides our own, and we've already considered and rejected each one of them. No, there's 6, Genvis insisted. You're forgetting one. Guardian. Guardian? Are you serious? Runa said, incredulous. You think for 1 second Samara would ever let us talk to him? And even if she did, what makes you think he'd override her? Or even just get her to reconsider? It's crazy. You have any better ideas? He asked her point blank. Well, no, she admitted. But that doesn't automatically make this a good one. Because it's not, he agreed. It's a plan born of desperation. Because we're out of options. He gave her a half-hearted shrug. But let's face it, desperate plans with a slim chance of success are kind of our bread and butter as a species. Runa and Espion shared a look. I still say it's a waste of time, the Valkyrie said at last. But why the hell not? Once again, the hatch slid open to reveal Samara standing in the corridor. If we keep making a habit of this, people are going to talk, she said with a throaty chuckle. Could you just for once put your libido in check? Runa snapped. It's tiresome. I see someone woke up on the wrong side of the bed, she snickered. I could fix that, you know. She gave the Valkyrie a languid wink, earning a snarl in return. Samara, please, Genvis sighed. Could we just talk without the games? Well, since you asked nicely, the Protean chuckled, taking a seat. What did you want to discuss? Actually, I was hoping to speak with Guardian, he explained. Directly. She threw back her head and laughed. Oh my, you really are grasping at straws, aren't you? She cheerfully regarded the 3 of them, utterly amused. It's really kind of sad when you think about it. Please, we just want to talk to him. Genvis tried again. What would it hurt? Not a thing, she said amiably. But it's obvious you don't know a thing about his kind. We know enough, Runa said defiantly. Please, it's important, Espion chimed in, speaking up for the first time. We wouldn't ask otherwise. Samara sighed, shaking her head. Certainly, she agreed. But I doubt you'll find what you're looking for. She paused for a moment as something came over her. A subtle shift in posture and body language. A change of facial expression, and suddenly someone else was gazing out at them. I am Guardian, she said, though there as well the inflections had been altered. Why do you wish to speak to me? Taking the plunge, Jinvis stepped forward. I realize we haven't spoken much in the past, he began, but I hope you'll listen to what we have to say. Simply put, we could really use your help. She eyed him curiously. You hope to persuade me in the righteousness of your cause, he surmised, and enlist my aid in convincing the others. We do, Espion agreed. Guardian/Samara shook her head. My host was quite correct, he informed them. You do not understand my race at all. Bly Tegeda has spoken of your people in glowing terms many times, Jinvis said in a rush. Your wisdom, your compassion, and your integrity. If you would be willing to hear us out. You are laboring under a false assumption, Guardian said, cutting him off. The entity known as Caretaker, with whom the Chevalier interacted, was not a member of my race. What? Runa interjected, confused. You're both precursors. While we may share a genetic continuity, Caretaker and I are separated by millions of years of cultural development and evolution, he explained. They were my distant descendants and I, their ancient ancestor, but by no means were we the same race. If we were, then Terrans would be considered no different from your early hominids. She grimaced at that. Though I admit the analogy is less than flattering, given my place on the timeline, that still makes you far more advanced than we are, the ambassador responded, gamely forging ahead. A race that has progressed as much as yours should grasp, even better than we do, the dangers associated with these attacks. If you and the others continue as you have, you could plunge the entire galaxy into war. He looked at the being that shared Samara's body, pleading with them. You can't want that. While we do not wish war for war's sake, we believe strongly in protecting our progeny, Guardian said gravely. You forget we created the Ichun to defend our offspring from harm, though we regret deeply the consequences of that decision. When they proved intractable and savage, we tried again, constructing the entity you know as Athena. She gazed at them, pitiless. I believe you have witnessed the power of both firsthand. We have, Jinvis said evenly. Then you must realize the lengths we will go to in order to preserve our genetic line, he explained, for it is a trait that your species also shares. While our discovery of humanity was unexpected, we choose to embrace our shared lineage, continuing our role as mentors and protectors. As my host once pointed out, he said with a brief smile, our only other option was to remain within the repository, unable to interact with the outside world, until the eventual heat death of the universe. I see now where humanity gets its bloodthirsty streak, the ambassador said in disgust. We make no apologies for who and what we are, Guardian replied. The fact our children persevered and flourished is proof that our methods were sound. They may seem callous, even savage, but then this universe was not built for the meek. If there is a single, natural law to be found anywhere within this reality, it is this. Only the strong survive. Jinvis could only watch in dismay as Guardian shredded his arguments, one by one. He shot a desperate look at both Runa and Espion, but both were as much at a loss as he was. Only now did he realize he'd assumed that Guardian and Caretaker were kindred spirits, despite being well aware of the eons separating them. Humans still weren't used to thinking on that kind of time scale. So what was left? He considered and rejected multiple approaches, each one even less likely to persuade Guardian than the last. The ancient avatar had witnessed millions of years of history, interacted with countless other hosts, taken part in so many endeavors it beggared the imagination. What could he say to this primeval being, whose philosophy boiled down to shoot first and ask questions never, that might sway him? You say your goal is to protect your genetic line, Jinvis blurted out as inspiration struck him. Despite Terrans not being your direct descendants, that is correct, Guardian responded. While your race is merely an offshoot of ours, one both unplanned and unforeseen, our kinship is undeniable. Then I submit to you, Guardian, that your current actions and the actions of this crew place those you have sworn to protect in jeopardy, he said with sudden conviction. But it is not too late to correct that error. Samara's eyes narrowed. Explain your reasoning, Guardian demanded. As your host now realizes, you have been manipulated from the very beginning, Jinvis said in a rush, praying he'd found an opening he could exploit. My clan leader tricked you into starting this war, for reasons I have yet to uncover. It's become obvious to me that Daifu has her own agenda, one that's pushing humanity into a direct confrontation with the rest of the galaxy. Despite all the advantages your race gave us, well, yours and Caretaker's, since you insist that you're two separate species, I don't see how this ends well for us. As long as humanity remains on threshold, New Terra, as you call it, you will be safe, Guardian assured him. No one has ever breached its defenses. We did, he reminded the precursor. Only because of our shared genetic heritage, the Avatar riposted. No other race can duplicate that achievement. You mean, no other race we know of? Genvis fired back. Who's to say there aren't other races that share the precursor gene? Guardian froze, considering that. It seems unlikely, he decided. Unlikely is not the same as impossible, he pointed out. It's a big galaxy, and a lot of time has passed since your day. Who knows what other secrets may be hiding out there? There could be other branches of your family tree, just waiting to be discovered. In case it slipped your memory, Caretaker as much as hinted at the possibility during their last conversation with Bly. Samara's brow furrowed as Guardian puzzled over the prospect of such an occurrence. Even if what you say is true, he said at last, we will simply come to an accord with them, just as we have with you. Will you now? Genvis smiled. And if they refuse? Why should they refuse? He scoffed. You didn't. Because we were desperate, remember? Genvis said pointedly. But what if we hadn't been? Desperate, I mean. Samara/Guardian leaned back in their chair, regarding him warily. What are you suggesting? He asked. Consider this scenario then, the ambassador proposed. Another offshoot race, as yet undiscovered, contacts the Alliance, who informs them that everyone hates humans, and for good reason. They learn of New Terra, as well as the advanced technology to be found there. They also learn that only those with the proper genetic sequence can gain access to the system. Their curiosity now aroused, they obtain a sample of Terran DNA, of which there is plenty to be found, thanks to the Troika. They study that sample and learn, to their surprise, they are our long-lost cousins. Now, perhaps, despite what they've been told, they come in friendship. That would solve all our problems right there. Runa nodded as she realized where he was headed with this. But what if they don't? She said point blank. What if they decide to gather their fleets and come in guns blazing instead? Athena would prevent their entrance, he vowed. Are you sure about that? Genvis fired back. If they have the correct DNA, why would Athena stop them? You didn't design her to be an arbiter, after all, just a gatekeeper. What if she steps back and stays out of it entirely? I think that's the more likely scenario. And if she's no longer enforcing the barrier, then there's nothing stopping them from invading New Terra. You would still have access to our technology, Guardian reminded him. That would give you an overwhelming advantage. An advantage they could also exploit, he said simply, which means an archaeological arms race. Whoever grabs the most toys and figures out how to use them wins. Sure, we've been at it longer, so we'd have a head start, but that is no guarantee. He leaned forward, his eyes boring into theirs. Imagine a war on threshold, using your weapons. Would there even be anything left when it was all over? Guardian stared back at him, an expression of profound disquiet now evident on Samara's face. He started to speak and then fell silent, then did so again, before finally shaking his head. You raise an intriguing possibility, but it is mere conjecture. You have no evidence to support the existence of another offshoot race, or that if one existed, that they would be hostile. He struggled to regain his composure and mostly succeeded. You spin a fanciful yarn, but that is all it is. A story, a work of fiction, nothing more. You're right, Genvis conceded. I have no proof, just an unsupported theory. He pointed his finger at Guardian. But your claim that New Terra is impregnable, that nothing can touch it despite evidence to the contrary, is the very height of arrogance. He regarded the precursor placidly. I see now we not only inherited our bloodthirstiness from your kind, but our hubris as well. Samara's eyes widened as he threw that accusation in her face, yet remained rooted to the spot, seemingly unable to move. Almost a full minute passed before they abruptly jumped to their feet, before stumbling out of the compartment with Guardian still at the reins. Holy shit, Runa said in awe. I need a drink, Genvis rasped, before slumping back into his chair. Chapter 24. The Final Argument of Kings. Samara returned a few hours later. Guardian was no longer in control. And what do you want? Runa demanded. The Protean ignored her, instead focusing her attention on the ambassador. We need to talk, she told Genvis. All right, he agreed. What do you want to talk about? She shook her head. Not here, and not just us. Oh, and who else will be joining us? Remy, she explained, though he doesn't know it yet. Genvis raised an eyebrow. Then I'm confused. Just come with me, Samara urged. Please. It's important. All right, he agreed, rising to his feet. And Runa? Peon? Just you, she said pointedly. It's delicate and needs to be handled carefully. Your protector is kind of a blunt instrument. She gave the Valkyrie a half-hearted shrug. No offense. Oh, you have no idea, Runa growled, before turning to the ambassador. I want to go on record and say this is a bad idea, she stated. But since you're going to do it anyway, just be careful. She shot a hostile glare in the Protean's direction. I promise, he smiled, before gesturing towards the hatch. After you, he told Samara. The pair exited the compartment and headed forward, towards a part of the ship he hadn't yet visited. You mind telling me what this is all about? He asked her. It took her a moment to respond. I must say, I'm impressed, she chuckled. You did something I thought was impossible. What's that? You actually spooked Guardian, she grinned, before rolling her eyes and groaning. He did so, she snapped. I should know. I was sitting right there the whole time. Genvis blinked. I beg your pardon? She sighed and pointed at her head. Guardian. He's in a mood. Sometimes I forget and have our conversations out loud. It can be a little off-putting, I know. I'll try to keep it internal. The ambassador smiled at that. Finding out he can be moody is actually sort of comforting. It humanizes him. If he were human, I mean, oh, he runs the gamut of emotions, Samara laughed. He once spent a week sulking because I shot down one of his suggestions. She sighed once again. You did too, she fired off to her unseen companion, before shrugging an apology. Sorry. It's all right, he grinned, though I'm a little confused. If he experiences emotions, why did you think he couldn't be frightened? Do you have any idea how long he's been around? She asked him. Or what he's experienced in all those endless eons. If there's a situation or event he hasn't witnessed and dealt with 1,000 times over, I've yet to hear of it. And it's not like you can hurt him, she reminded the ambassador. The repository is basically indestructible for all intents and purposes. Short of dropping it in a black hole, and frankly, I'm not even sure of that. I see, he said carefully. In fact, it surprised him as well his theory had left the ancient avatar troubled. That he'd dragged Samara's body out the way he had left Genvis convinced he'd gotten to him. But he hadn't realized to what extent. It was the only leverage he currently had, and it was tenuous as hell, but if he could capitalize on that. And we're here, she said, pulling up to another hatch and interrupting his thoughts. She pressed the call button beside the entrance, only for it to slide open moments later as they stepped inside. Captain Haddad was sitting in a chair, holding a drink. His eyes narrowed when he spotted Genvis. Mind telling me what he's doing here? He insisted. I invited him, Samara explained, going to the table and pouring herself a drink as well. We need to talk. We already did that, remember? He shook his head. I don't see the point in rehashing this. Hear him out, Samara said. Only it wasn't Samara. Guardian had taken control again, catching them both off guard. Why? Remy demanded once more. What could he possibly say that hasn't been said already? I had a chat with Guardian earlier, and it seems my words found fertile soil, Genvis informed him. I assume he convinced Samara that we should talk. The Protean shivered, twitching her head and shoulders as she grimaced. We talked about this, she snarled. You ask permission before you pop in. She held up her hand to the other two, not wanting to get into it again. Genvis and Remy shared a commiserating look before the ambassador spoke up. You're being manipulated, Captain, he told him. We all are, as near as I can tell. Someone is pulling our strings, dragging us into a war with the rest of the galaxy. Really? Who? My clan leader, he said unhappily. Daifu Tsumlum Katsukox. Remy just stared at him. This is a joke, right? Believe me, I wish it were, he sighed. But when I expressed my misgivings to Samara, she confirmed them. He turned to the Protean. This is true. I'm afraid so, she agreed. It's not conclusive, but the circumstantial evidence is pretty damn convincing. Circumstantial evidence, he repeated, meaning it could just be a coincidence. It's not, Genvis assured him. I'm certain of it. Me too, Samara chimed in. We got played, Remy. Simple as that. The Corsair regarded them both over his glass. All right, I'll bite. Why would the head of the Dermist clan want to start a war? What does she get out of it? As far as I can tell, revenge, Genvis explained. The last conversation we had, she blamed the other races for everything that's happened to us Terrans since Earth's destruction. Well, she's not wrong, Remy shrugged. But what she's doing is, he insisted. People are going to die. People have already died, Genvis contended. But maybe it's not too late to stop it. Stop it? The pirate captain leaned back in his chair, a satisfied expression plastered on his face. Why on earth would we possibly do that? Because dragging the galaxy into war is a bad idea? Genvis said, incredulous. Their eyes met. Only if we lose, Remy said evenly, and we can't lose. Even if we win, it's still a bad idea, the ambassador fired back. The cost in lives alone will be astronomical, both Terran and alien. We haven't lost a single human, Remy said defiantly. Yet, Genvis snapped as his hackles raised. Don't count on it lasting forever. Remy shook his head and turned his attention back to Samara. Why are we having this conversation? I'm not hearing anything new or compelling, and being honest, even if you're right and the Daifu tricked us into attacking our enemies, so what? What difference does it make? It's not like either of us needed convincing, and our reasons for grabbing Peacemaker and going hunting haven't changed, have they? No, they haven't, Samara admitted. But the situation is more complicated than we realized, and we think it might be a good idea to take a moment and find out what's really going on. Seriously? You, of all people? Remy grimaced in disgust. I can't believe you've fallen for his bullshit. He's grasping at straws. Can't you see that? He's got nothing. No evidence, no support, and no mission. Finally, after 200 fucking years, we're the ones calling the shots, and I say it's time to clean house. We eliminate the threats once and for all. He leaned forward, glaring at her. Or have you suddenly gotten cold feet? Her eyes narrowed in response. You know me better than that. Show me a problem and I'll end it. Permanently. Her nostrils flared as she scowled back at him. But being the Troika's unwilling puppet left me with a strong dislike of being manipulated. I refuse to dance to anyone else's tune ever again, even if I agree with their reasons. If the Daifu had asked me directly to help destroy our enemies, we wouldn't be having this conversation. That she didn't makes me wonder what her real motivations are, and if anyone is pulling her strings. That gave him pause. How would that even be possible? He said after a moment. Who could get to her on New Terra? I don't know, Samara shrugged. Maybe the two of his Ake brainwashed her before she ever set foot on New Terra. Or the Eliax might have gotten to her like they did me. Could be someone she cares about is being threatened. Or maybe she's in it for the oldest reason of all. Money, Remy guessed. Power, she corrected him. Who the hell knows? The Corsair frowned, considering that, and then shook his head. It can't be the Troika, he decided. It would be stupid to have us come after them like this. Hell, it'd be downright suicidal. Samara started to respond, and then paused before trying again. But this time she spoke with Guardian's voice. It is not as unlikely as you may think, the ancient avatar stated. We must assume they did not take their defeat at our hands with equanimity. They must surely hunger to regain what they have lost, and it is possible this ploy is how they intend to achieve that goal. Okay, genius, Remy sneered. Explain to me how us destroying them helps the Troika get back on top. Because frankly, I can't see it. Simply put, by painting Terrans as the most dangerous threat the galaxy now faces, he explained. The Alliance laid out the groundwork themselves, as did the Oivu. As long as New Terra maintains a firm monopoly on precursor technology, they will always fear you. And just as they did 2 centuries ago against the Ichun, they will tell the other races that only by standing together do they have any hope of defeating you. Samara/Guardian leaned back in their chair. I assure you, when framed in that manner, the other races will take very little convincing. Fine, Remy snorted. Let them come. We'll fight them all if we have to. They have no need to actually defeat you, Guardian cautioned. They simply have to contain you. As long as they keep you Terrans pinned within the threshold system, the rest of the galaxy will be theirs for the taking. They will use the ongoing threat of your presence to strike fear into the hearts of the other races, and in the fullness of time, will be able to resume their position of power once more. I think you're forgetting something, Remy chuckled, before waving his hand about him. Peacemaker. There's no way they can destroy this ship. Are you certain of that? Genvis interjected. Granted, it's the most advanced ship in the galaxy, and it's powerful. No argument. But there are a lot of ships out there, between the Alliance and the Troika, and if they threw them all at you, swarmed you in a single massive strike? He shook his head. Even if they just threw vessels at you to soak up fire until you shot yourself dry, it's possible they could do it. And don't forget, the Troika has been studying precursor technology for millennia. Most of it is still far beyond them, but they've learned a few tricks. It's how they defeated the Ichun the first time. After all, they even shut down Guardian once. As Samara can attest, he finished, inclining his head in her direction. It's true, she agreed, this time with her own voice, though it would be more accurate to say they disrupted communications between us. Guardian was still online. We just couldn't talk to each other. And without you as an active host, they had completely cut him off, Genvis agreed. They crippled him and left him helpless. It's possible, even likely, that they have other methods at their disposal as well, other means by which they could damage or even destroy this ship. And with Peacemaker off the table, Samara pointed out, we don't have any other ships capable of facing the Troika. We'll be stuck on New Terra, unable to show our faces, while they'll have control over everything else. Then we'll build new ships. Remy snapped, his glare now dark and dangerous. Whole new fleets of ships, constructed with precursor technology. Let's see them try to stop us then. Now you're just being ridiculous, Samara sighed. You know as well as I do it will be years before we're capable of that. Decades even, though some projections I've seen suggest it could be centuries before we understand enough of their technology to build even crude fighting ships. A lot could happen in a few hundred years, and you can bet the Troika won't be sitting idle during that time. The Corsair looked away, clearly not happy with the conversation's direction. Finally, he turned back to face them. Then what do you suggest? He asked, his expression sour, as if being forced to swallow a particularly bitter pill. Samara looked to Genvis, who nodded his encouragement. We suspend any further attacks until we sort this out, she told him. We find out what's going on, what the Daifu's plans are, learn if the Troika are involved, while hopefully avoiding pissing off the Alliance any more than we already have. It took a long time for him to respond, time spent deliberating on the arguments he'd heard. When he finally decided it was plain he was less than thrilled about his choice. Fine, he growled. We'll do it your way. Thank you, Genvis said quietly. I'm not doing it for you, he snarled, before glancing back at Samara. But I want something in return. When we're done playing detective and figure out what the hell's going on, assuming circumstances haven't been radically altered in the process, we pick right back up where we left off and we finish this. He crossed his arms, glaring defiantly. You have my word, Samara agreed. If it turns out all this was for nothing, I'll pilot the ship and fire on the Troika homeworlds myself. I'm holding you to that, Remy vowed, before turning his attention to Genvis. As for you, he said coldly, don't start thinking this is some sort of victory. It's a pause, nothing more, while we get our bearings. That's all. I'll take what I can get, the ambassador answered. If it helps ease tensions between the factions, then as far as I'm concerned, it is a victory. Even if it's only temporary. Remy snorted and ignored him. So, what's our first move? Where do we begin digging? He asked Samara. If we want to find answers, there's only one place to start, she began. New Terra. Genvis piped up, answering for her. Chapter 25. a house built on sand. Despite Remy's grudging consent to cooperate with their investigation, the situation aboard Peacemaker was far from settled. Runa and her Valkyries were still furious about being forcibly disarmed, while Captain Tanika and her crew had been sidelined and kept from the ship's more sensitive areas, embittering them as well. Genvis was struggling to ease tensions between the factions, but was having little luck. Hoping to settle their differences, the ambassador requested a joint meeting of the various parties. The pilot, Zuelin, begged off, stating that someone needed to mind the store, but after a few hours of negotiations, the others finally agreed to meet. Filing into the mess hall, each of the factions found a corner to huddle up and eyeball the others. Espion appeared on a monitor near Runa's cohort, and while Samara hovered near the ship's crew, there was a noticeable space between them. Genvis, on the other hand, had placed himself in the center of the room in order to moderate the proceedings. Based on the scowls he observed from those in attendance, he had his work cut out for him. Taking a deep breath, he plastered a smile on his face and kicked things off. "Thank you all for coming," he told his audience. "I know there are a great number of issues before us, and plenty of potent feelings regarding the subjects at hand, but I hope that with honest dialogue we can find common ground." "Don't count on it," Runa muttered, giving Remy a dirty look. With a sigh, he faced his security chief. "That's not helpful," he said in reproof. "I understand your anger, but we're here to settle our differences, not exacerbate them." "Fine, give us back our weapons," she snapped, still eyeing Peacemaker's captain. "Over my dead body," Remy said flatly. "I can arrange that," she fired back, fingering the hilt of her sword. "This is a waste of time," he snarled, rising to his feet. "We're done with this meeting." With a jerk of his head, he motioned to the other crew members, heading for the exit. Genvis rushed to intercept them. "Please," he beseeched the group, "don't leave. I know this isn't easy, but if we've learned anything, it's that we're stronger together than we are divided. Especially now." Remy eyed the ambassador with suspicion. "And what exactly do you get out of all of this?" he demanded. "A feather in your cap? A pat on the back for a job well done? Or at least a valiant effort? Who are you trying to impress?" "No one," he answered. "This isn't about scoring points, Captain, or garnering favors. I'm trying to find a peaceful way to resolve our differences, and I could really use your help. So please, come back to the discussion. It won't be easy, and I'm not claiming otherwise, but it is important. For all of us." The Corsair stared at him, searching for some hint of deception or hidden agendas. Genvis merely waited, allowing him the time he needed to make his choice. After several moments of standoff, the captain relented, reversing course and retaking his seat with his crew following in his wake, obviously surprised by his decision. "Thank you," Genvis said sincerely, before trying again. "Now, in order to make this as fair as possible, I've got something to say," Captain Tanika interrupted, facing the beleaguered captain. "You've got issues with the other clans. That's your business. And I haven't forgotten what you've done for Carl," she continued, singling out her exo, recently healed from his wounds. "But we're Corsairs, same as you," she said, somewhat forcefully. I'm not," Diggs said, raising his hand, only to earn an elbow to the ribs from Mako's chief engineer. Tanika shot him a look before continuing. "Not only that, we helped you out after that fight with the Ichun. I'd expect some common courtesy for that alone. But you've kept us away from the bridge, engineering, hell, practically the entire ship. What's the matter? Afraid I'll steal it out from under you," she snorted. "I never give up a prize, and I'm not starting now," he answered. "I shouldn't have to explain that to a Corsair. Besides, you got a beef with the way we're doing things? Take it up with her," he growled, jerking his head towards Samara. "Whole thing was her idea. Way to throw me under a battlecruiser," the Protean grumbled, shaking her head. "And besides, it was actually the Daifu's twisted scheme. If we're giving credit where credit is due, I was just gullible enough to fall for it." All eyes turned to Genvis as he shrugged in resignation. "It's true," he admitted. "The evidence we have is circumstantial but appears genuine. For reasons we do not yet understand, the Daifu seems to be intentionally provoking a confrontation between Terrans and the other races of the galaxy." "Wait a minute," Espion chimed in. "She was the one who organized this mission. the Avatar pointed out. Hell, she even came up with the whole Terran Diplomatic Corps idea in the first place. She recruited me, Runa, Tanika, even you, Ambassador. Why would she do that if she's trying to start a fight? A question I've been asking myself a lot lately, Jinvis glumly nodded. With what we now know, I suspect she was deliberately setting us up to fail. Considering how the conference ended, I'd say she achieved her goal. That makes no sense either, Samara interjected. If you were all bumbling incompetence, that would be one thing, but you're not. You all have decent track records in your respective fields, though I admit some of you may be a little junior for the positions you're currently holding. But other than that, if I were planning this mission and someone handed me your resumes, I wouldn't have a problem with any of them. Maybe she couldn't make it look too obvious, Tanika mused, warming to the notion. I mean, none of us have actually done diplomacy before, other than maybe Jinvis. Or maybe she just didn't care what you did. Remy snorted as he joined the conversation. What makes you think you're the only iron she's got in the fire? That gave Jinvis pause. It's certainly possible she has other wheels in motion, he agreed, though I can't imagine what they are. He's right, Runa said suddenly, her head snapping up. It makes no sense to destroy diplomatic relations now. All it does is make us a pariah. Where's the payoff? What's the endgame? She has to have something in mind, otherwise, this is nothing more than a giant tantrum, and she's too smart for that. I'm not following, the ambassador said finally. Where are you going with this? I'm saying you don't go to all this trouble of laying the groundwork for war if you're not prepared to exploit it, she spelled out. Only problem is our ships are flying death traps. I beg your pardon, Tanika barked, outraged at the slur. No offense, the Valkyrie quickly apologized, but we need to be real here. Compared to what the other races have, our ships are old, underpowered, and worn out. And before you remind me how valiantly they fought at the Battle of Terra Nova, let me remind you we had the Alliance on our side for that one, not to mention Athena. She is correct, Samara said suddenly, but they all immediately recognized Guardian's odd inflections coming from her mouth. It is strategically unsound to incite a galaxy-wide conflict while lacking the means to capitalize on such an opening maneuver, and it'll be years, decades, or more before we can build ships with precursor tech, Remy said slowly, repeating what Samara had reminded him of the day before. You're right, Jinvis said in sudden realization, as the pieces began falling into place. Her doing this now is insane. I mean, it was already insane, but if it was going to be 50 years or 100 or even longer before we had a navy they couldn't touch, why start a fight now? It would have been smarter and easier to just wait, biding her time while she built up goodwill with the other worlds. Maybe toss them a few baubles to keep them happy while we gathered intelligence, made contacts, perhaps even suborned a few over to our side. Starting a war now and having nothing to fight with makes absolutely no sense. Maybe she's just impatient, Tanika suggested, or she's nuts. No, this entire scheme is too well orchestrated for that, Espion decided. It won't wash. We're missing something, the ambassador recognized, some crucial piece of the puzzle. There has to be an answer, but what it is? He shrugged. I have no idea. So, where does that leave us? Remy demanded. We all agree that it's a big mystery. Fine. That still doesn't address any of the other issues we're arguing about, and no one's even mentioned the Tuuk. But you know it's gonna come up eventually. He glared at them all, daring them to disagree. What are we going to do about all of that? I believe we should continue discussing those other points of contention, Jinvis agreed, but perhaps not in this venue. For example, your disagreement with the Valkyries does not require Captain Tanika's input, does it? The two Corsair captains shared a look and shook their heads. Like I said, none of my business, Tanika repeated, begging off. Jinvis gave her a grateful nod. As for the Tuuk, that dispute is liable to be both contentious and divisive in the extreme. So much so that I request we table its discussion for now. He held up his hands. Obviously, we need to talk about it at some point, but our situation is tenuous enough as it is. I'd prefer to address and hopefully resolve the other topics first before tackling that one. If everyone agrees, that is. They exchanged glances around the compartment as those in attendance gauged the other group's reactions. The tension in the air was palpable as they each searched for some sign of where the others stood before committing their own opinions on the matter. But one by one, each faction slowly agreed, no more eager to delve into an already complicated dilemma that was unlikely to be resolved anytime soon than the rest. "Thank you," the ambassador said gratefully. "I'll get to work on some sort of schedule as soon as possible. I thank you all for your patience and understanding, and I promise to do everything in my power to begin resolving these disputes." "That's all I have for now." It took them a moment to realize the meeting was now over, but with a collective shrug, those in attendance began retreating to whence they'd come, with Remy casting an odd glance over his shoulder as he exited the compartment. Runa remained behind, looking up in surprise as Samara joined them. "Nice speech," the Protean remarked. "I'm impressed." "Thank you," he told her, "though it remains to be seen if it does any good. You got people talking and actually agreeing, instead of just yelling at each other," Runa pointed out. "That's gotta count for something. Starting a fight is easy," he explained, "but keeping the peace takes sustained effort. It's hard work, and the moment you stop it all falls apart." He took a moment to clear his head and then turned to his companions. "Now, what can I do for the both of you?" "We'll be back on New Terra in a few days," Samara said. "What are your intentions when we arrive?" "I don't know," Genvis sighed. "Confront the Daifu about her involvement in all of this and try to figure out a way to undo some of the damage. But if you're asking me for something more concrete, I can't help you. I'm still trying to make sense of it all." The Protean nodded. "About what I expected," she told him. "I hope you don't intend on meeting her alone." "Absolutely not," Runa said zealously, speaking up before he could respond. "I'll be right beside him when he meets with her, with my team on standby." "I don't think that's necessary," he began, only to earn stern looks from both women. "Your clan leader is trying to start a galaxy-wide war," Samara said flatly. "Do you honestly believe for even an instant she would hesitate in having you erased if you interfere?" "Erased?" Genvis said in confusion. "She means murdered," Runa snarled. "Killed. Executed. Done away with. Your body dumped somewhere it won't be found. Whatever term you like." The ambassador blanched, goggling at them both. "You can't mean that." The two women shared a brief glance. "I think I can safely say that your security chief and I disagree on pretty much everything," Samara said with bone-dry humor. "But in this instance, we're on the same page." The expression on Runa's face confirmed her suspicions. "There is zero chance she'll take this lying down, Genvis. She will fight back, I guarantee it." She folded her arms across her chest. "Which is why I'll be joining your little meeting as well." "Why?" the Valkyrie demanded. She graced her counterpart with a wintry smile. "I don't enjoy being played. Whatever surprises she might have in store, they won't work on me." Runa's eyes narrowed as she gauged her response. "I'd feel a lot better about this if I knew for sure which side you're on," she said at last. Samara merely chuckled. "I'm surprised at you. I would have thought by now you'd already know the answer to that." She leaned in, smiling sweetly. "I'm on my side." "That may be the most honest thing you've ever said to me," the Marine deadpanned. Genvis looked on helplessly as the pair finished negotiations. "I don't suppose I have any say in this?" he asked. "No," they said in unison. "I was afraid of that." His shoulders slumped in resignation. "Then of course I welcome having both of you with me when I meet with the Daifu," he said at last. Chapter 26, Sound and Fury. Peacemaker, this is Terra Nova Orbital Control. You are cleared for landing at Asgard Spaceport at the following coordinates. Traffic pattern is clear. A string of numbers appeared on the display. Roger, Control. We've received your telemetry and are currently inbound. ETA is 25 mics, Remy answered. Any special instructions for us? Peacemaker, be advised there is a delegation standing by, Control reported. Once you are down and secure, you are ordered to stand to and receive ground personnel for custom screening. We'll take it under advisement, the captain answered, shaking his head. Peacemaker out. He turned and looked at the others gathered on the bridge. Customs, he said in disbelief. The bureaucrats really have taken over. I'm certain it's merely routine, Genvis answered, though I imagine they'll have some questions for us. They can call it customs all they like, Samara snorted. But they'll be the most heavily armed border guards you've ever seen. They want us down and secured, in case someone suddenly gets ideas. The ambassador startled at the allegation, before glancing at his security chief for confirmation. She's right, Runa agreed solemnly. There's no way they're going to just let us walk. She shot a look at the captain. Trust me, you really want to give us back our weapons before we land? Captain Haddad was silent for several moments as he chewed on that before signaling his gunner with a curt nod. Slavko, do as she says, he ordered. Get our people armed as well, and if there's anything left over, pass them on to Tanika. Thank you, the Valkyrie said tightly, while the gunner moved to comply. The pair had been arguing over that point for days now, and his sudden capitulation, while welcome, felt forced and anticlimactic. Captain, Jinvis interjected, I would prefer to avoid hostilities if possible, he said. I understand the need for caution, but provoking them now with tensions as high as they are is a dangerous move. He went to the Corsair, entreating with him. We need to urge our people to exercise restraint in order to prevent any unnecessary bloodshed. We won't make the first move, Remy agreed, but I won't let my people just be taken into custody either. Not when your Dai Fu handed us Peacemaker on a silver fucking platter and then shoved us out the airlock. I agree the situation is murky, but whatever happens here will have far-reaching consequences for our people, the ambassador reminded him. We need to be smart about this and not go off half-cocked. Like I said, I won't start anything, the captain growled, but the rest is up to them. We need to stick together, Samara stated. If they split us up, breaking out of custody gets a lot harder. Strength in numbers, Runa nodded, before looking askance at the Protean. Never thought I'd be standing with you, though. What about the Pagon? Jinvis reminded her. Didn't he start out as your enemy? The Valkyrie glowered. Not helping. If you ladies are quite finished, Remy snapped, I suggest you get prepped. We'll be on the ground soon, and I'd prefer to not get arrested out of sheer incompetence. Samara simply laughed, while Jinvis reddened in embarrassment. Runa shot the Corsair a dirty look, before turning and exiting the bridge, with the others falling in behind her. The compartment adjoining the airlock slowly filled as the disparate groups began forming up. Despite the tension of the last few days, their current circumstances forced them to acknowledge the fact they were now on the same side. What little solidarity there was to be found was grudging, but the ancient quote regarding hanging together versus hanging separately was lost on no one. As Peacemaker settled down on its landing struts and its engine began tapering off, an awkward sense of unease seemed to fill the chamber. They exchanged nervous glances as the power plant finally shut down, with Jinvis taking a deep breath as he looked at each of his escorts. I am very glad to have you both with me, he admitted, as the hatch began cycling open. We got your back, Runa growled, nodding at her team, while Samara appeared faintly bored by it all. The heavy portal door slowly slid aside, revealing the tarmac of Asgard spaceport. Various ships and shuttles were docked and landed across the field, the ancient site renamed and recommissioned as the primary facility linking them to the rest of the galaxy. Stepping forward, Jinvis gazed down the ramp, blinking in surprise as he spotted a lone figure awaiting their arrival. Perhaps we've read too much into this, he sighed, before squaring his shoulders and making his way down to greet him. The individual waited patiently, dressed in a well-tailored suit of recent fashion. He smiled, gracing them with a polite nod. Ambassador Shafazif? He inquired. Yes, that's right, he agreed. And you are? I'm Thorben Gautama, he answered, introducing himself, before twitching an eyebrow at the mob of armed passengers and crew making their way to join them. On behalf of the provisional government, welcome home. Thank you, the ambassador replied, speaking for the others. And what exactly is your position within the government? I thought orbital control had explained all that, he said, somewhat puzzled. But to answer your question, they've seconded me to customs during the reorganization. What reorganization? Runa said suspiciously, elbowing her way to the front. The visitor chuckled. Now that we have an actual home of our own, we've been hard at work trying to weld the clans back together. It hasn't been easy, and the provisional government is merely the first step of what we hope will be something far more comprehensive. Sadly, added layers of bureaucracy were inevitable. I'm afraid. He apologized. But I promise you, we'll get through this with as little fuss as possible. This isn't what I expected, Samara remarked, an odd cast to her eye as she scanned their surroundings. I'm still waiting for the other shoe to drop. Just some forms to be filled out, strictly routine. Thorben smiled. If you'll all follow me, we've set up an area where we can get everyone processed in short order. As soon as we're finished, you'll be free to go about your business. Smiling, he turned on his heel and headed for a large nearby structure, beckoning them to follow. Several in the group stared at one another, nonplussed by this strange turn of events, before shrugging and tagging along behind him, though some were still on edge. This doesn't feel right, Runa muttered, her head on a swivel as she scanned the area. If they intended US harm, why didn't they meet us with guns drawn instead of paperwork? Jinvis asked her. I don't know, she admitted, but I still don't like it. She motioned to her team, who maintained their own high alert as they entered the building. Stepping inside, Jinvis spotted tables laid out inside the cavernous space, with multiple electronic tablets awaiting them. It looked like a warehouse or storage depot, temporarily repurposed for customs duties, and as he saw Thorben take up station near the head of the closest bench, he relaxed, making his way forward. He couldn't imagine this would take up too much of their time. Get down. A silent explosion detonated, his vision going white a split second before something slammed into him, knocking him to the floor. Jinvis let out a surprised oof as he hit the deck, hard enough to earn bruises. Dazed, he struggled to regain his feet, but his efforts were clumsy and awkward, his body pinned by some unseen weight. The sound of weapons fire injected a renewed sense of urgency into his endeavors, but whatever was holding him fast felt like iron bands. He fought to clear his sight despite the blazing afterimages refusing to dissipate. Cease fire. A few stray shots rang out in reply, but soon they too were silenced. The sound of uneven footsteps approached as the ambassador rubbed at his eyes, fighting to regain his sight. Finally, his vision stabilized, well enough to see Runa protecting him, using her own body as a shield as she pinned him to the floor. Stay down, she whispered in his ear, her weapon tracking the movement of something just outside his field of vision. We have you surrounded, the voice continued. Lay down your weapons, and no harm will come to you. If you force us to engage, however, I make no such promise. His bodyguard risked poking her head up before immediately dropping back down and cursing. Is it bad? Jinvis nervously asked her. Yeah, it's bad, she confirmed. Runa took a moment to whisper a brief prayer before raising her weapon above her head and slowly rising to her feet as she surrendered, signaling the rest of her team to do likewise. Struggling to stand up as well, Jinvis stared in shock as heavily armed warriors, Valkyries almost certainly, materialized out of the stacks of crates and closed in, their strange-looking weapons drawn and pointed directly at them. An older woman stumped towards them, puffing on a cigarillo, her metallic legs scraping against the floor. His security chief's face immediately hardened as she recognized her. Commandant, she growled. Captain, Gerald Zakia answered. You played this one smart? She glanced over to her left. Just not smart enough. The ambassador's gaze followed the clan leaders, his eyes revealing an impossible apparition. They were now surrounded and being taken into custody, but that wasn't what had his attention. He stared at the image, his mind refusing to accept the truth of it before his jaw dropped in disbelief. Samara stood frozen, one arm outstretched while the other clutched the repository. She looked like a statue, carved from blue-green crystal, as the commandant nodded in confirmation. She was always the wild card in this op, the clan leader disclosed. With her link to the repository, not to mention her other talents, we knew we had to take her down fast. Couldn't have managed it with our own ordnance, of course, but we then found something to do the job. Precursor weapons, Jinvis said in quiet horror. We call it a stasis gun, she confirmed, sidling up to the now petrified Protean and tapping on the statue's surface with her prosthetic hand. A loud metallic clink echoed in the empty space, drawing a bemused expression as if she were rapping on a window pane. Amazing what it can do, she said in obvious delight. You murdered her, the ambassador spat out. Didn't even give her a chance to surrender. You don't hesitate against an adversary like Samara, the commandant retorted. Anyone who's made that mistake didn't live to talk about it. Isn't that right, Captain? She said pointedly to Runa, who looked away in disgust. Besides, she's not dead. The Valkyrie continued, merely frozen in time. What are you talking about? He demanded, looking once more at her ossified features. We're not sure how it works, Zakiya shrugged. Not that that's a surprise, considering. We'll be trying to make sense of their technology for the next 1,000 years. But the way it was explained to me by folks a hell of a lot smarter than I am. The gun fires a beam that creates an energy field around the target that reaches down to the quantum level. A grin appeared on her face. Care to guess what it does? I don't care, Jinvis sneered, though it failed to have an impact. Oh, you should, she responded. It's fascinating stuff. Somehow, it drops the angular momentum, spin, Brownian movement, everything, down to absolute zero. Every electron, every quark, and every photon, frozen in place. Even time itself is affected, though don't ask me how. That's nothing new, Runa retorted. The Troika have been using stasis pods for their critically wounded for centuries. All their ships carry them. Compared to this, their pods are little more than a glorified refrigerator, she chuckled. This technology is light years beyond anything the Troika has. So, you can bring her back then, Jinvis said with a flicker of hope. Can? Yes. Will? Zakiya shook her head. The woman is too dangerous to be allowed her freedom, and being honest, I doubt any prison we could come with would hold her. This way, she said, patting the statue once more, we can just stick her in a closet. Simpler all around. An icy sensation settled into his stomach. How long have you and the Daifu been working together? He asked quietly. It's a bit more complicated than that, she chuckled. Not that it matters. At least not for you. She gave him a condescending look. You did well, Ambassador, she said in a voice filled with sarcasm. Played your part in all of this to perfection. You have the thanks of a grateful world. Her expression darkened into something far more sinister. But now your services are no longer required. You haven't changed a bit, Runa swore, her features twisted with pure hatred. Still playing with other people's lives, like they were toys for your own amusement. She turned her head and spat on the floor. You know what your problem is, Captain? The Commandant sneered. You could never see the bigger picture. Always too focused on the individual, while ignoring the whole. She stepped forward, glaring at the younger woman with contempt. Never able to make the hard choices. It's held you back your entire career. You want to save everyone. She snorted in disgust. Newsflash, you can't. A true commander understands you have to sacrifice a portion to preserve the rest. One dies, 10 live. The math is brutally simple. She closed the distance between them until they were mere centimeters apart. But you could never accept that. Now could you? There was a frigid calm to her words as she glared back at her clan leader. If my choices are between trying to save everyone and be thought a fool versus spending their lives like water and becoming a monster, I know exactly where I stand, she said with conviction. That you've chosen otherwise tells me one thing, that you aren't fit to lead this clan. Her eyes locked onto Zacchaeus. Enjoy the moment while it lasts, because your days are numbered. The Commandant merely smiled. Take them away, she ordered. Chapter 27. Crystal Knocked. After issuing her instructions, Commandant Zakiya and her entourage departed, leaving the execution of said orders to the rank and file. Almost immediately, complications emerged. I am not giving you my sword. Runa glared defiantly at their captors. You want it? Come and get it, she growled. Her eyes blazed as she taunted them. Her body already tensed for a fight. She showed no signs of backing down, and given the number of weapons pointed at them, she was daring them to cross a line from which there would be no coming back. His own arms still raised, Jinvis took a cautious step toward her. Runa, please, don't do this, he begged her. If you don't give them the sword, they'll kill you. They can try, she snarled, her knuckles taut as she gripped the hilt, staring them down. Lose the blade, or we will open fire. One goon barked. They're not bluffing, the ambassador pleaded. For the love of Mother Terra, do as they say. Never, she hissed. Jinvis stared wide-eyed as time slowed to a crawl. She wasn't going to surrender the sword. He knew that, and what was worse, so did they. There would be no negotiations. No willingness to de-escalate. No backing off until tempers cooled. They would just shoot her down like an animal, despite being one of their own. Her courage, her heroism in the face of incredible odds, none of that mattered to them. She was merely a loose end awaiting disposal, and nothing more. He couldn't let it happen. Runa, look at your team, he told her, playing the only card he had. If you fight back, so will they. Despite their captors having her total focus, she spared a brief glance at the others. They too were poised and spoiling for a fight, as always taking their cues from her. Something twitched within her, more sensed than actually seen. But it was only a momentary lapse. It was there and gone in a heartbeat as she returned her gaze to the guards, giving them her full attention, and despite his utter lack of military experience, somehow, he knew. She's chosen this spot to make her last stand. They'll kill them, he said in a rush, deliberately playing on her emotions despite the self-loathing he felt doing so. You told me how hard you fought to protect them on Senoishii Prime, and how deeply losing Kai and the others wounded you. Don't throw their lives away now, Runa, he beseeched her. And don't let them do it either, fighting a hopeless battle you can't win. Something broke inside of her when he mentioned Senoishii Prime. In many ways, she'd never truly left that war-torn world, despite her best efforts. A sound escaped her throat, a ragged gasp that was quickly silenced as she gazed at her team once more. They stood with her, ready and willing to follow her commands, prepared to lay down their very lives if that's what it took. Bowing her head, she closed her eyes, trembling as she relived that nightmare yet again. He didn't need to be a knight to know what she was suffering in that moment. The screams of those she'd been unable to save. Her shoulders slumped as she slowly undid her belt, letting the sword fall to the floor with a clatter. Jinvis breathed a sigh of relief, while cursing himself for his betrayal. Maybe he'd saved her life, but he'd broken her spirit by doing so. Perhaps someday she'd forgive him, assuming they survived this, but he was certain he'd never forgive himself. One by one, the others followed suit, dropping their weapons as their captors took them prisoner, herding them into waiting transports. There was no further resistance after Runa surrendered her sword. Instead, her team closed ranks, shielding her as best they could. With the Valkyries defeated, the others didn't put up a fight, with Remy staring woodenly in defeat as the doors slammed shut. Where do you think they're taking us? Tanika asked. I don't know, Jinvis shrugged. A holding facility of some kind, perhaps, or an out-of-the-way spot where they can finish the job, Becca said darkly. No, they could have done that at the warehouse, Remy spoke up, expression slowly returning to his features. They sure as hell showed no hesitation in taking Samara down. I thought nothing could do that, the ambassador admitted, but with precursor weapons, he let the rest trail off. What I don't understand is why, Tanika said pointedly. Why are they doing this, any of this? What do they hope to gain? She shook her head in frustration. What's the bloody point? I wish I knew, Jinvis sighed. None of this makes sense. They must have a plan. It's too well orchestrated for them not to, but I can't see it. I don't understand what they want. There were nods of agreement all around, but no answers. With no insights forthcoming, the conversation drifted into silence. They simply waited until the vehicle finally came to a halt. The guards pulled the doors open as the prisoners stared at drawn weapons. Get out, they ordered. Much to his own surprise, Jinvis stood up first. Whatever else happened, he was responsible for these people, and he refused to shirk his duty. If they were being marched out to face the executioner, then he would do so with his eyes wide open. Stepping forward, their captors motioned with their weapons to exit the vehicle, forming two lines to direct the prisoners. As he passed through the cordon with the others in tow, he found himself looking at a cluster of prefab buildings, hastily constructed, surrounded by a high wire fence. He nodded as he recognized it for what it was. Internment camp, Tanika spat out, echoing his thoughts. Guess it beats a bullet in the back of the head. Don't kid yourself, Remy argued. That's still on the table. Gazing about, Jinvis spotted other prisoners eyeing them warily, curious of the new arrivals. Their captors piled back into the van now that they had discharged their cargo, driving out of the camp as guards closed and locked the massive gate behind them. We need information, the ambassador realized. We need to find someone who can tell us what's going on here. He glanced over at Runa, but she was still withdrawn, her team doing the best they could to coax her back to some semblance of humanity. It was as if losing the sword had taken a piece of her soul along with it. Glancing about, he searched for someone they could approach, only to have the decision taken out of his hands as he spotted a young woman beckoning from behind one of the buildings. "This way," he told the others as he headed toward her. The others followed, from sheer inertia if nothing else, arriving at their destination less than a minute later. The young woman peered into his eyes, studying his features, before nodding in recognition. "You're Genvis, aren't you? The ambassador?" she asked him. "Yes, I am," he told her. "Have we met?" "You wouldn't remember me," she replied, shaking her head. "We never spoke directly, but I was part of the group that met with you on the Yatzake homeworld." "Ponfia Kodhuj," she said, introducing herself. "I remember," he nodded. "Your group took some convincing regarding Exodus, as I recall." "Yeah," she shrugged. "Most of us were doing okay with the Yatzake, better than a lot of others in our clan, and we all figured New Terra was just a pipe dream. But you were pretty persuasive," she smiled. "Sorry things didn't turn out better," he apologized, before switching gears. "Can you help us? We need to find out what's going on. I mean, what is this place? Why are you here?" She gnawed on her lip for a moment, and then waved him forward. "Come with me. There's someone who might be able to answer your questions better than I could." Anyway, he started to speak, but she was already moving, heading for one of the other structures. Looking back at the group, he simply shrugged and went to follow her. They entered the prefab as she led them down a corridor, taking a right that led them to a large open space. Chairs were lined up against the walls, many of them currently occupied, while in the center of the room, a couple of tables stood. An older man sat atop one of them, being examined by another roughly the same age. "Grandmaster Makar?" Amar Svoboda said in shock. The elder knight turned at the mention of his name, staring in surprise at the young medic. "Chevalier Quatrium, as I recall," he smiled. "It's good to see you again, though I regret the circumstances." He pointed to a nearby wash basin. "Scrub up. We have patience, and I could use the assistance." The clan leader prepared to resume his exam when he paused, turning back once more as he spotted Genvis. "Ambassador Shafazif," he slowly nodded. "This is starting to make a bit more sense." "Grandmaster," he said politely, "what are you doing in this place?" "Trying to help out where I can," he shrugged. "Though if you're asking how I ended up as an internee, that, I'm afraid, is a much longer tale." Genvis sighed. "I think we really need to hear that story, Grandmaster." The clan leader led them to a smaller room close by, forcing most of the group to wait outside. Genvis, Remy, and Tanika all accompanied him, followed a moment later by Runa as she broke free of the other Valkyries, shouldering her way through the doorway to join them. She appeared to be slowly coming back from whatever dark recess she'd retreated to, but it was obvious she still had a way to go before she was her old self again. She and the ambassador barely exchanged glances, despite taking a seat beside him as the Grand Master made himself comfortable. "I scarcely know where to begin," the senior knight sighed, running his fingers through his thinning hair. "It's obvious to me now that there was a great deal going on I wasn't privy to, though I didn't realize it at the time. Despite the many meetings with my fellow clan leaders, it's clear that much of what transpired was nothing more than political theater. Oh, it had all the appearance of normal discourse, of us wrangling over the various issues we faced, but it was nothing more than a sham. The real planning sessions, it seems, were taking place behind my back." "You mean all the other clan leaders are involved in this conspiracy?" Genvis said hoarsely. "Well, I've seen none of them here," he shrugged, "so that's my assumption." "What the hell do they want?" Remy demanded. "What's driving all of this?" "Oldest motivation in the universe, I'm afraid," he said unhappily. "Power," Tanika said quietly. "Yes, power." The Grandmaster nodded. "I suspect it all began when we created the provisional government. It was supposed to be a temporary measure to ease the transition from the clans to a single unified body. The plan was to come up with a constitution we could all agree on, submit it to the people for ratification, and if they approved it, hold general elections." He sighed. "Obviously, that didn't happen. The last I heard, the Constitution was still stuck in committee," Genvis said. "Intentionally, I suspect," Makar said pointedly. And what happens to you and the other clan leaders if the Constitution were ratified? Tanika asked him. I imagine we would all be out of a job, he smiled wanly, unless they were elected on their own terms. I wanted to add a paragraph specifically barring any of us from holding office, but it got shot down. Why? Jinvis said curiously. Because it's time, he answered. Time for new blood and fresh ideas. A way to break from our fractured past and build something new, here on Terra Nova. If I or the other clan leaders took office, it would likely be a generation or more before we could start moving past all the arguments and petty squabbles that kept our clans divided. So they saw the writing on the wall and decided they enjoyed being in power too much to just give it all up, Remy snarled. The Admiral is part of this as well? I believe so, yes, the Grand Master said gently. I understand he's been bringing the shipyards back online, though I fail to see why. It will be decades at least before we can build anything like Peacemaker. So the clan leaders staged a coup and took control, Tanika snarled. Is no one opposing them? Several. In fact, once they realized what was happening, he sighed unhappily. You'll find most of them here. I'm afraid. He turned to the ambassador. Many of them are Dermists, ambassador. I fear your clan is now under a dark cloud, accused by many of being pro-alien sympathizers. What? Jinvis exploded out of his chair, staring at the knight in shock. That's insane. No, it isn't, Runa said quietly, speaking up for the first time in hours. It's a classic political strategy. You create an external threat to rally the population and an internal one to weed out the opposition. Anyone speaking out against what you're doing becomes an enemy of the people. She looked up sadly at him. And because they're seen as a threat to their own survival, no one cares when they're taken away. How do you know this? He whispered, his expression one of pure horror. Runa winced and then looked away. I'm a Valkyrie, she said softly. It's what we do. Well, she amended. Corrupt governments would hire us to suppress dissension within their population, among other things. I've seen this scenario play out more times than I can count. I fear she's correct, the Grand Master agreed. It certainly fits with what I myself have witnessed. Samara was right all along, Remy said in disgust. They did play us. They sent us out to stir up the hornet's nest with Peacemaker, turn all the other races against us. And when the clan leaders geared up for war, they labeled anyone objecting as a traitor. He clenched his fists in rage. God damn it. Is there anything we Terrans can't fuck up? Jinvis collapsed back in his chair, stunned beyond words as realization slowly sank in. I can't believe it, he said in dismay. The Daifu deliberately offered her own people as sacrificial lambs, just to stay in power. The Grand Master looked at him with sympathy. Your clan makes for easy targets. I regret to say, he said gently. There have always been accusations regarding your clan's true loyalties, whether they lay with your fellow Terrans or the alien worlds you called home. They were undeserved and unjust. You were simply trying to survive as best you could, just as all of us were in our own ways. He sighed and shook his head. But then we Terrans have always been quick to divide ourselves between us and them. I can't believe it, he repeated, still struggling to process what he'd just learned. And what's worse, they're going to get away with it. No, they won't, Runa snarled, rising to her feet as the fire blazed in her eyes once more. They think they can just dump us here and leave us to rot while they take control? Think again. Jinvis could only stare at her in confusion. What are you saying? I'm saying we have fought too hard and bled too much, sacrificing everything to give our people a second chance, she said with barely controlled fury. I will not let them throw all that away. Remy stood up as well. Goddamn right, he growled, as Tanika nodded in agreement. Swallowing hard, Jinvis rose to join them. I've never been a fighter, he said, but it's time I learned. Chapter 28. Nowhere to run, no place to hide. So, how do we get out of here? Jinvis, Runa, Remy, and Tanika were all leaning up against a building, scanning the camp for potential weaknesses. Since learning the truth about the clan leader's plot, the Valkyrie had bounced back remarkably well from her despair. Losing her sword had left her rudderless, without hope, but now that she had an enemy to fight, she was back on more familiar ground. She shrugged in response to the question. There's a few options, though they all come with their own obstacles, she cautioned. Take tunneling out, for example. She bent down and scooped up a handful of soil, showing it to the others. Ground is sandy as hell, which makes digging out almost impossible. We need so much lumber and prefab panels to shore the tunnels up, the guards would spot it in a hot minute. Not to mention the constant cave-ins we'd be dealing with. How do you know so much about tunnels? Tanika asked her. Dig as many trenches and foxholes as I have. You become an expert, Runa snorted. Okay then, tunneling is out, Jimvis nodded. What's next? We could try overwhelming the guards and rush the fences, but she nodded grimly towards the guard towers, each one armed with a machine gun. Pass, Remy grimaced. Just seems like a quick way to wind up dead. Pretty much, she agreed. Same holds true for trying to cut the wire or sneaking out some other way. You get caught, it's all over. What else? The ambassador sighed. Well, we could try bribing the guards, she pointed out, though the problem there is I don't think we have anything to bribe them with. Plus, there's the chance they'll take the bribe, then turn you in anyway. We could try being, friendly to them, Tanika said suggestively. Maybe you could, Runa said coldly. Me? I just end up cutting the bastard's throat. Besides, same problem as before. They can always betray you afterward. Still, bribery's an option, Jimvis pointed out, even if it comes with a few risks. Anything else? There's deception, she said after a moment. That one's tricky, though. We'd need ID, clothing, transportation, and a hell of a lot of luck, Remy calculated, earning him a look from Runa and the ambassador. I've done my fair share of smuggling, he reminded them. Besides, there's a good chance they'd recognize we weren't one of them, the Valkyrie advised. Where did you learn so much about prison breaks? Remy asked, now curious. From being on the other side of the fence, she told him. I've guarded POWs plenty of times. Gotta know all the tricks. She nodded towards the towers once more. There's a reason they're mostly using Valkyries for the job. I don't suppose you know any of them personally? Jimvis inquired. Maybe well enough to explain to them what's really going on? I'll try, but don't hold your breath, she cautioned. Most of the Marines I knew were on Sonoitiae Prime. A dark look came over her. A lot of them still are. There's one option you haven't mentioned, Tanika said candidly. Getting help from outside. If you know someone who can bust us out, I'm all ears, Runa fired back. I don't know who that would be, though. And even if I did, how would we contact them? Bribe a guard and get a message out that way? Jimvis suggested. Fine. To who? She said sharply. They all looked at one another. So, no help there, Remy growled. We have to do something, the ambassador pleaded. We can't just sit here and hope things turn out for the best. Right now, the smartest thing we can do is gather information, Runa said. Look around the camp and see if you can spot any weaknesses. Talk to the other prisoners. Talk to the guards if they'll let you. Watch for patterns. The more we know, the better our odds. Besides, we've got bigger things to worry about, Tanika cautioned. For now, they're just keeping us prisoner. What happens when they decide letting us live is just too risky? Then Terra help us all, Jimvis whispered. Espion waited aboard Peacemaker for the spaceport to shoot her a data link, so she could transfer her program back to Terra Nova cyberspace. She grew annoyed when it wasn't immediately forthcoming, before telling herself it was likely a technical issue and they'd soon get it sorted out. When her flesh and blood counterparts were ambushed, however, she realized to her horror, this was no mere foul-up, which put her in something of a quandary. Without a data link, she was trapped aboard ship, and whoever was responsible had to be aware of her presence. It was no secret she was part of the diplomatic mission, and since they'd taken the ambassador and all the others into custody, she had to assume she was next. With Peacemaker's data storage capacity, which was immense, she could play cat and mouse for days, but eventually, they'd corner and capture her. It was just a matter of time. What she needed was a plan, quickly. Even as she watched the others being taken away, another team boarded the ship, obviously searching for her. They were a mixed bag. Tinkers, Valkyries, Corsairs, all of whom she could safely dodge. But when they linked a data storage unit to the ship's mainframe and sent in a fellow avatar to hunt her down, S knew she'd have to get creative in a hurry when she realized who she was facing. Those attracted to the avatar life tended to be of a type. It was no small thing to give up corporeal life, especially when you learned the gory details of what the transformation entailed. It was a one-way trip, but the payoff was huge. You could do anything, be anything, and go literally anywhere. With that kind of freedom at your digital fingertips, almost everyone took full advantage of it. And why wouldn't you? Who goes to a smorgasbord and only samples the saltines? Of course, for every rule, there's an exception, and that exception was Jeeves. It was traditional to choose something outlandish for your digital persona. Their clan leader normally appeared as a caterpillar from an ancient children's book, while she had chosen a mythical creature from an obscure game. Avatars were also known for their names, almost always a terrible pun. Espion, for example, was merely an alternative spelling of espion, spy in the old French tongue. As a data retrieval specialist, it amused her to no end. Jeeves, however, had taken a very different approach. His name held no double entendres or play on words, and his appearance was purposefully bland. His digital image matched his name, a traditional British butler, complete with bowler and brolly. He rarely spoke, was seen nowhere socially, and in a crowd was so unassuming he completely disappeared, which was, of course, by design. Unlike herself, Jeeves was a fixer. If you had a difficult problem that needed to be solved, and you weren't picky about how, he was your man. He was thorough, efficient, and as near as she could, born without a conscience. It was likely he was a true sociopath, but in her humble opinion, the term didn't do him justice. They'd met briefly in passing once, and the experience had left her with a serious case of the creeps. She didn't have a clue what he did outside of his work. For all she knew, he put himself in a stasis between gigs, which only made it worse, somehow. If there was a single universal truth regarding Terrans, it was that someone was always willing to hire a maniac like Jeeves. How he'd been selected for the avatars was a mystery. Though she'd heard rumors, he handled the occasional contract for Sybil Kriz/Ollie Z. Considering the Daifu's involvement in all of this, not to mention spotting the Valkyrie commandant exiting the warehouse, something told her this was one of those occasions. Were all the clan leaders involved? She had a hard time picturing the knights being mixed up in all of this. But the rest? That was a real possibility. A possibility she'd worry about later. Right now, she had bigger problems. She knew she couldn't duck Jeeves forever. And with the only way out guarded, escape wasn't an option either. So, what did that leave? Face him head on? Yeah. No thank you. That was just a quick way to wind up shelved, or worse. She started to run, thinking furiously, taking random turns and doubling back on her trail while she tried to lose him, though she knew it was futile. She was buying herself time to think, to come up with a plan, but as she racked her electronic brain, none of her options looked appealing, which left her taking one hell of a gamble. As Jeeves entered Peacemaker's mainframe, its size and complexity immediately impressed him. Very little left him in awe, but anything crafted by the precursors was an exception. It was impossible not to be affected by their technological prowess. Being inside one of their computers was like touching the works of God. He would never truly understand how their systems worked, which was how it should be. Mere mortals were not meant to unravel the divine mysteries. Even attempting to do so was hubris of the highest order, bordering on the crime of blasphemy. Though, of course, the innate monkey nature of his fellow Terrans would keep them trying. Despite his own feelings on the matter, it was not his concern. The gods were more than capable of meting out punishment. Should they so choose, it was not for him to act in their stead. His own interests were far more temporal. Long ago, he'd realized he differed from most Terrans. Things that bothered them barely raised his eyebrow, and he'd discovered there was a place for those like him in society. Not in the limelight, which held no interest for him anyway, but in the shadows. It also paid extremely well enough for him to indulge in his hobby, a highly unusual one for an avatar. No one else knew of his avocation, and no one ever would. He was a collector. There were many of his clan who were collectors as well, but the difference lay in its form. Others gathered up works of art, or music, or amassed data on various subjects, anything accessible in the digital world, where they could enjoy them at their leisure. His, on the other hand, all belonged to the physical realm, the very world he'd left behind. Artifacts from Old Terra were highly revered among the clans, sometimes becoming actual shrines. His collection outshone them all. Among his possessions was a complete copy of the King James Bible, printed in the year 1897 Anno Domini, a sizable fragment of the Yajurveda, in the original Sanskrit, a well-worn reproduction of the Quran, printed in the early years of the diaspora, a string of mala prayer beads, made from traditional Rudraksh seed fruit. It was truly something to behold. He even had one of the earliest copies of the Terran Creed, almost 2 centuries old. All had been difficult to acquire, and all were religious in nature. The study of the divine fascinated him, pondering the questions theologians and philosophers had wrestled over since the very origins of their race. He'd even commissioned a tinker to design and build a set of Waldos that allowed him to physically interact with his acquisitions, sensitive enough to actually feel the ink on the worn pages. Who needed a digital fantasy world when he could touch the Word of God? Putting those thoughts aside, he focused instead on his current mission. Tracking down and apprehending a fellow avatar was one of his core specialties, and he always savored the hunt. That his target was a data retrieval specialist with skills of her own made it even more enjoyable. Beginning his search, he found traces of her spoor almost immediately, a disappointing turn of events to be sure. It would seem his quarry was not particularly skilled after all. Pity that, following the trail, he discovered places where she had attempted to conceal her trail, amateurish efforts at best. This was growing more unsatisfying by the moment. Where was the thrill of the chase? Of pitting his mind against hers? It was obvious now this would be over all too soon, though at least he could take some small satisfaction in how well he was being compensated for this assignment. There was a Kashmiri prayer rug he'd been eyeing for some time now. Entering another section of the mainframe, his senses were immediately on high alert. She was close, he could feel her presence nearby. As he drew closer, he readied his tools for the capture, scanning the surrounding area for his prize. "No, stay away from me," she screamed, bolting from her hiding place and fleeing for her life. It was all over now as he began chasing her down, closing in for that final moment. She looked over her shoulder in panic, her eyes wide in terror, trying desperately to put distance between them, but to no avail. In desperation, she swerved as he reached for her, choosing the direction at random as he came to an abrupt halt. Espion didn't even have time to scream as she flung herself into the mainframe's electrical core, a bright flash blinding Jeeves as her code was shredded beyond recovery. Cautiously, he moved closer, though giving the core itself a wide berth. That much voltage was instantly fatal to his kind, as his quarry had just proven. Inspecting the surrounding space, he located fragments of her cybernetic DNA, pulling out his collection kit as he gathered up what remnants he could salvage. The Sybil would demand proof of his kill, naturally, despite its dreary anticlimactic nature. Not the ending he had envisioned at all. What a waste of his talents. 3 full days passed before Espion even dared to peek out from her camouflage sanctuary. Cautiously sniffing the surrounding ether, she spotted no trace of Jeeves or anyone else. It was still possible he was lurking about, deducing her little subterfuge, but she didn't dare stay hidden forever. Creating a simulacrum version of herself and sending it pell-mell into the electrical core had been a stratagem born of desperation. But with no other options left open to her, she'd crossed her digital fingers and prayed. She was amazed it had actually worked, though she wasn't ready to claim victory just yet. Once she was safely removed from this place, then she'd celebrate. Besides, she had to get off this ship and contact. That brought her skidding to a halt. Contact who? Someone from the mission? Either they were now locked away somewhere, or had suffered an even worse fate. Regardless, they were in no position to help. In fact, they probably desperately needed rescue themselves. And considering all that had happened, who the hell could she even trust? Tiptoeing through the ship's memory core, she discovered there were several technicians on board, tinkers mostly, going over the precursor ship and struggling to uncover its secrets. Well, with any luck that would keep them occupied for a while, like, say, the next few decades before silently cheering in triumph as she located her prize. A hardline data tap leading off the ship. She spent a heartbeat deciding, another to steal her courage. And then in a flash, she was gone. Chapter 29. The Sons of Liberty. Following her escape from Peacemaker, Espion found a quiet corner of the DataNet to hole up in while she planned her next move. She was still dazed by the experience and, being completely honest, not entirely convinced she wasn't under surveillance. Getting away from Jeeves had been a miracle, and she'd learned long ago that kind of good fortune was rarely what it seemed. She'd used every trick she knew to look for a hidden tail and found nothing. But did that mean there wasn't one, or that she'd missed it? Her mind kept going around in circles, the same arguments chasing each other round and round like mad dogs. The worry was slowly driving her mad. But in the end, it came down to a choice. She could sit here in the dark, waiting for the axe to fall, or she could take a chance, assume they hadn't found her yet, and proceed accordingly. Phrased like that, it made the decision brutally simple. Unfortunately, it did little to solve her next problem. Namely, who in the hell did she reach out to for help? It was easier to list those she couldn't trust. Anyone associated with the clan leaders was out. That was a given. Anyone involved with planning the diplomatic mission was either compromised or suspect. She couldn't go to her fellow avatars, as her own leader was obviously involved, and Terra alone only knew who she'd recruited. So who did that leave? Mentally reviewing the names, still not crossed out, she realized the pickings were slim. Anyone she approached would have good reason to refuse or turn her in. If she was going to make contact, it had to be somebody with a personal stake in all of this. Someone not involved with the provisional government. Somebody that no one would ever suspect. Someone like Espion did a double take before looking closer at the individual who'd just occurred to her. It was a long shot, and she had no idea how they'd respond, but it was all she had. It only took her a moment to track down their location, and then she was off, praying for yet another miracle. Puttering around in her makeshift workshop, Maggie rooted in her scrap bin for something she could repurpose for her latest undertaking. She decided to build a vehicle for getting around, something more robust than the old scooter she'd left back on Azicombe. Originally, she'd envisioned building on a somewhat larger platform than the current version, with multiple wheels for extra stability, but circumstances soon forced her to nix that idea. Engine parts weren't a problem. She could scavenge most of that from Freya, and welding a chassis together wasn't much more difficult. But the problem was the damn tires. Ships in space had little call for those, other than wheeled carts for transporting cargo, and those were far too small for her project. She'd put feelers out to all her contacts, only to come up empty. In the end, she had to make them herself from scratch. Not an easy task, considering she had no molds or patterns to work from. And then there was the issue with materials. During her research, she'd learned that on old Terra, they'd used rubber for their vehicle tires. But sadly, the last rubber tree plant had died out 2 centuries ago. There were other options, each with its own pros and cons. And after multiple failed attempts, she finally came up with a grand total of 2 usable tires she'd feel comfortable actually riding on. She could have kept going, but by that point, she was sick to death of the whole damn process. So, 2 wheels it was. Her handmade motorcycle, at least that's what similar vehicles were called back in the day, didn't match the example she'd found in the archives. Hers was considerably cruder looking, constructed with mismatched parts. But when it was finished, she'd bet her last credit that the damn thing would work. Now, if she could just find something for the brakes. Maggie. The tinker jerked upright at the sound of her name, banging her head on the shelf above the bin. Ow, God damn it, she swore, clutching her noggin as she whirled around in the voice's direction. A face she didn't recognize stared at her from the monitor, souring her already lousy mood. Who the hell are you? She demanded. My name is Espion, the stranger replied, and I need your help. Go bother somebody who cares, Maggie snapped. I ain't the damn aid society. Spotting a relatively clean rag on the counter, she pressed it to her skull. It helped a bit with the throbbing. What are you coming to me for, anyway? The intruder grimaced. Maggie, it concerns Diggs. The older woman froze. What about Diggs? She badgered her, the pain in her temple now forgotten. Where is he? What's happened to him? Is he hurt? Or... Her voice trailed off, unable to finish that awful sentence. Es put up her hand. The last I saw of him, he was all right, but he's been arrested. Captured. Taken into custody. She shook her head. I'm not sure what the right word is here. Maggie darkened, her expression taking on a dangerous cast. Oh, she hissed. The Troika? The Avatar shook her head. By Commandant Zakia. Her people anyway? Zakia, she said in disbelief. Why the hell would she arrest Diggs? He ain't done nothing. She paused, a confused look on her face. Wait, how'd she even find him? He's on Mako, with the ambassador. Last I heard, they were all at some big conference. SP sighed. Maggie, I'm afraid there's a lot more going on than you realize. Those mother-rapping bastards. Watched as Maggie worked herself into a lather, swearing up a blue streak as she vented her anger. She'd heard stories about the Tinker from Runa and the Ambassador, and she was performing as advertised. When I get my hands on those assholes, I'll rip the eyes out of their sockets and piss on their motherfucking brains. She pounded her fist on the workbench, hard enough to make the tools rattle before grabbing up a wrench and brandishing it furiously. Where the fuck are they keeping my boy? I don't know yet, the Avatar said, but I promise to find out as soon as I can. Anything I can do to help, I will. She paused for a moment, weighing her next words carefully. But one Avatar and one Tinker can't do this alone. It took Maggie several moments to get herself back under control, but finally, she nodded. Reckon you're right about that, she reluctantly agreed. Sure would like to know how they took Samara down, though, she continued, switching gears. We could use her on our side for this. How do you know they did? Asked her. I couldn't see her from the ship. Maybe she got away. The Tinker snorted in wry amusement. 'Cause there ain't a big smoking crater where that warehouse used to be. That's how I know, she told her. Samara don't walk away from a fight. Not ever. And especially not after she got herself hooked up to that box of hers. I beat her once, but there's no way in hell I could do it now. Then they must have found a way to neutralize her, as Peon mused. But how? There's only one way they could have managed it, Maggie said quietly. Precursor tech. The Avatar found herself nodding in agreement. I suspect you're right, she said at last. And if that's the case, then she's probably dead. Most likely, Maggie grimaced. Damn it. Her and me had our issues, but not for a long time now. She sighed, shaking her head. Well, if you're looking for allies, I can think of one right off. Alfred. Alfred Eamon? Maggie. I'm afraid he's not an option, the Avatar demurred. The Sibyls kept him detained ever since he found out about the Ichun. Him and his companion. The only time she's ever let them loose was during the last battle for New Terra. Then I guess we gotta bust him out too, Maggie fired back. In case you ain't noticed, we're kinda short on folks we can trust. Sighed, bowing her head. I'll try, she said, but I can't promise anything. The only reason I'm here is because they think I'm dead. If they get even a whiff that I'm still alive, they won't rest until I'm in a cell right next to his. Then make sure they don't find out, Maggie snapped. Besides, I got an idea on another lead. Oh, the Avatar said curiously. Yeah, reckon it's time I got my arthritis checked out, she said somewhat cryptically. A few hours later, she stood in front of a small cabin by the lake. Unlike other buildings in the area, it was human-built, not original to the planet, and made from crystal. It was modest in construction, but it came with an incredible view of the water and the hills beyond. Not that the occupant could appreciate it, unfortunately. Pressing the door chime, the Tinker waited impatiently until it finally opened, a dark-haired younger woman peering out at her. Yes, may I help you? She inquired. Hey, Bly, Maggie greeted her. Been a while? Maggie, this is a surprise. Come in, she said warmly, stepping back and ushering her inside. Please sit down while I fetch us some tea. I'll just put Jinnah down for his nap. She motioned to a nearby chair while making her way to the kitchen. Think we're gonna need something stronger than tea, she grimaced. This ain't a social call. Bly froze before giving her a choppy nod. In that case, I better fetch the good stuff, she sighed, resuming her journey and returning moments later with a bottle and 2 glasses. Setting everything down on the low table between them, cracking open the bottle, and pouring drinks for them both before handing one over. Maggie took the glass and sipped, letting the alcohol burn on her tongue. For I say anything, Bly, I gotta know something, she began. This place secure? Secure? Her eyebrows rose sharply. What sort of trouble are you in, Maggie? I ain't, she protested. At least not yet. Spec that's likely to change, though. Bly set down her drink, reclining back in her chair and folding her hands in her lap. Then I guess I'd best hear all of it, she said quietly. What's going on? She spent a moment debating how to tackle the subject. You heard all that fuss about alien sympathizers? She began. I have, the knight nodded. It's utter nonsense, but try telling anyone that. People are in a panic, which makes no sense, she exclaimed, spreading her arms to indicate the world around them. This is literally the safest place in the galaxy from outside invaders. Yeah, though it don't do much about the enemies on the inside, she said darkly. It's all a sham, Bly. The clan leader's been stringing us along with talk of a new government, but they ain't given up their jobs. Peacemaker, the diplomatic mission, the arrests, it's all part of their plan to stay in power. Shaking her head, Bly struggled to contain her skepticism. Maggie, while I can't speak for the other clans, I can assure you the Grand Master would never be party to that sort of petty despotism. I don't know where you're getting your information from, but frankly, this sounds like a conspiracy theory. She managed a sympathetic smile. No offense. The tinker snorted. When's the last time you talked to him? Since I'm currently on sabbatical, we don't chat regularly, she explained, though I tried contacting him last week. He call you back? Maggie pressed. Well, no, she admitted, now fidgeting in her chair. I'm certain he's just busy. What with that new precursor medical facility they discovered. In fact, the individual I spoke with said that he'd been called away for consultations. The night froze as the penny finally dropped. Maggie could practically see the gears in her head turning as she re-examined her previous statement, before finally closing her eyes. You don't think? Yeah, I do, she interrupted. And you're right. I can't see any of your clan getting mixed up in this. Except maybe at gunpoint. Maggie allowed, qualifying her remark. Though I hear tell that sort of thing don't sit well with you all, she chuckled wryly. No, it doesn't, Bly said in clipped tones, her face hardened in anger. How certain are you of this? She insisted. Pretty damn sure, she answered. Got me a good source. Practically unimpeachable. Saw some of it go down personally. Keeping their name out of things for now, though. They're in trouble. That's probably wise, Bly agreed, before taking a deep breath. Maggie, are you sure? She repeated. If you're asking me what I think you're asking, then you want me to stick my neck out for something I just heard for the first time 5 minutes ago. So I have to know, are you 100% certain your accusations are accurate? Maggie's jaw clenched hard. They got digs, she said, her words strangled with fear and rage. Bly's head snapped up with a jolt before rising to her feet. Reaching out, she took up the well-worn staff leaning against the corner. You should have led with that, the knight told her, her strides now purposeful as she headed towards the back room. Come with me. Maggie rose as well, following in her wake. Where are we going? She asked her. I need to gather up some of Juna's things, she explained, heading into the bedroom where her infant son lay napping in his crib. I know someone who will take care of him for a few days while we sort this out. Taking out a shoulder bag, she began filling it with clothes and baby things, all by sense of touch. The tinker all but sagged in relief. Thank you, she whispered. So others may live, Bly recited, her words a solemn vow, before nodding at a nearby chest. Open that up. Maggie hurried to comply, opening the lid, blinking in surprise as she stared at the knight's sword. Almost reverently, she removed it from the chest, carrying it back with her. Bly set the bag she'd been packing aside, taking the sword and belting it around her waist before stuffing additional items in the tote and closing it. Here, she said, holding it out to Maggie, who took it and threw it over her shoulder. The knight paused for a moment, bracing herself before bending down and picking up the sleeping child. Juna awakened as she lifted him from the crib, instantly wailing at his interrupted nap. He'll quiet down in a minute, Bly assured her before kissing his cheek. Hush now, it's all right, she said gently, stroking his hair before handing off her staff. Take this, and lend me your elbow, the knight insisted. Maggie stared at the blind woman, and then at the baby. Bly, look, there's no need, she began, only to be cut off. It has to be done, doesn't it? She asked. The older woman's face crumpled. Yeah, it does, she said softly. Then we'll speak no more about it. Bly nodded, squaring her shoulders as she held her son. Let's go. Chapter 30, Beyond the Wire. The young lance corporal entered the barracks room, where Genvis and the others were discussing plans. Runa looked up and pointed him to a nearby bunk. Arthur, what have you got for us? She challenged him. I've been talking with one of the guards, he informed her, and you were right. A lot of them aren't happy about this assignment. I figured as much, she nodded. Nobody enjoys getting stuck with prisoner detail. Does that help us? The ambassador asked her. Depends on how their NCOs and officers are handling the situation, Runa explained. If you take care of your people and keep them motivated, they'll do their job. They'll still bitch about it, of course, but they'll do it. Did the guard say anything about that? Genvis inquired. They're being kind of cagey about it, Arthur admitted. Complaining to a fellow Valkyrie about a shit detail is one thing. Bad-mouthing their chain of command to a prisoner is something else entirely. What's your gut tell you? His commander pressed him. Arthur thought about it for a moment. I get the impression the NCOs are trying to keep things running smoothly, but they're getting a lot of orders from above they don't like, he decided. That's just a guess, but they said something about the new officers. Not 100% sure what that means, though, he shrugged. Interesting, Runa mused. Makes sense you'd want officers loyal to you at the top. You mentioned doing guard duty yourself many times, Genvis said to the Valkyrie commander. Did any of those assignments involve Terrans? Not like this, she told him, shaking her head. Had a few D&Ds. A few what? He interrupted. Oh, sorry. Drunk and disorderly, she clarified. Had one guy they caught stealing a few assault cases, petty stuff mostly. Sure as hell never guarded Terran political prisoners. If you were still a sergeant, Remy interjected, speaking up for the first time since Arthur had entered the room, and you were stuck on this assignment, how would you react? He put to her. Huh? She cocked her head, considering that. I think I'd be frustrated, she decided. I don't know what they've told these guys, but it can't be the truth about what's really going on. Which means they're getting a cover story, probably the same one they're feeding everyone else. Alien sympathizers, Genvis grimaced. Yeah, that one, she agreed. And it might hold for a while until you actually talk to the prisoners you're guarding. It wouldn't take long for them to realize the cover story is bullshit. Why not forbid them from speaking to the prisoners? The ambassador suggested, only to stare befuddled as the others all started laughing. Did I say something funny? He asked them when the chuckling finally died down. Surest way to make somebody do something? Order them not to. Tanika snickered. Besides, you have to talk to them at some point, Runa continued. When you line them up for chow, when they get too close to the fence, sick call, passing on instructions. There's no way to run a camp like this and avoid communicating with the prisoners. I'm sure they're doing what they can to discourage idle chit-chat, but you can't stop it. Okay, I can see that, he said after a moment. So why would that frustrate you? Bad things happen when your chain of command starts lying to you, she illustrated. At first, the NCOs would stick to what they know, keeping the troops motivated and in line. But with new officers and obviously bogus mission, or at least the justification behind it with orders that deviate this far out of the norm, orders that fly in the face of everything we're supposed to stand for. She shook her head. Eventually, something's got to give, which means, Genvis prompted, encouraging her to continue. When they hear the troops are unhappy with their orders, the officer's first response will be to crack down, the Valkyrie predicted. Punish anyone who steps out of line and make an example of them for the others. And it'll work for a while. But the longer this goes on, eventually, it won't be enough to keep the troops from demanding answers. Answers that, I suspect, the brass aren't willing to share. And if they keep stonewalling them, Remy queried her, keep the pressure on? Then eventually the troops will hit their breaking point, she said grimly. And when that happens, all bets are off. Wouldn't that be good for us? Tanika suggested. If they go after their officers, won't they see us as their allies? Runa just shook her head. When a unit fractures like that, they're not in a rational state of mind, she said ominously. Sure, they might go after the officers, who I'm almost positive will haul ass the second they do. But there's an equally good chance they'll take their frustrations out on us instead. Picture a full-blown riot, with assault rifles and machine guns, shooting anything that moves. They'll take plenty of friendly fire casualties while they're at it, but by that point, they won't care. They'll be too far gone. Probably burn this place to the ground while they're at it. Genvis shuddered at the image. You make them sound like the Troika, he objected. They're still Terrans like us. That has to count for something. She gave him a penetrating look. You've read Terran history. We've done some pretty fucked up shit to each other over the years. Oh, sure. Afterward, the survivors will have plenty of guilt and remorse to deal with, though that won't do us any good. We'll already be dead. Then how do we stop it? Tanika asked quietly. How do we prevent that from happening? We keep doing what we've been doing, Runa informed them. Keep engaging the guards one-on-one. and get them to see us as people, not targets. Lend a sympathetic ear when they bitch about the job, while not pointing out it's worse on this side of the fence. Also, we should get the Grand Master involved. There's always a few troops who have a medical problem they'd like to keep on the down low. Him helping out like that, no questions asked, will earn us some goodwill. I'll speak to him, Genvis assured her, before turning his attention to Remy. Any luck getting a message out? He inquired, switching topics. Not yet, he shrugged. The guards are still too twitchy to take that kind of risk, and we still haven't figured out who we should contact. Are there any of your fellow Corsairs you can rely on? The ambassador asked him. Remy sighed, leaning back against the wall. Other than Aner here, he said, nodding toward Tanika, most of the clan I know well enough to approach are either too close to the admiral, which means they can't be trusted, or their felonious tendencies run even deeper than mine do, which means they can't be trusted. No honor among thieves? Runus said snidely. Shut up, he fired back. I don't see you tossing out names. That's because the people I trust are currently sharing a cell with me, or they're dead, she snarled as Remy bristled in return. Please, this isn't helping, Genvis interrupted, attempting to calm things down. We can't afford to fight amongst ourselves. Not now. Not when there's so much at stake. The Corsair and the Valkyrie glared at one another before eventually backing off. Thank you, he continued. Captain Tanika, do you have anyone you can reach out to? Same boat as Remy, I'm afraid, she answered. Us Corsairs spent the last 2 centuries surviving as pirates. You don't shake that off overnight. Sure, we can cooperate for fleet actions like we did at the last battle, but a lot of that was just us saving our own asses. Trying to find someone who'll stick their neck out for a good cause, without some sort of payment. She shook her head. It's not exactly in our clan's DNA. What about you, Ambassador? Runus suggested. You must have made plenty of contacts before you became a diplomat. There has to be someone you can reach out to. Very few of those individuals were from outside my clan, he said quietly. And given the anti-Derma sentiment we're seeing, the ones who haven't been arrested are most likely in hiding. Even if I knew how to track them down, exposing them is simply too great a risk. He's right, Arthur said, catching the others off guard. I was a Dermis myself before I joined the Valkyries, don't forget. I've been looking for news about my family. They're not here, thank Terra, but folks clam up fast when I ask about anyone who's avoided arrest. They're scared, Ambassador, he said anxiously. I mean, we were never the most popular clan before all this, but now, his eyes were wide with alarm. The stories they're telling are like something from the Dark Ages. Innocent folk being assaulted in the streets, mobs forming up and driving them out, people they thought were friends suddenly turning around and denouncing them to the government. As ugly as this place is, at least now they're relatively safe. No one's attacking them here. Yet, Genvis said quietly. But as your commander has pointed out, that's likely to change. Silence filled the room as they digested, then until Tanika cleared her throat. We have to take some risks, she said finally, or else we might as well just sit here and wait for them to shoot us. All right, there's one person I can think of I'd be willing to take a chance on, Runa said at last. My old CO, Captain Inaba. Best officer I ever served under. She might help us? What are the downsides? Remy demanded. She's ambitious, she admitted. She's no glory hound, but she's had her eye on getting promoted for some time now. That might tip the scales against us. But you trust her, Genvis carefully probed. Yeah, I do, she nodded. She was always a straight shooter, even when shading the truth might have been the smarter play. And Terra knows she's got the guts. Could be one of the guards knows how to reach out to her. Remy mused. Ma'am, what about Colonel Holm? Arthur suggested. I mean, he really held things together. Even when it looked like we were about to get slaughtered. Runa took a deep breath. I thought about him, she agreed, and I have to believe he's a good man. But he's also a colonel, she stressed, and that puts him too close to the commandant. We can't risk it. I think we're all willing to defer to your judgment, Captain, Genvis said, speaking for the others. A quick survey had them all nodding in agreement. If you say it's this Inaba, then that's who we'll try to contact. She rose to her feet. I'll brief my team, she told them, and we'll report back when we know anything. The ambassador rose as well. I just want to say good luck, he said. I know you're taking a big gamble here, but I trust you. I always have. He smiled, reaching out and squeezing her arm. earning him a brief smile in return. "Thank you, sir," she husked as she was overcome with emotion before she and Arthur exited the room. "You did the right thing, coming here." Soraya and Tombai, priestess of Terra, looked at the two women sitting in her study. Ever since the government started their mass arrests and squelching any hint of dissension, I've been quietly putting out feelers to certain individuals. We've been sharing information, pooling our resources, doing what we can to ready ourselves for whatever's coming. Bly leaned forward. "Then why didn't you approach me?" she inquired. "Surely I've earned your trust." "You have," the priestess smiled. "But you're also blind, raising an infant on your own. I wanted to keep you out of this, for your own sake. You've been through enough." "She ain't wrong," Maggie chimed in. "I wouldn't have come to you, except I didn't know nobody else I'd be willing to gamble on for this." "Damn it, I'm not a cripple," Bly snapped. "Don't treat me like I'm some fragile glass figurine. I'm just as capable as I ever was." "No one is saying otherwise," Sarah said delicately. "Ever since the Grand Master first introduced us, I've come to appreciate just how capable you are. But you're also processing a great deal of trauma from your experiences on Tangzam. I have concerns, Bly, about you throwing yourself back into the fire. I'm uncertain that you're ready yet." "It doesn't matter if I'm ready or not," she answered. "It has to be done. People need our help. And if the price is my own mental health, then so be it." "Coming from a knight, I anticipated that would be your response," the priestess nodded. "After all, your own creed speaks directly to that ideal, so others may live." "But what of your son?" she asked softly. "Who will look after him if you suffer a relapse?" "I will," Maggie spoke up. "If it weren't for Bly, I wouldn't even have my boy. I'd likely have run off first chance I got." She reached out and took the knight's hand. "Everything I know about being a parent, I learned it from her." "Thank you, Maggie," she whispered, bowing her head. The tinker shrugged. "Only speaking the truth." The priestess smiled. "I see you have loyal friends," she observed. "But then, knowing you as I do, I expected no less." She gazed at the pair, deliberating over her decision, before finally sighing in resignation. "Very well then, we could certainly use your help. I'm afraid there aren't very many of us, and given the circumstances, we have to proceed with caution." "But what about my boy?" Maggie demanded. "I ain't leaving him to rot in some damn prison. Terra only knows what they're doing to him." She looked to Bly in panic, desperate for her support. "As it happens, we know of this camp," Sarah informed her. "When the Grand Master disappeared, we made it a priority to discover his whereabouts. Unfortunately, what information we have on the site is far from complete. We don't dare get too close or show too much interest for fear of being compromised." "Well, now we're getting somewhere," Maggie growled. "Where is it? And just what could you possibly do with that information?" Bly challenged her. "Stage a one-woman breakout? Why the hell not?" she fired back. "Been around long enough to pick up a few tricks," she said in defiance. "Maggie, think for a moment," the knight argued. "What you're talking about requires planning, not to mention personnel and supplies. It's going to take time to come up with something that has a chance of succeeding. We have to be smart about this. And in the meanwhile, Diggs just sits behind bars waiting for a bullet?" She shook her head obstinately. "I ain't letting that happen." Bly squeezed the tinker's hand. "Maggie, listen to me. We'll get Diggs out, I swear we will. Him and all the others. But we have to do this right, or else we risk doing more harm than good." She clasped both her hands around hers. "Do you trust me?" It took a moment for her to respond. "You know I do," she got out at last. "Then trust me now. I imagine Soraya already has a plan in the works, so why not hear what she has to say?" She turned to the priestess. "You do have a plan, don't you?" "The bare bones of one, yes," she agreed. "But right now, what we need more than anything else are contacts. We need to reach out to as many people as we can, people of honor, who have proven their trustworthiness. We could especially use more connections within the Tinkers," she said pointedly. "Do you think you could help us with that?" Maggie grimaced, fighting down a vulgar comeback, before finally giving the priestess a choppy nod. "Yeah, I know some folks," she admitted. "I'll talk to him." "Thank you," she said gratefully. "In the meantime, since you've chosen to join our little rebellion, there are some procedures I need to brief you on, starting with how a clandestine cell network operates." Chapter 31. The chair is against the wall. Breaking Alfred out would not be easy. Peon had known that going in, given the Sibyl's interest in his case. She didn't know the details, other than it involved the Ichun. Whatever he'd done had infuriated their clan leader, that much she did know, and that her preoccupation with his incarceration was intensely personal. Couldn't imagine how he'd earned that level of ire, but it made freeing him that much more difficult. As little as she knew about Alfred's case, the information she had regarding his companion was even more nebulous. There was no Raven listed in the clan register, and no one would admit they even knew her. And yet she was sharing his cell, which raised even more red flags. Could she be an alien avatar, wearing a Terran guise? All she had were questions, and no answers. Then there was the not-so-small matter of her supposedly being dead. Jeeves was still out there, and while she might have fooled him for the moment, she knew there was a real possibility he would eventually realize the truth. If that happened, he would pursue her to the ends of the universe until she was in his custody, or dead. Nothing would stop him, short of killing him, but as skilled as she was at espionage, that sort of mayhem was not part of her repertoire. So, break Alfred and his partner out of detention without getting caught or arousing suspicion. Great. Breaking it down, the first hurdle she needed to overcome was gaining entry to where he was being held. The detention block was under heavy guard, with strict access controls in place. How was she going to get around that? A brute force approach was out of the question, which meant she needed to come up with something a bit more subtle. Bribe the guards? Given the heightened security, not to mention the rampant paranoia Terran society was currently suffering, she doubted they'd accept a payoff. Sneak in and unlock the door? How? It was an impossible mission. Froze as a sudden thought struck her. Maybe she was looking at this the wrong way. As good as she was in her field, Alfred's reputation was far superior. He must have had some thoughts of his own about escaping, though if that were true, why hadn't he acted on them? Did the thought of living as a fugitive frighten him? If so, she couldn't blame him, for she was certain the Sibyl would stop at nothing to get him back into custody. Maybe he was worried about his companion and what would happen to her. Or it could be even simpler than that. He just might not have had an incentive to escape before now. If she could get a message to him, and if he had a plan of his own on how to break out, she sighed, shaking her virtual head. There were far too many ifs built into the idea for her liking. But what choice did she have? There was no way she could do it on her own, and given her officially deceased status, she didn't dare approach anyone else. If Alfred didn't have a scheme already in place, then she was out of ideas. Now, if she had Samara by her side, that would be something. Unfortunately, she was out of the picture. Or was she? Maggie seemed certain, but she hadn't actually watched her die, or seen a body. Still, they must have vanquished her somehow. Couldn't imagine a scenario where she was still functional and wasn't fighting back with everything she had. If she wasn't dead, then it had to be almost as effective a solution. Though maybe it was worth checking out. What did she have to lose? With her new objective in mind, burrowed back into cyberspace and disappeared. Captain Inaba rapped courteously on the door. A voice said enter, from within the office. Stepping inside, she closed the door behind her, pausing for a moment before locking it as well. Colonel Holmes' eyebrow rose at that. Expecting intruders? He asked her. I hope not, sir, she answered, taking a seat across from him. He waited for her to speak, but she sat awkwardly in silence. Almost a full minute went by before curiosity finally got the better of him. I assume there's a reason you came in here, he inquired. Yes, sir, she said with a heavy sigh. To be honest, I've been debating even having this conversation. The colonel leaned back in his chair. Well, you certainly have my attention. What's on your mind? Reaching into her tunic, she pulled out a folded piece of paper. I received this 2 days ago, she explained, holding it up for him to see. I've read it 100 times now, and each time I do, I get an overwhelming sense of foreboding, like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff. Holmes slowly nodded, before reaching into the bottom drawer of his desk and pulling out a pair of glasses, followed by a bottle of amber-colored liquid. Something tells me this is going to be one of those conversations, he said as he poured, before handing one over to his subordinate. You're not wrong, sir, she agreed, picking up the glass and taking a larger drink than anticipated. The liquid courage seemed to steady her nerves as she met his gaze. Sir, those weapons tests we conducted. Have you heard anything more about them since we finished our evaluation? No, I haven't, he admitted. I'm certain the Commandant wants the scientists to figure out how they actually function, since that sort of in-depth analysis is outside our area of expertise. She only tasked us to determine their basic capabilities, after all. He regarded her curiously. Why do you ask? She took a deep breath. Sir, you and I have been through a lot together, and it has honored me deeply to serve by your side. There are damn few others I can say I truly trust on this planet, and none more than I trust you. The feeling is mutual, Valerie, he said gently, addressing her by name. But I get the sense you're leading up to something. I also sense you wouldn't be this hesitant if you were completely certain of my reaction to whatever is on that piece of paper. If you're not, then perhaps it's best I don't see it. He waited, gauging her reaction. If she needed an out, then this was her chance. Inaba shook her head. I can't carry this alone, sir, she said quietly. It's too big. Wordlessly, she handed over the letter. And if I've just put my head in a noose, well, then at least I'll be in good company. Colonel Holmes stared at the paper in his hand. Once he read it, there was no turning back. That cliff she'd referred to was suddenly a lot more crowded. He could simply return it to her and forget this conversation ever took place, he realized. It was probably the smartest choice he could make, but even as he formed the thought, he knew he couldn't do it. Inaba was obviously risking a great deal by entrusting the letter to him, and as she'd said, they'd been through far too much together for him to just turn her away. With a dark premonition looming over him, he unfolded the letter and read, Valerie, I hope this note finds you well. I have taken a spur-of-the-moment vacation to a lovely forest region in the south. It has become quite popular as of late, with more guests arriving daily. Our hosts have thought of everything, and if they keep this up, I may never leave. Haha. Sadly, my old roommate Phoebe canceled at the last minute. Some sort of issue with her luggage. She couldn't bear to leave it behind, and now it looks like she won't make it after all. Too bad, but what are you going to do? It's good to see so many of our friends in the hospitality service. Their attention to detail is second to none, and our spa is run by none other than Roman Chasm himself. Talk about 4-star treatment. I even managed to convince my boss to take a few days off to relax. Tara knows he's earned it. His supervisor has been running him ragged lately, though there are big things in the works for us if her plans come to fruition. He says it will be quite the coup, hence why we're taking it easy now. We probably wouldn't get the chance down the road. I miss you and hope to hear from you soon. Your old friend, Uenu. He read the letter a second time, and then a third, as a sinking feeling settled into his chest. Finally, he looked up. Uenu? He asked her. I had to look that one up, she nodded. Turns out she was a famous warrior back on Terra. Her eyes met his. She was especially noted for her skill with a sword. Damn it, he winced, reaching for his glass. Runa Oaks. She always was smarter than she let on. Yes, sir, she acknowledged. If that letter is to be believed, then she's in trouble. Despite the carefully worded message, that much had been clear to him as well. And this, Roman Chasm, he continued. Another figure from history? No, sir, she told him. Took me a while to figure that one out, before I finally realized it's an anagram. She paused for a moment, and then said softly, Osman Makar, Grand Master of the Knights, he grimaced, shaking his head. This just keeps getting better and better. He glanced at the note once more. And I have to assume the boss she's referring to is none other than the ambassador, though I'm unsure who this Phoebe is that she mentions. It's from Greek mythology, she interpreted. Phoebe was one of the 12 titans, even more powerful than the gods themselves. Her greatest claim to fame, however, was giving birth to the oracle at Delphi. She gave him a hard look. There's only one person I can think of who fits that description, especially given the mention of luggage. Oh, bloody hell, he sighed. Samara. Reaching for the bottle, he refilled both their glasses. So, reading between the lines, she and who knows how many others have been imprisoned, Peacemaker is obviously back, while Samara is almost certainly dead. And to top it all off, our illustrious clan leaders, except for the Grand Master, are now conspiring to take control of the government. Does that about sum it up? Yes, sir, she said quietly. And now you know why I was reluctant to bring this to your attention. He regarded her from across the desk. Part of me wishes you'd kept this to yourself, he told her, before shaking his head. Luckily, it's the part of my subconscious I rarely listen to, he smiled, taking some of the sting out of his words. Thank God, she whispered. I was worried that. The rest of her remark drifted off into silence as she stared awkwardly at her drink. Worried that I was a part of all this, he surmised. Yes, sir, she winced. Sorry, sir. It's just, I know how close you are to the Commandant. Not that close, it seems, he joked, attempting to lighten the mood. Inaba smiled perfunctorily at the effort as he shrugged in recognition of their situation. She never came to me about this, he professed, and truth be told, I don't know what my answer would have been if she had. I'd like to think I would have refused, despite the inherent risks, but I guess we'll never know. Taking a long sip from his glass, he looked at the captain. And now, we have to make some hard decisions. Sir, Inaba responded, squaring her shoulders. If it hadn't been for her and Sergeant Kai, we wouldn't have been able to get the Oivu involved on Sonoishii. Without them, there's no alliance. Which means you and I would not be having this conversation, and we sure as hell wouldn't be having it here. Standing her ground, she faced her commander. We owe her, sir, especially after learning how the Commandant used us. Frankly, I'm amazed Runa didn't kill her where she stood. Others have tried, he observed. Our distinguished clan leader isn't easy to kill. Yes, sir, she reluctantly agreed. So, what are we going to do? Taking up the letter once more, he committed the relevant bits to memory. Did you check for invisible writing or other hidden messages? I did, sir. What you see is all there is. Probably wise, he said, reaching into a drawer and rooting around until he found what he was searching for. Holding the letter between thumb and forefinger, he held it over the wastebasket as he set it aflame. The paper caught immediately, and once it was fully engulfed, he dropped it into the metal container. In less than a minute, all that remained was ash. Call the other commanders, he ordered. We have plans to make. A group of individuals overlooked a flurry of activity taking place at New Terra's shipyards on the fifth planet's moon, the same site where Peacemaker had been discovered. Most were there in person, while one appeared via monitor. Most of the work was automated, a necessity given the difficulty of the task. Impressive, Daifu Katsukox said in approval. You should be commended. Admiral Van Alst inclined his head. It hasn't been easy. Getting the yard up and running again was a minor miracle. In fact, most of the credit rightly belongs to Kalina. Athena's help was indispensable, Diplom Engineer Kalina, saved of the Tinkers, admitted. If it wasn't for the automated equipment, it wouldn't have been possible at all. And of course, her having copies of the necessary blueprints. And our security problems? Sybil Kriz/Alizi asked the last member of the group. Being dealt with as we speak, Commandant Zakia growled. Most of them are already in custody. We'll finish rounding up the rest in short order. That I can promise you. Excellent. The Daifu smiled. Everything is proceeding according to plan. And the other races? Kalina asked her. Just how are you planning on getting them to fall in line? We already have, she chuckled. Between the blood samples and precursor baubles we've been seeding the galaxy with, not to mention the attack on the Tuuk, they'll be on our doorstep in short order. Our latest reports show that the Alliance, Troika, and Oivu are conducting heated negotiations as we speak. They'll have finalized a coalition force and moved against us within the next few weeks. Van Alst smiled. And when they do, we'll destroy them. The Sybil gazed out over the yard. You're certain we'll be ready by then? She inquired. It'll be close. The Tinker clan leader shrugged. But we'll make it. The Daifu turned and faced the others. For 200 years, they've kicked us around. Not anymore. Now, it's our turn. Chapter 32. Live Free or Die. It had taken a great deal of digging on Espion's part to finally discover Samara's fate. They had buried the information deep, and only with a great deal of hard work, and no small amount of good fortune, was she able to learn the truth. Assuming her sources were accurate, it seemed the Protean shapeshifter and precursor host was still alive after all. Sort of. She didn't pretend to understand how the stasis gun worked, whatever its real name was, but she dug up enough references to discover that it didn't kill the target, instead merely rendering it powerless. In theory, It was possible to reverse the process, though thus far she hadn't been able to find out how. Worse, even if she did, it would likely require getting her hands on the weapon they'd used on her. Being an avatar, she didn't have hands, not ones that could interact with the physical world, at least. So without someone from the corporeal side of things stepping in, her plan to free Samara from her bonds and set her loose on the clan leaders was a bust. At the moment, the only person she dared risk contact with was Maggie, who, despite her many talents, wasn't suited for a commando raid on a Valkyrie weapons bunker. What she needed were a few warriors of her own, but unfortunately, the only ones she actually trusted were all locked up. At least she'd found the camp's location, but contacting Runa or the others was impossible. They'd rigged an electrical field around the perimeter, functioning much like a Faraday cage. As long as it was up, she wasn't getting in, which meant she either had to give up on that plan or recruit some help. Even if Maggie herself wasn't qualified, she proved trustworthy so far. Perhaps she knew someone? It was a long shot, but then so were all her other options. Taking a quick peek into her domicile, S discovered the Tinker was no longer home, and by the looks of things wasn't planning on returning anytime soon. Well, that was a problem. With an electronic sigh, she dove back into the datanet and got to work, finally tracking her down at the home of a priestess of Terra. Interesting. Peering closer, she discovered there was a third individual with them, and it took little digging on her part to discover she was none other than Chevalier Duxim Bly Tegada, Maggie's old shipmate from the Earth mission. She quickly pulled up the knight's bio, nodding in satisfaction. It was obvious the old tinker had gone to her for help, who then turned to her mentor, Priestess Soraya and Tombai. They both seemed reliable enough, though of course there was no way to be certain. Only one way to find out. Once again, the Ixian homeworld of Axii was hosting a conference, though this time for a very different reason. Pagon Kusha Sang observed the proceedings from a secluded spot on the balcony, praying to his ancestors he was mistaken regarding the mood of the room. Sadly, they did not appear to be listening. The oversized chamber was filled with races from every corner of the galaxy, including several he knew only by reputation. Many were members of the Alliance, though they were not the only ones in attendance. The Troika were represented as well, and perhaps most surprising of all, the Oivu had sent a quintet of envoys to speak on their behalf. To his knowledge, no one had ever seen the merchant plant beings outside of their own ships, but they were here now, and in earnest deliberations with the other delegates. Perhaps an even more disturbing development was how easily the Troika emissaries had been accepted by the other species. For 5,000 years, the Perseus arm had chafed under their rule, only to be welcomed here and now as bosom comrades. It had barely been a year since the Battle of Terra Nova. He cursed under his breath, the biggest and bloodiest clash of arms the galaxy had ever witnessed. A year ago, they had been doing their absolute best to kill one another, but now, a single purpose united them: the destruction of the Terran race. The Pagon watched this strange dance of diplomacy with a growing sense of dread. He knew the Terrans as few others of his race did, and all that had transpired in the last few weeks had left him badly off balance. They were acting irrationally, almost as if they courted battle with the races now allied against them. It was a foolish act. Their ships were old and obsolete, far too few in number to be a genuine threat. Of course, they could simply remain behind the protection of the demon planet itself. But if that were their intention, why attack the Tuuk? Why go deliberately out of their way to provoke war with the galaxy? He retreated within himself, reflecting on the situation. What left him the most troubled was that he knew the Terrans, having fought both against and beside them in some of the most fearsome combat he had ever experienced. Many times had he thought his end had come at last, though each time he survived to fight another day. The Terrans were courageous warriors, capable of savagery if cornered, and yet what had surprised him most about them was their compassion. Unlike some other races he could mention, they did not go out of their way to inflict harm on their enemies, and when the battle was over, it was over. He himself had once been their prisoner, and while it had been an unpleasant experience, it could have easily been much, much worse. Why are they doing this? He asked himself yet again. They were well aware of the effect these events were having on the other races. His conversations with the Terran ambassador had made that clear. Genvis had claimed that rogue elements were responsible, that their government only wished for peace, and he wanted to believe that, but the facts before him told a very different tale. Many times now the Terrans could have intervened, or simply reassured their former allies, but instead, there was only silence. A flurry of activity below drew his attention as the various delegates hurriedly returned to their seats. At the center of it all sat the Emperor, Ubaz the Munificent, overseeing the conference though saying little to its participants. Through functionaries, he had moderated the event, but now, as he rose to his feet, a hush fell over the crowd. The pagan himself leaned forward as his cousin spoke. Distinguished guests, fellow delegates, and diplomatic emissaries, the time has come to decide upon our course of action. Much has been said in this chamber, with arguments heard from many perspectives, and now a motion has been made to call for a vote. A vote is for the initiation of formal hostilities with the Terran government, while a nay vote calls for pursuing a diplomatic solution to the crisis. Please indicate your preference now. The pagan watched as the tally board recorded the votes. It did not take long. Ubaz the Munificent, Emperor of the Ixian race, waited until the final results were tallied before pronouncing judgment. The conference has spoken, he intoned. 2,573 votes, 16 votes, nay. The motion is carried. Retaking his seat, he looked out over the audience. This body, henceforth to be known as the Grand Alliance, officially declares that a state of war now exists between this confederation and the Terran government. May our ancestors look upon this decision with favor. Bowing his head, the pagan could only weep bitter tears. Runa leaned up against a prefab as she scanned the perimeter. There were dozens of others milling about the yard, with many casting a nervous eye toward the guard towers. Since their arrival, the sentries had mostly left them alone. As long as the prisoners obeyed the rules, they were content with a hands-off approach. There had been a few incidents, including a pair of detainees being cut down when they tried scaling the fence. The message had been both graphic and brutally effective. Afterward, no one else attempted to escape. She cocked her head as a familiar face exited the barracks, making their way toward the compound. He was a guard she'd done business with in the past. Specifically, he'd been her contact when she smuggled out the letter to Captain Inaba. He paused for a moment, surveying the camp, before locking eyes with her and giving a nod. She stretched, working out the kinks before ambling over in his direction. Runa kept her movements loose and casual, not wanting to arouse suspicion, until she finally linked up with her contact. "Got a smoke?" she asked him. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a pack of cigarillos and tapped one out for her, then gave her a light as she inhaled deeply. "Thanks," she nodded. A quick glance from the corner of her eye confirmed no one was paying attention to them. "What's the news?" "You got a reply," he told her, showing her a bit of paper before it disappeared once more. "Gonna cost you, though." Wordlessly, she reached into her own pocket and held out a chronograph. She'd had it for years, and while the case was scratched and worn, it was a top-quality piece. He eyed it for a moment and then nodded. "That'll do. Gimme." "Letter first," she insisted, holding it just out of reach. At the same time, he countered, clearly not trusting her. "Deal," she agreed, the pair eyeing one another before making the swap. The letter disappeared inside her pocket as she turned and wandered off, the deal now complete, her heart pounding as she headed toward their quarters. Becca and Arthur peeled off from their overwatch positions, joining her inside as she made a beeline for their de facto command center. Genvis and the others looked up as she entered the room, removing the note and showing it to them. "My contact says it's a reply to my letter," she informed them. "Keep your fingers crossed." "Let's hear it," the ambassador urged, as she unfolded the single sheet of paper and read aloud. "Uenu, I'm so happy you've found time to relax. The spa sounds heavenly. In fact, I just might have to wrangle some time off myself and join you." Smiley face. "Would it be all right if I brought someone? You remember Miles Howley, don't you? Well, we've been spending a lot of time together lately, and I just know he'd enjoy seeing you again. We can share a bottle and reminisce about old times. Keep an eye out for me." "Valerie." "Who's Miles Howley?" the ambassador asked her. "I don't know. It must be an anagram," she answered, thinking hard for a moment before her eyes went wide. "Holy Mother Terra," she whispered. "Colonel Elias Holm? I thought you said he couldn't be trusted?" Remy said with suspicion. "I said it was too great a risk," she corrected him. "But if Inaba trusts him, how do we know this isn't a trap?" Tanika demanded. "If it is, Then we're screwed anyway, she snorted. I mean, we're already in lockup. Taking that letter at face value, Jinvis interjected. It sounds like they not only believe you, but are also willing to help. Are they planning to break us out? Sure sounded like it to me, sir, she agreed. Question is, can they pull it off? I don't see anyone else lining up, Remy said pointedly. Like you said, we have to trust somebody at some point. The others all nodded in agreement. If they are planning a breakout, he continued, what can we do to help? Her brow furrowed as she considered the problem. I can think of a couple different ways this could play out, Runa decided. The obvious one is they come in guns blazing. Hit the camp hard and fast. If that's their plan, the best way to help is us staying out of their way until it's over. It'll be absolute chaos, and us adding to it won't do anyone any favors. And the other option? The ambassador pressed her. The second one is trickier, she admitted. They might try a sneakier approach, maybe coming in with a convoy and forged documents stating that we're being moved to another camp for added security or something. If they can pull it off, it means getting out of here with a minimum of bloodshed. If that's their play, the best way to assist is to simply follow the guards' orders while they herd us into the trucks. Risky, Tanika mused. One misplaced signature, a single suspicious guard, and the whole goes south in a big damn hurry. Which means they'll be forced to fall back on the first option, Runa grimaced, only with no warning and without the element of surprise. It'll get messy. How messy? Jinvis inquired. She gave him a look. Lots of bodies, she clarified. Most of them will be ours. Lovely, he sighed. In that case, all we can do is wait. I want to move my people, the Valkyrie informed him. When this goes down, it'll happen fast. I want to station the squad in key locations so they can help shepherd the other prisoners when the time comes. We can't warn them in advance, unfortunately, otherwise, the guards might get wind of it. But we can have our people in position and ready to go at a moment's notice. Could make all the difference. Good idea. The ambassador agreed. Whatever you need, you'll get it. Thank you, sir, Runa said, as she turned for the door. Only to pause, gnawing on her lip as she gave him a plaintive look. Captain Haddad? Captain Tanika? If you could give us the room, Jinvis said politely. The pair glanced over at the Valkyrie before rising to their feet and shuffling out the door. Something you want to talk about? He asked her. It's nothing, sir, she demurred. I must respectfully disagree, Jinvis contended. Whatever it is, you know you can talk to me, don't you? He smiled, hoping to put her at ease. Runa sighed. It's nothing, she repeated, taking one of the vacated seats. It's silly, really. Try me, he urged her. She closed her eyes, sighing once more. I traded my chronometer to get that letter, she said at last. Opening her eyes once more, she met his gaze. It was a gift. From Kai. The ambassador winced as his hand covered hers. I'm sorry, Runa. She nodded, her voice now filled with emotion. It was the last actual link I had to him, she said softly. And now that it's gone, it's like he never existed. Her eyes grew misty as she fought back tears. It was all I had to trade with. Squeezing her hand, he forced a smile onto his face. If anyone understood that, it would be him, he reminded her. And if trading away that chronometer means saving your life, I think he'd call that a bargain. A sob briefly caught in her chest before she forced it back down. In the end, she slowly nodded in agreement. He would, Runa said at last. He was pragmatic to a fault. Taking a shaky breath, she rose to her feet. I should get started moving my people, she told him. Of course, he agreed. The Valkyrie paused at the door as if to say something, before shaking her head and exiting the room. Chapter 33, Divided Loyalties. I'm telling ya, we do like we did back during the clan wars, Maggie argued. Worked then, it'll work now. Priestess Tombai considered that for a moment, before turning to the third member of their group. What do you think? She asked. Something like that takes time, Bly countered, and time is something that's in short supply. We need something we can implement immediately. Hail Mary, if you will, she said, struggling to summon up the precise phrase. Like, say, a protean shapeshifter with access to precursor knowledge. A voice suggested behind them. The trio turned in shock, only to spot a gray-skinned elf staring back at them from the monitor. Espion, I presume, Bly said dryly, unable to actually see the image herself. Yup, that's her all right, Maggie agreed. And Samara's dead. I done told you that already. According to what I've uncovered, that doesn't appear to be the case. S disagreed, though, given what's happened to her, she might as well be. What happened? Soraya inquired. It seems they used a precursor weapon against her, the Avatar explained. Unlike most weapons, however, this one doesn't kill its victim. Instead, it freezes them in time. The Valkyries call it a stasis gun. Stasis units been around for centuries, Maggie scoffed. Ain't nothing new. Not like this, it seems, S informed them. It's quite advanced, which is to be expected, of course. So, the good news is that she's still alive and can be revived. And the bad news? Bly insisted. The image on the screen grimaced. The bad news is that both she and the device are currently being held inside a Valkyrie Arms depot, under heavy guard. I take it we'd need the device to unfreeze her? Priestess Ntombai asked. That's my understanding, S agreed. Bly chewed on that for a moment, and then turned to her mentor. Can we do it? She pressed her. Do you have the contacts to get us in there? You're talking about throwing together a major operation with almost no warning, the priestess said carefully, not to mention putting others at risk. I won't be rushed into something without taking the time to thoroughly prepare for it. We can't just keep sitting around spinning our damn wheels, Maggie growled. Time to get off the damn pot and get something done. And if we attack before we're ready, we end up dead or sharing a cell with Diggs, Bly countered. Tell me how that helps any of us. I'm done waiting, the tinker barked, jumping to her feet. My boy's in trouble, and I'm getting him out, with or without you. She turned to the monitor. Can you show me where they're holding her? I can guide you there. S nodded. Maybe even help with the alarms. Maggie, this is crazy, Bly cautioned. You go off half-cocked like this, you're liable to get yourself killed. Then come with me, she urged. You and me got a better chance together than me doing this solo. You can't ask her to do this, Soraya said, aghast. She's blind. Bly froze and then turned to face the priestess. I am not a cripple, she snapped. I took down an Agadadub commander blind, even after he'd beaten me senseless. The knight growled, and I am just as good as I ever was. Having vented her spleen, she turned to the tinker. All right, Maggie, since you're determined to do this, count me in. She looked frantically at the pair, praying for a sudden change of heart, before bowing to the inevitable. Since it's obvious that I can't prevent you from carrying out this madness, then allow me to render what help I can, she sighed in defeat. Can we, at the very least, look over the information S uncovered and come up with some sort of strategy? Maggie considered that for a moment and then shrugged. Can't hurt, she said finally. The more we know, the better prepared we'll be, Bly agreed. I still think this is insane. But, S, please show us what you have, Soraya said quietly. The image on the monitor split as a map appeared beside the avatar's image. So, the depot is located here, she began, as the others moved in for a closer look. Pagan Kusha Singh entered the imperial chamber and approached the throne, prior to taking a knee and abasing himself before his monarch. I have come at your royal decree, your majesty, he said formally, and await your command. Rise, cousin, the Ixian Emperor Ubaz the Munificent said amiably, and join me in my chambers. Obeying his wishes, the pagan rose and followed, the pair both taking a seat in a private sitting room. I imagine you are wondering why I sent for you, the emperor began, only to scowl as his cousin shook his head. In fact, I have long expected your summons, cousin, and I beg of you to choose another, the pagan implored him. I am unsuited for this task, for many reasons. I must respectfully disagree, the monarch countered. In fact, you are the only one qualified. Kusha Singh met the emperor's gaze. Then I must refuse your request, cousin, he said firmly. It is not a request, Ubaz snapped. It is an imperial command from your sovereign. Should you choose to disobey, what follows will be on your head. For the short time it is still attached to your body. He glowered at his subject before softening his visage. I know what I am asking of you, and its cost. I regret it has come to this, but it must be done. and you know this as well as I. You must lead the attack against the Terrans. Please, the pagan whispered. Do not make me do this. I beg you, cousin. His eyes were filled with pain as he regarded the Emperor. Once, long ago, I was tasked with the Terrans' destruction, though fate thankfully spared me that grim duty. By the ancestors, do not force me to be their executioner now. And what would you have me do? The Emperor sighed. Stand with the Terrans against the entire galaxy? Yes, the pagan said fervently, just as we stood with them against the Troika and the Ichun. This madness that has taken hold of them, it will pass, I am certain of it. We must merely wait until it does. We cannot, the Emperor said with regret. I cannot. When we stood with them, we had the Alliance at our backs. Now they are arrayed against them, and not only the Alliance, but the Troika and Oivu as well. The IXI race is strong, but not that strong. He waited until finally, his cousin bowed his head in defeat. Then I shall do as I am bid, Your Majesty, Kusha Singh said quietly. Rising to his feet, he bowed formally to his sovereign. By your leave. There is one last obligation I place upon you, dear cousin, he said gently. I know you, and I know your heart. As much as it pains me to say this, it must be said. Taking a deep breath, he locked eyes with his subject. I forbid you to fall on your sword until it is done. The pagan staggered, the shock of his words catching him off guard. Your reaction is all the confirmation I require, he continued, his words now tinged with genuine sorrow. As I said, I know your heart. The noble world to face him with blood in his eyes. You would strip away from me the last shred of honor I still possess? He snarled, as he suddenly abandoned any sense of propriety. You have no right to forbid me this. Not even as my sovereign. His hand gripped his sword tightly as he glared at his emperor, his body trembling in rage. This must be done, the emperor repeated, ignoring the threat of the sword, and you are best qualified to do it. It is that simple. His nostrils flared as tension filled the room, before inclining his head in respect. Hate me if you must, but consider this. Stepping forward, he placed his palm on the pagan's shoulder. Show the Terrans the honor they have earned. Another in your place might be tempted into barbarism, and despite all that has happened, they deserve a better ending to their saga than simple butchery. His eyes bore into his own. Instead, make it quick and merciful. Pagan Kusha Singh searched the emperor's expression for even a shred of hesitation, but there was none to be found. Bowing his head in submission, he whispered, I hear and obey. On second thought, maybe this was a bad idea. Squinting into the darkness, Maggie snorted. Little late to be backing out now, she growled. Come on, we gotta get closer. Reaching out, she took Bly's hand and placed it on her tool belt. All right, we're moving. Don't let go. The two women crept closer to the fence line, sticking to the shadows and using what cover there was to conceal their movements. The depot itself lay 100 meters beyond the barrier, with guards posted at the entrances. So far, they hadn't been spotted. Coming to a halt just short of the enclosure, Maggie whispered into her radio. We're in position. Anytime you're ready. Copy, S responded. Almost a full minute passed before they received another transmission. Okay, I've spoofed the alarms. They're out of commission for the next 20 minutes. You're good to go. Thanks for the help, the tinker grinned, before tucking the radio away. There's a side gate no one's watching, she explained to Bly. That's our way in. What if it's locked? She said nervously, but Maggie was already up and moving, dragging the knight along behind her. Circumstances had forced her to leave her staff behind, but kept a firm grip on her sword, just in case. Arriving at the entrance, they hid in the shadows, while the tinker examined the lock. What a piece of junk, she muttered, breaking out a multi-tool and getting to work. Within a few seconds, the mechanism disengaged. What did I tell you? No problem, she chuckled. Come on, let's. Ahem, someone behind them vocalized, clearing their throat. Bit late to be taking in the night air, don't you think? The pair froze as Maggie slowly turned around. A woman wearing a helmet and cradling a rifle sat on her haunches behind them, crouched only a couple of meters away. Neither of them had heard her approach. "Who the hell are you?" Maggie demanded. "And what are you playing at?" "Name's Inaba," she replied, "and I suspect I'm here for the same reason you are." "Maggie Al-Hajja." "Maggie Rademacher," she snapped, automatically correcting her. "And how the hell do you know who I am?" "I make it my business to know these things," Inaba explained, "just as I recognize your companion as Chevalier Bly Tegeda. Forgive me, but I don't recall your current rank among the knights." She apologized. "That's all right." Bly struggled to respond, flustered by this turn of events. "Are you taking us into custody?" The stranger chuckled. "Quite the contrary. Like I said, I suspect we're here for the same reason, seeing how we have a friend in common who's in trouble. Runa Oaks." "You know Runa?" Bly said in surprise. "I do," Inaba confirmed. "I was her commanding officer until very recently. She got a note to me after they captured her." She glanced around the compound, focusing on the guards inside. "As much as I'd like to continue this, the clock is ticking," she said. "I assume you're here for the weapons?" "Weapons?" Maggie said in surprise. "We're here for Samara." "Samara?" Inaba blinked. "She's dead, or so I've been told." "That's what we thought too," Bly revealed. "But according to our source, she's still very much alive, just frozen in stasis." "So that's how?" Inaba marveled, before shaking her head in wonder. "Never mind. Let's get this show on the road." Tapping her helmet, she spoke into the attached mic. "Dagger 1 of 5. This is Dagger 1 of 6 actual. Neutralize the Tangos. Over." "Copy. Dagger 1 to 6 actual," a voice replied. "Ready action front. Stand by. Over." "Keep your eyes peeled," the Valkyrie murmured, just as a series of loud coughs echoed in the treeline behind them. The guards surrounding the structure toppled like dominoes, none of them getting off so much as a single shot. "Tangos are down," Inaba said quietly. "Move in." Motioning with her arm, she signaled behind her, as dozens of other Valkyrie materialized from deep within the woods. They moved like wraiths, not making a sound, rushing the surrounding gates before entering the compound itself. One squad linked up with Inaba as she opened the gate Maggie had unlocked. "You coming, or staying here?" she asked the astonished pair. "We're coming," the tinker answered, speaking for them both. "Ain't we, Bly?" "Yes, of course," the knights stammered, as they rose to join the others. Following in their wake, they entered the compound and neared the depot, only pausing when Inaba came to an abrupt halt beside one of the bodies. "God damn it all to hell," she swore, before forcing herself to look away. "What is it?" Bly insisted. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Inaba said after a moment. "Come on, we've got work to do." Maggie stared at the fresh corpse, then back at the woman guiding them. "Who was he to you?" she said quietly. Inaba froze before turning to face her. "A friend," she got out, before finally shaking her head. "They're all Valkyries, just like us." "Shit," the tinker winced. "Clan leaders got a lot to fucking answer for." "Yes, they do," Inaba said darkly, as they entered the structure. Lights flickered on as they stepped inside, revealing crates and racks of strange devices. Vehicles were in plain sight as well, though nothing Maggie recognized. However, there was one object off to the side that drew her immediate attention. "I'll be goddamned," she said hoarsely, staring at a statue carved from blue-green crystal that was the spitting image of Samara. "Did you find her?" Bly asked the tinker. "Sure looks like it," Maggie swallowed, as Inaba moved to join them. "We'll grab her and go," the Valkyrie told them, "and worry about freeing her once we're clear. I suggest you both come with us, since sticking around here won't be safe." "Pooling our resources makes sense," Bly agreed. "I don't think we could have done this without you." The Valkyrie merely nodded. "No, you couldn't," she agreed. Chapter 34. The Better Angels of Our Nature. Captain Tanika burst through the door, all but out of breath. "Ambassador, you need to come with me now. We've got a situation." Genvis was instantly on alert as he joined her. "What's going on?" "No time to explain," she grunted, grabbing his bicep and all but dragging him out of the barracks. "Things are gonna get ugly unless you can stop it." "Stop what?" he demanded, but the captain was focused on physically transporting him to wherever the problem was, not answering his questions. He could barely keep up with her fervent strides as they dashed across the compound, drawing looks from passers-by. The sound of muffled shouts reached his ears as they entered another prefab building, identical to the others. He skidded to a halt, staring in shock at the frozen tableau before him. It was obvious at first glance the oversized room's occupants were divided into two camps, but it was what both sides were focused on that had his immediate attention. A man sat tied to a chair, a fellow dermist, by the looks of him, and he'd been badly beaten. One eye was swollen completely shut, while blood trickled from his split lip. He sat hunched over, likely from blows he'd taken to the torso, moaning in agony. That was bad enough. But far worse was the individual standing over him, their fists bruised and bloody, while they prepared to strike him yet again. Runa? He stared at her in disbelief as she whirled to face him, her chest heaving from ragged effort. Holy Mother Terra, what are you doing? Stay out of this, Ambassador, she warned. It's none of your concern. Behind her, Remy and the squad held back a growing crowd of angry individuals, many of whom bore marks of violence themselves. Stop this at once, he shouted, moving between her and the injured man. Have you lost your mind? She turned to face him, her hands still clenched into fists by her side. You don't know the full story, she said coldly, and trust me, you don't want to. Go back to your barracks and forget you saw this. You'll sleep better that way. Her message now delivered. She shoved him toward the door, before returning her attention to the now weeping dermist. Now talk, she ordered. Jinvis forced his way back to the man's side. This ends now, he thundered, the sheer vehemence of his words surprising even him. What gives you the right to do this to an innocent victim? He snarled. And by whose authority? Innocent? Runa came to an abrupt halt, glaring at the broken man. He's no innocent. He's a goddamn quisling, she spat, and he's going to tell me what I want to know. One way or another. He stepped in front of her until they were mere centimeters apart. Tell me what the hell is going on, Jinvis insisted. Unless you're prepared to do the same to me. Please, the man whimpered. Make her stop, I beg you. I didn't do anything, I swear. Liar, Runa shouted, lunging forward and grabbing his hair and jaw, forcing him to look up at Jinvis. Tell him what you did. Nothing, he shrieked, terrified out of his mind. I did nothing. Roaring with fury, the Valkyrie aimed a haymaker and threw her whole body into the punch, breaking his nose with a sickening crunch and knocking the chair backward, toppling onto the floor as the man cried out in agony. Talk! Runa screamed at him. That's enough, the ambassador roared, and before he realized what he was doing, his own fist came up and nailed the Valkyrie squarely in the jaw. She'd been so focused on the bloody-faced dermist she hadn't seen it coming, likely the only reason it had landed at all. It was the first time in his life that he could recall hitting someone in anger. It hurt, a lot. Runa slowly turned to face him, and with a sinking feeling he realized the blow hadn't fazed her in the slightest. He swallowed hard as she now gave him her full attention. Is that the best you've got? She sneered. Obviously, some quick fence mending was in order. I'm sorry I hit you, Runa. He apologized in a rush. But this has to stop. If this man has done something wrong, then tell me. I swear to you, we'll address whatever's happening here. But this is not the way. And deep down, you know that as well as I do. Time seemed to stand still for a moment as her eyes narrowed. He'd always known she was a warrior, that she'd faced and defeated countless foes on the battlefield. But until that moment, he hadn't realized how truly scary she could be. Jinvis felt as if he were being sized up for her next sparring partner, yet he refused to show fear. Standing his ground, he demanded she listen, without saying a word. Her nostrils flared as she stared at him, and he could see in her eyes just how badly she wanted to strike him down. The adrenaline coursed through her veins like quicksilver, and there was a primal edge to her rage that bordered on madness. Seeing Runa like this scared the ever-loving shit out of him, and he knew he'd be seeing that face again in his nightmares. And yet still he stood his ground, waiting for her to respond. She was still breathing hard, winded from both her anger and beating that poor man to a bloody pulp, but as the seconds ticked by, her respiration slowed, growing less haggard and more controlled. The blazing inferno in her eyes cooled, though not quite going out entirely. Somehow she clawed her way back from the brink of insanity, though he realized it had been a hard-won fight indeed. He was going to tell the guards our escape plans, Runa said at last, her words sounding almost normal again. When I confronted him, he refused to say who he'd spoken to, or what he'd said, and it was too fucking important to leave to chance. She glared at him once more, his prone body still tied to the chair. He's a quisling, she repeated once more, and I learned a long time ago how to deal with traitors. Well, that certainly cleared up a few things. Given the stakes involved, he understood why she'd reacted the way she did. Not that it made it right. Searching the crowd surrounding them, now hushed as he fought to wrestle control away from Runa, he focused on one individual in particular. Captain Tanika, he said as calmly as he could manage, please find the Grand Master and bring him here immediately. Tell him that it's an emergency. Nodding in receipt of his instructions, the Corsair exited the room while he turned his attention back to the Valkyrie. Help me sit him up, he ordered, bending down and grabbing one side of the chair. She hesitated for a moment, then with a grimace did likewise, the two of them lifting him to a sitting position once more. His head lolled, with the injured dermist hovering near unconsciousness. Now cut him loose, Genvis insisted. And let him escape? Not happening, Runa fired back. Damn it, look at him, the ambassador said in frustration. Do you honestly think he's going anywhere in his condition? She spared him a brief glance, and in mute acknowledgement, produced a crude knife fashioned from some discarded bit of metal, cutting away his bonds and freeing him. As the ropes fell away, he pitched forward, almost landing on his face before Genvis and Runa caught him, easing him back into the chair. Thank you, he whispered, the blood making tiny bubbles that frothed against his lips and nose. Crouching beside him, Genvis said gently, Can you tell me what happened? I told you what happened, the Valkyrie growled. The ambassador shot her a look. I'm asking him, he snapped. Do you mind? Shaking her head in disgust, Runa refrained from further comment. Why is she angry with you? He continued. To his dismay, the man began to weep. Please, I have a family, he sobbed. No one is going to hurt your family, I swear, Genvis promised him, only for the man to gaze up at him in despair. It's too late. You can't help them, he blubbered, as the ambassador's confusion grew. I don't understand, he said after a moment. Where is your family now? Are they here in the camp? The man hung his head in shame. They have them, he whispered. Son of a bitch, Remy swore, as realization struck home. The bastards are holding his family hostage, probably using them as leverage to make him do their bidding. Then I was right, Runa said in vindication. He did betray us. Genvis whirled to face her as his own emotions took hold. And what would you have done if they were threatening your family? He demanded. How far would you go to protect them? The Valkyrie grimaced, looking away and saying nothing in return. The door burst open moments later as Captain Tanika returned with Grand Master Makar in tow. The senior knight knelt beside the man and began assessing his injuries, opening his bag and removing gauze and antiseptic. This man needs immediate medical attention, he informed them. Is there someplace close by where I can treat his injuries? There's some bunks in the next room, Becca spoke up, shooting her commander a look. I'll need help moving him, the knight explained, as the sergeant grabbed Arthur and moved to assist. They each took an arm and gently lifted him up, guiding him out into the hallway as he stumbled his way to the door, each step accompanied by a moan of pain. Genvis watched them leave, and then turned to the others. I never want to see anything like this again, he said, his words taut and clipped as he clamped down hard on his emotions. If there is a problem, you will bring it to me. Is that understood? The others in the room stared awkwardly at one another, many of whom suddenly had difficulty looking him in the eye. I said, is that understood? He repeated, raising his voice for emphasis. A subdued chorus of murmured assent was his reply. Under the circumstances, it was likely the best he could hope for. Captain Oakes, with me, he ordered, switching gears and exiting the building as she followed behind him. Neither said a word as he led her to a secluded spot before finally coming to a halt and facing her. As he did, Runa braced herself, automatically snapping to attention and staring pointedly at a spot somewhere above his head. Did you even ask him? He said quietly. Or did you just start beating it out of him? Yes, sir, she replied. I did ask him. He denied any knowledge of what I was talking about. But you didn't believe him, Genvis surmised. Why? Because I had 2 eyewitnesses who saw him speaking with one of the guards. People I trust implicitly, sir, she informed him. You've spoken with the guards, Genvis reminded her. How do you know he wasn't doing the same thing you did? Or even just trying to swap his own chronometer for some more food? Runa met his gaze. Then he chose the wrong guard, she said curtly. Sir. The sir was an afterthought, and dry as the southern desert. His eyes narrowed. Explain. We've been watching the guards since day 1, she explained, trying to establish who we can approach and who we need to avoid. Most of them just want to do their jobs with a minimum of hassle, while some are looking to fill their pockets. Others enjoy their newfound positions a little too much. And then there are those who are obvious plants with ulterior motives. And the guard he spoke with falls into the latter category, I presume, he pressed her. Yes, sir, Runa agreed. He wears a corporal's uniform, but he's no corporal. My gut tells me he's an officer in disguise, looking for any scrap of information he can use against us. He's a rat, she hissed, the disgust plain in her voice, and everyone knows it. If you go to him, then you're a rat too. Genvis spent some time digesting that. Finally, he shook his head. You heard the man. They have his family. Doesn't matter, she fired back. The potential damage he could have done was too great to ignore. So, the ends justify the means, is that it? He said bitingly. No crime is beyond the pale, if your cause is just. He suddenly had her full attention. This isn't the first time someone asked me that, she replied, and I'll tell you what I told him. When the stakes are this fucking high, you're goddamn right they do. The pair glared at one another, neither of them budging a centimeter. Finally, Genvis spoke. Then answer me one question, he said. Why didn't you come to me? She blinked at the question. There wasn't time, she said finally. Bullshit, he snapped. You're telling me you couldn't have stashed him somewhere until you talked to me? It was a very fluid situation, sir, Runa mumbled. The anger just seemed to drain away from him. Looking at her, still standing at attention like some raw recruit, all Genvis could feel was bitter disappointment. Since that day we met on Gerfalcon, he said at last, I think this is the first time you've ever lied to me. For the first time, her resolve wavered. Sir, she began, only for him to wave her off. We both know why you didn't come to me, he sighed. You were afraid I'd tell you, no? That I'd prevent you from using extreme measures to learn the truth. The Valkyrie fidgeted as he continued. And you would be right. I would have stopped you. We had to know, she said with sudden feeling. If the clan leaders learn what we've been up to, it could spell disaster, and you know it. This isn't the time for half measures. Everything is riding on this. The entire future of humanity is at stake. Tell me how anything is more important than that. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world, yet lose his soul? Genvis quoted softly. How we conduct ourselves in pursuit of our goals is just as important as the goals themselves. Perhaps even more so. It's the difference between us and them. Suddenly, he felt old and weary. You dishonored yourself, Runa, and by extension, you've dishonored me. Somehow, I will learn to live with that. His eyes met hers. The question is, what will you do to make this right? And with that, he turned and walked away, leaving her struggling to respond. Chapter 35. As the storm clouds gather. Pagan Kusha stared out at the fleet, his hand wrapped tightly around the hilt of his sword, his features a mask of stone. They had assembled quickly, far more rapidly than he had expected. In fact, it was almost too prompt a mustering, as if perhaps the various races and nations had already gathered their forces to prepare for this moment, merely awaiting the chance to strike. But of course, that was ridiculous. And should he ask any of the captains and admirals scattered throughout the armada, each would assure him it was mere happenstance that brought them to this place with such alacrity. Carrion eaters, awaiting the spoils, he thought in disgust, looking away. No one in the galaxy's history, save perhaps the legendary precursors themselves, had ever wielded a force as powerful as the one which now surrounded him. Not since the first Ichun invasion 2 centuries prior, the same onslaught that destroyed the Terran homeworld. Had the cosmos seen such a gathering of ships, and even then, there had been those who refused the call. Not this time. Even if the Terrans had not galvanized them into action by attacking the Tuuk, they would still be here, salivating like ravenous beasts over all they hoped to plunder from the demon planet, New Terra. And when they finally secured their baubles and trinkets, before retreating to their lairs to unravel their secrets, their ships would gather once more in the depths of space, eager to test their newfound strength against their rivals. And when that day came, the galaxy would burn. How do they not see this? The Pagon railed, his lone voice unheard in the darkness. How can they be so blind? For the storm that awaited them would be far worse than any they had weathered before. Not even when the Ichun re-emerged, ravaging all that lay in their path, had the galaxy experienced a war like the one looming on the horizon. To every race and species, the precursors were synonymous with power, and they would not rest until they had secured it for themselves. And once they had, what then? For a weapon unused is a weapon wasted in the eyes of such beings. Power for its own sake, regardless of the consequences. Not so long ago, when the Alliance was still new, he had dreamed of a better world. A place where conflicts might be resolved across a table, not the gun deck of a battle cruiser. The IXI might be a race of warriors, but it was the challenge, the testing of one's mettle, that spurred them, not bloodshed. The most extraordinary bout he ever fought ended with nothing more than a scratch, and that had been an engagement in which he lost. That future had seemed so close, once. Now, all he could taste was ashes. A figure appeared at his elbow, bowing with respect. "The fleet stands ready, Pagon," his second informed him, "and awaits your command." His thoughts were light years distant as he heard himself respond. "Inform them to lay in a course," he ordered, "for the Terran homeworld. Forgive me, Runa. It seems I have come for my sword after all." After 2 full days spent dodging government forces, Colonel Holm finally called a halt. The ancient precursor metropolis they'd arrived in looked much like the others on the planet. Whatever differences that might exist between them were difficult to discern. The convoy parked their newly gained vehicles inside a structure that was open to the outdoors, one whose original purpose was unknown. However, it kept them hidden from anyone searching from the air, which was all that mattered. Stepping out of the transport, Maggie took a few moments to stretch, trying to work out the kinks she'd acquired during their journey. It seemed like it got harder every year. Once she dealt with the worst of it, she took Bly's hand and guided her out as well, though she really didn't need it. Despite her impediment, she got around better than most sighted folks. "Where are we?" the knight asked. "Beats me," Maggie shrugged. "Precursor City. Not sure where, though. We're calling it Zindernuf," Captain Inaba said from behind them, after an old fictional fort back on Earth. It seemed appropriate. As they spoke, the other Valkyries were already hard at work, setting up a defensive perimeter and offloading the vehicles. They had liberated many of the weapons on display from the depot, precursor technology that left the Tinker deeply unsettled. Who knew what those things were capable of? "We near the prison camp?" she asked the captain. "Within striking distance," Inaba agreed. "We didn't want to set up a base too close, for fear of being spotted. According to our records, this city hasn't been explored yet, which means it should be deserted. So when are we leaving?" Maggie demanded. "We've wasted enough time already." "Maggie," Bly said gently, "I'm certain they'll rescue Diggs and the others as soon as they can." "The Chevalier is right," Inaba agreed. "We're not moving out until we've got a solid plan in place, one that we've thoroughly rehearsed. We go in and try to play it by ear, we're liable to get people killed. People like your son." Maggie grimaced at that, but found it hard to disagree. "Besides," she continued, "we still need to figure out how to free your friend Samara." "We're not friends, exactly," Bly demurred, "more like associates, or maybe acquaintances." "I dunno," Maggie said after a moment. "She likes you well enough. What with Savon in her life? Me, she sort of tolerates." "Well, you did electrocute her," Bly pointed out. "I beg your pardon," the Valkyrie said in disbelief. "Hey, I zapped myself too," the Tinker protested. Inaba looked askance at the knight, who shrugged helplessly. "It's a long story," she sighed. The captain took a moment to process all of that before finally shaking her head. "Whatever. The point is, We've never tried unfreezing a person before. We only tested the stasis gun on plants. If we don't do this right, we could end up killing her. Or worse. Worse, Bly said in shock. What could possibly be worse? Just as the words left her mouth, she froze, reliving some private moment, then shuddered hard. Never mind. I don't want to know. Can't say I blame you, Inaba agreed. But you see our problem. Too bad we can't ask her for help, the tinker groused. Bet her pal Guardian would have some ideas. Unfortunately, that's not an option, the Valkyrie said tersely. I don't suppose you have any practical suggestions? Sure. Stand way the hell back when you do it, Maggie retorted. Duly noted. Inaba replied. Anything else? I think Maggie and I should be there with you, Bly offered. It might give her pause if she sees us first. Good idea. The captain agreed. I'll inform you both when we're ready to make the attempt. In the meantime, she continued, we're going to be busy for a while. Getting set up here, I'd suggest grabbing some chow and rest. If we're discovered, we may have to pull out in a hurry. With that, she headed for one of the nearby clusters of Marines and started issuing orders. Maggie turned and glared at her companion. Did you have to go and volunteer us? It's a little late to be quibbling about that now, don't you think? Bly reminded her. Come on, let's find some food. Taking her elbow, she let the tinker guide her as they searched for something to eat. It was several hours later when they gathered once more in an outdoor plaza close to where they'd set up camp. Placing Samara's statue at the center, they constructed a low wall with crates, behind which those taking part in their little experiment stood, along with a security detail, all armed with precursor weapons. Hard to blame them, really, but the sight still left Maggie uneasy. Sitting on the barricade lay the stasis gun, a blunt, dull-looking device that looked more like a spare engine part than a weapon. Colonel Holm and Captain Inaba stood nearby as the two women approached. We're almost ready to give it a try, the captain informed them. Any final thoughts? Yeah, don't miss, Maggie snorted, reaching down and carefully picking up the gun. Holm gave her an old-fashioned look. I'll keep that in mind, he said dryly. Sir, I'd like to renew my objection to you being the one firing the weapon, Inaba said quietly. If something went wrong. Your objection is noted, the colonel interrupted, cutting her off. I'm afraid this is one of those occasions that calls for a more personal form of leadership. Besides, he said with a lopsided smile, never order your troops to do something you wouldn't do yourself. Yes, sir, she said in resignation. Before stepping back, where do you want us? Bly asked him. That's a good question, Holmes said thoughtfully. Are you comfortable standing at my side? Of course, the knight agreed. See, there you go volunteering us again, Maggie grumbled. And where would you suggest we stand? Bly said in disgust. About 10 kilometers that way, she fired back, jerking her head toward the rear. The knight sighed. You realize I can't see what direction you're indicating, right? Never mind, she muttered, rolling her eyes. Let's get this over with. Now that we have that settled, the colonel said impatiently, security detail, stand by. You are not to fire your weapons or point them at the target unless I give the order. Is that understood? Sir, Inaba began, only to be cut short once more. It's a risk we have to take, he told her, hefting the weapon. Samara is too valuable an ally to lose because of an error in judgment. Yes, sir, she said quietly. All right, the colonel asserted, socking the guns but into his shoulder and taking aim. Here goes nothing, he breathed in normally, and then slowly let it out, firming up his sight picture before gently squeezing the trigger. A bright flash seemed to explode before their eyes, momentarily blinding those gathered except for Bly. Maggie blinked repeatedly, trying to clear her vision, only to stare in shock as she spotted Samara, returned once more to her natural state. For the first half-second, that is, from Samara's perspective, she had just been transported to an unknown location, while everything around her changed in the literal blink of an eye. Her last conscious memory was her being ambushed, and after spending the greater part of her life as an assassin, as a terrorist, or freedom fighter, depending on your point of view, and as the host of countless precursor avatars, a single thought now burned in her brain. Danger. And long experience had taught her well how to respond to danger. Maggie's eyes grew wide in the split second Samara used to take in her new surroundings before reacting. Her body rippled, shifting form between heartbeats, and what emerged was the stuff of nightmares. A beast, a monster had taken her place, and before the tinker knew what was happening, it charged, closing the distance between them far faster than a being that size should have been capable. It was a creature defined by razor-sharp claws and jagged teeth and glistening spines, covered in scales, while blood-red eyes glared back at her with deadly intent. Not even the Ichun drone she'd once fought terrified her as much as what was coming for her now. "Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, OHFUCK," she screamed, stumbling back away. But there was nowhere to run and no place to hide. The security team struggled to ready their own weapons, but they were too slow by half, hobbled by official orders and unfamiliar technology. Inaba scrabbled for her sidearm, but even if she could draw it in time, unlikely, it would do her no good. Samara would shrug off the damage without so much as a thought before tearing them to shreds. And then someone stepped in front of her, spreading their arms wide. "Samara, stop," they shouted, just as the creature howled and leapt. All Samara could see was a threat to be eliminated, as her beast form roared with fury. In the distant background, she could hear Guardian clamor for attention, but that would have to wait. Whoever had attacked her would suffer the consequences of their folly, just like all the others before. She could see the terror on their faces, smell the stink of their fear, as she smiled coldly in anticipation of the kill. And then a figure positioned themselves in her path, shouting for her to halt. "Fool," she laughed in that last second as she pounced. "I'll take you first." "Wait, Bly." Realizing her mistake too late, with gravity and momentum dictating her trajectory, Samara did the only thing she could to avoid disaster. With every bit of will she possessed, she shifted back into her natural state, tucking her body in tight as she managed an aerial somersault, just clearing their heads before landing behind the barricade with a tuck and roll. She sprang to her feet and whirled to face them, her body tensed as she prepared to defend herself. "God damn it, you crazy bitch, it's us," Maggie shouted at her, tearing her away from her predator-like focus, forcing her to reassess her environment. "I do not believe you are in danger, at least for the moment," Guardian concurred, "unless you continue to act aggressively." Forcing herself to slowly relax, Samara rose to her full height, taking in a deep breath. "All right, would someone like to explain just what the hell is going on?" she demanded. The group looked nervously at one another before Bly finally shrugged. "It's sort of complicated," she began, while the assassin raised a questioning eyebrow. Chapter 36. Teeth of the Dragon. Pulling her jacket around her, Runa huddled for warmth against the crisp autumn breeze. She wasn't looking forward to spending a long winter in these barracks. From what she'd seen, the insulation was substandard. Well, it wouldn't be the first time she'd frozen her ass off in the cold, she rationalized, though she'd hoped those days were behind her. She could have gone inside, of course, and avoided the problem entirely, but at the moment this seemed the better choice. Inside sat the ambassador, and while he wasn't the type to throw her mistakes in her face, she could feel his disappointment, like some unearthly presence. Genvis was unfailingly polite to her, proper in every way whenever they spoke, and yet that sense of unease about him refused to disappear. She was pretty sure she knew why that was, and it was an uncomfortable realization on her part. Runa had no illusions that she was perfect. Far from it. She was all too aware of her flaws, and she did her best to overcome them, with mixed success. And if someone forced her to list those flaws, in order from most damaging to least, high on that list would have to be her temper. She had always struggled with it, and the incident with the Quisling wasn't the first time it had got her into trouble. Somehow, she doubted it would be the last. She'd fucked up, badly. There were other ways she could have gotten the truth out of him. Smarter ways, ways that didn't involve beating him within a centimeter of his life. Yet at the time, none had occurred to her. Well, that wasn't exactly true. They had, for a moment, but when she learned what he'd done, that he'd betrayed them, all she could think about was another time when someone had double-crossed her people. A moment in the heat of battle when their so-called allies had swiveled their guns and turned them on the Valkyries instead, inflicting horrendous losses. And even though they hadn't been directly responsible, she would forever associate that act of treachery with the death of Sergeant Ajilmer Kai. Not a day went by that she didn't think of him, mourning his loss once more. She tried taking the pagan's advice to heart, to remember that his sacrifice had not been in vain. But there were times it was all she could do to face another day without him by her side. Oh God, it hurt. She wrapped her arms around her midriff, hugging herself tightly, looking up into the cloudy sky, and then the wire barricade surrounding her. Runa couldn't remember a time when she'd felt as lost and alone as she did now. She wasn't sure who she was anymore, and she had no idea how to find her way back. Movement to her left yanked her from her ruminations, her eyes narrowing before she recognized Diggs approaching her. Despite the fact they suddenly had a great deal of free time on their hands, they'd spent surprisingly little of it together. Granted, her unofficial duties, i.e., trying to escape, had kept her busy, but not that busy. She suspected he had his own reasons for not crowding her, and she hadn't wanted to pry. He had enough on his plate as it was. She gave him a polite nod as he sat down beside her. "Hey, Diggs." "Hey, Runa," he mumbled, awkwardly staring at his feet. Something was off with him, that much was obvious. "Everything okay?" she asked. The young tinker barked out a bitter laugh, lifting his head to stare at the wire. "Oh, yeah, everything's great," he snorted, the dark sarcasm of his tone impossible to ignore. "We're gonna get through this," she promised. "Trust me." He turned to look at her, his eyes searching for some small sense of hope. "I want to believe that, Runa. I really do. But it's hard, you know?" "Yeah, it is," she sighed. "But I'll tell you something. When things got really bad, I still had to believe it would get better. Because otherwise, what's the point? Sometimes it wasn't easy, I'm not gonna lie, but we have to keep trying. People are counting on us. Diggs? People like your mom. I worry about her," he said quietly. "I hope she's okay." "I wouldn't worry about Maggie," she chuckled. "Your mom's a survivor, and besides, she's way too smart to get herself mixed up in this nonsense." She smiled at him and silently rejoiced as he grinned back at her. "You're right," he agreed. "Mom's a tough cookie." The pair chuckled once more, as he regarded her once more. "What about you? Are you okay?" There was concern in his expression. "I'm fine," she said automatically. Diggs gave her a dubious look. "You don't look fine, Runa," he said finally. "I mean, being honest, you kind of look terrible." "Oh, thank you very much," she said caustically. "I thought you were supposed to be my biggest fan." The young tinker bowed his head, blushing at the cheeks. "Not a kid anymore, you know," he mumbled. "Besides, I heard about what happened with the dermist." She winced and looked away, more ashamed than ever. "Look, I get it," he continued. "You were just trying to protect us, like you always do." "I could have found a better way," she said quietly. "Maybe," he shrugged. "Maybe there wasn't one, though." Runa took a deep breath and then slowly let it out. "That's what I keep trying to tell myself." She turned and looked at him. "Only problem is, it's a lie." Diggs blinked in surprise. "Then why?" he asked her. The Valkyrie shook her head. "Because I was angry. Because I felt frustrated. Because it brought up painful memories. Lots of reasons." Her expression was one of heartbreak. None of them good ones, unfortunately. They sat in silence for a bit while he digested that. Finally, he spoke up, his voice just barely above a murmur. "Did my mom ever tell you how she found me?" She cocked her head, regarding him. "Most of it," Runa said at last. "She said she found you in an alley, poisoned, and that she almost didn't get you to Bly in time." The young tinker nodded. "I don't remember much about what happened. Hell, most of my childhood's a blur. I just remember starving, being scared of the monsters. That's how I saw aliens back then. And so fucking desperate that I grabbed a metal scrap and tried scaring one into giving me some food." He gave her a rueful look. "Didn't work out so well." Runa listened as he told his tale, not wanting to interrupt. She doubted there was any Terran that didn't have one, or even several, much like it. Until they came to this world, the galaxy had been a cruel mistress to their kind, until fate and no small amount of luck had intervened. Not a moment too soon, in her opinion. "Whatever that poison was, it really messed me up," he continued. "When I finally came to, I thought I was dead. They'd shoved something down my throat, choking me, and there were people there. People like me." Diggs winced at the memory, shutting his eyes hard. "I didn't know what hell was, then, but I was sure I was being punished for something. For attacking that monster. Azazak. He immediately corrected himself, pronouncing each syllable with careful deliberation. Or stealing. Or maybe for just being Terran. Didn't matter. I knew I was guilty. Reaching out, she gently placed her hand on his knee, reassuring him. His head snapped up as she made physical contact before blushing furiously. Obviously, some of that crush he'd once had over her still lingered. "It's okay," she said softly. It took him a moment to center himself before his gaze met hers. "What I'm saying is, I made a bad decision too. Lots of he sighed. "Took me a long time to understand that, but I know you're a good person, Runa. Maybe you could forgive yourself a little," he said hopefully. She sighed once more, shifting her hand from his knee to wrap it around his shoulders instead, pulling him in for a hug. "I'll try," she promised. It took longer than expected to bring Samara fully up to speed, as Bly, Maggie, and Inaba each related events from their own perspectives, with each new revelation sparking a suddenly recalled event from one of the others as they filled in the blanks. Finally, however, after much backing and filling, the Protean held up her hand for silence. "Okay, I think I've got it," she said. "You want to stage a prison break, and then a counter-coup to throw out the clan leaders and form a new government? That about sum it up?" They all looked at one another. "Well, yes," Bly nodded. "In the simplest terms, at least." "Great. Any ideas on how to actually do that?" she challenged them. "Certainly," Colonel Holm informed her, "though they all come with a certain amount of risk. And by risk, you mean an uncomfortably high body count, right?" she guessed. "Higher than we'd like," Inaba admitted. "The plan is still evolving." Samara snorted, then turned to the others. "I'm not surprised to see you mixed up in this, Maggie," she said pointedly, before turning to the knight. "But I thought you had more sense." "It needs to be done," Bly said quietly, "and no one else is lining up to do it." Rolling her eyes skyward, Samara let out a heavy sigh. "I swear to Terra, your moral compass is going to be the death of me yet," she said at last. "It hasn't so far," Guardian pointed out, "though I admit this was a closer call than all the other attempts." "Oh, shut up you," she snapped, before shaking her head. "Sorry." Talking to Guardian. "I figured," Maggie spat, frowning as something beeped inside her jacket. Reaching in, she pulled out a battered comm unit, blinking in surprise as a familiar face stared back at her. "I see your mission was a success," Espion said, coming straight to the point. "Who is that?" Inaba demanded, only to be waved aside by Samara. "She's a friend," the Protean explained, then reconsidered. "Well, ally," she amended. "We're supposed to be off the grid here, she told the Avatar. "If you can find us, so can they. Which is why I've been risking my virtual ass keeping you shielded," she fired back. "Only I'm not sure how much longer I can keep it up without getting caught." "Damn it," Holmes swore, before turning to his subordinate. "Time to go, Captain." "Yes, sir," she agreed, moving off as she started barking orders. "Wait," the Avatar cried out. "I agree moving somewhere else is a good plan, but the whole reason I did this was to enlist Samara's help. There's a job I need you to do, one I suspect you're uniquely qualified for." "What job?" the Protean said suspiciously. "Freeing Alfred Eamon from confinement," explained, with Guardian whispering sweet nothings in your ear. "You can do things no one else can." "So, 2 prison breaks," she groaned. "Been that kind of week?" Maggie shrugged. "Samara, we could use your help to free Runa and the others, but then we're trained for that type of mission," Colonel Holm explained. "If you choose to help this, Alfred, instead, I understand." She considered it for a moment, then kicked the question upstairs. "Guardian, what do you think?" she asked the cognate. "My virtual counterpart makes a valid point," he said after a moment. "While the others could certainly benefit from our assistance in liberating the prison camp, I suspect no one outside of her clan could successfully infiltrate their domain more effectively than we could. I assume you have someone on tap for this type of mission?" Samara said wryly. "Don't I always?" Guardian replied. The Protean laughed, then spoke to the comm unit still resting on Maggie's palm. "Okay, we'll bust out Alfred. After that, we'll join back up with the rest of you," she told the others. "Something tells me the party will be just getting started." "I fear you're right," Bly said quietly. What do you mean, gone? The Daifu snarled at the other clan leaders. How did they even get to her? It seems one of my commanders switched sides, Commandant Zakia growled. Thought I had him safely sidelined. Who? Admiral Van Alst demanded. Home, she admitted. I knew I couldn't trust him. After what his unit went through on Sonoishii Prime. I'm not surprised, Sybil Kriz/Alizi said from the monitor. That's why I sent him to the desert for weapon testing in the first place. The Valkyrie agreed. Too close to the action. If they've gone to all this trouble, they must be planning something, Diplom Engineer Saved pointed out. We have to find them and stop them before they can interfere. It's too late, the Dermis chuckled. The Grand Alliance is already en route, and once they arrive, the people will realize we were right all along. They'll beg us to save them from the evil alien horde. Her smile was positively shark-like as she grinned at the others. And your Colonel Holm? The Sybil inquired. Not to mention Samara and the rest of them? Obviously they're collaborators, swayed by alien influence, the Daifu replied. Once the people realize that, they'll inform us the moment they spot them. Maybe so, but I'm issuing precursor weapons to my troops before they can get here, the commandant vowed. If they want a war, I'll give them one they won't believe. Chapter 37. The Death of Innocence. Genvis and his closest advisors sat huddled in one of the smaller rooms while they dealt with the issues facing their fellow inmates. We desperately need more medical support, Grandmaster Makar informed him. We're critically short of antibiotics, intravenous fluids, and surgical supplies especially. Our current rations sit at roughly 1,500 calories per person, which is just barely sustainable, but we're already seeing starvation-related illnesses in some individuals. No signs of scurvy or kwashiorkor yet, thank Mother Terra, but unless something changes, it's only a matter of time. I'll try to arrange a meeting with the camp administrator and see what can be done, the ambassador said, though even if he deigns to speak with me, there's no guarantee he'll grant my request. Anything at all would be greatly appreciated, the senior knight said anxiously. My clan is used to operating on a shoestring, though I suppose that's true of all of us, but there's only so much I can do with what I have. I promise you, I'll give it my best effort, Genvis reassured him. Anyone else have anything? A couple of my people spotted an internee getting hauled off by the guards, Captain Tanika said darkly. Who? He said, instantly on alert and fearing the worst. One of the Dermis, she explained. We're not sure why they took them, or where they went. Dig into it, and see what you can learn, the ambassador instructed. There's several reasons why they might take someone out of the camp, all of them troubling. Since I'm already planning to meet with the administrator, I need to know the specifics if I'm to argue for their release. I'm on it, she nodded. Keep me informed, Genvis directed her, before turning his attention back to the others. Anything else? Spotted some unfamiliar faces among our jailers, Runa stated, and I don't like the looks of em. What do you mean? He asked her, though there was something about her tone that concerned him. Because I don't think they're jailers, she said bluntly, leaving them even more confused. Then what do you think they are then? Remy prodded her. She turned and fixed him with an icy gaze. Trigger men. Genvis rose to his feet, his face gone pale. What are you saying? He whispered. Runa took a deep breath. We've all done things we're not proud of, she said. Terra knows I have. You do the work us Valkyries do. It leaves a mark. The clan has always done what it could to deal with the worst of it. Enforcing obedience to higher authority, surrounding the troops with comrades to lean on, and counseling when possible, though the knights do that better than we do, she nodded towards the Grand Master. But despite our best efforts, there will always be some who. She paused for a moment, steeling herself. There will always be some who enjoy the killing, and aren't all that particular about their target, she finished in a quiet tone. And your clan does nothing? Remy said in disgust. She whirled to face him. Don't you dare lecture me on morality, pirate, she snarled. Why don't we ask the Tuuk how many you've butchered? Oh, that's right, we can't. Captain Haddad's face contorted in rage as he leapt to his feet. His fists clenched tight as he readied a blow even as Runa prepared one in return, forcing Genvis to interpose himself between them once more. That's enough, he shouted. We have enough problems as it is without adding to them. I expect both of you to act like professionals, and leave the brawling in the barroom where it belongs. Do I make myself clear? He snapped. The two glared at one another, neither giving a centimeter. Before the Valkyrie got out, "Yes, sir," through gritted teeth, though she kept the fighting stance. The ambassador turned to the corsair. "And you?" he demanded. Remy breathed hard, his chest heaving, before finally acknowledging the question. "I hear you," he answered, glowering as he slowly sat back down. After a moment's pause, Runa did likewise. The others in the room let out a silent sigh of relief as the tension slowly ebbed. "I do not want to have this conversation again," he continued, in a more reasonable-sounding voice. Once he was certain they wouldn't simply pick back up where they'd left off, he addressed the Valkyrie. "Are you saying they've decided on our fate, Captain Oakes?" "Maybe not," she allowed, "but even if they haven't made a final determination, I think it's obvious they're getting their assets in place in case they get the order. It might not even be the commandant. It could just as easily be some bootlicking subordinate hoping to score a few points. But either way, it's clear to me that someone's preparing to tie up any inconvenient loose ends when it all goes down." Silence filled the room as they digested that. "Well, we can't say it's a surprise," Tanika said at last. "They've been working towards this since the beginning." "How I wish you were wrong," Genvis said softly, before taking a moment to gather his thoughts. "All right, we need to be ready if the worst happens," he continued, "though how well we'll be able to defend ourselves without weapons." The door flew open as Sergeant Sultan burst into the room, startling its occupants. "Ma'am, we got activity at the main gate. Looks like a column just pulled up." Runa was instantly on her feet. "Are they ours?" she asked the NCO. "Sure looks like it could be," Becca nodded. "Think I recognized a couple of faces." The ambassador immediately joined her. "What does this mean?" he inquired. "That we need to get our people ready without raising suspicion," the captain replied. "If it is Holm and Inaba, then they must be running a bluff on the guards. Smart, but risky. I assume folks are already starting to rubberneck," she continued, directing the last question to her subordinate. "Oh yeah," and words spreading fast, the sergeant confirmed. "I don't think we got long before the shit hits the fan." That was all the confirmation she needed. "Ambassador, we're a go," she said bluntly. "Whatever happens, we need to get the word out to the other inmates to keep calm and not panic. That's the smartest thing they can do right now." Genvis nodded. "You heard the captain," he told the others. "Spread the word, but be quiet about it. The last thing we want to do is alert the guards that something's up." The group exited the room and headed outside, with Runa and the others immediately splitting off to prepare for whatever was about to happen. All the prefabs were now disgorging curious onlookers as the word spread. As Genvis started making his way towards the entrance, he had to get a better view of what was happening, but as he drew closer, he felt a hand tug on his arm. "You don't want to get any closer," Diggs said carefully, keeping his voice low even as the ambassador looked over in surprise. "Runa asked me to stick by your side and keep you out of trouble. She be here herself, but," he shrugged helplessly at the rest. "I'm glad to have you with me," he smiled, even as he craned his head for a better look. There appeared to be a column of vehicles at the main gate, their engines idling as a group conferred with the sentries posted there. More guardsmen spilled out of their own barracks, the crowd growing rapidly in size. Genvis could hear snatches of conversation from their discussion, though he couldn't make out the details. Based on the intonation, however, it sounded as if an argument was brewing. "Oh," Diggs said nervously, "I sure as hell know that sound. Mom makes the same one right before she swings a wrench." Tightening his grip around the dermist's arm, he started pulling him away from the entrance. "Mr. Ambassador, we gotta get away from here now." Genvis resisted the effort to haul him to safety. "I have to know what's happening," he protested, struggling to hear what the guards were saying. One in particular, an officer, by the looks of him, was growing increasingly vehement, shouting and gesturing wildly as he made his point. Whoever he was speaking with, however, remained calm, answering his contentions as soberly as they could. Unfortunately, their words were having little effect in placating the irate commander. "On second thought, maybe we should step back a bit," Genvis said anxiously, allowing Diggs to guide him away from the escalating confrontation. The Tinker was in full agreement, urging him to move faster as they put some distance between them. When a sharp-sounding crack stopped him in his tracks, he whirled back to see what had happened, in time to see the commander topple to the ground. And then all hell broke loose. Weapons fire erupted from the convoy, taking the guards by surprise as Valkyries began piling out of the vehicles, rushing the wire as they sprang the trap. But the now besieged defenders began to recover as their barracks vomited additional reinforcements, adding their own fusillade to the carnage as more bodies fell. The inmates panicked as the camp descended into chaos, screaming while they ran for cover or in random directions, or just froze in abject terror. Stray rounds whistled past their ears or impacted the surrounding dirt, though sadly some found innocent targets. An older man cried out in pain as he fell clutching his leg, while nearby a young boy, no older than 6 or 7, silently wept over the still form of a woman with long, dark hair. Genvis stared in horror at the carnage, even as Diggs fought to drag him away. When something inside him clicked, he broke free of the young tinker and rushed forward, landing beside the wounded man as he shouted back at Diggs, "Help the boy!" The man's trousers were shredded and soaked with blood, his face contorted in pain. "I'm here to help," the ambassador said, holding him steady as he assessed the injury as best he could. His own first aid training was both minimal and sorely untested, but the dilemma was obvious even to him. Tearing a hunk of cloth free from the damaged pant leg, he managed a crude dressing over the injury, at least slowing the blood loss. "Keep pressure on this," he told the man, positioning his hands on top of the wound site. "Someone will be here soon, I hope," he thought desperately. At least he was stable for the moment. He wasn't sure if the man understood or even heard him, but as he looked around, he could see others who needed assistance as well. Giving the man's shoulder a quick squeeze, he went to lend a hand with Diggs and the child. A massive explosion almost knocked him off his feet, making him stumble as a fireball roiled into the sky. He could feel its intense heat against his face even as the sounds of fighting grew more violent, but that was a situation for others to resolve. His hands were already full dealing with the crisis right in front of him. Arriving at his destination, Genvis called out, "Is he hurt?" but received no reply. "Diggs, is he all right?" he said once more, only for the young tinker to turn slowly in his direction, his face gaunt and pale as snow, his eyes hollow and vacant. His first thought was for the child, fearing the worst, but looking down he saw the lad was uninjured, though still weeping over his mother's body. Grabbing him by the shoulders, he exclaimed, "Diggs, Diggs, are you still with me?" Nothing. He might as well have been talking to a tree. He shook him hard, shouting his name, and for a moment there was a flicker of recognition, but it was there and gone in the blink of an eye. What was he supposed to do? What could he do? Whatever was wrong with him, it was far beyond his limited capabilities. What he needed was a knight, not a linguist with delusions of grandeur. Physically, he seemed fine, with no obvious injuries, yet something was deeply wrong, nonetheless. Maybe he could try to jar him out of it, but he was loath to make the attempt. Diggs had suffered enough in his young life, and for all he knew, striking him would just make it worse. "Holy Mother Terra, please help him," he prayed, since there was nothing he could do for him. Instead, he knelt beside the child, taking his hand. "My name is Genvis, and we're going to take you somewhere safe," he said, as gently as he could. The boy looked up at him, his eyes wet and wide, doing little better psychologically than Diggs himself. Bowing his head, he picked up the child and held him close, the boy offering no resistance, instead clinging to him tightly as he sobbed. With his free hand, he took Diggs by the arm, attempting to pull him away from the fighting. It took 3 tries before he began stumbling along beside him, almost as if he'd forgotten how to walk. Internees ran in every direction as the melee seemed to grow in intensity, and everywhere he looked there were wounded, as well as those who were beyond suffering, moving to find someplace safe, if such a thing existed in this hellish nightmare. The child in his arms stiffened and began to shriek, "Mama! Mama!" Diggs recoiled as if he'd been slapped. Genvis' eyes went wide as the pieces suddenly fell into place, only to have that realization brutally shoved aside when a figure suddenly appeared before them, their face contorted in rage. He could only stare in alarm as they raised a weapon, the gaping barrel looming large as it centered on his forehead. "Please," he got out, instinctively turning away, attempting to shield his charges from what was about to happen, while knowing full well it would make no difference in the end. A war cry split the night as the sound of colliding bodies spun him back around. Remy Haddad loomed over the fallen Valkyrie as he tore the weapon from his grasp, his eyes red with pure hate as he fired a burst into the guard's body, ending the immediate threat. Jinvis fought to not throw up. The Corsair sneered at the now lifeless corpse and then turned his gaze to those he'd just rescued. The ambassador, in particular, had his full attention. Covered in blood, though none appeared to be his, carrying a distraught child and shepherding a borderline catatonic Diggs, his own expression one of horror and revulsion. And yet somehow, he was still holding on. By his fingernails, maybe, but he'd seen far worse in his time. "Come on," he told him, in much more respectful tones than he'd ever used before to address the dermist. "Let's get them out of here." He could only nod in dull acknowledgement as the pirate led them away from the fighting. Chapter 38. Ifrit, Merid, and Jinn. When she heard the first gunshot, Runa realized with a sinking feeling that plan had just gone to shit. She wasn't surprised. Trying to bluff the guards into releasing the prisoners was always a risky plan, though she understood why their rescuers made the attempt. If they had pulled it off, it would have freed the internees without loss of life. A laudable goal indeed. But now that it had failed, Holm and the others had not only lost the initiative, they were now facing a firefight where they were at a decided disadvantage. If they'd come in tactically, they could have taken the key strongholds by surprise, hopefully keeping friendly casualties to a minimum. Now, one look at the camp told a grim tale. Bodies were dropping everywhere, far too many of them civilians. There was no time to worry about that now. They had to neutralize the threat as quickly as possible, get the civilians out of the line of fire, and then somehow escape from this place, preferably without getting shot themselves. A tall order, given the circumstances. Fortunately, they hadn't been idle during their time in camp. The team converged on their hiding spot as Arthur quickly unearthed their cache of weapons. They'd scavenged various scraps of material and fashioned them into fighting implements, but a few shivs and sharpened sticks were no match for assault rifles. Runa herself carried a crowbar, liberated from the camp's maintenance shed, as she led her squad to the entrance nearest the enemy barracks. A few seconds of effort to jimmy the lock, and the gate popped open. "Find a guard, get their gun," she ordered the squad. How they dealt with its previous owner she left up to them, but considering the treatment they'd received during their captivity, it seemed unlikely said guard would survive the experience. But she could be wrong about that. Maybe they'd just knock them out instead. Not that she intended on being that lenient herself. As they neared the barracks, stragglers were still stumbling out of the prefab building, tugging on clothing and fumbling with their weapons, rushing to join the fray. At first, they didn't respond to their approach, wrongly assuming they were fellow turnkeys. Their eyes widened in shock when she cracked the nearest one in the head with her crowbar, dropping him instantly. Tossing the iron cudgel to Yendrik, she relieved the now incapacitated private of his rifle, grabbing up his spare ammo and stuffing the mags into her pockets, before chambering around and socking the weapon into her shoulder. Two of his companions were already reacting to her attack, bringing their own rifles to bear to deal with this new threat. Runa double-tapped them both, their bodies falling beside their comrades, even as Becca and Arthur both bent to retrieve their guns. "What's our next move?" Doc asked. She took a moment to assess the situation. Holm and the others, despite the failure of their initial plan, were obviously prepared for this turn of events and were now pushing back the defenders. While she was certain they'd appreciate an assist from her squad, one look at the compound made the choice a simple one. "Protect the prisoners," she ordered. Just as she'd feared, some guards were taking out their frustrations on the helpless internees, and they needed their help far more than Inaba and the two halves did. "Rules of engagement?" Becca asked quietly. The sergeant wasn't just making idle conversation. While rarely discussed, in the past circumstances had occasionally forced the Valkyries to face off against their fellow Terrans, usually due to conflicting contracts. The brass did its best to mitigate the worst of it, shifting forces to sidestep the issue, or even withdrawing from the field of battle entirely and taking a loss, but sometimes the situation was impossible to avoid. In those cases, they focused on taking prisoners when and where they could, doing everything in their power to avoid taking a human life. But this was not that. They draw down on a prisoner. They die, Runa said coldly. No mercy. Their expressions were grim as they moved to defend their fellow detainees. Remy led the trio away from the fighting, with Genvis still clutching the grief-stricken boy they'd rescued while prodding a shell-shocked Diggs to keep up. Twice the Corsair fired a burst to discourage Valkyrie guards who drew near, who in response simply looked elsewhere for less dangerous prey. Every horror Runa warned them about had come true, yet her words of caution had been to no avail. Not because they'd refused to heed her advice, but simply because they had no resources and almost no freedom to act. A deadly combination, even under the best of circumstances. The sounds of fighting seemed to lessen while Remy searched for a safe spot to hunker down and wait out the carnage. Other internees were doing the same, with mixed success, though far too many had simply panicked, charging off in random directions instead. Either they eventually stumbled into sanctuary by accident, or else had the misfortune of bumping into one of the Valkyries actively hunting them. From what little he could discern of the chaos surrounding them, mere happenstance decided their fate. The pirate abruptly changed course, catching Genvis by surprise and forcing him to drag Diggs by the hand to catch up. In the gloom, he could just barely make out a cluster of bodies ahead, trying desperately to avoid being spotted. Fellow survivors, it seemed, like them. Approaching the ragged assembly, he spotted movement near the group's center, where an individual cloaked in shadow appeared to labor over some physical task. Drawing nearer still, he recognized them as none other than the Grand Master himself, fighting to save a patient. Others nearby did what they could to treat lesser injuries, immediately filling him with remorse over the wounded man he'd been forced to leave behind. I figure this is about as safe a spot as we're gonna find, Remy informed him, scanning the perimeter for potential threats. Genvis could only nod in agreement. Taking a knee, he set down the boy he'd been carrying, doing his best to comfort him before tugging at Diggs' wrist to pull him down as well. The young tinker resisted his efforts at first, but finally, he got him on the ground and out of the line of fire. His expression was still blank. Wherever his mind had gone to seek refuge, it was obviously far from this waking nightmare. It was hard not to begrudge him that, though one look at those haunted, vacant eyes quickly forced him to reassess that opinion. Remy tensed, drawing his captured weapon tight against his chest as he spotted movement in the darkness, only to breathe easy once more and lower the rifle as Captain Tanika emerged from the pitch black, leading a group of evacuees herself. In her hand she held a pistol, liberated. He suspected in the same manner her counterpart had procured his. Like him, she too had a vigilant gaze as she kept watch, protecting him and the others as a matter of course, without hesitation. He envied their courage. Others filtered into the makeshift compound, many of them wounded, weeping, or mentally shattered like Diggs. Despite all their people had suffered since the destruction of their homeworld, nothing had prepared them for this, of being callously gunned down by fellow Terrans, for no reason than being on the wrong side of a wire fence. Not even during the clan wars had their people experienced this kind of barbarity, though, in the days of Earth's distant past, it was sadly an all too common occurrence. He'd thought they'd grown past that, but his eyes showed him with brutal clarity how flawed that callow notion truly was. Will they come for us? He asked them, glancing around at all the others huddled nearby. The Corsairs were the only ones armed, and if the guards did come, odds were they'd be quickly overwhelmed. I don't know, Tanika answered, peering into the distance. The crackling of gunfire still echoed all around them, as well as sporadic explosions that made the ground tremble. Many of the prefab huts were now on fire, blazing in the night, casting ghastly shadows that danced like demons of legend. Remy's face in particular took on a spectral cast in the ember's glow, highlighting the pirate's angular features, giving him an even more savage presence than normal. Perhaps sensing his scrutiny, he turned, a dark and unreadable cast to his eyes before they swept finally past him, still searching for targets. Genvis shuddered and averted his gaze, focusing his attention instead on his young charges. The boy clung to him, his face buried in his chest, trembling and afraid, while Diggs was now rocking back and forth, his arms wrapped tightly around himself as his mind tried desperately to shield itself from the madness all around them. Grand Master Makar still labored over the wounded, fighting to save those he could, though at the moment there was little he could do for the two youths. Physical injuries had priority. Psychological damage would have to wait. And just like before, aboard Mako when the Troika had attacked, he'd never felt so helpless. He didn't want to give the order, but as he watched the attack dissolve into chaos when their initial plan fell apart, as their forward momentum bogged down while the casualties on both sides steadily mounted, Colonel Holm knew he could wait no longer. This is Warlord 6 to Dagger 1-6. Prometheus. I say again, Prometheus. There was a brief pause as they acknowledged the order, and then the thunderbolts of Zeus and the flames of Hades itself began raining down upon the camp's defenders. He'd held Inaba back from the initial assault, keeping her and a handful of carefully chosen troops in reserve for just this moment, though he'd prayed it wouldn't be necessary. It was an escalation their adversaries could not ignore, as Terrans deployed precursor weapons against fellow humans in battle for the very first time. Resistance immediately disintegrated, along with a good-sized portion of the camp. "Cease fire!" he shouted into his helmet mic, as the fighting ground to a halt. The gate, much of the fence line, the main barracks, and most of the defensive positions were obliterated, wiped from the face of New Terra as if they'd never existed, tearing great rents in the soil and leaving only blackened and glassy residue in their wake. Nothing recognizable survived the dreadful blasts, though here and there odd remnants and residue could be seen, fragments of the camp and its custodians, now twisted and mutated into alien shapes and forms that beggared all description. It was Gehenna. It was Tartarus. It was Sheol and perdition and Abaddon. It was hell, or as close as mortal humans had ever witnessed firsthand. "Holy Mother Terra," he whispered, staring at the wasteland forged by his command. Survivors slowly emerged from beyond the blast zones, their arms raised high as they surrendered if they were guards, while others, the former internees, simply gaped in mindless horror at the devastation. "They didn't give you a choice," Inaba said gently, materializing by his side, one of the ancient weapons still in her grasp. Holm closed his eyes, trying desperately to shut out the image, knowing full well that image would be forever seared into his memory. Turning to the captain, he shook his head. "It doesn't matter," he told her. "We've opened Pandora's box. God help us all." The captain grimaced but nodded in reluctant agreement. "Maybe we should try to focus on what got left behind in that box," she suggested. The colonel cocked his head. "And what was that?" he asked her. Inaba let out a heavy sigh. "Hope," she answered, before moving to secure the camp. Tanika and Remy bristled when they spotted figures approaching, taking a defensive stance and charging their weapons as they readied themselves for a fight. Genvis tried shielding Diggs and the boy as best he could, fearing the worst after the horrifying detonations that turned night into day, only to gasp with relief as they shouted, "Incoming friendlies! Don't shoot. We've come to get you out." "Thank Mother Terra," he whispered, his eyes misty as the long nightmare finally ended. He looked at the Corsairs with a newfound sense of optimism. "Thank God. It's over." "We don't know that," Remy growled, keeping his rifle trained on the nearing throng of bodies. "Could be a trick." Shooting stopped, Tanika pointed out. "Besides, whatever caused those explosions sure as shit didn't come from the guards. I think we can trust them." He shot her a look. "Taking one hell of a risk if you're wrong." "Maybe," she allowed. "But what choice do we have?" Remy snarled at that, only reluctantly lowering his weapon as they drew near. They were strangers, though Genvis could see the similarities between Runa and the others. Valkyries, then. He hoped that was a good sign. But then the guards had been from her clan as well. Rising to his feet, he composed himself as best he could and stepped forward, though he could only imagine how he must look to the hardened warriors. "I'm Ambassador Genvis Shah-Fazif," he told their leader, a woman toting a strange-looking device, before nodding at those huddled nearby. "We've got a lot of people here who need help." "Captain Valerie Inaba," the woman responded, before glancing past his shoulder. "Is that the Grandmaster?" she inquired. "It is," he nodded, recognizing her name. "It's good to see you, Captain. I'm glad you got Runa's letter." "Sorry we couldn't get here sooner," she replied, before peering around once more. "Where's Runa?" "I don't know," he answered, shaking his head. "She and the others went to tell the internees to get ready when you arrived, but I haven't seen her since." "I'm sure she'll link up with us shortly," she said gracefully, both of them patently ignoring the genuine possibility she hadn't survived the assault. We're bringing up vehicles now to take you somewhere safe. And where the hell is that? Remy demanded. The captain grimaced. Working on it. She shrugged. So, business as usual then, Tanika said sourly. Look, I don't have all the answers, Inaba informed them, but I know we can't stay here. The clan leaders are going to figure out pretty quickly where we are. And when they do, we really need to be somewhere else. For now, we focus on the evacuation and treating the wounded. As for the rest, we'll just have to play that by ear. She shrugged apologetically but stood her ground. Of course, Captain. Genvis agreed. We understand. Pausing for a moment, he gazed at the devastation surrounding them, the broken bodies and tortured minds, before shutting his eyes against it all. I wish I understood how all of this could have happened, he said at last. Inaba just shook her head. Because, despite being descended from the precursors, we're still only human, Ambassador, she said softly. Chapter 39. The Maze of the Minotaur. How do you want to play this? Samara crouched in the distance and contemplated the structure before them, housing the most critical components of Avatar society. Once upon a time, they were kept aboard the ACS Theseus, but now that the clans had settled on New Terra, they'd ferried the computer hardware the digital personalities called home down to the planet's surface. It was both safer and easier to secure. The corporeal guards manning the defensive perimeter were proof of that, though it seemed unlikely they'd considered the possibility of protecting the site against her own unique talents. At the moment, however, she was addressing more immediate concerns. We cannot directly interface with electronic systems, as you well know, Guardian reminded her. We must, therefore, use more subtle means to accomplish our mission. I'm all ears, she snorted. I assume you have someone on tap for the job? Quesitor Theurgist First Class Udashir Badan is the best qualified cognate for this mission, Guardian assured her. Their skills are unparalleled, with the exception of Athena herself, he said uncomfortably. Should she decide to intervene? I don't think we have to worry about that, Samara answered. As long as we don't threaten her, or her defenses, I think she'll stay out of it. I hope, she added, mostly to herself. I find it difficult to predict her potential responses in this matter, the cognate said after a moment. She is, to use one of your more colorful phrases, a wild card. So are we, she chuckled. Do not dismiss Athena or her capabilities, Guardian said in reproof. In the brief time I was linked with her through you, I could glean only the merest fraction of her power. I believe that if she so chose, she could easily destroy this world and everything on it. Then it's a good thing she's programmed to preserve Terran life, not destroy it, Samara decided. It was still a risk, of course, but then that was nothing new for them. How is your cognate going to get in? She continued, changing the subject. Through the careful manipulation of what you refer to as software, he explained. It is the only option available to us, since a direct connection is impossible. So, they're a hacker, she surmised. A crude term, but not inaccurate, Guardian agreed. Udashir Badan should have no difficulty infiltrating the system and freeing the prisoners, though what follows will prove challenging even for their talents. The getaway, she nodded. Disconnecting them from the system itself shouldn't be an issue, she said candidly, holding up a self-contained data storage unit. We plug this in, transfer them over, and carry them out. Piece of cake. Problem is when they try to infiltrate the network. You gotta assume the Sybil will have her own people out in force looking for them, and they can go places we can't. Udashir Badan will do their best to safeguard against their efforts, Guardian explained, though your concerns are well-founded. As you say, it is an environment for which they are uniquely suited, whereas we are merely intruders, physically incompatible with their realm. Not the first time we've had to operate in difficult conditions, she shrugged. Have my good buddy Churter Hosk start warming up for the assault. There was a brief pause. Samara, after studying this mission, it is my professional judgment that attempting to juggle multiple cognates in order to complete the task at hand presents too great a risk. Therefore, the responsibility of tackling the initial breach of physical security is an exercise I leave solely in your capable hands. What the hell are you talking about? She demanded. Since when did calling up a freaking cognate suddenly become a problem? The issue lies not with me, or my fellow cognates, Guardian sighed, but with you. More specifically, with the neural plasticity and processing speed of your own cerebral cortex. While we have enhanced your capabilities in this area by infusing nanotechnology into your nervous system, there are limits. Overriding your neural pathways with a stored cognate places a significant strain on that system. While introducing a single template is a manageable risk, inserting and then withdrawing multiple artificial paradigms risks damaging your basal ganglia and neural synapses. I am heavily invested in your well-being, Samara, and this is a risk I choose not to take. Oh, come on, Samara said in exasperation. You grew a whole second brain in my chest. You've brought me back from the dead countless times. Hell, I've had half my head blown off. You're telling me you can't fix a few fucking ganglia? Under other circumstances, I would ask if you were an expert in neural architecture, but since we both know you are not, I will simply state that gross physical repairs are a far simpler task than treating systemic endocrinological failure. You forget that prior to our meeting you were not entirely human, that both your physical form and DNA had been radically altered. You are unique, Samara, and therefore a challenge even to our capabilities. Despite what you appear to believe, we are not some all-powerful deity, and neither are you. That brought her up short. It was true she'd grown to view Guardian and his ilk as well, not gods, exactly, but perhaps something akin to divine spirits. Well, semi-divine, at least. No matter what she'd needed, or what their current mission required, Guardian had easily provided it. Any skill imaginable, superior strength and healing abilities, increased reflexes, sensory perception far beyond what other humans possessed. You name it, she had it. Discovering at this late date Guardian had reached the bounds of his abilities was a rude awakening. Well, I guess I can handle the entry myself, she said at last, and I still have a few tricks up my sleeve I didn't get from you. My thoughts exactly, Guardian concurred. At your convenience, right? She sighed, taking a moment to prepare. She checked the pistol resting on her hip, seating it firmly in place, and then bowed her head and shifted. If the clan leaders hadn't issued an alert bulletin on her yet, they would rectify that oversight in short order. Approaching the objective while wearing her actual face was too great a risk, so instead, as she approached the facility, she took on the appearance of a taller male figure. With any luck, it would fool the guards until she got closer. Halt! Identify yourself, the guard commander shouted. Commandant sent me. Samara hailed back, giving them a casual wave. Thought you could use another warm body? Who are you? Their leader demanded. Gareth Pran. She answered. Corsair, they were a rough-looking bunch, and while claiming to be a Valkyrie would give her credibility, they were too tightly knit a group for that to stand up for long. Claiming to be a pirate would hopefully buy her a little more time. He eyed her with suspicion. What ship? He pressed her. Careful now, she cautioned herself, taking a second to run through the ships she'd run across during her travels. Fafnir, she finally responded. She was a smaller craft, with an unremarkable history, as she recalled. Hopefully, it would be enough. His demeanor changed instantly. Fafnir died fighting the Ichun. He snarled, his hand reaching for his own weapon. So much for Plan A, she sighed, pulling her pistol free and opening fire before the commanders could clear his holster. Her shots hit exactly where she aimed. No surprise there, and as he fell, she was already moving, switching targets on the fly. The other guards reacted quickly, as return fire whizzed past her, though a handful of rounds found their mark. Guardian immediately went to work repairing the damaged tissue while she focused her attention on the remaining sentries, taking them down or driving them off in short order. In less than a minute, the way was clear. The entrance, however, was sealed tight. Guardian? We're on the clock here, Samara said brusquely, but even as she formed the words, the cognate had already reacted. Once again, the familiar sensation of being gently moved aside while someone else took the reins washed over her. As the new personality settled in, Yudhishthir Badan, I presume, she thought to the precursor now squatting within her mind. That is correct, they agreed, taking the data storage unit and connecting it to an exterior port. I will require a few moments to familiarize myself with the system's architecture, during which I will be unable to assist you. It is painstaking work, and I must maintain my focus to ensure success. In other words, keep the guards from joggling your elbow, she acknowledged. My only question is how you expect me to actually do that if you're in control. I can grant you access to your dominant limb and some of your gross motor functions, Guardian answered before Badan could respond. It will require constant monitoring in order to balance the various mission requirements. But I am confident it should not prove difficult. Easy for you to say, Samara snarked back, even as she regained partial control of her body. Her now freed gun hand swept across the perimeter as she quickly discovered she could move her legs and torso enough to take cover, should it prove necessary. Unfortunately, there was another problem. Guardian, I'm going to need my eyes, she said bluntly. I can't shoot what I can't see. I'm afraid that Yudhishthir Baden's needs take precedence, Guardian informed her. You will simply have to rely on your other senses. You are really starting to piss me off, she snarled. As the hacker began inputting a series of commands, the hatch unlocked less than a minute later as they slipped inside. Locking the door behind them, Badan began heading deeper into the complex, searching for access to the secure servers. The structure's interior was stark, with bank after bank of mainframes standing like silent sentinels while they housed and safeguarded the whole of Avatar society. All it would take is a few well-placed shots, Samara mused, and us Terrans would suddenly be short another clan. She didn't seriously entertain the notion, of course. Taking down her own Proteans had been excitement enough for one lifetime. Well, them and the Tuuk. And a decent-sized chunk of the Troika, of course. You've been busy, girl, she chuckled to herself, as her passenger suddenly brought her to a halt before one of the servers. This one, Badan informed her, plugging in the data unit and getting to the business at hand. Samara scanned the surrounding corridors and electronics as best she could, but the cognate had full control of her vision once more in order to hack the system. Her other senses were all far beyond average, thanks to Guardian, but humans were a sight-oriented species. Hearing, scent, touch, they were all valuable, but nothing quite beat locking onto a target with your own two eyes. Hurry it up, she urged the cognate. Badan ignored her, blithely typing away on the device as he patiently worked his way through the maze of cyberspace. Minutes ticked by as Samara heard the sounds of someone attempting to gain entrance. We're running out of time, she shouted at the mind sharing space with her own, when suddenly his efforts came to a halt. Contact, he informed her. Nick, darling, you still haven't told me why we're here, Nora pouted. You promised me a lovely dinner, with drinks and dancing. Instead, we appear to be, if my nose is to be believed, somewhere near the harbor. She gave the night air a tentative sniff and winced. Definitely near the harbor. I swear I'll make it up to you, Nick vowed. I told an old friend I'd help with a case. Unless it's a case of 25-year-old single malt scotch, I may divorce you, she sniffed, though the twinkle in her eyes suggested otherwise. He put his hand to his chest. Darling, you wound me. Who will help you spend all your money? She linked her arm with his, snuggling close. Perhaps you can convince me otherwise, back at the hotel, she purred. He grinned at that, leaning over to plant a kiss, only for the background scenery to suddenly glitch out before disappearing into blank walls. God damn it, Alfred swore, dropping the act as the scene dissolved into hash, while Raven simply sighed. Not again. It seems our jailer is still toying with us, she observed. Your clan leader really knows how to hold a grudge. I think she sends them out to be bronzed. The Avatar agreed, though Chris is taking extra pleasure in torturing us because she thinks I betrayed her. Well, Raven began. I do not want to have this conversation again, he growled. I had good reasons for what I did, said every person ever, she countered. Only for both their heads to snap up at attention as a voice suddenly interrupted their bickering. Alpha Demon and Raven La Corbeau, it announced. If you wish to escape the confines of your cybernetic prison, we are here to facilitate your departure, it informed them. Behind them, a doorway materialized, showing the pair an empty corridor. Time is of the essence. If you wish to be freed from your confinement, then you must hurry. And just who the hell are you? Alpha demanded. Is this another one of your tricks, Chris? I am a colleague of Samara, the voice explained. We are here to rescue you. But you must come now. The pair looked at one another. Do we trust them? Raven asked. What if it's a trick? Seriously, what would be the point? Alfred countered. To screw with us? She's doing that already. Raven started to reply, only to be drowned out by the blare of a klaxon. My efforts have been discovered, it informed them. There is no more time. Either come with us now, or remain here forever. The decision is yours. Another look passed between them as they made their decision. Promise me we'll play Nick and Nora again, she grinned. They're fun. I promise, he smiled, as they took each other's hand and stepped through the hatch. Samara fired another round at their attackers, the sound of a scream confirming she'd found her range. What the hell is taking so long? She demanded. The digital personalities in charge of this facility are now aware of our mission and are attempting to counter my efforts, Bodan explained. Alfred and Raven are making their way to the data storage unit as we speak. She ducked as a burst of gunfire stitched a nearby bulkhead. We are seriously running out of time here, she snarled at the cognate, when a green light suddenly activated on the device. We have them, the hacker apprised her. We may depart at your discretion. Oh? Now we can go, Samara scoffed, as reinforcements arrived to secure the exit. Guardian, I need HeWhoLooksSkyward. Agreed, the cognate said unhappily. The situation is rapidly growing untenable. Glad to see we're on the same fucking page, she fired back. Hurry. She felt Yudhishthir Baden's withdrawal from her consciousness, back to whatever dreamless sleep defined his existence within the repository, only to be replaced almost immediately by a familiar presence. Am I glad to see you? She told the warrior within. Get us out of here. With pleasure, HeWhoLooksSkyward replied, checking their weapons before bursting out from behind cover, making a beeline for the egress. Chapter 40. To stand before the Rubicon. Where is he? Where's my boy? Maggie thundered, shoving her way through the throng as they loaded the surviving prisoners. Diggs, Diggs, she shouted, before clambering on top of a vehicle for a better view of the crowd. She scanned the swarm of bodies, many of them bloody and disheveled, but she recognized none of them. Frantically, she turned to Bly, who had somehow kept pace with her and was now latched onto the truck she'd just scaled. I can't see him, she said in a panic. We'll find him, Maggie. I promise, the knight answered, trying to keep the tinker calm, while silently fearing the worst. The rescue mission was a disaster, and far too many of the former prisoners were crying out in agony from their wounds. Diggs could be among them, or worse, lying beside those who'd perished during the fight. She prayed he was safe, but lately, it seemed that Holy Mother Terra wasn't listening to her pleas. Maggie? She turned at the sound of her name, spotting a small group approaching their location, immediately recognizing Runa at its head, toting a rifle. The Valkyrie did a double-take as she recognized Bly. What are you two doing here? She asked them. Maggie hopped off the truck, cursing as she landed wrong, before making a beeline for the new arrivals. Where's Diggs? She pressed her. We got separated, Runa said. I told him to stick close to the ambassador, but last I saw him he was fine. Of course, that was prior to the assault. Her mind shied away from his potential fate, but it was impossible to banish completely. I gotta know if he's okay, Maggie whispered, almost in tears, grabbing her blouse tight and refusing to let go. If he's safe, or if he's... The tinker froze, unable to finish the sentence, her wet eyes now wide in desperation. I promise, we'll find him, she vowed, glancing at her team and silently giving the order with a jerk of her head. The Valkyries immediately scattered, searching for the boy. I need you to stay with Bly and keep her safe, she continued, gently removing the tinker's hands from her tunic. Just stay here and don't wander off. Okay. The knight stepped forward, snaking her arm through Maggie's and keeping her close. Of course, she answered for them both. We'll do as you ask. Thank you, Runa said gratefully. As soon as I find him, I'll bring him to you. Hurry, Maggie urged her, her hands now in nervous motion. Nodding to them both, she scurried off while Bly held on fast. I'm scared, the old tinker whimpered. What if he's... Now we'll have no talk of that, Bly admonished her. Let's not borrow trouble. If anyone can find him, it's Runa. She startled as Maggie buried her face in her shoulder and sobbed, wrapping her arms around her and gently stroking her hair, offering what comfort she could. The tinker was a strong woman, tough as nails when she needed to be, but fearing for her adopted son was the weak point in her armor, the one thing that could shatter her. The last time she thought she'd lost him, she'd fallen into a deep depressive state, and only discovering he was still alive had pulled her free of it. New Terra was supposed to be our home, Bly thought in despair. How did it all go so wrong? The boy was growing heavy in his arms, but Genvis simply locked his wrists together and soldiered on as best he could. The Valkyrie captain, Inaba, was leading them to the camp's entrance, where he could see a convoy of vehicles waiting. He spared a glance at Diggs, stumbling along beside him. There was no change. His expression was still a blank. This wasn't the first time he'd seen the boy mute, but his current state was a far cry from whatever emotional trauma he'd been suffering from. Back then, he'd been borderline feral, and while he couldn't talk, his expression and body language had spoken eloquently. There had been a fire in his eyes then, full of passion, not the bleak emptiness that he saw now. "We're almost there," Inaba said, somewhat superfluously, her way of reassuring them, he assumed. Remy and Tanika were still on high alert, scanning their surroundings, but he was too drained to do anything more than keep moving forward. Genvis struggled to make sense of what he'd witnessed this night, but the harder he tried, the more it seemed to skitter away. He was no stranger to violence, though he was unequipped to dole it out himself, but this was different. It was the clan wars all over again, only 1,000 times worse. "I was supposed to stop this," he thought in disgust. "Good job, Genvis. Full marks. There had to be some way to salvage this. There had to be." He couldn't accept that it had all been for nothing. If humanity were to have any future, they needed to end the fighting and see that they brought those who had forced it upon them to justice. Inaba and the Valkyries who'd rescued them were a start, but weren't enough by themselves. The people must make a stand, he realized, if humanity were to be anything other than a footnote in galactic history. "What are you going to do?" a voice inside him asked. "Are you going to let them break you? Or are you going to be the leader they need you to be?" And there it was. It was that simple and that complicated. He was still considering his epiphany as they reached the main gate, gazing around at the mass of bodies, both the Valkyries and the former prisoners, only to hear a muttered, "God damn it," coming from Captain Haddad. He gave the Corsair a curious look, only for him to shake his head in resignation before nodding towards one of the nearby vehicles, where a pair of familiar faces could be seen. Genvis took a deep breath, steeling himself, before wrapping a protective arm around young Tinker's shoulders. "Diggs, it's your mom," he said, gently guiding him in her direction. Nothing. No sign of recognition at all. With a sigh, he led him forward, in time to see Maggie's head snap up as she spotted them. "Diggs! Diggs!" she shouted, breaking free from Bly and rushing towards them. She didn't pause to greet them. Instead, she all but leapt to fold her arms around her son, hugging him tight. "Thank Mother Terra," she murmured, holding him close. "When I heard you was stuck in this place, I was so damn worried about you." Tears of joy filled her eyes as she hugged him, only for a slowly dawning awareness to settle in when she realized he wasn't hugging her back. His arms hung limply at his sides, unresponsive to her presence. Maggie pulled back, her hands on his shoulders, as she searched his face for some sign of recognition. "Diggs, it's me," she told him. "It's your mom. Don't you know me, boy?" Still nothing. In desperation, she whirled to face Genvis. "What the hell happened to my son?" she demanded, her expression one now of growing anger. "I'm not sure," he answered, "but I think you need to go get Bly." Explanations were forced to wait until they could evacuate the camp. Runa and her squad found them just prior to their departure, taking their stations as if the prison camp were nothing but a brief interruption of their mission. Once the convoy was loaded and heading towards what he hoped was safety under the Valkyrie's protective umbrella, Maggie wanted answers. "What the hell happened?" she said once again, as she and Bly waited for him to respond. He glanced down at the young boy, now sleeping in his arms. They'd learned his name, Micah, but little else before he finally lost consciousness. Diggs was now seated between the two women, both fiercely protective of him. "When fighting broke out, we got caught in the middle of it," he explained. "We were already moving to somewhere safe when we found young Micah here." The boy stirred briefly at the sound of his name, but soon settled back down. "He was beside the body of a young woman, his mother," he continued, "and I asked Diggs to check on him while I tied a tourniquet on a wounded man's leg." Genvis shook his head. "When I looked back up again, he was like that. I don't know what happened." "I found no signs of injury," Bly interjected. "But could he have suffered a concussion or something similar?" "I don't think so," he replied, We weren't anywhere near the fighting at that point, I think. It was something else. He shot an uneasy look at the young tinker. What do you think it was? Bly pressed him. In his mind's eye, he could still see it. Diggs standing there in shock, staring at the boy as he wept over his mother's body. When we found Micah, something snapped, he said quietly. He was screaming, "Mama," over and over, and Diggs, Genvis struggled to find the right words, only there were none. Not for this. Diggs just went away, he said at last, shrugging helplessly. Maggie turned to the knight. What the hell does that mean? She questioned her. Bly pursed her lips. Has he ever spoken of his birth parents? She asked. Don't remember him, the tinker answered. Don't remember much about his childhood at all. I suspect he remembers more than he realizes, the knight said gently. The brain is complicated, with different sections performing different functions, and far too often those separate areas don't communicate very well with one another. It's an outgrowth of our evolution, with new bits being grafted on as we progressed from worms to fish to lizards to mammals, and then finally to primates. Each evolutionary leap came with added brain power, and for the most part, it works pretty well, but from an engineering standpoint. She shook her head. There are some gaps. What the hell are you talking about? Maggie snarled. I want to know what's wrong with my boy. I'm trying to explain, Bly said patiently. Memories are stored in the cerebral cortex, but with a traumatic event, those memories can be lost. The mind hides them away in order to protect itself, especially if the trauma occurs early in life. It's called dissociative amnesia, but sometimes, under the right circumstances, those memories can come back. Genvis looked down at Micah and then over at Diggs. You're saying that seeing Micah crying over his mother triggered something, some traumatic event from his past, he deduced. I am, Bly agreed. Now, this is only a guess, but I suspect Diggs lost his own mother in much the same way that Micah did, and seeing that, reliving that was simply too much for him. And to make it worse, you remember what he was like when you found him, don't you? Not likely to forget that, she answered, a dark cloud crossing her eyes. It was months before he finally started talking. The knight nodded in agreement. Assuming he was roughly the same age as Micah when he lost his birth parents, he must have spent years struggling to survive, forgetting bit by bit who he was and where he came from. He barely recalled his own name. That's another form of dissociative amnesia, and spending years living under that cloud may have left him vulnerable to a relapse. So, how do we help him? Maggie said in desperation. There's gotta be something. It's going to take time, Maggie, Bly sighed. In fact, I imagine his recovery will be much like how he found his voice again. There are forms of psychotherapy that can help, and I know several people who are skilled in that area. It's also possible that he'll recover on his own when he's ready. But if you're looking for some miracle cure, I'm afraid there is none. Right now, looking out for him and letting him know that he's safe and that he's loved is the best way you can help him through this. Maggie's jaw tightened as she gave the knight a curt nod. Whatever it takes. Whatever he needs. She spared a glance at Micah. What about him? The same, Bly said. In fact, he'll likely bounce back faster because of his age, and that he'll be getting help immediately after the traumatic event, instead of years later, like Diggs. The tinker slowly nodded, considering that. He got any kin? She asked Genvis. I don't know, he answered. If he does, it will take time to locate them. Yeah, I reckon it will, she said softly, her eyes going distant as she relived some private moment. And now that you're free, what are your plans? Maggie asked him, though there was an edge to her tone he didn't recognize. Find some way to end this, he answered. I don't know why the clan leaders have set us on this path, but they have to be stopped. I don't care about their motives or their reasons. All I know is they're finishing what the Ichun started when they destroyed Earth. Genvis met the tinker's gaze. This is not who we were meant to be. Maggie regarded him for a moment and then held out her arms. Give him here, she told him. I'll look after him, least till we find his folks. A sharp intake of breath betrayed his surprise. He might not have any family, he said carefully, and you already have your hands full with Diggs. Her eyes narrowed. Boy needs looking after, she told him, and I got experience. I was there for Diggs when he needed it, and I can do the same for Micah. Besides, are you going to take care of him? she scoffed. Are you saying I couldn't? He fired back. She sighed, her features softening somewhat. Course you could, she said charitably, but you got a full plate your own self. We're counting on you to find a way out of this fucking mess. Maggie turned and looked behind them, at the camp now receding in the distance. With no more of that, she said quietly. The vehicle grew strangely silent, as he realized they were all staring at him, even Bly, with her sightless eyes. The expectant look on their faces were all alike, and with a start he finally recognized it for what it was. Anguished, desperate hope. They were all praying for a miracle, and had latched onto him as their savior. I'm not sure I can, he whispered, overwhelmed by their quiet outpouring of grief and need. It's too big. I'm not sure anyone could set things right. A snort of strangled laughter yanked him from his brooding, only to spot Runa gazing back at him. Join the club, she told him. Chapter 41. Titanomachy. The clan leader's reaction to the two breakouts was immediate. I want them dead, Commandant Zakia snarled, starting with that traitorous son of a bitch Holm. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Diplom Engineer saved cautioned. I agree they need to be dealt with, but if we issue orders stating, wanted, dead or alive, questions will be asked. Let them, Sybil Kriz/Alizi hissed. In less than an hour, my people can seize total control of the data networks. They can ask all the questions they want, but I assure you no one will hear them. A look passed among the group as they gauged their consensus. Do it, Daifu Katsukox ordered. In the meantime, we need to locate the traitors and decide on our next move. Our shuttles can begin reconnaissance flights of the area immediately, Admiral Van Alst informed them. Trust me, they won't get far. And when they shoot them out of the sky with precursor weapons, what then? Zakia fired back. This escalation cannot stand. We must answer it with overwhelming force. If we use precursor technology against fellow Terrans, we risk alienating our citizens, the Tinker had admonished. This fight is as much about public opinion as it is anything else. That ship has sailed, the Avatar fired back. It was Holmes' people who crossed that line, not us. We're merely defending ourselves against a dangerous threat. We have no choice, the Daifu said firmly. We're committed to this course, and we can and must do whatever it takes to see it through. If that means responding in kind to this escalation, then so be it. We'll deal with the fallout when it's over. The clan heads all nodded in agreement. The Grand Alliance fleet will arrive on our doorstep soon, the Dermist continued, and this rebellion needs to be dealt with before they do. We are this close to seeing our plans come to fruition, so get it done, she snapped. Send out your shuttles, dispatch your Valkyries, and shut down the net. And when you find our ragtag band of rebels, no mercy. Instead of hiding out inside one of the ancient cities, the convoy sought refuge instead deep within one of the many forests dotting the landscape. As they came to a halt and laagered their vehicles, the Valkyries immediately went to work, erecting camouflage netting and tarps to conceal their position. A command tent was set up near the center of the formation, as Genvis and his cohorts were summoned for an emergency meeting. We just received word the clan leaders are going on the offensive, Colonel Holm informed them. They are actively searching for us as we speak, and they've declared that our liberating the internment camp constitutes an act of treason. We've been branded as brigands and traitors, and accordingly, they've issued orders to shoot on sight. A moment of silence followed his announcement as they digested that. So, it's official then, Genvis said quietly. Civil war. Actually, I think insurrection or rebellion is a little more on point, Captain Inaba dissented, but that's just quibbling over details. The clan leaders have drawn a line in the sand, which means this only ends when they're removed from power or we're dead. So what the hell do we do now? Runa demanded. At least on Sonoishii Prime, we knew who the enemy was. Her former CO shot her an odd look. You know what I mean, she grumbled, shaking her head. Quislings aside, who is the enemy, other than the clan leaders? How do we decide who's a potential ally and who's a threat? I suspect most of our people will choose to avoid the question entirely, Bly offered. They don't want any part in this, and I can't blame them for that decision. They'll lock their doors and wait it out, which honestly is the smartest thing they could do. Historically, that's been the usual pattern, Holm agreed. Most folks just want to live their lives and not get caught in the middle of a full-fledged revolution, which just brings us back to the same question, Jinvis said pointedly. What do we do now? There is one possibility, Remy said after a moment. Athena. Inaba let out a low whistle. Risky, she decided. What if she sides with the clan leaders? I don't think so, the Corsair demurred. She backed us up when we needed her during the Battle of New Terra. I trust her. And there's damn few people I'll say that about. I suspect you'd be wasting your time. A voice behind them interrupted. They turned to see Samara entering the tent, a heavy ruck over her shoulder. Joining the others, she unslung the backpack and set it on a folding table before removing a data storage unit and setting it down where they could see it. Pressing an icon, the screen came to life as a pair of familiar faces stared back at them. Gang's all here, Maggie remarked. Hell of a long way from Earth, though. As good as it is to see you all again, Alfred sighed. This is a reunion I could have done without. The reason behind it, could have done without the last one, Remy retorted, seeing how it was ISI's funeral. Samara, what did you mean when you said it would be a waste of time? The colonel asked her. I'll let Guardian explain, she told them, as her voice and mannerisms abruptly shifted. For those who hadn't witnessed the cognates taking control and puppeting her body before, it was an eerie sight. This insurrection of yours is not without precedent among my kind, the precursor explained. In our history, there have been many such conflicts, and given Athena's role, we reached a decision regarding her programming long ago. During instances of internal conflict, those without outside interference, the artificial intelligence protecting this system will remain neutral, taking no sides. Damn it, Maggie muttered, shaking her head. So much for that, then. Jinvis started to reply, only to be interrupted by a chime from one of the tablets littering the tent. Inaba picked it up and logged onto, only to stare in confusion at the display. Please tell me Ambassador Shafvazif is somewhere nearby, Espion said in a rush. With a shrug, the captain handed it over, earning a brief smile from Jinvis as their eyes met. Hello, S, he said. It's good to see you again. I wondered if you'd managed to escape. Just barely, she affirmed. I'd love to catch up with you, but I'm afraid we've got bigger problems. The Sybil is shutting down the datanet. Of course she is, Colonel Holmes sighed. How better to keep us from rallying support? That's it exactly, S agreed. And I'm afraid there's more. I was able to glean a few scraps of intelligence while I was hiding from Chris's goons, and we've got trouble. A fleet is headed this way, and they are not friendly. Son of a bitch, Tanika snarled. The Alliance? I fucking knew it. It's even worse than you think, the Avatar grimaced. They're now calling themselves the Grand Alliance, and in addition to the original lineup, they've added both the Oivu and the Troika. They're all coming for us. Not to put too fine a point on it, but so what? Remy sneered. They're not getting past Athena. That's not the problem, S said carefully. They won't approach the system, you're right about that, but the clan leaders have something in the works. They're planning to ambush them and wipe them out. All of them, down to the last ship if they can. Holy Mother Terra, Jinvis whispered. We can't let that happen. All the goodwill we've earned, the bonds we've forged, they'll destroy all of it. We'll be no better than the Troika. No, Inaba said quietly, we'll be the Troika, and we'll be armed with precursor technology to make sure that no one can stop us. Ever. They stared at one another in quiet horror as they each envisioned that dark future. We have to prevent that from happening, Jinvis said. We've got to warn them, tell them to call off their attack. And what makes you think they'd listen to us? Remy fired back. With every navy in the Perseus arm gunning for us, that means they're done talking. If you go anywhere near them, they will shoot you down. We have to try, the ambassador implored them. We can't just stand by and let this happen. I would think carefully regarding that decision, Samara said. Only it wasn't Samara. All eyes turned to the Protean. What are you talking about? Jinvis asked the precursor speaking through her. Athena will remain neutral in all internal conflicts, Guardian said ominously, with one exception. Outside interference, Bly said in sudden realization. Are you saying that if we try to warn the fleet, she'll see us as a threat? I am saying that it is possible, the cognate warned. Whether she decides you are no longer deserving of her protection depends on several factors, and only she can determine what those conditions are. But should she rule against you, you will have no notification, no defense, and no chance of survival. Guardian's pronouncement landed like the sword of Damocles on their shoulders. Colonel Holm wearily sank into his chair, shaking his head. Well, that's it then. That's the ball game. Colonel, we can't give up now, Genvis implored him. Not with what's at stake. The Valkyrie commander looked back at him with ancient eyes. Ambassador, I've already fought one pitched battle against overwhelming odds. Just ask your head of security. He glanced over at Runa, her expression suddenly more distraught than he'd ever seen from her. But even at our most desperate moment on Sinoitii Prime, there was still a chance. A razor-thin one, perhaps, but a chance nonetheless. He leaned forward, fixing Genvis with a scowl. Facing off against Athena? There is no chance. None. I will not place my people in that kind of jeopardy, Ambassador. Not when the odds of success are zero. Not effectively zero. Mind you, zero. Period. He released a long, drawn-out breath, almost seeming to deflate. Given the complete and total certainty of our destruction at Athena's hands, there is only one option left open to us. His resolve crystallized as his jaw set in a hard line. To contact the clan leaders and sue for peace. You mean surrender, Genvis said quietly. Let them win, despite everything. Let them destroy the Alliance fleet and rule this galaxy with an iron fist forever. Let them create the most brutal and effective dictatorship in all of history, backed up by precursor weapons that no one can stand against. He closed his eyes, staggered by the enormity of it all. Let them turn us into a race of monsters, he said hoarsely. Is that to be our legacy? Is that what we fought so hard for these past 200 years? Ambassador, we can't win. Not against Athena, Holmes said quietly. All we can do is die. In desperation, he turned to the others, but what he saw in their expressions filled him with dismay. Their visages ranged from despair to abject terror to outright capitulation, with none of them betraying even a sliver of hope. In the space of a heartbeat, they'd gone from grizzled survivors to a defeated and broken band, eyeing the slave's collar being held before them with a sense of inevitability. Colonel, I understand what you're saying, and I can't disagree with any of it, he said at last. But there has to be a way. There has to be. It can't end like this, and I can't just stand by and watch it happen. Actually, there might be a way, Espion said tentatively, but it's the long shot from hell. He lit up like a condemned man being offered a reprieve. What? He insisted. Whatever it is, I'll take it. Honestly, I don't know what you could even do with this information, the Avatar shrugged, but the one commanding the Alliance fleet? He's an old friend of yours. Pagon Kusha sang. His jaw dropped at the news, his mind racing at the possibilities now before them. Genvis whipped around to face his security chief. Runa, you know him better than anyone. Is there any way you can get him to stand down? At least long enough for us to put our own house in order. She shrugged helplessly. Under normal circumstances, I think I'd have a good chance. But now? The Valkyrie shook her head. You were there when they forced us to decamp Axii. He told us he couldn't be our ally, not with all that happened. Despite her best efforts, she shot a venomous look at Remy and Samara. There's no way he'd be in command of that fleet by choice, she continued, which means his emperor must have ordered him to do it. Which means that his hands are tied. If anything, she looked even more despondent. He won't disobey an order from the emperor, even if they are family. The words had no sooner left her mouth when she suddenly froze, her eyes going wide as thoughts began racing behind them. What is it? The ambassador asked, with a renewed sense of hope. Runa slowly turned to face him. On Sinoitii Prime, right before the end, he came to me, she said, a light now dawning above her head. The Emperor had ordered him to evacuate before the Troika started dropping asteroids on us. I'm not sure I understand where you're going with this, Genvis responded, his brow furrowed with confusion. My point is, he didn't evacuate, she said in a rush. He disobeyed a direct order from his sovereign. And when I asked him why, he said, she flushed, her cheeks turning bright pink. He said that a warrior he respected refused to evacuate themselves, and that his honor would let him do no less. And when I reminded him of his orders, he laughed it off, assuring me his cousin would eventually get over it. You never reported that conversation, Colonel Holmes said curiously. No, sir, she agreed. It was personal. So you're saying there's a chance he might disobey the Emperor? Genvis said cautiously. Only if his honor's involved, she cautioned. You've seen how touchy he can be about that. But if there's a way we can somehow invoke that, then maybe there's a chance. Genvis thought furiously, putting the pieces together. Guardian. If we can get the fleet to stand down, will Athena stay out of it? He quizzed the precursor. Samara/Guardian cocked his her/their head. If there is no outside interference, it remains an internal matter, the cognate answered. She will not involve herself in domestic affairs solely involving Terrans. With a growing sense of optimism, he turned to the colonel. If we can get the fleet to stand down and keep Athena out of this, will you finish what we've started? There was a long pause as everyone assembled awaited his reply. If you can keep things just between us and the clan leaders, Holm finally answered, then yes. We'll keep fighting. A hint of a smile appeared on his face, but it disappeared again almost immediately. But if you fail, I'll have no choice but to surrender my forces and try to make the best deal I can. He and Runa shared a look. Then I guess it's up to us to make sure we don't fail, the ambassador said at last. Chapter 42. When Worlds Collide. Do we know when the Grand Alliance arrives? Genvis asked his avatar deputy. Soon, Espion shrugged. Within the next day or so. Then there's no time to waste. He turned his attention to Remy and Tanika. We're going to need a ship, he told them. The Corsairs eyeballed one another. Finding a ship is easy, Remy said finally, but getting it past the enemy and into high orbit? That part's gonna be trickier. Let Guardian fly her, Samara advised. Or more to the point, your hair Dresh. One of the cognates, she continued. He's saved my ass more than once with his piloting skills. Normally I'd hate surrendering the helm, Tanika said after a moment, but given the circumstances, we're gonna need every advantage we can get in order to pull this off. Agreed. The ambassador nodded. Assuming we can find a ship and actually make it off-world, how do we convince the fleet to stand down? You're asking the wrong question, Runa interjected. It's not, how do we convince the fleet? It's, how do we convince the Pagon to stand down? Duh. That's a good point, Genvis acknowledged. How do we do that? It's like I said, engage his sense of honor. The Valkyrie reminded him. As for how, one possibility leaps to mind, but I promise you won't like it. If it prevents further bloodshed, I will somehow learn to live with the disappointment, he said dryly. What's your plan? She took a deep breath. We surrender, she told him. Genvis blinked. We surrender, he repeated, flabbergasted by her suggestion. Wasn't one stretch in a POW camp enough for you? Trust me, I'm not thrilled about it either, she grimaced. But if we request a parley, he's liable to just shoot us out of the sky. But I'm betting he won't do the same thing to prisoners. And why is that? The ambassador pressed her. Because the Ixians are an honorable race, Bly spoke up. Killing helpless prisoners would offend them on a deeply personal level. She's right, Runa agreed. They don't even like using modern weapons. If they could, they'd settle all their conflicts with cold steel. It's more chivalrous in their eyes. And if they simply refuse to accept your surrender? Inaba asked bluntly. What then? Then we're fucked, and it was all for nothing, she sighed. So, what else is new? Her former commander shrugged, conceding the point. Alfred shook his head. It's not much of a plan, he said unhappily. No, it's not, Runa acknowledged. Just the only one I can think of that might actually work. Genvis looked up to see that all eyes were now on him, waiting. He wrestled with his decision, but in the end, what other choice did they have? All right, he said at last, then that's the plan. Find a ship, fly out to meet the fleet, surrender, and then find out if they'll see reason. Anyone have anything to add? Those gathered glanced around at the others, all of them hoping someone had a brilliant idea to share. As the seconds dragged on, it soon became clear that was not the case. With a sigh, the ambassador turned to the corsairs. So, where do we find a ship? Wish we still had Peacemaker, Remy grumbled. But there's no way they'll let us get anywhere near it. That ship started this whole mess, Jinvis snapped. Besides, if we showed up with Peacemaker, they'd skip straight past talking and simply open fire. They could try, the pirate sneered. Have you been listening to a damn thing anyone said? Maggie fired back. Whose side are you on, anyway? He glared at the tinker, but after taking a moment to gauge the room's mood, he chose not to respond. Well, forget Asgard Spaceport, Tanika spoke up. I guarantee they've locked that place up tighter than a drum. Then where? Jinvis said in frustration. The corsairs shared another look. There's only one place I can think of, Remy said finally, and that's the Barbary coast. The what? Colonel Holmes said, eyeing Remy curiously. The captain shrugged. It's a port I know. The kind of place that specializes in goods and services that are off the books, you might say. Can't say I've heard of it. And Naba commented. That would sort of defeat the purpose, don't you think? Remy grinned. So, it's a smuggling den, Runa snorted. A smuggling den that might just save your ass. He fired back. So how about we lose the condescending attitude? The pair glared at one another. Enough that Jinvis felt it necessary to intervene. That's enough, he snapped, before facing the corsair. How far is it? He asked. A day's travel more, if we have to be sneaky about it, he said after a quick mental calculation. And they'll have a ship for us? The ambassador continued. One that can get us past enemy forces? They'll have shuttles, Tanika corrected him. The ships are off-planet, though acquiring one might be a problem. Jinvis sighed. And why is that? He asked with a sense of fatalism. Because they're smugglers, Remy said, rolling his eyes. They're not exactly known for their charity work. This isn't charity, the ambassador replied. This is about protecting humanity. Surely they can understand that. So, you're going to pay them? The pirate inquired. I'm sure we can work something out, Jinvis said, now somewhat flustered, though it might be a while before we're able to secure the funds. They're not big on credit, either, Remy interrupted. Seriously, do you not get how things work in the real world? Then what do you suggest? The ambassador said tersely. We need a ship. We have to prevent the Grand Alliance from attacking New Terra. So you tell me, how do we go about doing that? Remy smiled. You know we're pirates, right? The convoy came to a halt as Colonel Holmes stepped out of his vehicle and approached Jinvis and his team. This is where we part ways, he informed him. My people will do what they can to stop the clan leaders. You've got the harder job, I'm afraid. We'll do what we can, he vowed. That being said, I've got the best crew on New Terra for backup, he said with a grin, glancing over at the others. Damn straight, Samara chuckled. Holmes smiled, extending his hand. That you do. Good luck, Ambassador. Jinvis clasped his hand firmly. And you, Colonel. The Valkyrie commander began heading back to the convoy, only to be brought to a halt when a voice said, Hold on a moment. Colonel Holmes froze, then turned back to face the group. Yes? There was a pause before Maggie and Bly both rose to their feet. We're not going with you, the knight said quietly. Jinvis stared in confusion. May I ask why? 'Cause I got two traumatized boys to look after, Maggie sighed. Besides, I'm getting too damn old for this kind of foolishness, and Marate's as good a tinker as I ever was. You'll do just fine without me. Of course, I understand, Jinvis said gently. And you? He asked Bly. Because I'm blind, she said quietly. I'd just be a burden to you. I buelled my way into a boarding action once before, only to have my disability prove to be a hindrance. I've tried denying the fact my inability to see isn't a handicap, but I've learned my lesson. She grimaced at the admission, but then a wry smile graced her features. However, there is one thing I can do for your crew. Reaching down, she unhooked the sword belted at her waist and held it out to them. I expect you'll be needing this, Runa. The Valkyrie blinked in surprise as she made her way over to her. She began, staring at both the knight and her sword, before trying once more. I can't take your sword, Bly, she mumbled. You can and will, she insisted. Think of it as a loan until you get your own sword back. Just promise me one thing. Name it, Runa said hoarsely, her fingers curling around the scabbard as the knight relinquished it to her. That you be absolutely certain, she cautioned. Her hand reached out to grasp Runa's. You know what I'm saying. There was a pause, before she bowed her head and whispered, I do. Bly nodded in reply. I expect you to bring it back to me. When it's over, she said softly. I will, she promised. She nodded once more before taking Maggie's arm. May Holy Mother Terra watch over you and grant you success in your mission, she said solemnly. I'll take all the help I can get, Genvis replied. Good luck, both of you. Try not to get yourselves killed, Maggie chimed in, before the pair fell in behind the colonel as they headed back to the convoy. Runa clutched the sword to her chest before carefully belting it around her waist, returning to her seat with an unreadable expression. Genvis cocked his head, regarding her. What was that all about? He asked. Nothing, she answered, though he couldn't help but notice the rest of her security team sharing a look he couldn't quite decipher. Come on, Remy growled. We've got a long trip ahead of us if we're gonna make the Barbary coast. You're right, he agreed. Let's go. It was just before dawn when Remy called for a halt. Barbary coast is just beyond that hill, he advised them. Time to make some plans. I assume appealing to their sense of patriotism is out of the question? Genvis sighed. You assume correctly, the Corsair said dryly. If you don't have the credits to meet their price, and trust me, you don't, then there's only one way to play this. He turned and gave Runa a pointed look. I figured it was going to come down to that, she said in resignation. What sort of defenses can we expect? Wait a second, the ambassador interrupted. There has to be another way. Some way we can do this without bloodshed. There isn't, Tanika spoke up. Barbary Coast is rough and tumble even by our standards. You can either pay them up front, or else take what you need by force. There is no third option. Maybe we could make a trade, Genvis said desperately, or we could owe them a favor. Something, anything. Anything besides violence. God damn it. Have you learned nothing after all that's happened? Remy snarled in sudden fury. I would have thought by now that even you would realize you were going to get your hands bloody on this. It's not some problem that can be solved over a friendly cup of tea. He leaned forward, invading the ambassador's space. It's time for you to choose, ambassador. If we don't stop that fleet, the clan leaders win, and if they win, the galaxy and every sapient being that calls it home will be under their boot for the next million fucking years. So you need to ask yourself one thing. Just how far are you prepared to go in order to stop them? Genvis could only stare in sick horror as Remy spewed his tirade before turning in desperation to Runa. He's right, she said quietly. I wish there was another way, but there isn't. If you truly wish to save our people, not to mention everyone else, then you better be prepared for what it'll cost. He winced and looked away before gazing at the heavens for inspiration. The first hints of indigo were appearing on the horizon as a new day greeted the planet. Dawn was supposed to be a time of rebirth, when anything was possible, but as the stars disappeared one by one, an icy chill seemed to settle deep within his bones. Keep the casualties to a minimum if you can, Captain Oakes, he said at last, with a voice that seemed light years distant and as old as space itself. Whatever else they might be, they're still a part of us. Of course, Ambassador, the Valkyrie acknowledged, before issuing orders of her own. The fighting didn't last long. Runa and her team, with Samara on point, infiltrated the smugglers' den and subdued most of the Corsairs before they realized they were under attack. But the assault was not entirely bloodless, and as Genvis and the others arrived at the clandestine spaceport, the aftermath lay strewn around them. A group of prisoners were huddled near one of the spacecraft, kneeling with their hands behind their heads under the Valkyrie's watchful gaze. Their shuttle took a hit to its plasma manifold, Tanika informed him, but the other two are in decent shape. Either of them will get us into orbit. And them? Genvis inquired, nodding towards the prisoners. We'll lock them up in the damaged shuttle, Runa answered. We'll need to disable communications, plus the engines on the other craft. But Mairead assures me they can do quickly it. They'll escape eventually, she shrugged. But by then we'll be long gone. And once we're in orbit, the ambassador probed. How are we going to sneak up on a ship that can see us coming 10,000 kilometers away? Leave that to me, Samara chuckled. You might say it's one of my specialties. Look, we'll handle the details of getting us there, Remy said brusquely. You just worry about stopping that fleet? Trust me, I am worried, Jinvis replied. I still have no idea how to convince the Pagon to stand down. He glanced at his security chief. I don't suppose you have any thoughts on the subject? Runa turned to face him, her expression a mask that revealed nothing of her true state of mind. I'm working on one, she said at last. There was a pregnant pause. Well, he snapped. Don't leave us in suspense. She shook her head. It's not ready yet. I'm still wrestling over some details. Well, let's hope you figure it out before the fleet arrives, he glowered. In the meantime, we've got to get moving. We risk being spotted if we stay here any longer. We're working on it, Tanika assured him. We should lift in less than an hour. Unwittingly, he found himself gazing up at the sky once more. Let's hope it's in time, he murmured to himself. Chapter 43. To Dare Mighty Things. Everybody strapped in? Captain Haddad glanced back at the passengers filling the now crowded shuttle, awaiting a response. A scattering of nods and thumbs-ups responded, earning them a curt acknowledgement as he completed the pre-flight checklist. Then let's kick the tires and light the fires. Initiate main engine thrust. The shuttle vibrated as the engines came online. A mere tremor at first, but as the craft lifted off, the oscillations grew in power, rattling their teeth. Jinvis tried stoically ignoring the rattle, but as he gripped the armrests, the white knuckles were a dead giveaway. Is our transponder active? He asked the pilot. Samara, or more accurately, your hairdresh, Doyentheurgist first grade and cognate of the repository, responded immediately. Transponder is online and transmitting, though I fail to understand why it has not been silenced. He gave the captain a disapproving look. Remy just grinned at him. Even with the transponder offline, the clan leaders can still track us. Between the ground-based radar stations and the satellites in orbit, getting off planet undetected is impossible. The cognate stared in confusion. I fail to see how transmitting a signal that allows our enemies to pinpoint our location aids our efforts. The pirate laughed. We want them to track us. How do you think the Barbary coast ships avoid getting caught? Another puzzled expression. I have no answer for that query, the cognate said at last. Until you suggested this course of action, I assumed some method of stealth would be employed. The only decent stealth tech I've ever seen was on Peacemaker, he retorted. Trying to hide an old rattletrap like this? Forget it. The bewildered look only deepened. Then what purpose is served by alerting those we seek to hide from to our presence? The ancient being demanded. Tanika rolled her eyes. Stop badgering them, she told Remy before facing Samara. What the captain is trying, badly, to say is that smugglers are well aware they're under surveillance. Instead of trying to avoid the radar, which is basically impossible, they opted for something simpler. A wry smile graced her features. They bribed whoever monitors the radar logs to look the other way. The cognates stared at her in disbelief, then shook their head and went back to the controls. Jinvis wasn't sure, but it appeared as if they were muttering something under their breath. That still leaves us with the not-so-simple problem of the ship we're about to hijack, he reminded them. How are you going to pull that off? Samara, with Churterhosk as the designated cognate, will breach the vessel's airlock and eliminate the ship's crew, the cognate informed him. They have performed this task successfully many times in the past. The ambassador blinked at the response. I'm not sure what we'd do if you weren't here with us, he said at last. There was a pause as something shifted in her expression. You'd do the same thing, except you'd have more friendly casualties, Samara said sarcastically, briefly speaking with her own voice before her mannerisms and body language were altered yet again as her hairdresh took back the reins. I swear, I am never getting used to that, Jinvis told Runa, buffaloed by Samara's personality changes. She does keep things interesting, the Valkyrie agreed, before turning her attention to Remy. What do we know about this ship we're commandeering? She asked him. She's named Saracen, he informed her. Sleipnir-class freighter, though she's been heavily modified over the years. Decent legs and weapons, from what I hear, though I've never been aboard her myself. And her crew? Jinvis asked quietly. Remy's face took on a neutral expression. They're smugglers, and they're good at it, he answered. Not sure what you're looking for, Ambassador. He glanced briefly at the Protean piloting the shuttle. When Samara boards that ship, will she be taking prisoners? He pressed him. The pirate's eyes narrowed. It's unlikely, he said brusquely. And you're fine with that? Genvis insisted. We're talking about fellow corsairs, Remy, members of your own clan. You're okay with Samara waltzing abroad and executing them, one by one? What is it you want me to say? Haddad snarled, abruptly dropping the mask. They won't surrender the ship no matter how nicely we ask, which means we do things the old-fashioned way. I may not like it, but there's not a damn thing I can do about it. How do you know unless we try? The ambassador persisted. If we speak to them, explain what's going on and why we need their ship, they might listen. Maybe even offer to help, he said hopefully. Isn't it worth the risk? No, it's not, Remy fired back. You'll just end up getting more people killed. People like Runa there. He nodded, indicating the Valkyrie. Like you said, these are my people. They won't give up Saracen without a fight. And if we warn them we're coming, they'll either fire up the engines and haul ass, or else they'll ambush Samara when she steps through the airlock. You want that on your conscience? Of course not, Genvis stammered, taken aback by the Corsair's angry rebuttal. But the pirate wasn't finished with him just yet. Tell me, Ambassador, when are you going to realize the galaxy is a godforsaken hellhole, filled with folks who'll cut your throat as soon as look at you? He sneered. I would have thought being a POW would be a big enough wake-up call, but apparently not. Exactly how many more piles of shit will you get shoved into before you fucking comprehend the Perseus Arm is a dangerous place and that sometimes your hands are gonna get dirty? The pirate glowered at him in disgust. I don't accept that. I refuse to accept that, Genvis countered. Life is what we make of it. No more, and certainly no less. You want to shun the entire universe? Declare it dirty and ugly and beyond redemption? That's your right. He leaned in, glaring back at Remy with conviction. But if I've learned anything in these past few years, it's this. The moment you surrender to despair, that's when the future is truly lost. His nostrils flared as he faced off against him. So you can sit there and sneer all you like at those of us fighting to make something better. I certainly won't stop you. A wintry smile appeared on his face, an expression normally alien to him. But I thought you Corsairs were made of sterner stuff. Since when do you give up just because things suddenly got hard? A growl vibrated deep within Remy's throat as his hand drifted toward his sidearm. Don't even think about it, Runa warned, gripping the hilt of Bly's sword. With a snarl, he bounded out of his chair, storming his way past the others before disappearing into the rear compartment. I see the good captain is as salty as ever, Alfred observed from the monitor. Remind me again why we brought him along? His skills might still prove useful, Genvis replied, his features flushed from their verbal sparring match. In the meantime, if you and your companions could find out what you can about Saracen, that would be extremely helpful. Maybe there's a way to take the ship without loss of life, he said hopefully. I seriously doubt it, but we'll look into the matter, the Avatar promised, as Raven and Espion both nodded in agreement. The trio disappeared from the screen, to be replaced by an old-style test pattern sporting a jaunty, "We'll be right back" message instead. The ambassador sighed, before glancing over at Tanika. The captain merely shrugged, turning her attention to the control board, although Samara's cognate had the situation well in hand. He's not wrong, you know, Runa said gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. He's an arrogant ass, that goes without saying, but you'd best prepare yourself for the fact that Saracen's crew won't give her up without a fight. Genvis winced and looked away. I have to try, he said plaintively. I know, the Valkyrie smiled. That's why you're the ambassador. According to our intel, the jamming signal is coming from that structure, Inaba reported. If we can knock it out, there's a good chance we can broadcast our own message across New Terra. Let the people know what the hell is really going on. Colonel Holmes scanned the metropolis, noting the defensive positions surrounding their target. They're dug in and fortified, he said sourly. It's going to be the devil's own time dislodging them. Yes, sir, the captain agreed. He grunted in reply, still surveying the objective. Any word on the clan leaders? No, sir, Inaba informed him. Near as we can tell, they've gone to ground. Let's face it, it's a big planet. They could be anywhere, she sighed. Perhaps our friends across the way can shed some light on the subject, Holmes suggested. Maybe, the captain allowed, but there's only one way we're shutting down that transmitter, Colonel. She hefted the precursor weapon in her hands for emphasis. I seriously doubt that after our assault, there'll be many survivors left to question. I know, he said quietly, his words tinged with regret. Do the best you can. Aye, sir, Inaba acknowledged, before turning and heading off to prep the assault force. Valerie? She paused, looking over her shoulder. Sir? The colonel sighed, his eyes haggard and ancient. Try not to get yourself killed. Inaba grinned back at him. Wouldn't dream of it, sir. A frontal assault against an entrenched enemy position was a scenario no military leader relished. Conventional wisdom stated that a 3-to-1 superiority in personnel was the absolute minimum for any hope of success, assuming all other factors to be equal. Even then, the casualties one could expect were likely to be extreme. But if you were willing to pay the blood price, it could be done. Not easily, and not without a certain amount of coercion to convince your troops to throw themselves at the guns. But it was possible. Or you could go with option B, using heavy weapons to obliterate your enemy from a distance. Captain Valerie Inaba was a big fan of option B. She took her time deploying her units where they wouldn't be immediately spotted by the opposing force, yet still had line of sight. It was possible, likely, even. There were precursor weapons that didn't require you to see your target, but if they existed, they had yet to be discovered. Until they were, it forced them to do things the old-fashioned way. It wasn't easy locating suitable positions that checked all the boxes, especially given the time crunch she was operating under, but in the end, she identified several key sites that satisfied her needs. She passed her orders on to her subordinates, waiting until all was in readiness before giving the order to open fire. They'd first tested the precursor weapons in the desert, using whatever was at hand for targets. When they'd liberated the POW camp, those same weapons had utterly annihilated the stockade's Terran-built structures. Only their enemy wasn't hiding behind sandbags or wooden barricades. They were using the ancient buildings themselves for cover, structures impervious to any tool or weapon designed by man. Lasers, explosives, hypervelocity projectiles, none of them so much as scratched the paint. They still had no idea how they were constructed, what they were constructed with, or how they'd endured a billion years of plate tectonics and weather, not to mention entropy itself, and yet remained as pristine as when they were first assembled. Until she gave the order, Captain Inaba didn't know if the precursor weapons in her troops' hands would have any effect at all. As it turned out, they did. Lances of energy brighter than New Terra's sun streaked across the open space, separating them from the enemy, impacting against the mighty crystalline towers. As Valerie stared in wide-eyed fascination, those same impervious walls shattered, exploding in gouts of controlled energy suddenly and violently liberated that defied description. A few scattered shots from the survivors struggled to find their mark, but as her forces unleashed a second salvo, they were quickly silenced. They discharged a third volley before she finally called a ceasefire, watching in awestruck silence along with her fellow Valkyries as one of the towers collapsed in flaming rubble, while secondary explosions detonated almost randomly wherever their weapons had struck. Holy Mother Terra, she whispered, watching in quiet horror as the city burned. Chapter 44. All good things. Looks like they're buying it. As their captured shuttle approached the smuggler's vessel Saracen, the biggest problem facing them was communications. Without better information, the moment they tried radioing the other ship, their cover would be immediately blown. Considering said ship was well armed, that presented them with something of a dilemma. How to dock without getting shot full of holes. So they shut down comms completely, relying instead on their emergency lights to send the ship a signal using Morse code. As Tanika observed their approach, she spotted no obvious signs their ruse had failed. Easily decoding Saracen's response to their hails, she nodded in confirmation of their message. They've cleared us to dock, she informed the others, before glancing over at Samara. You're up, she told the Protean. Rising to her feet, Samara nodded at the others before exiting the compartment. Samara wasn't in the driver's seat at the moment, hence the curt response to Tanika's message, which was fine, as far as the Corsair captain was concerned. The Protean's box of precursor avatars gave her the creeps, especially when they manipulated her flesh like a sock puppet. Arriving at the airlock moments later, Samara was already busy prepping for the mission when Jinvis poked his head in. "You got a minute?" he asked her. "Your timing is ill-chosen," the cognate apprised him. "It would be best if we postponed this conversation until after the mission." "It can't wait," the ambassador argued, "and I would prefer to speak with Samara directly instead of going through you." "No offense." The cognate regarded him coolly for a moment, and then with a shrug abruptly transformed. There was no physical difference that he could see, but everything else about her had changed. She gave herself a full body shake, then sighed and shook her head. "This really is a bad time, Jinvis," she told him. "You sure it can't wait until after?" "I'm sure," he said tersely. "With all the skills at your disposal, Samara, there must be some way to avoid killing Saracen's crew," the ambassador argued. "Not without putting myself at risk," she told him. "Sorry. What risk?" he demanded. "Aren't you impervious to pretty much everything?" "I may be hard to kill," she replied, "but that's not the same as impossible. Sure, I could try knocking out the crew instead of killing them, but if I give them time to regroup, the odds of my survival go down rather drastically. So no, I can't help you. Can't you gas them or something?" he pled with her. "You did that to Gerfalcon's crew, didn't you?" "Different situations entirely," Samara said patiently. "In that case, I had access to engineering and enough time to activate the ship's hijacking protocols. Unfortunately, this is a boarding action, which means I won't have the same access until I've fought my way through the entire ship." She gave him a sad, bittersweet smile, placing her hand on his. "I respect what you're trying to do, and if there was a tactic I could use to make it happen, I would. But there isn't, which means doing this the hard way." She shook her head once more. "And our time is up. We'll talk after, Jinvis," she promised him, shifting yet again as the cognate took over. The ambassador stared at her. "So even after all these years, after everything, you're still just a killer," he said scathingly. Samara froze. "What did you just say?" she responded in her natural voice, though it sounded almost preternaturally calm. "You heard me," Jinvis said coldly. "I thought maybe you'd changed, that after all these years you'd finally realized there were other ways to accomplish your goals besides. Kill them all, let Mother Terra sort them out." His eyes narrowed as he glared at her. "I see now that I was wrong." She stood there, with her back to him, not moving, a stillness washing over her that was both impressive and disturbing in equal measure. The Protean slowly turned to face him, her eyes now dark and pitiless. "If it wasn't for my gifts, we wouldn't have New Terra, and as for you, you would likely be dead," she hissed. "So how about some goddamn gratitude, and a little less shaming on your part? Is that fucking possible?" she snarled. He'd never seen her like this before, never actually witnessed for himself the predator that lived inside of her, and the look in her eyes as she stared menacingly in his direction flat out terrified him. But instead of running for the nearest exit, Jinvis took a deep breath and stood his ground. "It doesn't have to be like this, Samara," he said evenly. "You have a choice. Let them live." He paused for a moment and then added in a quiet voice, "Please." His eyes went wide as she closed the distance between them faster than should have been possible, before grabbing him by the throat and yanking him off his feet. "You smug little shit," she seethed. "It must be so easy for you, watching from the sidelines while the rest of us fight and scrape to survive. You're nothing but a pampered pooch, getting snippy if your doggy treats and scritches fall behind schedule. Who the hell are you to judge me?" "Gack," he got out as he started losing consciousness, her vice-like grip choking off his air. He struggled in her grasp, his own hands clawing desperately at hers, his legs kicking like a man being hung. Suddenly he was on the deck, coughing and wheezing as his lungs sucked in life-giving oxygen once more. Jinvis stared up at her as she loomed over him, her fists balled tight with rage. "Did I strike a nerve?" he gasped, massaging his bruised throat as he struggled to breathe. A horrifying grin appeared on her face, the slasher smile of a madman. "Let me show you a little trick I know about what you can do to nerves," she cooed, bending down to grab hold of him once more, only for her to abruptly freeze in place and slowly stand back up and step away. "I am afraid that Samara has allowed her emotions to cloud her judgment," the cognate stated. "I apologize for not stepping in sooner." "That's all right," Jinvis exhaled. Guardian, I presume? That is correct. Guardian nodded. Under normal circumstances, Samara and I have an agreement that neither I nor the other cognates take control unless she requests us to do so. In this instance, however, I was concerned that given her emotional state, she might do something rash. That would be regrettable for all concerned. So I stepped in and took control of her motor functions until such time that she might calm herself. The ambassador managed an ironic chuckle. And how's that going, I might ask? The ancient avatar sighed. Currently, she is hurling every insult and invective she knows at me and my brethren. I imagine it will be some time before she runs out of steam. I believe is the saying. He gave him a very human-like shrug. Sounds like Samara. All right, Genvis agreed, before eyeing the precursor more closely. What about you? He asked. Where do you stand regarding showing mercy to Saracen's crew? The cognate currently in charge of her body cocked her head, considering the question. In fact, I am favorably disposed to your suggestion, though Samara's argument regarding the practicality of such a tactic remains valid. She has subjected her anatomy to serious damage on many occasions, damage that would have ended her existence many times over. Were it not for the precautions we have taken to preserve and extend her life, she would have succumbed to her injuries years ago. Obviously, I don't want her to risk her life. Well, any more than she's risking it already, he amended. But there must be some way to thread the needle, to find a middle ground between her death and the wholesale slaughter of innocents. There has to be, he argued with fervor. Guardian paused, an odd expression on her/their face. While one could argue whether the term innocence is applicable in this instance, I have just now discussed the matter with Churter Hosk, they explained, the cognate normally tasked with combat of this nature. They concede your request may be possible, though until they can view the tactical situation firsthand, they cannot state that with any certainty. He shrugged once more. They do, however, agree to try. Thank you, Genvis said quietly. That's all I can ask. Samara the Guardian, Churter Hosk, stood in the airlock as the shuttle docked with Saracen. The cognate checked their weapons as they waited for the hatch to open, while a heated argument raged within their shared psyche. I swear to Terra I'll drop your fucking repository into the first star I find. Samara seethed. How dare you just take control of me like that? We had a deal. We still do, Guardian countered. However, the ambassador makes a valid point. He was not suggesting you place yourself at any further risk, merely that you consider not terminating the crew if it can be done safely. That is all. I fail to grasp your issue with this, because I don't answer to the ambassador or anyone else. No one tells me how to complete a mission. She fired back, least of all you. You seem to be operating under a false set of assumptions, Samara, Guardian cautioned. While this is indeed a partnership, we, not you, are its senior member. Obviously, we initiated the bond between us, and given recent events, I believe the time has come to end it. Once the current crisis is over, we will sever the connections between us and choose a new host. What? What the hell are you talking about? Samara demanded. You can't do that. In fact, I can, Guardian replied. You knew that one day our association would end. We discussed this long before you ever set foot on threshold. I thought you meant when I died or something. She sulked. Look, you don't have to do this. This was all just a big misunderstanding. There's no need to take such drastic action. Can't we at least discuss it? Samara wheedled. I thought by now you would realize we are immune to flattery or emotional appeals, Guardian said calmly. The decision has been made. The airlock door slid open, revealing a trio of waiting corsairs. They blinked in surprise as they spotted Samara Guardian, Churter Hosk on the other side, as they were obviously expecting a more familiar face. Unfortunately for them, that was all the reaction they could muster before Churter Hosk lunged forward, sweeping the leg of their first victim while adding a savage blow to their temple as they fell, effectively taking them out of the picture. One of the others started to turn, most likely to warn the rest of the crew. Only they never got the chance. A vicious strike to their neck overwhelmed the vagus nerve, dropping them like a stone. The third smuggler slowly backed away, waving their arms frantically. Terra? No, they pleaded. But the cognate wasn't interested in conversation. A stiff-armed blow to their solar plexus doubled them over, leaving them vulnerable to a follow-up attack. In less than 5 seconds, all three were incapacitated. Grabbing them by their collars, Hosk dragged them through the airlock and deposited them on the other side. "Secure them," they ordered, while Runa and the others scrambled to comply. "As you can see, it is possible to complete the mission while avoiding unnecessary casualties," Guardian said pointedly. "The mission isn't over yet," Samara snapped. "Besides, you want to have this conversation now?" "Churter Hosk has the situation well in hand," Guardian observed, "and does not require assistance from either of us. Now is as good a time as any to have this discussion, which, quite frankly, is long overdue." "I don't know what's put a bee in your bonnet all of a sudden," she said, "but severing our connection over a minor disagreement." "It is not that," Guardian interrupted, "or at least, it is not solely that. Do you recall the conversation we had prior to your rescue of the Avatar, Alpha Demon? Specifically, why we were initially unwilling to summon Churter Hosk? You said switching out cognates like that could damage my neural synapses," Samara answered. "Only now I'm starting to think that's a lie." While they spoke, Churter Hosk entered the ship proper, searching for the rest of the crew. They moved quickly and methodically, disabling what crew they could, while silently dispatching those they could not. "It is not precisely a lie," Guardian disagreed, "though you might consider it a lie of omission. Since we have joined, how many times have you been injured?" "I don't know," Samara said honestly. "I stopped keeping track. While I could tell you precisely the number and extent of the injuries you have received during our tenure, each repair we performed came at a cost. Those injuries put you under considerable strain, the reconstruction even more so. I am afraid those same stresses are cumulative, and we are rapidly reaching the point where our efforts will not be enough to sustain you." "Wait a minute. You're saying that if you don't sever the connection, I'll die?" she said in shock. "Everyone dies," the cognate reminded her. "Even us, eventually, though it will be many long eons from now. But to answer your question, if we do not terminate the connection soon, it will be too late. The end will come swiftly for you, and it will not be pleasant. If, however, we sever the connection prior to that outcome, we can preserve your life and return your body to its original state." "My original state was a goddamn nightmare," Samara snapped. "If you're planning on leaving me as a cripple, I'd rather you just let me die like I am now. At least let me have some fucking dignity." By this time, Churter Hosk had reached the bridge, quickly overwhelming the defenders. They had thought they were ready for anything, but then they hadn't met anyone like the cognate warrior. With the ship's nerve center now secured, they headed aft towards engineering. "I promise you, we will not leave you incapacitated," Guardian vowed. "You will be healthy as we can make you, though I regret to say it will require some adjustment on your part. Many of the abilities gifted to you by your clan will be removed as well, including the ability to alter your form at will." "What?" Samara shrieked. "You can't do that. You have no right." "Samara," Guardian sighed, "your clan was not as clever as they believed. Many of the alterations made to your genome were unstable and would have eventually killed you. We can repair the damage, but not while preserving your shape-shifting ability." "I am sorry." She was silent for some time, digesting that while Churter Hosk finished securing the ship, it had not been entirely bloodless, but the body count was far lower than she'd considered possible. "So when you leave, I'll be nothing," she said quietly. "Just another civilian, a face in the crowd. No one special, unremarkable, useless, forgotten." The very thought of it was soul-crushing. At the risk of inflaming your not inconsiderable ego, Guardian chuckled. "I rather doubt anyone could ever forget you." "I'm not sure I can do this, Guardian," she whispered. "I'm scared. I don't think I can handle being alone." With Saracen now secured, Churter Hosk returned to the shuttle, where the others stood anxiously waiting. "It is done," he informed the others. "There are prisoners who should be placed into custody." As they scrambled to comply, Guardian pointed her body toward the group, her eyes going to each of them in turn. "Samara, you were never alone," Guardian said softly. Chapter 45. Take up the quarrel. They locked Saracen's surviving crew inside a spare compartment, while giving the ones who died by Churter Hosk's hand hasty burials in space. Runa ordered Doc Svoboda to treat their injuries and posted guards at the hatch, while Remy and Tanika, with their respective crews, prepped the ship for departure. Genvis, left with nothing to do but wait until they encountered the Alliance fleet, tried to stay out of their way, feeling utterly useless yet again. Apparently, he wasn't the only one. He looked up in surprise as a strangely subdued Samara sat down across from him, eyeing her with caution. Samara? Or Guardian? He asked nervously. It's me, the Protean sighed. Sorry about earlier. Jinvis blinked in surprise. To be honest, I wasn't expecting an apology. His hand went to his throat, massaging the bruises. There are times you scare the shit out of me, Samara, he said honestly. I was just trying to save lives. That's all. I know, she muttered, bowing her head. Then why? Jinvis said suddenly. What the hell did I do to make myself a target? She sighed once more. Nothing, she shrugged. His confusion deepened. Okay, what's going on with you? The former assassin got a distant look in her eyes. Do you know how many people I've killed? She asked him. No, and I'm not sure I want to, he answered warily. Can't say I blame you, Samara shrugged. But if you were to guess, I can promise you the actual number is much, much higher. She turned to look at him. After a while, it becomes a way of life. It's like the old saying, when your only tool is a hammer, soon all your problems look like nails. Her eyes met his. When your only tool is a gun, pretty soon all your problems look like targets. Killing just leads to more killing. Samara, Jinvis said fervently. They kill us, we kill them. Where does it stop? How are we ever going to break the endless cycle of violence if we don't start at home, with ourselves? The ambassador gave her a plaintive look. Seriously, I'd really like to know. What makes you think it can be stopped? She snorted. I mean, ignore the other races for a minute and focus on us Terrans. Our history is written in blood, going back to the very beginning. Before the beginning, even. Without a written language to keep track, who can say? She shook her head. It's who we are, Jinvis. We're a race of killers. We always have been, and the other races are no better. You don't claw your way to the top of the food chain by being a pacifist. Then what's the point? He demanded. Why are we here? If we're not trying to better ourselves, to build a brighter future for our children and our grandchildren, then why even bother? Samara barked out a bitter laugh. I'm a terrorist, remember? Not a philosopher. Ask someone else. I'm asking you, he countered. All those deaths, do they ever bother you? Do you even care? Or are you just humanity's most prolific serial killer? The moment the words left his mouth, he knew he'd made a huge mistake. With a snarl, she leapt out of her seat, her face a mask of pure venom. Jinvis shrank back from her, his eyes now wide with fear. But instead of launching another attack, she came to a sudden halt as the ambassador sagged in relief. Thank you, Guardian, he gasped. It's not Guardian, Samara said stiffly, her body taut as a bowstring. That being said, stop pushing my buttons. Now is not a good time. Slowly, she sat back down again, though she was still as tense as he'd ever seen her. Why? He asked, suddenly curious. It can't be this mission that's got you worked up. It's not the mission, she confirmed. Change the subject. Fine. The ambassador thought hard for a moment, then said quietly, back when we were on Gerfalcon, did I mean anything to you? Or was it all just business? The Protean sighed. Jinvis, let it go. There's no sense in dredging up the past. He stared at her for a moment, then glumly nodded. I guess that answers the question, doesn't it? Samara winced, then shook her head. It wasn't like that. I enjoyed your company, believe it or not. You were sweet. Sweet. Jinvis grimaced. Not exactly a rousing endorsement. She made a sound in the back of her throat. Hey, don't knock sweet. There's few enough people in the universe I'd say that about. Samara sighed once more, and then said gently, but if you're asking if I was in love with you, the answer is no. Fond of you? Yes, but… She trailed off into silence for a moment, before she tried again. Someone asked me once if I'd ever been in love. I told her. Samara's voice faltered, as she slowly lifted her gaze. I told her that love wasn't meant for people like me. She turned and looked away, leaving him at a loss. Finally, he ventured. I think a part of me pities you, Samara. The Protean turned and glared. Don't, she snapped. I don't want your damned pity. She rose once more and stormed off, coming to a halt briefly as Runa suddenly appeared in the hatchway. The two women stared daggers at one another before Samara shoved her way past and disappeared. I hope that was therapeutic for you, the Valkyrie said dryly as she leaned against the bulkhead. Just how long were you listening? Jinvis sighed. Long enough. Like I'd ever allow you to be alone with that psychopath. Jinvis shot her a look. So tell me, just where were you exactly when she tried to squeeze my head off? Runa held up her hands in supplication. Okay, that's on me. I let my guard down for a second because Guardian was in control. Him, I trust. A choked laugh bubbled up out of his throat. Strange that you'd trust a precursor stuck inside a box over a fellow Terran. The Valkyrie raised an eyebrow. Over that Terran? It's not even close. Besides, tell me you don't feel the same. I don't want to argue about Samara, Jinvis retorted. Besides, we have bigger problems ahead of us. Yes, we do. She pursed her lips for a moment and then shrugged. When we spot the Alliance fleet, we have to broadcast our surrender immediately. We need them to listen, because if they spot us first… Let me guess. They open fire and destroy us, the ambassador said uncomfortably. Got it in one, Runa agreed. Now, if they accept our surrender, and with the Pagon in command, I'm hoping they will. That's where it gets tricky. I'll have to do some fast talking, I imagine, Jinvis mused. Only problem is, I don't know what to say. Can't help you there. I'm afraid, she shrugged. I'm just the hired help. You're not just anything, Runa, he smiled. Your advice and counsel have been invaluable. We wouldn't have gotten this far without you. The Valkyrie blushed. Still, I liked it a lot better when I was just an anonymous corporal, she demurred. But thank you. The pair sat in silence until Jinvis was struck with a thought. You know, I can't help but wonder what the Alliance hopes to accomplish. Is this just a show of force? They have to realize that even if we choose to meet them in battle, the moment things went south, all we have to do is retreat back under Athena's protection. They can't enter the system without being destroyed, and they know that. Nothing can survive against her solar-powered ship killer. I've been wondering about that myself, Runa agreed. If we stay behind her protective umbrella, they're stymied. How long do they plan on waiting for us to come out? A week? A month? A century? She shook her head. I may not be the ship expert Tanika or Remy are, but I know you can't keep a fleet that size on blockade duty forever. First off, it's expensive, and second, it's merry hell on both the ships and their crew. Eventually, most of them are going to pack it in and go home. From what I hear, the Troika had a blockade surrounding New Terra for millennia, he reminded her. Different circumstances entirely, she pointed out. For one, they were only using a portion of their navy, rotating ships out as necessary. And second, until the Alliance came along, they had the largest fleet in the Perseus Arm, as well as the most advanced vessels. Gave them one hell of an edge. And then finally the Troika made it their top priority, as they could absorb the cost. The Alliance can't, at least not for long. She shook her head. If the clan leaders are smart about it, all they have to do is wait them out. So what's their plan? He asked again. I can't disagree with anything you just said, and what's more, the Alliance has to be as aware of the facts as we are. If they know that ultimately their show of force is futile, then why are they still coming? I don't know, Runa said finally. They must know something that we don't. Lovely, Jinvis sighed. Then we better figure out what that something is. Fast. Captain Inaba double-checked with the communication technicians, who verified the data from their own instruments, before giving home the nod. All jamming has ceased, sir, and we're bouncing the carrier signal between relay stations to shield our location. Stand by for live mic in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A red indicator light came on as he stood before the camera, his expression suitably grave. To anyone receiving this transmission, I am Colonel Elias Holm, commander of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Regiment of the Valkyries, broadcasting this message to the citizens of New Terra. What I am about to tell you may seem shocking, even unbelievable, but I assure you, it is genuine. Despite all we have suffered, all we have survived, I am here today to warn you we now face the greatest threat our race has ever known. Not from the Troika or the Ichun, but from our own leaders. He paused for a moment, allowing that to sink in. Despite their many promises, the clan leaders, except Grand Master Makar, have manipulated not only our own kind, but the multitude of species scattered throughout the Perseus arm as well. Their goal is simple: to create a state of war between ourselves and the other races, even those in the alliance who fought by our side. What's more, their plan involves using precursor technology to crush all resistance within the galaxy, starting right here on Terra Nova against our own people. I know many of you will find this impossible to accept. Believe me, I once felt the same way, until I saw the cold, hard truth with my own eyes. Some of you already suspect the clan leaders are being less than honest, that the rumors of treason within the Dermist clan make no sense. The reason is simple. They make no sense because they are a lie. Colonel Holm gave the camera, and those watching his broadcast, a solemn nod. I stand before you to tell you this: the Dermist clan is innocent of these accusations. Worse, it was their very own clan leader, Daifu Tsumlum Katsukox, who offered them up as sacrificial lambs, making them scapegoats for their cause. I have seen the prison camps with my own eyes, and it doesn't stop there. Already, they are drawing up plans to permanently eliminate anyone who dares stand against them. His attention was briefly diverted as Inaba suddenly went to one of the technicians, huddling over their console as they spoke frantically in hushed tones. The clan leaders stand against everything we as a people have fought for, he continued, eyeing his subordinates' actions with growing concern. I am speaking to you today to deliver this message. Do not submit to their tyranny. Do not believe their lies. I make this appeal to each one of you. Rise up and fight the clan leaders and those that stand beside them. Take back our birthright, our freedoms, and our pride. For once they are gone forever. The battle before us is the most important one we will ever face, for it will determine who we are as a people and decide the galaxy's fate. Inaba broke away from the technicians as the cameras abruptly blinked off. They've backtracked our signal, she shouted, grabbing the colonel by the arm and dragging him toward the waiting transport. We're showing multiple craft inbound. Tell all units to scatter, Holm bellowed, while the Valkyries hurriedly broke down their equipment and loaded the vehicles before racing off. Reassemble at Rally Point Sierra Tango. You better be there, sir, Inaba yelled back as she leapt into the truck, while the colonel clambered aboard his own waiting carriage. Common sense dictated that officers and senior personnel travel separately. Otherwise, a single strike could decapitate their entire chain of command, rendering the outfit leaderless. The battalion frantically dispersed, with transports peeling off in every direction. Captain Inaba searched the skies as they bounced and jostled their way through the thick woodland growth. She flinched as a massive explosion to the east announced the clan leader's attack. The detonation marked by a weapon signature she recognized all too well. Apparently, their opponents had discovered their own cache of precursor weapons, choosing to fight fire with fire. The fight had escalated once again. There was no defending against those weapons. Throughout Terran history, the race between offensive and defensive technology had seesawed back and forth for millennia, each new advance forcing the other side to adapt. It seemed, however, the precursors had settled the debate once and for all, with offense emerging as the clear victor. If the ancient cities themselves couldn't withstand that onslaught, structures that had survived unscathed for 1 billion years, nothing built by Terrans even stood a chance. Another explosion, this time to the southwest. Inaba checked her display and cursed as another icon disappeared, heralding the destruction of another unit. They were using every trick in the book to avoid being spotted, but Commandant Zakiya knew that playbook just as well as she did better. Even, every strategy had a counter, every tactic a means by which it could fail. Here and there she spotted their own efforts, lances of energy reaching up to the heavens to knock the enemy's shuttles out of the sky, but each time they fired they made themselves a target. Seconds later, an explosion would detonate, marking their demise. An enormous blast to their north forced her to shield her eyes, the concussion wave hitting them like a mailed fist, forcing the driver to swerve as massive limbs were torn from the nearby trees. It took them several moments to recover, and when she checked her display once more, Captain Inaba could only stare in horror as the icon marking the position of Warlord 6, Colonel Holmes' call sign, blinked out. Chapter 46. A Matter of Honor. Saracen broke orbit without incident, en route to the system's border. The other vessels in New Terran space seemed to go out of their way in ignoring the ship, Apparently, its habits were well known within the Corsair community. Genvis wondered what the hell they smuggled that bought them so much protection. He could ask the surviving crew, of course, but even assuming they'd tell him the truth, he had more important matters he needed to be focusing on. Making his way forward, the ambassador entered the bridge and found an unoccupied seat. "Any signs of pursuit?" he asked. "None," Tanika informed him, "though there's a ton of activity near the fifth planet. Can't make out the details, though. Isn't that where the shipyard's located?" "Sure is," Remy agreed. "My guess? The clan leaders are gearing up to face the Grand Alliance." "At least we have a head start," Genvis answered, grasping for a silver lining. "Have you spotted the Armada?" "At extreme range, but they're burning hard for New Terra," Tanika responded. "ETA is approximately 4 hours. I hope you have some kind of fucking plan for when they get here," Remy snapped. "Otherwise, this is going to be a really short trip." "Oh, we've got a plan," the ambassador sighed. "As soon as we're in communications range, start broadcasting our surrender on all frequencies. If we get a response, inform me immediately." "And then what?" the Corsair demanded. "Because there's a decent chance they won't accept our surrender and open fire instead." "We're hoping they won't," he replied, "but I admit it's a gamble." "You realize that you're gambling with our lives," Remy snarled. The dermis just shook his head. "I'm gambling a lot more than that, I'm afraid. Whatever happens in the next few hours will determine the future of our race." The pirate glared at him. "Then I suggest you don't screw it up." "Working on it," Genvis said in resignation. "Sir, we are receiving a transmission," the communications officer aboard Ataraxia reported, from the Terran ambassador. Pagon Kusha saying leaned forward in his seat. "What does the message say?" The bridge officer handed him an electronic slate. "It is an offer to surrender, Pagon," they answered, awaiting his response. The Ixian snatched up the tablet and read the message for himself before turning to his tactical officer. "Scan the sector. How many enemy vessels are located within that region of space?" His subordinate hurried to comply, double-checking their readings. "Only one, Pagon," they responded. The Pagon reclined in his chair as he contemplated the message. The bridge crew silently awaited his decision until he spoke up once more. "Order the vessel to heave to and prepare to be boarded," he said at last. "Inform them that any attempt to resist will be dealt with harshly." His executive officer cleared his throat. "Pagon, our orders clearly state." The Ixian whirled on him with sudden fury. "Do not presume to tell me our orders," he snarled. "I answer to no one, save the Emperor. Should my dear cousin take issue with the manner in which I have carried out his instructions, he may remove my head at his leisure. Now do as I command." The others scurried to obey his wishes as he examined the display. "I would rather have faced you in battle," he reflected, retreating into his own thoughts. "It would have been easier to not look you in the eye when I am forced to carry out my orders." The passengers and crew of Saracen assembled in the loading bay, just outside the airlock, as they awaited the Alliance's arrival. The original owners were cuffed and manacled to prevent them from interfering, and by order of the ambassador, all weapons had been safely locked away, save one. As Runa took her place at his side, she wore Bly's sword in its scabbard, something which had been the subject of heated debate between them. The pagan's orders were explicit: no weapons, period. Failure to obey that command put the entire crew at risk, and yet the Valkyrie had made a zealous argument in opposition, stating it was vital that she carry it when they met the boarding party, claiming it was an Ixian tradition the Pagan would understand. When Genvis suggested they radio Ataraxia to confirm this, she shut him down hard, claiming it would violate some ancient taboo. That made absolutely no sense to the ambassador, but Runa was adamant. No one was taking her sword. Genvis was still uneasy over the matter, but short of taking it away at gunpoint, it was impossible to enforce his will over her. Even then, he doubted he could find any volunteers willing to beard the lion in her den, other than Samara, of course. She'd gladly do it, but that was a fight only one of them was walking away from, and the odds were heavily in the Proteant's favor. In the end, it left him stewing in silence as the airlock cycled open. An Ixian honor guard entered the loading bay and took up positions, armed to the teeth and eyeing the Terrans with fell intent. Once they'd secured the compartment, their leader spoke briefly into a communicator, as moments later Pagon Kusha strode into the cargo bay, flanked by his officers. He approached the waiting delegation and came to a halt before the diplomat. "Ambassador," he said with a bow, "I regret meeting under these circumstances." "As do I, Pagon," Genvis answered. The Ixian nodded, then turned his attention to the Valkyrie beside him. "And where is my sword?" he said brusquely. "Confiscated," Runa answered. "It forced me to find a replacement." "Confiscated," he repeated in astonishment. "They did not stand and fight for the honor of its dominion? They threatened to murder my squad if I didn't hand it over," she said in disgust. The Pagon growled in the back of his throat. "An ignoble end to a weapon with such an illustrious lineage," he said in disgust. "May the dishonorable cur who holds it die a coward's death." "I couldn't agree more," she said with utter sincerity. He nodded once again, then returned his gaze to the ambassador. "It was the good captain who advised that you surrender, was it not?" the Pagon inquired. "It was," Genvis agreed. "A great deal has happened since our last meeting," he said in a rush. "And there is much you must be made aware of if we are to salvage anything from this disaster. If you would allow us the opportunity to explain," he began, only to be cut off when the Pagon raised his hand. "As I once told you, nothing you can say matters now," the Ixian informed him, his words filled with regret. "The entire galaxy is now aligned against you, and I am powerless to stop them. They sealed the fate of your race the moment that cursed ship appeared in our skies. Pagon, it was our own leaders who conspired against you, using Peacemaker as a cat's paw in order to bring you here," he disclosed. "They plan on crushing your fleet with precursor weapons, so I strongly urge you to turn back while you can. We are already fighting them in order to bring them to justice, but the moment you engage them in battle, our hands are tied. So please, I beg you, stand down. For all our sakes." The Ixian just shook his head. "Even were I convinced disengagement and withdrawal to be the wisest course, were I to give such an order, they would immediately remove me from command. The odds of survival following my ouster are all but non-existent, and while I do not fear death, the disgrace of such an act would tarnish both my name and the honor of my bloodline for generations to come. I will not allow that to happen." Bowing his head in remorse, the Pagon said gently, "Forgive me, Ambassador, for it seems that fate has condemned us both." Genvis found himself at a loss for words as he finished, struggling to suggest an alternative. Runa, on the other hand, merely gazed at her former mentor with a quiet serenity she could not possibly feel. "Is that your last word, Pagon?" she asked softly. "I regret to say that it is, Captain," he answered, with each word sounding as if it were being torn from his chest. "But since you have surrendered to our forces with honor, I assure you we will not mistreat you during your captivity." He drew himself up to his full height, his bearing rigid, his countenance dignified and proud. "I, Pagon Kusha, swear it to be so." His statement earned him more than a few nervous glances from the Terrans, as well as several scowls from his fellow Ixians. Runa, however, merely took a step forward, resting her hand on the hilt of her sword. "Then I present to you the opportunity for your champion to face me in single combat," she asserted, locking eyes with him as she recited the phrase he had once said to her at their first meeting on Sonoishii Prime. "Should they be victorious, you and your fellow warriors may depart unmolested." The Pagon froze, while the ambassador's jaw dropped. "Runa, what the hell are you doing?" he asked frantically. "Buying you time," she whispered as she turned to face him. "For the love of Holy Mother Terra, don't squander it." The temperature of the compartment dropped to somewhere near absolute zero. "Captain, Runa," the Pagon said delicately, "since you choose to remind me of my own words, allow me to do the same." His features softened as he beseeched her. "Do not do this, please. You have left me with little choice, Pagon," she answered, her expression one of heartbreak. "I fought then for the lives of those I swore to protect. I do so again now. That's why Bly gave you her sword," Genvis said in sudden realization. "She knew you were going to do this. Bly understands the Ixian soul, just as I do," she nodded, though she hoped it wouldn't be necessary. "Runa, this challenge is in grave error," the Pagon said firmly. At least agree to limit the match to one of first blood, just as before. A grim smile appeared on the Valkyrie's face. For a first match between rivals it is acceptable, but a second? That would be seen as cowardice, I fear, she recited, using his own words against him one more. Leaning forward, she peered closely at him. Are you a coward, Pagon? She goaded. The Ixian's eyes went cold. Take your position, Captain, he hissed, drawing his own blade. The rest of you, stand aside. Let no one interfere. Genvis, still dazed by this horrific turn of events, ushered his fellow Terrans away from the center of the cargo bay, giving the combatants room, while the other Ixians did the same. Runa drew her sword and saluted the Pagon, before taking her position. He eyed her for a moment, and then said deliberately, You defeated me at our previous encounter through a ruse I will not fall for again, he informed her. Your skill with a blade is no match for my own. I know, she responded, taking her stance. You have provoked this contest with words that cannot be rescinded, he said darkly, leaving me with no choice but to strike you down. I know that too, Runa said softly. Something broke behind the Ixian's well-crafted facade, as a hint of shame found his features. I have no wish to kill you, he told her. Our friendship, all we have endured together. It should not end this way. She smiled at that. Yeah, right back at you. The Pagon closed his eyes, nodding in mute acceptance. Honor is often the cruelest mistress of all, he said at last. She's a stone-cold bitch, all right, Runa agreed. The Ixian took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Goodbye, Runa, he told her, accepting at last their mutual destiny. Goodbye, Pagon, she replied, preparing herself for the inevitable clash of steel. Genvis could only watch in sick horror as one of his dearest friends prepared to give her own life. And for what? How would her death buy them the time they so desperately needed? He racked his brain for some brilliant turn of phrase that could prevent this from happening, some magical loophole that might spare her life, but came up empty. His head whipped around, searching for something, anything, that might give her a fighting chance, before finally landing on Samara. Waving her over, he whispered frantically, Can you stop this? The assassin gave the compartment a laconic once-over. Sure, she told him, but it won't make any difference. Even if I kill them all, their fleet will destroy the ship. Genvis had only a moment to process that when a shout wrenched his attention back toward the duelists. As Runa launched her attack, the Pagon parried her blow with almost contemptible ease, batting it aside, before responding with a counterstrike. The pair exchanging a flurry of blows that filled the cargo bay with the sounds of ringing metal. Even though he had never held a sword himself, he could tell the Valkyrie was in trouble as she struggled to avoid his strikes, before being forced to dive for safety as he lunged for her, his blade tearing open her flesh as she cried out in pain. She managed to recover, coming back up and holding her sword before her even as a spreading stain of blood seeped through her tunic. Runa was breathing hard now, her respiration labored, her hair and clothing matted with sweat. She struggled to stay on her feet, and yet there wasn't a gram of surrender in her eyes. Runa intended to drag this out to the bitter end, and Genvis realized, at last, he was about to watch her die. With a shriek worthy of a banshee, she threw herself at the Pagon, her sword aimed for his chest. Despite her efforts, the strike was a meager one, and Genvis knew the Ixian would easily render it harmless, only to watch in disbelief as his blade was a fraction of a second too slow. With a grunt, he stumbled back as Runa's rapier plunged into his chest, a trickle of green blood appearing at his mouth while their pair gazed into each other's eyes, frozen in a moment in time, before falling to his knees. Well done, he wheezed, as Runa pulled the sword from his chest, before toppling over on his side. Chapter 47, Second Time Around. As the Pagon fell, a hush came over the crowd, with both factions bowing their heads in respect. The Ixian was a popular figure among both Terrans and his own kind alike, and as his lifeblood spilled onto the deck, all present keenly felt the loss. Runa, however, was having none of it. Doc, front and center, she shouted, falling to her knees and cradling the dying man's head. Stay with me, God damn it, she snarled, as the knight landed beside her and dug into his medical kit, fighting to stop the bleeding. The pagan gurgled on his own blood, fading fast, as she looked to Amar in desperation. "Help him," she begged. "He needs immediate trauma surgery and a massive transfusion of blood," he told her. Even if this ship had a sickbay, he'd never get there in time. "I'm sorry, ma'am," Doc said despondently. In anguish, she looked at the other Ixians. "Help us carry him to your ship," she begged them. A look passed between the blue-skinned aliens. "The pagan has fallen to your blade during honorable combat," his second answered. Even if saving him was possible, doing so would be the last thing he wished. "He gambled his life, and it is now forfeit." He shook his head. "To save him now would make a mockery of our most sacred traditions. For what is the point of daring all for honor, only to cheat one's way back after suffering defeat?" She stared at them in shock, before frantically whipping her head around as she searched for something, anything, that might save him. When her gaze landed on the Protean assassin, just as the ambassadors had moments before. "Samara, get your ass over here," she thundered. The former terrorist raised an eyebrow as she glanced at Jinvis, who nodded his encouragement. With a shrug, she joined the others trying to save the Ixian's life. Runa looked up with despair in her eyes. "Help him, please," she pled with her. "I'll give you anything you want." "I can try," Samara answered, "but no promises." There was a momentary pause as something shifted behind her eyes as she knelt beside the others. Her efforts were sure and focused as she examined the wound before looking at the Valkyrie. "The wound is mortal," the cognate informed her. "I fear there is little I can do." "You've brought Samara back from the brink of death dozens of times," she said frantically. "Surely you can do the same for him." "We have also made significant alterations to her physiology," the cognate explained to her. "I am unable to do the same for the alien since we cannot link with him. In the time he has left, the only procedure available to us would be to introduce nanites into his system to repair the damage, but they are configured for our shared genome, not his. In their current format, they would merely hasten his demise." "Then reprogram them," she snapped. "Samara is always going on about how fucking brilliant you guys are. Surely you can manage that." "To do as you ask would require extensive knowledge of his anatomy and genetic profile," the cognate said pointedly. "Without that data, any efforts of ours would likely prove terminal." "He's already dying," Runa screamed in frustration. "For Terra's sake, what have you fucking got to lose?" The precursor wearing Samara's body gave her a curious look before inclining her head in accord. "We shall try," they said simply, prior to placing their hands directly over the wound. The pagan's eyes fluttered as the cognate fought to save him, though it was far too soon to know if their efforts were having any effect. The Ixians watched the Valkyrie's efforts to save their commander in silence, unsure what to make of this strange turn of events. Finally, the second spoke up once more. "This is not our way," he said awkwardly. "The pagan has fallen in combat. Do not rob him of the dignity his choice has earned him." Runa simply glared at him. "I was the victor, which means his life is mine to do with as I see fit, is it not?" She asked him point blank, "As long as my actions are honorable." "Yes," the second reluctantly agreed. "That is true. Still, I choose to spare his life," she argued, interrupting him. "So are you going to help us, or what?" Runa glowered at the other Ixians until finally a stretcher was brought out for him. "We will transport him to our medical facilities," the second said at last, "though I suspect there is little that can be done." "We'll see about that," the Valkyrie muttered under her breath, as the entourage transferred over to the Ixian vessel, with Jinvis tagging along behind. As they arrived at sickbay, the second held up his palm. "Medical personnel only," he ordered, before turning his attention to Samara. "That includes you. It is only through my efforts that your pagan is even still alive," the cognate stated bluntly. "If you prevent me from accompanying him now, he will die." The pair glared at one another before the second finally caved. "Very well," he agreed, "but we will guard you closely as you work." "As you wish," the cognate allowed, before being hustled into surgery. Runa's blood-stained hands shook as she tried vainly to wipe them clean. "That stiff-necked, prideful lunatic," she said to no one in particular. "What are you talking about?" Jinvis inquired. She looked at him curiously. "You mean you didn't see it?" "See what?" he asked her, now even more confused. At the end, just before my attack, she clarified. The pagan dropped his guard. I don't understand, the ambassador replied, shaking his head. That stupid bastard let me win, she snapped. There was no way my sword should have gotten anywhere near him. That last lunge was a feeble attempt, and we both knew it. She turned away as her body trembled. He intentionally let down his guard so I could deliver the killing blow. Tears glistened on her cheek as she wept, her shoulders heaving as she cried great racking sobs. Genvis had no reply for that. Seriously, what could you say? So instead, he wrapped his arms around her and let her weep, stroking her hair and whispering benign platitudes until finally, the worst of the storm had passed. Wiping her eyes and nose, she gave him a quick nod to prove she had herself back under control as she disentangled herself from his embrace. Are you okay? He asked quietly. Not sure yet, she admitted. Better, maybe at least a little. She shook her head in frustration. I just don't understand why the hell he did it. Because he cares for you, Genvis said softly, so much so that he would rather surrender his own life than take yours. Her head snapped up in shock. Not in a romantic way, the ambassador clarified, but as a friend. You know him better than I do, but I suspect that when the moment came, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Runa spent several moments processing that, struggling to make sense of it all, before casting a forlorn look at the hatch leading to the medical bay. I feel so damn helpless, she admitted. The ambassador barked out a nervous laugh. Welcome to my world, he chuckled ruefully, giving her shoulder a squeeze. Do you have any idea how many times I've felt useless since this mission started? She managed a brief smile. So what do? She asked. Flail about helplessly, he shrugged, though lately, I've suspected that might not be the most useful response. It isn't, she agreed, but you're not giving me much to work with here. Then do what people have always done under these circumstances, he suggested. What's that? Genvis found a place to sit down and then took her hands in his. Pray, he said gently. The pagan slowly opened his eyes, scanning the surrounding space, before sighing in resignation. If this is truly Ashinu, the realm of the honored dead, then my tutors have much to answer for. You're not getting off that easy, Runa informed him, appearing at his side. He stared at her for a moment, then looked away. Why am I here? He asked quietly. You had no right to interfere with my death. You gave up any claim you might have to your life when you intentionally dropped your guard, she told him. In fact, you surrendered your life to me. I chose to return it instead. The Ixian sighed once more, then returned his gaze to her. You have no idea just how badly your act of kindness has complicated matters, he said at last. I don't care, she said fiercely. I've already lost too many people I care about to let another friend die. Not when I could save them. She pulled up a chair beside his sickbed and sat down. Why did you do it? She said at last. Why did I drop my guard? You mean? She nodded in agreement as he suddenly had difficulty meeting her scrutiny. You know why? He said at last. We Ixians do not fear our death, not so long as it has meaning. When you challenged me, I understood. You were fighting to save your people, just as you always have. He smiled at that. And despite all that has happened in recent months, I still find your race to be worthy of esteem. His eyes met hers. We both know the contest was mine any time I decided to finish it. But when the moment came, he closed his eyes and shrugged. I made a different choice instead. The pagan opened his eyes once more. The wound I sustained was a mortal one, Runa. I knew that the moment your blade struck home. By all I know, I should not be here. He gazed at her intently. Tell me then how I survived what should have ended me. Nanotech, she explained. The nanites introduced into your system were able to repair the damage. His expression grew frigid. I was unaware your race had perfected such technology, he said icily. Which means, of course, that it is yet another gift from your long-departed ancestors, via your associate Samara, I assume. She raised an eyebrow at that. You know Samara? We've never met, he said dryly, but I am well acquainted with her colorful history. We have extensive files regarding her, as do most races, I suspect. They would be fools not to collect information on the galaxy's most dangerous predator. The pagan eyed her carefully. I am, however, surprised to find the two of you working in concert. Desperation makes for strange bedfellows, she sighed. Besides, we have a history of our own, I suppose. We were on a mission together a few years back. The mission to Earth, you mean, aboard the Terran vessel Gerfalcon, he riposted, where you learned of the precursors and the system you now call home. And just how the hell do you know that? Runa demanded. As I said, extensive files, he chuckled. Among my other duties, I am still an exploring officer, or had you forgotten, tasked to gather intelligence for my emperor. Once you attracted our official notice, comprehensive files were assembled regarding you as well. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, she said unhappily, though I still liked it better when I was just an anonymous corporal. She took a moment to center herself before shifting gears. Your officers were kind enough to grant us a few minutes of privacy, but our situation hasn't changed. Unless we can stop this, the whole damn galaxy goes up in flames. The pagan nodded. We have delayed long enough. Send them in. Runa rose and went to the hatch, opening it to admit several other Ixians, as well as Ambassador Shah-Fazif. He hung towards the rear of the group, while the pagan's second went to his commander's side. While I am pleased to see you, pagan, your unexpected recovery presents us with certain complications, he said cautiously. Upon your apparent death, I, of course, assumed command. He grimaced awkwardly, which raises the subject of who now leads the fleet. Regrettably, regulations do not cover this unusual turn of events. I assume you transmitted this same question to the Emperor, he surmised. What was His Majesty's reply? The gathered officers shared a look of embarrassment. I regret to inform you we have not yet had a response to our query, his second admitted. So, the infamous sluggishness of imperial bureaucracy remains as predictable as always, the pagan chuckled. In that case, and given the lack of any superseding orders, I will therefore resume command of the fleet. He paused for a moment, and then said pointedly, You may, of course, challenge that decision. I would ask that you allow me time to fully recover from my injuries before testing our blades, however. That will not be necessary, the second said in a rush. I have no wish to challenge your authority. In that case, I will join you on the bridge shortly. Maintain our position, and alert me if the situation changes. At once, pagan, his second said with a bow as he and the others exited the compartment. He waited until the others had departed, before turning his attention to the Terran ambassador. I fear we have little time before your leaders spring whatever trap they have planned, he said darkly. I assume your recommendation still stands? It does, pagan, Genvis agreed. We have no information regarding their plans, but given what we do know, facing them is a dangerous game. You saw what Peacemaker did to the Tuuk, and I assure you that vessel will lead their attack. Perhaps you have the strength to defeat them, but even if you do, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. You can't want that. Of course not. But there are those amongst the fleet who feel otherwise, elements not entirely under my dominion. Genvis started to speak, but he waved him off. Oh, they accept my leadership easily enough, though mostly because should the fleet suffer disaster, it will be my head that rolls, not theirs. That being said, they are also the ones most eager for this fight. They are convinced that victory, Pyrrhic or otherwise, is within their grasp. Should I attempt to restrain them, I fear they will attack of their own accord. Our friends are still fighting on New Terra, Genvis said. All we need is just a little more time. The pagan sighed, feeling the intensity of his wounds. He gave the ambassador a forlorn look. Time, I fear, is the one commodity I cannot control, he said at last. Chapter 48. Alia Iacta Estate. The pagan arrived on Ataraxia's bridge with Genvis and Runa in tow, accompanied by a phalanx of guards keeping close tabs on the Terrans. Settling into his chair, the Ixian addressed his second. Current status of the fleet? He inquired. Unchanged, he answered, awaiting your command. And the Terrans? He pressed. No sign of them at this time, pagan, the second responded. As yet, they have not attempted to depart New Terran space. Very well, he nodded. Open a channel to the fleet, all ships. Record for the log. The communications officer hurried to comply. Channel is open, he advised. To all vessels of the Grand Alliance, this is Pagon Kusha saying, he announced. After engaging in consultations with the new Terran diplomatic envoy, I am ordering the fleet to withdraw to a secure location while we reconsider our options. I recognize this may not be a popular decision, and that it is in direct conflict with our orders. However, I have reason to suspect the situation is not as settled as we were led to believe. The fleet will continue to maintain full readiness, and will defend itself should it fall under attack, but we will not, repeat not, initiate hostilities at this time. All units, signal your receipt and compliance with these orders. Pagon Kusha saying, clear, settling into his chair as the transmission ended. He looked to Genvis. And now we see if anyone takes umbrage, he told him. And if they do? The ambassador asked. What then? I imagine we will be answering that question in short order, the Pagon sighed. Should they choose to lodge a formal complaint, I will take no action. If they decide instead to break from the fleet and return to their respective homeworlds, I will again take no action. And if they choose to fight? Genvis said quietly. Then the situation becomes interesting, the Ixian answered. That's one way of putting it, Runa muttered. The ambassador raised an eyebrow. And how would you describe it? He asked her. Having a front-row seat to the biggest and bloodiest battle since we claimed New Terra, she said at last. Captain Inaba winced as yet another precursor weapon detonated, taking out a nearby structure. The theater of operations had descended into chaos, with insurgent and loyalist forces fighting throughout the sector. Losing Colonel Holm had been a hard blow, yet his message struck a chord with many individuals who'd heard his broadcast. Reinforcements were now trickling in from all directions, and several outfits had abruptly switched sides, tipping the balance in their favor. But the battle was far from over, with those swearing allegiance to the clan leaders holding key positions in the city, while rebel forces under her command advanced further into Kathmandu. The cost was horrific. With both sides now armed with precursor weapons, the ancient city was being torn apart. Rubble choked the thoroughfares, slowing their advance, while here and there the enemy was fighting to drive them back. The bloody butcher's bill continued to climb steadily, with no end in sight. Behind them, the knights had set up triage, fighting to save the lives they could, while at the tip of the spear, clanless Proteans had volunteered their services, using their unique talents to attack the enemy. Friendly corsairs had thrown together a makeshift squadron and were hitting back where they could, providing air support to the beleaguered Valkyries fighting for their very lives. They were still broadcasting the colonel's message, hoping to give their opponents pause, but so far, it had proven ineffective. There was an explosion to the west, as another ancient edifice collapsed in on itself. If they kept this up, soon there wouldn't be a capital for either side to claim, but she couldn't allow herself to think about that now. Too much was at stake. As she ordered her troops forward, Inaba prayed they could end this fight, before they wound up finishing what the Ichun began when they destroyed the earth. The turncoats are still advancing, despite your best efforts, Daifu Katsukok snarled. I thought you said you could handle this. I am handling it. Commandant Zakia fired back. I'll have this revolt put down in short order, so I suggest we stick to the plan. She folded her arms and glared at the dermist, daring her to disagree. None of this matters, Admiral Van Alst interjected. It's a sideshow, nothing more. Once we launch our attack on the Grand Alliance fleet, they'll come around. They won't have any other choice. He looked over at the Tinker. Are things ready on your end? We're ready, Diplom Engineer Save confirmed. Just say the word. I think we've waited long enough, the Sybil Kriz/Alizi announced from their monitor. The sooner we end this, the better. Agreed. The Daifu nodded. Admiral, begin the attack. Pagon, his second said in a rush. We are seeing activity within the demon system. Genvis sighed. You're still calling it that? He asked the Ixian. Ingrained habits often prove difficult to break, he shrugged. Besides, now is not the time to bicker over linguistic relics. He turned his attention to his second. What sort of activity? He queried. We are having difficulty obtaining a clear image, he reported. There appears to be some sort of interference impeding our efforts. He nodded with grim acceptance. Inform the fleet they are to prepare for battle, he ordered, and redouble your efforts in cutting through that interference. I must know what we are facing. Pagon, please, order the fleet to withdraw, the ambassador pleaded. There doesn't have to be a battle today. Consider yourself fortunate I could manage this much, the Ixian said sourly. Were I to order a retreat in the face of the enemy, I would be accused of cowardice. He shot a look over at Runa. Ask your captain what would likely happen then. Jinvis turned to the Valkyrie, who shook her head. He'd be challenged for command, she said quietly. Assuming his second didn't just execute him on the spot, the pair glanced at the Ixian in question, who returned their gaze with equanimity as the ambassador shuddered. The interference is dissipating, the second reported. We are now reading multiple vessels of indeterminate configuration. An image appeared on the main screen, but it was distorted and difficult to make out. The bridge crew worked to clear up the display, and as they leaned in and watched, it slowly came into view, before finally snapping into place, drawing gasps from everyone gathered there. Holy Mother Terra, Jinvis whispered in horror. Runa stared at the screen. I can't believe they'd be that fucking stupid, she said in dismay. The Pagon slowly turned to face the Terrans. So, he said coldly, you have resurrected the Ichun. Your race may have just doomed us all. Admiral Van Alst brought up the display on Peacemaker's virtual bridge, nodding in satisfaction as the Grand Alliance fleet responded to their appearance, the Armada assuming tactical formations as the two forces prepared for battle. As the Terran forces' flagship, it was fitting that the ancient precursor vessel would lead the attack. There were other craft accompanying them as well. Freya, of course, as well as her recently rediscovered sister ship Tyr, still sporting patches from her restoration in space dock. A handful of additional precursor vessels sailed beside them. Scout craft mostly, though a pair of transports they'd hastily reconfigured as cruisers were on hand as well. They were sturdy platforms, resistant to most weapons fire, though their own armaments were of purely Terran make, scavenged from other craft. Rounding out the fleet were a scattering of other craft, the most serviceable of the Corsair ships still operational. But surrounding them all lay a protective shell of drones, duplicates of the Ichun's original design. Athena had copies of the original blueprints in her files, and unmanned craft were far easier to construct than ships of the line. Built-in automated factories, just as their predecessors had, they'd created thousands of the deadly unmanned vehicles. They obeyed the commands sent from Peacemaker, and thus far had functioned perfectly. The Admiral smiled as they drew closer to the enemy. The Grand Alliance didn't stand a chance. Jinvis could only stare in shock as the Terran fleet emerged from the system, enveloped by the stuff of nightmares. There wasn't a sapient being anywhere within the Perseus arm that wasn't familiar with the vicious machines after the recent conflict, but for humans, they held a special place in the pantheon of evil. It was the Ichun who had destroyed Earth, murdering billions and leaving its survivors homeless and adrift, without safe harbor. That single act had scarred humanity deeply, and it would likely be the work of generations, if ever, before that wound could finally heal. He turned to face the Pagon, his expression one of pure dread. I swear to you, we didn't know. The Ixian regarded him with cool calculation, before finally shaking his head. I believe you, Ambassador, but it matters little enough now. I have no choice but to give battle and fight with all that I have. His head snapped over to his second. Order all commanders to open fire the moment they are within range. In desperation, Jinvis moved to position himself before the Pagon. Please, allow me to speak with them, he said frantically. I might be able to talk to them and get them to stand down. I believe you are merely deluding yourself, the Ixian said dismissively. However, it costs me little to make the attempt. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the comm officer to open a channel. Less than a minute later, Admiral Van Alst appeared on the screen. I see you've gone native, Ambassador, he sneered. You realize there are penalties for consorting with the enemy, and that those punishments grow much more harsh when committed during a time of war. Have you lost your goddamn mind? Jinvis all but shrieked. Why? In the name of Holy Mother Terra, would you bring back the fucking Ichun? Haven't those accursed machines cost us enough already? Unfortunately, because of the time constraints involved, they were the best we could come up with on short notice, the Admiral said smugly. But not to worry, they're safely under our control. Though that's likely to be a problem for you if remain aboard an enemy vessel. You can't be that stupid, the Ambassador said in disgust. The fucking precursors couldn't control them, and you think you can? He stared at the Admiral in utter disbelief. Does the word hubris mean anything to you, you fucking imbecile? Van Al's eyes narrowed. I think we're done here, he fired back. You turned your back on your own kind. May Mother Terra have mercy on your soul, because I certainly don't, he spat, as the screen went blank. That went well, Runa observed dryly. There's gotta be some way to stop this, Genvis said in anguish. We can't let this happen. Give it up, Ambassador. The Valkyrie sighed. It's over. We've run out of cards to play. I can't accept that. I can't, he said in hopeless determination, before facing the Pagan once more. If you order the fleet to withdraw, to buy us more time, and allow those machines to be set loose upon the galaxy once more? I think not, the Ixian thundered. You ask too much, Ambassador. I suggest you return to your ship before I have you and your companions placed in irons. The Pagan deliberately turned away, showing them his back, as he brought up Ataraxia's targeting display, centering it directly on Peacemaker. Though in the end, he said quietly, almost as an afterthought, I doubt it will matter. Out of ideas, he turned to Runa. Please tell me you've got a plan, he begged her. I don't care how crazy it is. Sorry, Ambassador. She shrugged. I'm tapped out. The clan leaders won't talk, and they won't back down. That means a fight. The only way to stop them is to beat them, and the Pagan currently has the only force available to accomplish that. She looked at the tactical display before bowing her head in defeat. And being completely honest, the odds aren't in his favor. You need power to defeat them, and we don't have any. Looking at the display, he realized she was right. It made him want to weep, to come so far and survive so much, only to have it all end like this. They'd faced dark moments before as a species. Losing Earth, the long years of wandering, the last battle for New Terra. That's it, he shouted, before grabbing Runa by the arms. Power. What the hell are you talking about? She said dubiously, eyeing his grip on her biceps with displeasure until he hastily let go. The Alliance fleet isn't the only force available to stop the clan leaders, he said in a rush. There's still Athena. Now you're just grasping at straws, Runa groaned. She won't intervene, and if she does, I seriously doubt it'll be in our favor. She has one purpose, Ambassador, the Valkyrie said with conviction, to protect New Terra from outsiders, by any means necessary. She won't help us, and even if she were so inclined, she's on the other side of the goddamn battlefield. Runa shouted, her last nerve frayed. It's a fool's errand, a hopeless cause, a fucking forlorn hope, and the Valkyrie slowly ground to a halt, deflating like a balloon. What the hell? She said ruefully. We're dead either way. You want to spend your last few minutes of existence on a wild goose chase? She shook her head, chuckling with rakish abandon, before flashing a weary grin. Why the hell not? The Pagan watched in disbelief as they worked out their plan of desperation. There are times I am convinced your entire species must be mad, he sighed, before gracing them both with a smile of his own. But then, perhaps times such as these require madmen. He shot a brief glance at the monitor before returning his gaze. I doubt it will make a difference in the fight ahead, but if you are serious about this, you must leave now. If you delay your departure, he left the rest unvoiced. Come on, he urged Runa, making for the hatch, while there's still time. Chapter 49. One last throw of the dice. The pair raced for the airlock, with Genvis muttering, come on, while the system cycled. Back inside Saracen, they made a beeline for the bridge, taking Captain Tanika and the rest of the crew by surprise on their arrival. Did you see? The captain began, pointing at the monitor, only for the ambassador to gesture frantically. Captain, we need to get this ship moving immediately, he ordered. The Corsair stared at him. And go where? She inquired. New Terra, Genvis clarified, specifically Athena's platform. As quickly as possible. Tanika grimaced. Forget it, she scowled. Not with the fucking Ichun coming for us. He moved forward, invading her space as he gripped the armrests of her chair. Captain, Athena is the only one who can stop this. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say the lives of everyone in the Perseus arm depend on what happens in the next few minutes. So either get this ship moving, or disembark, and I'll find someone else to fly this ship. He glared at her, daring her to argue the point. "It's a suicide mission," she fired back. "The whole Terran fleet, including the drones, is between us and that platform. We wouldn't get anywhere near it before they destroyed the ship." "Maybe so," he allowed, "but we still have to try." "I'll do it." They both turned and stared. "If you're serious about doing this, you're going to need my help," Samara informed them. "Her hair Dresh can fly this thing better than anyone, and you know it." She gave the Corsair a smug look. "I don't care how good that precursor is. There's no way in hell he can get us past a swarm of Ichun," Tanika snapped. "Not in one piece, anyway." "Captain," Jinvis said firmly, "we're doing this. We have to. If you choose not to be a part of it, then you better hurry before we detach." Tanika gawked at them for a moment, before shaking her head in sardonic sufferance. "I wouldn't give you the satisfaction," she snapped, her attention focused like a laser on Samara. "Then get this ship moving," the ambassador repeated, "and get me the Pagon on the horn." Runa found a spare seat and buckled in, while Tanika brought up comms. A moment later, the Ixian commander was staring back at him from the monitor. "We're detaching now," Jinvis informed him. "I realize this is a long shot, but we'll do what we can." "Good luck, Ambassador," the Pagon replied. "We will attempt to shield you for as long as possible, but I can make you no guarantees." "Neither can I," he admitted, "but thank you for the effort." He was ready to end the connection when a trio of faces suddenly appeared on the screen. "Ambassador, before you depart, we request permission to transfer over to Ataraxia," Alfred petitioned, while Raven and Espion looked on. "We helped the Alliance fight the Ichun in the last battle, and there's a good chance we can do it again." Jinvis blinked in surprise, and then turned to the Ixian commander. "Pagon?" he inquired. "It's your call." "Permission granted," he answered gravely. "Your assistance would be most welcome. I pray you can make a difference," he told the avatars. "Good luck and good hunting." "You as well, Ambassador," Alfred answered, before the trio disappeared from the screen. Samara, or more accurately, your hair Dresh, had already slid into the pilot's seat, displacing a grievously offended Tanika. Remy merely looked on with an arcane expression as Saracen disconnected from the Ixian ship. "I am plotting a course to avoid the bulk of the enemy fleet," the cognate explained. "But be advised their vessels are considerably faster and more maneuverable than this vessel. The odds of reaching our objective intact are vanishingly small. Do the best you can," Jinvis told the precursor. He was their best pilot by far, which meant his concerns were distressing to hear, though not unexpected. Theirs was a weak hand to gamble with, but it was the one fate had dealt them. What other choice was there? The engines roared to life as Saracen made what would likely be its final run. Upon their arrival aboard Ataraxia, Alfred and the others immediately went to work. Prepping the Grand Alliance fleet to fight the Ichun required making changes to both their hardware and software, which posed an immediate problem. The software was easy enough since both Alfred and Raven had maintained copies within their own programs, but the hardware was a greater challenge. During the Battle of New Terra, they'd had barely enough time to retrofit the non-Terran ships. Thankfully, it was a relatively simple piece of engineering. Many of the vessels had kept the equipment in place, despite the Ichun's disappearance, due to the common standing policy of never discarding military ordnance without having an upgrade ready to install. Of the ships which had removed the apparatus, many of those craft had the components mothballed and safely tucked away in stores, in case they were ever needed. The remaining ships, however, were forced to cobble something together from scratch. But that would take time, and time was in very short supply. As Saracen sprinted away from the Grand Alliance fleet, it grew increasingly obvious their plan to make for Athena's platform ahead of the Terran force was perhaps overly optimistic. As freighters went, she was faster than most, but then they weren't going up against freighters. Ignoring Peacemaker and the Ichun clones for the moment, even the slowest vessel of the enemy armada would have no difficulty in intercepting them at their current velocity. The Corsairs of the group recognized the problem immediately, but it was Samara's cognate who spoke up first. "I regret to inform you that your plan is doomed to fail," her hair Dresh informed them. "Given our current speed and trajectory, the Terran vessels will soon recognize our likely destination and arrive in time to prevent us from docking with the station." "Well, that sounds bloody familiar," Remy grimaced, before hitting the intercom. "Maraid? Remember the first time we visited Athena? I need you to do it again. Her answer came back almost immediately. Forget it, Captain, she snapped. The only reason I managed that kind of velocity last time was because we were flying a Troika shuttle. The engines were state-of-the-art and in perfect condition. If I try pulling that stunt in this tub, I'll blow us up for sure. Her response was distressing to hear, but not wholly unexpected. In desperation, he turned to Tanika. I don't suppose your engineer could do better, he said hopefully. I doubt it, she answered. Avram's good, but what you're looking for is a miracle. Even as the words escaped her lips, all eyes turned to Samara. Could you do it? Remy asked softly. There was a pause as the Protean shifted gears, or more accurately, cognates. Maybe, Samara allowed with her own voice. Mossad Dilash, my go-to guy for engineering-related stuff, is telling me he won't know for sure until he takes a look, but thinks he can boost performance by at least 50%. I think we can spare you as a pilot, Tanika told her. Between me and Remy, we've got that covered. Samara looked back at Jinvis for confirmation. Go, he urged her. Something tells me that before this day is out, we'll be needing more than our fair share of miracles. She nodded and surrendered her seat before heading aft, while Remy and Tanika took over the helm. Do you think she can do it? The ambassador asked them. If she can't manage it with all her precursor buddies, then no one can, Remy replied. He spent a few moments updating the plot and frowned. But from what I'm seeing here, we still have a problem. If this Mossad is right and he can boost performance like he said, when we cut speed in order to dock with the platform, they'll catch up to us then. Well, how do we get around that? Jinvis inquired. We can't, Tanika spat out. If we try to maintain velocity and then brake hard at the last possible minute, there's a damn good chance we'll crash into the platform instead of docking with it. Assuming for a moment that Athena doesn't see that as some sort of kamikaze maneuver and blasts us out of the sky. Frantically, he turned to Runa. Tell me you know of a way, he begged her. The Valkyrie just shook her head. I'm not a corsair, she reminded him. And if they say it can't be done, then I'm inclined to believe them. Seriously, what are you expecting here? You want to just jump out? Runa suddenly froze as her eyes grew wide, before shaking her head even more vigorously than before. What? Jinvis demanded. I know that look. You've got an idea, don't you? Forget it, she fired back. It's too crazy. Even by our standards. Runa, he said adamantly, if we don't figure out a way to contact Athena and stop this madness, you know what will happen. The Daifu and her ilk will use Peacemaker and their new Ichun fleet to conquer the galaxy. At least until the drones turn on us. Which they will, just like they turned on our ancestors. So I don't care how insane your idea is. We have to try. Too many lives are counting on us not to. She bowed her head and closed her eyes. You realize it'll likely mean our deaths, she said quietly. Despite himself, Jinas let out a mirthless chuckle. We've been living on borrowed time since this mission began, he reminded her. Besides, I have to believe there are some things worth dying for. And if saving the galaxy from genocide and tyranny isn't one of them, then I don't know what is. The Valkyrie sighed and slowly opened her eyes. Let me know if you still feel the same way after I tell you my idea, she snorted. This is crazy, Jinvis protested. Told you. Runa grinned. Ever since she'd agreed to the madcap scheme, she'd grown more devil-may-care than usual. Mairead and Avram, their resident tinkers, were busy scavenging the necessary equipment while frantically constructing Runa's brainchild. Her description of the gear required for the mission had been rather vague, not being a tinker herself, but luckily the pair worked out the rest for themselves. Do you think this will actually work? He queried, dubiously eyeing what the engineers were constructing. Honestly, she paused for a moment, giving him a solemn look. I figure there's about a 10% chance we'll survive this. Maybe less. Jinvis stared back at her with horror. Look, there's no reason you need to be a part of it, she continued. Just say the word, and I'll do it solo. He sighed unhappily. As much as I respect your many skills, Runa, diplomacy isn't one of them. I have to go, no matter how much it terrifies me. No argument there. The Valkyrie shrugged. I've been told I have all the tact of a shotgun blast. The ambassador started to respond, only to be interrupted by the intercom. Jinvis, could you and Runa report to engineering? Samara said in her own voice. Mairead briefed me on your plan. I might be able to help. The pair shared a surprised look. We're on our way, Jinvis informed her, as they made their way aft to join her. Arriving in engineering less than a minute later, Samara looked up from a console she was monitoring. Your idea isn't as crazy as it might seem, she informed them, but as it stands, you'll never survive the attempt. Runa folded her arms across her chest. Let me guess. You've got a plan on how to improve our odds. Well, not me, the Protean answered, but after talking it over with Guardian, it seems he has a cognate on tap who has some relevant experience. We've been discussing it, and he has some interesting suggestions. Which cognate is this? Jinvis inquired. The engineer, the pilot, or the warrior? None of the above, Samara informed him. It's one I haven't interacted with before, goes by the name Yonit Gallo. Seems he used to do this sort of thing on a regular basis. Runa just stared at her. Why? She blurted out. There was a brief pause, while Samara communed with the aforementioned precursor before breaking out in chuckles. Apparently, he did it just for fun. And here I thought us Terrans had the market cornered with psychotic behavior, the Valkyrie answered, shaking her head. I'm not sure we should take advice from someone with a freaking death wish. She eyed Samara with suspicion. Is that how he ended up in the box in the first place? It would seem that thrill-seeking is something we come by naturally, as a species, Jinvis observed. It's not as crazy as it sounds, the Protean contended. He used specialized equipment that made it safe. Well, safer, at least, she admitted. Runa said sarcastically. And do we have said equipment at our disposal? Not exactly, Samara allowed, though he's confident we can reproduce most of it in time for the mission. What sort of odds is he giving us if we follow his instructions? Jinvis asked her. Another pause, as she checked in with the precursor adrenaline junkie. About 40%, give or take, she said after a moment. He turned to his companion. That's a better handicap than what you gave me, he pointed out. Fine, she said in exasperation. I withdraw my objection. She looked suspiciously at Samara. Will you be passing on the specifications to the Tinkers? Not exactly, she said cryptically, before hitting the intercom button. Mairead. Avram? Please report to engineering, she announced, before returning her attention to the individuals standing before her. In order for this to work, I have to come with you. Forget it, Runa snapped. You're a loose fucking cannon, and I don't need your brand of murderous insanity on this mission. If I don't go, Samara countered, I'm afraid the chance of success drops rather significantly. The two women stared hard at one another before Jinvis finally stepped between them. Ladies, please, he admonished them. This is not the time for bickering. I know you have issues with one another, but right now, we need to work together. This mission is too important, and too much is at stake. He gave both of them a stern look as they begrudgingly reeled it back in. Then let's get started. Chapter 50, a zero-sum game. Admiral Van Alst kept a watchful eye on the drones accompanying his formation as they neared the enemy fleet, just in case. Despite Kalina's assurances regarding their dependability, he didn't really trust the damn things. Just as soon as they learned how to make warships like Peacemaker themselves, he planned to have them all dismantled. Safest option for everyone. Really? But until that day, he was forced to make do with what he had. He still had his flagship, the most powerful vessel in the galaxy, and while Freya and Tyr were no slouches, there were far too many ships among the Grand Alliance's armada that outclassed them. The other ships rounding out his task force were welcome additions. But it all came down to Peacemaker and the Ichun. He'd run the simulations many times for confirmation, and he trusted those numbers. They'd take some casualties, there was no way to avoid that, but when it was all over, the Alliance would be destroyed. Sending a mental command via the neural interface, the Admiral contacted the other commanders. Van Alst to all ships, assume attack formation Foxtrot 7. Prepare to open fire once we are in range. At least they had that in their favor. With their advanced weapon systems, they could lay down a heavy barrage on the enemy's ships long before they could return the favor. By the time their own weapons could reciprocate, it should all be over. His executive officer logged back in less than a minute later. All ships report ready, Admiral, he announced. The enemy fleet will be within range in 60 seconds. Very good, he nodded, settling in for the countdown. All across the Terran fleet, The officers and crew tensed at their stations, like stallions at the starting gate. He briefly toyed with the idea of giving a rousing speech prior to launching their attack, like Nelson at Trafalgar, but in the end, he chose to let their weapons do the talking instead. As the timer slowly ticked down, he felt the corners of his mouth curl in anticipation. After 200 years of degradation, 200 years of suffering, 200 years of torment and torture and bloodshed, the tables had been turned. Their chance to repay the other races for what they'd done had come round at last, and he intended to savor every glorious moment of it. "Sir, we're showing a vessel breaking off from the enemy formation," the XO announced, catching him by surprise. "Sensors indicate it's the Saracen." "Course?" the Admiral inquired, likely heading for somewhere safe. If they were being smart about all this, assuming any such place existed, that is, the answer came back almost immediately. "They appear to be heading back toward New Terran space," he said in amazement. "Can you narrow it down any more than that?" Van Alst demanded. Something about their actions was waving a brightly colored red flag inside his head. It didn't take long for the exec to come up with the answer. "They're making for the platform," he realized, his eyes going wide. "If they can get there before we do, dispatch a pair of drones to intercept," he ordered. As decrepit as the old freighter was, it would be more than enough to deal with the ambassador and his band of agitators. The slim possibility that the rebels might make contact with Athena was worrisome, but the enemy fleet was the greater threat. As the chronometer reached zero, Admiral Kichiro Van Alst, clan leader of the Corsairs, issued the command they had been preparing themselves for so very long. "Fire!" From Ataraxia's bridge, the Pagon grimaced as the Terrans opened fire. They were still well outside their own weapons range, and while he'd known from the start they were technologically outmatched, seeing with his own eyes how badly they'd underestimated the enemy fleet's capabilities was an unwelcome surprise. "This is the Pagon to all ships, dispersal pattern Alpha. Evasive maneuvers until we are able to return fire." At the moment there was little else he could do, but once they were within range, he'd show the Terran commanders exactly what they were made of. The first shot struck home, as vessels all around him began taking fire. Ataraxia, as the fleet flagship, was within the enemy's crosshairs as well, and he gripped his seat tightly as the deck shuddered beneath him. His engineers were already hard at work repairing the damage, but what currently held his attention were the Ichun drones. He'd fought them many times after Elder Brother unleashed the upgraded version on the galaxy, and viewed countless historical records of their battles during the previous war 2 centuries earlier. Strangely, they were not behaving as they had in either instance. Instead, they were acting like drones, mindless automatons without will, obeying transmitted commands and following pre-programmed sequences with only minor variations. If he was right, that meant those same patterns might be anticipated, and that put a very different spin on the situation. "I want the drone's firing and movement patterns analyzed," the Pagon ordered, even as the vessel shuddered with another hit. "The moment we are within range, I intend to repay their hospitality," he said with a mocking sneer. Saracen burned hard for the platform, while Samara and the others scrambled to assemble the equipment needed for their daring plan. Jinvis helped out where he could, but once again, his lack of skills and training was proving to be a hindrance. It had become painfully obvious he was being given only the simplest of tasks, and even then was closely supervised to ensure he didn't make any glaring mistakes. It was humiliating. Unfortunately, he couldn't fault their caution. He was way out of his depth, and considering the stakes, he had no right to complain about being closely managed. So he swallowed his pride and did as he was told, squelching the animosity he felt every time one of the others corrected his work. His head snapped up as the intercom came to life. "Tanika to Ambassador Shafazif, please respond. We have a situation." Moving to the bulkhead, the ambassador thumbed the button. "This is Jinvis," he responded. "What's the problem, Captain?" "Drones from the enemy fleet have peeled off from the main body and are on an intercept course," she reported. "Holy Mother Terra," he said in horror, his face going pale. "Can we reach the platform in time?" the ambassador asked. There was a long pause. "It's gonna be close," Tanika said at last. "Then we'd better hurry," Runa urged, before giving Samara a meaningful look. "Even with my talents, I can't be in 2 places at once," the Protean snapped. "You want me in engineering, or do you want to reach the platform in one piece?" The Valkyrie swore and turned away as the ambassador spoke into the intercom once more. How long do we have? Jinvis asked nervously. About 20 minutes, so I suggest you expedite, the captain responded. We will, he said quietly. Shah Fazif, clear. Closing the circuit, he turned to the two women. Can we make it? Like Tanika said, it's gonna be close, Samara answered, before passing over a set of cargo straps. Here, attach these to the cylinder, she told him. Right? Jinvis grimaced as he started attaching the straps. The Grand Alliance was taking a serious pounding from the Terran forces, but when their enemy finally came within range, thousands of voices from hundreds of worlds roared with anger as they returned fire. They had already reduced dozens of vessels to wreckage, but as their weapons came online, they eagerly fought to balance the scales. Peacemaker easily shrugged off the incoming salvo, though the other ships and the drones especially did not fare so well. Terran craft were now feeling the strain as the Pagon ordered the fleet to advance, though the trade-off was still heavily in their favor. From Ataraxia, the Ixian commander studied the conflict, repositioning his troops to counter the menace, despite the losses they were suffering. He'd had the computers crunch the numbers 3 times now, and the results were the same each time. At this rate, the Terrans would chew through the bulk of his fleet before they forced him to withdraw. Despite their armada's smaller size, their technology was simply too advanced to overcome. Sir, a voice shouted, tearing him from his analysis while his second frantically sought his attention. The Troika and Oivu forces have increased to flank speed and are pulling away from the rest of the fleet. What? He said in shock, before pulling up his own display and zooming in on the squadrons in question. The second was correct. The Troika forces, with the Oivu in support, were now pulling ahead of the other ships and rapidly closing the distance with the enemy fleet. It was insane, and he could see no reason for it, and that very lack of comprehension disturbed him greatly. An icy feeling of disquiet settled in the pit of his belly. Hail them, he ordered. Time slowly ticked by before the second shook his head. No response, he informed him. The Pagon could only stare in disbelief and growing dread. Whatever their reason was, he feared its unveiling. Taking this risk now, under these conditions, either some form of madness had possessed the Troika and Oivu, or they were preparing to unleash an unwelcome surprise for not only the Terrans, but the galaxy as well. In fact, it wasn't madness which had sent the Troika and Oivu forces charging forward, though it was obvious in hindsight why the Pagon was so confused by their strategy. They had simply decided not to inform their allies of their actual plans. The Troika had a long reign over the Perseus arm until the Terrans and the Alliance brought an end to it, while the Oivu had been trading for even longer. They had both searched the length and breadth of the galaxy for anything that might elevate their status, and high on both their lists was any item constructed by the ancient precursors. For millennia, they had gathered the mysterious artifacts, studying them closely in order to glean their secrets. Occasionally, those efforts had paid dividends, most notably to end the Ichun threat 2 centuries earlier. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, the researchers were often left disappointed by the relics. Since the Battle of New Terra, or more accurately, given the location of the current engagement, the First Battle of New Terra, their scientists had learned one crucial fact, that Terran blood was the key to unlocking their mysteries. Their research advanced rapidly after that discovery, though they kept the results closely guarded. Ambassador Shah Fazif's snub led to both organizations exploring a reciprocal arrangement. Surprisingly, given their history, they discovered they did have areas of mutual interest. Well, one area, at least, forcing the upstart Terrans to cough up their treasure trove. Of the two, the Oivu's collection of artifacts was vastly larger due to their mercantile history. They had been quietly snapping up any available relics since the dawn of their existence, offering a king's ransom in exchange for ancient artifacts and the other party's silence. Not being scientists themselves, the Oivu were unable to exploit their collection, so instead, they kept them safely stored away until they could be capitalized on. The Troika, on the other hand, had an abundance of scientists. It was a match made in heaven, and now the time had come at long last to give their arsenal a thorough evaluation under real-world conditions. If they could take down Peacemaker and the drones, then nothing could stop them. Admiral Van Alst's eyes narrowed as a sizable portion of the enemy fleet split off and accelerated, despite the incoming fire against them. "XO, what do you make of this?" he asked him. The executive officer analyzed the display. "It appears to be a mix of Troika and Oivu ships," he said in surprise. "Pulling ahead like that, they'll soon be out of support range from the rest of the fleet." "I can't imagine what they're thinking." "Neither can I," the admiral admitted, "and that worries me. They wouldn't be doing this if they didn't have a plan of some kind. The question is what?" "This is a fairly recent and fragile coalition we're talking about," the XO reminded him, "and the Troika never played well with others. Could be they're hoping to claim a bigger slice of the pie for themselves. Then they're in for a rude awakening," Van Alst snorted. "Target the Troika and Oivu ships. Let's give them a proper—" The admiral never finished his thought, as the vessels in question unveiled their big surprise at last. The weapons of the Troika/Oivu faction weren't as advanced as Peacemakers, and they were mounted on far flimsier hulls, but they far outmatched anything else the Grand Alliance forces could bring to bear. It was a hodgepodge of armaments, from energy weapons to torpedoes to mass drivers to even a handful of antimatter warheads, and as they fired, the Terrans staggered in shock. They destroyed outright half a dozen ships and hundreds of drones as the Troika charged forward, smelling blood in the water. The Terrans quickly regrouped, however, concentrating their fire on the new threat and giving the rest of the Grand Alliance a brief reprieve. Their respite did not last long, however, as the drones slowly ground to a halt. Using precursor weapons in battle had given the Troika/Oivu faction a much-needed edge, but it also prompted an unforeseen side effect. When the Ichun were first constructed, eons before, then as now they were designed to defend their creators. Now, as before, enemies of humanity had gotten hold of their technology, turning it against them and using it to devastating effect. Now, as before, those same weapons had triggered a survival protocol buried deep within the drone subroutines, as long-dormant secondary systems came online. Now, as before, their response to the threat was to network with the other drones, as their raw processing power increased exponentially. And now, as before, the Ichun became self-aware. Anything that was not a drone was designated as a threat and targeted, including the vessels of their Terran creators. Chapter 51. Half a League Onward. Admiral Van Alst stared in disbelief as the drones began attacking whatever ship was closest, without discriminating between Terran and Grand Alliance vessels. "What the hell are they doing?" he demanded. "Get them back in formation." "They're not responding to commands," the XO shouted back. "We no longer have control." He watched in sick horror as they fired on Tyr, the ancient battleship now listing hard to port while it vented Atmo and plasma. "Concentrate fire on the drones," he snarled. "If we don't shut them down now, they'll multiply like a virus." "Aye aye, sir," the XO acknowledged, passing his orders to the rest of the fleet as they scrambled to comply. The fleet fought back against the drones with everything they had, the Alliance Armada now forgotten, but the drones had comprised the bulk of the fleet's offensive power. With the Ichun abruptly declaring war on everything in sight, their fortunes had taken a drastic and unwelcome turn. The ambassador fucking called it, Van Alst thought in dismay. "We thought we were so goddamn smart. And look what it got us." Samara buckled Genvis and Runa in tight, double-checking their suits before strapping herself onto the device and running a quick systems check. Everything appeared to be in the green, but considering how jury-rigged the contraption was, she had her doubts. Activating her suit radio, she buzzed them both. "You two ready for this?" she asked. "Would it matter if I said no?" the ambassador nervously responded. "Should have spoken up sooner," the Protean chuckled. "What about you, Captain?" "Let's get this over with," Runa fired back. "Sooner we launch, the sooner it'll be over." "Look at you, thinking we'll actually survive this," she cackled in reply before switching frequencies. "Samara Teremi, we're ready down here. How long before we launch?" "We'll be in position in about 5 minutes," the Corsair answered. "Beginning preparation sequence now." "Copy," she replied, watching the gauge as atmospheric pressure within the airlock started to rise. "How are we looking?" she silently asked Guardian. "Considering what we had to work with, as well as the time constraints involved, this configuration is the best one could reasonably expect," the ancient cognate replied. "That does not automatically make it a wise course of action, however." Desperate times, she thought back to him, sensing more than hearing his grudging assent. He knew the stakes, just as they all did. But that didn't mean he had to like it, or even keep his big flap shut on the subject, it seemed. If you were hoping for a sycophant interested only in currying favor, I regret that you have linked with the wrong repository, Guardian said in reproof. Damn it, that wasn't meant for your ears, Samara snapped. The precursor had a disturbing tendency to eavesdrop on her thoughts if she wasn't being careful. Better have Yonit Galu ready to step in, she informed him. Standing by, the cognate replied. He will take control 1 minute prior to launch. Her suit radio came to life. We're reading 20 atmospheres, Remy informed her. Any higher and we risk blowing the hatch prematurely. She nodded in agreement as the airlock gauge said the same. Just give us a 60-second countdown, Samara told him. What do you want us to do? Genvis asked her, the apprehension obvious in his voice. Absolutely nothing, she said brusquely. I mean that. Don't try to help. You'll just get us killed. That goes for you too, Runa. Nothing, he repeated. I think I can handle that. It was a poor attempt at levity, but at least he wasn't panicking. Yet, she amended to herself. Unlike some people, the Valkyrie retorted on the heels of the ambassador's response. I know how to follow orders. She snorted in disgust but left it at that. The radio spoke up once more. Coming up on the 1-minute mark, Remy announced. Get ready. Checking her instruments one last time, Samara toggled the radio mic. Standing by, she reported, echoing Guardian. On the bridge, Remy and Tanika manned the controls, preparing for the dangerous maneuver while also keeping a nervous eye on the incoming drones. Time to intercept, 2 minutes, Tanika reported. Not sure what we can do about the drones, Remy admitted. The speed boost Samara gave us will help some, but it won't get us clear, and our weapons are no match for them. I know, the Mako captain said quietly, but what else can we do? There was no answer for that, at least none he could think of. Instead, he focused on the task at hand. Checking his chronometer, Remy glanced over at Zuelin. Start the countdown, he ordered, as she began counting back from 60 for Samara's benefit. Course, he queried. In the green, Tanika confirmed. Prepare to roll plus 57.4 degrees on my mark. 3, 2, 1. Mark. At mark, Remy pitched Saracen over on its side, lining up the airlock with Athena's platform, after accounting for a few variables like trajectory, acceleration, and gravity. Double-checking her instruments as he made the maneuver, she gave him the nod. We are on profile, she reported. Standing by for final command. Copy, he acknowledged, his eyes never leaving the display. As Zuelin's countdown neared 0, Tanika's hand hovered over the console above a red blinking icon, awaiting the order. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Execute, the navigator barked, as the captain's fingers stabbed the control button. At execute, Tanika blew the hatch. Explosive bolts blasted the airlock door clear of the ship, uncorking the bottle as 2 million pascals of air pressure shot the trio and their contraption clear of Saracen like a bullet from a gun. Genvis gasped as they hit 7Gs, struggling to breathe against the sudden crush of weight on his chest as they rocketed towards the platform. Trajectory is within acceptable limits. Acceleration is nominal, Yonit Galu reported to Samara. Easy for you to say, she fired back, watching Saracen disappear behind them as they rocketed towards the platform. She sensed more than heard an amused chuckle from the cognate before launching a string of colorful invectives in return. And since when did you get so squeamish? He retorted. I've read your file, Samara. You are certainly no stranger to risk and adrenaline. In fact, you thrive upon it. Even I have my limits, she snapped, eyeing the string of data detailing their transit. The platform itself grew larger in her field of view, a glittering blue-green jewel floating in a sea of black. Even now, after all this time, the sight of a precursor artifact could still take her breath away. She could easily understand why the other races had long viewed them as gods or demons, depending on their perspective. She, on the other hand, saw them as humanity's potential future, what they themselves might become someday if they could keep from destroying themselves first. A voice crackled in her ear. Samara, are we on track? Runa queried. Her voice was pitched higher than normal. Obviously, their little jaunt was affecting her more than she was letting on. We're in the lane, she confirmed, as the platform continued to expand in size. Coming up on turnover soon, she advised them. You still with us, Ambassador? What sounded like a whimper came over the suit radio. Is that a yes or a no? She cackled, grinning at the diplomat's discomfort. At least it distracted her from her own anxiety. I'm okay. He finally managed to get out. Just sit back and enjoy the ride, she told them, as she flipped a switch, triggering the turnover sequence. The series of commands necessary for turnover and landing were pre-programmed into the computer, though given the hodgepodge of gear, it was almost certain she'd have to perform a manual override at some point. Or more accurately, HeWhoLooksSkyward would. At least he had experience doing this sort of thing, though she wondered. Her vision suddenly exploded as zigzag lines and flashes of color flashed before her eyes before glitching out and leaving her blind, only to sputter back to life seconds later. What the hell? She thought in shock. Why are you screwing around with my eyes? Samara swore at the cognate. She felt a sense of confusion. I do not understand, he responded after a moment. I am merely observing our surroundings through your optical receptors, not interfering with your vision processing center. Well, whatever it is you're doing, stop it, she demanded. I sure as hell can't afford to. Her vision cut out once more, but this time it was accompanied by her muscles twitching and jerking uncontrollably. The only thing preventing her from flailing about was the harness and straps that kept her belted in. She tried to shout into the radio that there was a problem, but only a strangled gasp escaped her lips as she started to lose consciousness. Samara? Samara, Guardian shouted, wresting control back from HeWhoLooksSkyward, but instead, all he heard was silence. Genvis kept his eyes tightly shut, fearing what his eyes would show him and, more importantly, how it might affect the nausea he was currently grappling with. How did I get myself into this? He thought frantically. Being strapped to a collection of oxygen tanks and rocket boosters? What the hell had he been thinking? An odd sound came over the radio, and at first, he dismissed it as nothing more than random static. Did you hear that? Runa asked him. Gulp, what? He managed to get out. Something transmitted over comms, she reiterated. But I couldn't make it out. Samara, did you copy that? No response. Samara, do you copy? Runa shouted again into the mic. Silence. The ambassador opened his eyes and immediately wished he hadn't. Staring into the vast emptiness of space with only New Terra's sun and the distant platform for company wasn't helping the rising gorge in his belly. But if Samara wasn't answering comms, twisted his head as far as he could manage, Genvis glimpsed the protean from the corner of his eye. He barely made out her face through the helmet's visor, but what he saw filled his mortal soul with terror. Her features were slack while her head lolled bonelessly, her eyes closed as she hung against the harness in unconsciousness. Samara's down, he shouted in sudden panic. She's out cold. Holy Mother Terra, Runa whispered in prayer before her hands began moving with purpose. I'm taking over the controls, she announced, bringing up the display. Can you land us safely? Genvis asked her, fighting against the panic that threatened to overwhelm him. We're about to find out, the Valkyrie said grimly, before reaching up and flipping a switch. Stand by for turnover, she informed him. Thrusters going active in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Executing turnover. Genvis braced, fearing a more violent maneuver, but instead the thrusters, little more than cans of compressed gas, really, gently flipped them over until their feet were pointed at the platform instead of their heads. His stomach hardly noticed. No small feat there, as counter thrusters brought their turn to a halt. Turnover complete, Runa said in relief. All systems nominal. Thank Mother Terra, he said gratefully. Now what? Now comes the hard part, she answered. We need to engage retros and slow our descent, otherwise things get messy. Messy? What do you mean, messy? He snapped, the hysteria rising within him once more. Well, either we'll explode, impact the platform at a few thousand kilometers per hour, miss the platform completely and drift in space until we run out of oxygen, or, my personal favorite, get blasted out of the sky because Athena thinks we're a missile. A bone-dry chuckle escaped her lips. Care to make a wager? How can you make jokes at a time like this? Genvis all but screamed. Lots of practice, she sighed. This isn't the first time I've had to face my mortality. At least the end will be quick. There was a pause. Well, except for the running out of oxygen possibility, she amended. That takes a while. If it happens, my advice is just to crack your helmet and get it over with. Drowning in carbon dioxide isn't fun. You mean kill ourselves? He couldn't believe his ears. You, of all people, are saying we should just give up? Genvis, look where we are, she said pointedly. There aren't any friendlies anywhere near our location. If we miss the platform, the closest ships that could mount a rescue all belong to Admiral Van Alst. Do you honestly think he'll come save us? As much as it pained him to admit it, he knew she was right. We're not there yet, he said at last. I believe in you, Runa, he said fervently, trying to convince himself almost as much as he was her. I know in my heart that you'll get us down in one piece. I hope you're right, she said quietly. Coming up on our final burn. Better brace yourself. We'll be pulling some serious G's. Taking a deep breath, the ambassador prepared for the worst. Ready, he swallowed. Watching the display count down to 0, the Valkyrie murmured something she'd heard a friend once say, under similar circumstances. Holy Mother Terra, guide my hand, she whispered, activating the controls as the retro rockets roared to life. Within the repository, Guardian had declared an emergency, pulling in other cognates as needed in order to save their host. She is facing total synaptic collapse, physician second-grade Rither Murcott reported. Her metabolic functions are fluctuating wildly, and all my efforts to sustain her seem to only exacerbate the situation. It is as if there is a positive feedback loop involved. She is destabilizing rapidly, Clinicus Magister first-grade Lace Ugim concurred. The neurotransmitters within her cerebral cortex are breaking down. It is this very concern I reported to you previously, given the unusual circumstances of the host. The repository was designed simply to provide knowledge when required, Artificer first-grade Moshad Dilash reminded them. During times of interregnum, a designated host could access the data contained within, accelerating the process of rebuilding their society following a collapse. It was never intended to be used in the manner it has been these past several cycles, he said with some reproof. It was necessary, Guardian replied, given the situation in which we found ourselves, though I never intended to put this much strain on our host. The number of invasive reconstructions alone, he said in dismay. We understand, Rither Murcott interrupted, but we have reached a crisis point. A decision must be rendered. The cognates all looked to Guardian, awaiting his verdict. The options he had before him were few, and all carried with them a certain amount of risk. But in the end, there was only one truly viable choice. Repair what damage you can, he said at last, and then sever the connection. Chapter 52. To face the wrath of God. The situation reminded Pagon saying of something Runa had said once, a common Terran quip regarding the vagaries of the universe. I have good news and I have bad news. The good news was that the Terran fleet was no longer a concern. They had ceased firing at the Grand Alliance, focusing their attentions instead on the now-rogue Ichun. The bad news, of course, was the Ichun themselves. Several drones had switched sides, targeting their former allies, while the rest remained focused on the Alliance. It was an all-too-familiar plight, one he had believed was safely buried in the past. Unfortunately, the Terrans' carelessness had brought the ancient horror back to life. They were being forced to steadily give ground, getting pushed back by the relentless onslaught of the dreaded machines. They had, however, a pair of bright spots on their side. The first was the Troika/Oivu coalition, armed with precursor weapons, who were fighting back with everything they had. They were knocking down an impressive number of enemy drones, but that still left thousands of them to fight. The other element in their favor was the Terran avatars, digitally uploaded personalities who had come up with a new method of fighting the drones during the previous war, and had graciously offered their services for this one. They were racing against the clock to bring the fleet's mothballed Alala transmitters back online, named for an ancient war cry among their race. As an Ixian, he approved of the name, given their well-known call to battle. As a commander facing the cursed machines in battle, he approved of their effectiveness even more. But even as he ordered the fleet to redouble their efforts, the odds they faced were not encouraging. They're gaining on us, Tanika shouted, as Saracen tried desperately to escape the drones pursuing them. I know, Remy snapped, before turning to the gunners. The instant they're in range, I want them destroyed. Slavko, from his own crew, and Yoshiko from Mako, looked dubiously back at him. "This old tub ain't packing much," the beefy man said. "We'll try, but do more than try." The captain fired back, "Or we're dead." He glanced over at Tanika, expecting a rebuke, but she merely pursed her lips and said nothing. They all knew the score, and the crew would do their absolute best, but in all likelihood, it simply wouldn't be enough. The pirate racked his brains for something, anything, that might give them an edge, but came up empty. He knew better than to give Mairead another buzz and demand more from the engines, as she was already straining them past their limits. If there was a spare erg of energy she could wring out of the power plants, she'd have already done it, and no amount of cursing from him would change that. In desperation, he pulled up a plot of the system, hoping for inspiration, but there was little to be found. They'd already left the platform far behind them, and other than New Terra itself, there was nothing else within range. He briefly considered attempting a gravity assist maneuver, but quickly discarded the notion. The drones could easily keep pace with them if they tried. In fact, they had even better performance than Saracen did. Besides, with this bucket, he'd just end up crashing the damn ship. Remy froze, and then slowly turned to Tanika. "How crazy are you feeling?" he asked her. She grimaced at the question. "Not very, but since I'm out of ideas, I don't have room to argue." "What's the plan?" Tapping the controls, he adjusted course. "Will they keep following us if they think we're already dead?" Remy wondered aloud, as he pointed Saracen's nose directly toward the planet below. The retro rockets shook their fragile contraption while Runa grappled to keep them on course. The contraption's helm controls were rudimentary, no surprise given the time frame, but it made staying on course difficult. Despite her best efforts, they were experiencing a steadily worsening case of precession, with the device wobbling on its axis like a top winding down. The harder she fought to bring it back on course, the more it shimmied, and unless she corrected the problem soon, they would start to tumble. Once they keeled over far enough, the device would tear itself apart within seconds. The only good news was that the G-forces would kill them before that ever happened. Genvis just barely understood how difficult the task at hand was, as he'd never piloted a craft himself. He knew that both Samara and Runa were worried, and considering how insanely competent they were, their nervousness spoke volumes. He wanted to help, to find some way to lighten her burden, but once again that required skills he didn't possess. Terra, he hated feeling useless. "Ambassador," Runa said over the radio, interrupting his thoughts, "that wobble is getting worse. If I don't correct the problem in the next few minutes, we'll never pull out of it." He swallowed apprehensively at the news. "What can we do?" he asked her. "There's still one trick we can try, but it's risky," she warned him. "If I fire thrusters and get some spin going across the long axis, it might be enough to stabilize us and control the wobble." "And the downside?" he said hoarsely. There had to be a downside, probably a serious one. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother informing him of the problem. She'd simply go ahead and risk it. Runa took a deep breath. "The downside is that too much spin will have us pulling some serious negative Gs. Our bodies aren't built for that. We'll experience loss of vision, burst blood vessels, before finally losing consciousness. If that happens..." She left the rest of the statement unvoiced. Not that he needed to hear it. What with Samara hanging limp against her harness an arm's length away, losing consciousness under these conditions was a death sentence. "Do it," he told her, his words barely above a whisper. "If it's our only chance, then we have to take it." "Copy," she acknowledged, throwing a switch. "Hold on." The thrusters came to life, gradually spinning up the contraption as the rotations grew steadily faster, while Genvis fought to keep from filling his helmet with vomit. Back and forth, she oscillated across the line while she struggled to find the sweet spot that gave them the most stability, without turning their brains to mush. A couple of times he did pass out, only coming to moments later when she slowed their rotation to compensate. All he wanted to do was screw his eyes shut and wait for it to be over, but instead, he forced himself to act as an observer, on the off chance it might do some good. The platform continued to grow larger beneath their feet while their rate of descent slowed. He'd read about Remy's first meeting with Athena, as well as subsequent visits by others, and he recalled that something important was coming up, but what it was exactly currently eluded him, right until his external sensors reported a massive and sudden change to their environment. "We've crossed the barrier," he shouted in realization, in case Runa was too busy flying to notice. The space surrounding the platform was encased in some kind of force field, as the vacuum of space was abruptly replaced by an oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere. "Thank Mother Terra," she whispered, tapping another button to deploy a drogue chute. The rushing air popped the drogue chute out the top of the device, catching air and running the length of the cable, only to be torn to shreds almost immediately. The ragged bit of cloth that remained whipped about in the wind as Runa cursed their luck. "That was supposed to stabilize us," she shouted. Forcing himself to look down, Jinvis could see the platform rapidly approaching, growing larger by the second, their homemade descent vehicle still wobbling badly as they neared their objective. "What are we going to do?" he howled back at her. Runa gnashed her teeth in frustration before reaching for the controls. "I've got one last trick, and if it fails, then we're fucked," she told him. Jinvis barely had time to react before she stabbed the control panel hard, shooting out an even larger parachute that snapped into place above them. The thin cloth instantly pulled taut by their rapid descent. The ambassador watched and prayed for it to hold, only to watch in horror as gashes began appearing one by one between the stitched seams. "Hold on!" The Valkyrie screamed as they hurtled towards the platform, the torn chute failing to fully slow their descent. Jinvis sent a brief prayer to Holy Mother Terra, clutching his harness tight as they hit the crystalline deck. Metal and carbon fiber bent and snapped with the impact, sending broken bits flying as they bounced off the surface and tumbled back into the air, only to crash once again, their momentum sending them caroming across the platform as the device was brutally bashed to pieces, before finally coming to rest. The silence was almost deafening. "Fuck me," Runa wheezed, as she struggled to free herself. "You still alive there, Ambassador?" she queried. Jinvis slowly opened his eyes. "I think so," he said at last, reaching for the harness release only to scream with pain. "What's wrong?" she said at once, with worry straining her voice. "My arm," he whimpered. "I think it's broken." Runa fell to the ground with a thump as she finally got loose from the webbing. Crawling over to the ambassador, she gave him a quick once-over. "Yeah, that's broken." "All right," she confirmed, as she started work on the straps holding him in place. "Try to protect it while I get you out," she told him. Wincing, Jinvis cradled the damaged limb with his other arm while she worked to free him. She eased him down gently and pulled him from the wreckage, removing her helmet and giving the air a tentative sniff before doing the same for him. Nodding his thanks, he took a deep breath of the platform's air before slowly letting it out. "Thank you," he said at last. "Sit tight. I gotta check on Samara." Nodding once more, he sat on the platform and waited while she moved around to the other side of the device to examine the protean. Removing her helmet as well, Runa did a quick medical evaluation. "She's breathing, but still unconscious," the Valkyrie reported. "Can you tell what's wrong with her?" Jinvis asked. She shook her head. "No idea," she answered, as she began working to free her as well. The ambassador took a moment to scan their surroundings. The platform itself consisted of either Type 3 or Type 4 material, while above them was nothing but open space. He could see the twinkling of lights and brief flashes, signs of the battle being waged against the Ichun. At the far end of the platform stood a structure, the same place where Remy had first made contact with Athena, assuming the reports he'd read were accurate. Carefully removing his belt, he fashioned a crude sling, giving his broken arm support as he slowly staggered to his feet. "Where the hell are you going?" Runa demanded, still assessing Samara's injuries. "I've got to get to Athena," he told her. "The battle is still raging, and we have to stop it." "I'm going with you," she said with determination, only to freeze as she gazed back down at the wounded proteant's still form. "There's nothing you can do to help me," Jinvis pointed out, "and Samara needs you." "But I have to do this." Runa started to speak, before bowing her head in mute acquiescence. "Yeah, you do," she said softly. Their eyes met as she lifted her head, an entire conversation taking place between heartbeats. Something clicked inside her as she reached into her pocket and fished out a vial before handing it over. "You'll need this," she told him. "Thank you," he said gratefully, taking the proffered ampoule of blood, before slowly rising to his feet. He wobbled for a moment, still unsteady, before taking a moment to center himself. He graced the Valkyrie with a smile, one that held far more confidence than he actually possessed, before turning and making his way toward the structure that housed the AI Athena. Watching him go, Runa turned her attention back to Samara. There was nothing obviously wrong with her, and without medical supplies, there was damn little she could do for her. Pressing a finger to her throat, her eyes widened as she realized her pulse was growing weak and her breathing increasingly shallow. "Damn it, Doc, I wish you were here," she muttered, as she started ransacking the wreckage for medical supplies. She had packed none herself, but maybe Samara had. It was a slim hope, but what else was she supposed to do? Her search came up empty, at least for a med kit, but she did find something else. Taking a deep breath, she gingerly removed it from where it had been stowed, almost afraid to touch it. The repository. An errant thought worked its way into her consciousness before she shook it off like a dog. "Oh, hell no," she snapped. "Forget it. I'm not that crazy." Samara stopped breathing. "Damn it." Runa dropped the box and immediately began chest compressions, checking for a pulse after 30 seconds. Nothing. She began CPR once more, but after another brief inspection, it was clear she wasn't making a difference. Samara was dying. She had no idea why, and there was nothing she could do about it. End of statement. Except there was. "Oh, bloody hell," she sighed, before fishing in her pocket once more, giving the unconscious Protean a glaring snarl. "Bitch, you fucking owe me for this," she snapped, before cracking open the vial and dumping the contents directly onto the repository, placing her ungloved hand on top of it. At first, there was nothing, but after a moment she felt a strange tingling sensation. It took all her resolve to keep from pulling her hand away, when suddenly her eyes showed white as every muscle snapped taut with a powerful vengeance. Connection established. Jinvis half-jogged/half hobbled his way toward the structure, all too aware of the time crunch he was facing. His arm throbbed in agony, but he couldn't stop. The edifice was almost empty, a massive, empty warehouse, with one notable exception, located against the far wall. A throne, waiting for someone to seat themselves upon it. That big, ugly chair scared him, frightened him on a level so deep it threatened to paralyze him into stasis. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with that thing. Despite the glowing reports of Athena's hospitality and cooperation, it was wrong, alien, and deadly, and maybe even evil, in some hidden way they had yet to discover. Terrans were never meant to merge with machines like this, but if he didn't, then billions would die. Of course, they might die anyway. Jinvis, trembling, slowly sat down on the throne. He opened the vial and poured it onto the armrest, then dipped his hand into the bloody puddle. Tendrils sprouted from the chair and found their way into his flesh as it rose, quickly cocooning him. He barely had time to scream before a thought not his own whispered inside his mind. Connection established. Chapter 53. Last Man Standing. Connection established. Simulacrum database search complete. Cognate located. 100% match. Imprint 1A activated. I am Archive, custodian theurgist of the assembled cognates within my domain. Debate arose after we cut ties with Samara on the length of dormancy we cognates would experience before a new host took the role. While some believe that most Terrans would be reluctant to take on such a role due to the intimacy involved, I, on the other hand, was certain they would waste little time in selecting a new candidate. I did not, however, expect to be interfacing with a new arrival quite so quickly. After ensuring that all connections and interlocks were in place, I began my initial examination. As before, the host is female. Given the extensive files we maintained during our tenure with Samara, we were able to forego much of the primary analysis normally required when joining with a new subject. I, therefore, began my investigation with detailed knowledge of the Terran genome and physiology, extensive language files, as well as a thorough understanding of the current social, military, and political status of the relevant factions, both allied and hostile. This should enhance the connection process. Strange. I was not expecting to interface with a host with whom I had previously interacted. Runa is an unusual selection for this role, given her history of conflict with Samara, yet perhaps there is a rationale for the choice that I am unaware of. I must, therefore, delve deeper. I see. I should have anticipated this. Further in-depth analysis can be postponed until the matter at hand is dealt with. Time to establish contact. Runa groaned as she slowly regained consciousness, sitting up as she took stock of her situation, starting with her current location and status. Yo, right. She checked to see if Samara was now breathing on her own, only to realize that her condition was unchanged. The Protean still wasn't breathing, and Terra alone knew how long she'd been out. There was a good chance it was already 2. Greetings, Runa. The Valkyrie jumped to her feet, startled by the voice. Where are you? She shouted, making a fast pirouette as she searched for its source before slowly grinding to a halt. Don't tell me, she sighed. Let me guess. You must be Guardian. That is correct, the ancient cognate confirmed. I understand why you have summoned us, though I am uncertain how much assistance we can offer. We repaired what damage we could prior to severing our connection with Samara. That she has failed to respond does not bode well for her prognosis. There's gotta be something you can do, she urged them. You must understand that our relationship with Samara was unique. Compared to previous hosts, Guardian explained. The repository was designed to provide knowledge and expertise to our descendants, to jumpstart their civilization following a societal collapse. It was not designed to repeatedly resuscitate a dying host, or grant them the ability to exterminate their enemies, or any of the myriad of other functions we furnished her during our symbiosis. In the fullness of time, those same measures finally proved too great a strain. If you can bring the Pagon back, you can bring her back, she maintained, and you'd better hurry because her clock is ticking. There was a brief pause. After consulting with the other cognates, I have been informed that it may be possible to save her. However, I must warn you that it comes with no small amount of risk for you as well. Bloody hell, she swore. How much risk? Less for you than for her, Guardian clarified, but by no means zero. The choice must be yours. Her fists clenched tight as she stomped angrily on the platform. Of all the goddamn people I could do this for, she snarled, before eventually losing steam. She sighed in resignation instead. Do it, she said quietly, before I come to my fucking senses. Lie down, Guardian instructed her, and take Samara's hand in yours. We will do the rest. Runa did as Guardian asked, reluctantly grasping the Protean's hand as she lay down on the crystalline surface. Will it hurt? She asked nervously. No, Guardian assured her. I will make certain of that. When you awaken, either Samara will be stabilized, or she will have expired. I cannot predict which outcome is more likely. Then let's get this over with, she told the cognate, as Guardian gently rendered her unconscious. Shift 3rd and 4th squadrons to cover the Troika's flanks, the Pagon ordered, as Ataraxia shuddered from yet another hit, and order 2nd Squadron to withdraw to a defensive position so they may focus on repairs. His second nodded in receipt of his orders and began transmitting them to the fleet, as yet another swarm of Ichun swooped in and raked the Grand Alliance forces with a fusillade of weapons fire across their axis of advance. The Troika/Oivu coalition with their precursor weapons was still holding their ground, but the rest of the fleet was not faring quite so well. Almost a third of the task force was already lost, either damaged beyond repair or destroyed outright, while their casualties grew steadily worse. They were holding for now, but if their situation grew any worse, an incoming message demanded his attention as he thumbed the accept icon. The Terran avatars appeared on the small monitor. We've brought all the weapon systems online that we're going to, Alfred reported. We're making a dent, but there's a lot of drones out there. Understood, the Pagon acknowledged. Your efforts are most appreciated. Keep me posted. He closed the circuit, turning his attention to the tactical display. Just as in the previous war, the Ichun's attacks were chaotic and difficult to predict. The fleet's tacticians were attempting to discern a pattern, but as in previous encounters were having little luck. There would be no lightning strike to tip the scales on this day, no brilliant strategy to turn the tides of war, just a brutal slugging match leaving wreckage and debris in its wake. Ships careened out of formation, shedding atmosphere and plasma, often crashing into allied vessels before exploding like a nova. At least they didn't have to worry about Peacemaker, as she was having troubles of her own. The ancient vessel drew in the drones and like a magnet, though it was fighting back with everything it had. They seemed to have a special hatred for the ship, a welcome sight indeed. At the moment it was a stalemate, the best of all outcomes as far as the Pagon was concerned. As long as they were busy smashing each other to bits, they weren't doing the same to his command. The moment a victor emerged from that fight, However, the Grand Alliance would once again feel their wrath. Genvis opened his eyes and found himself in some sort of control room, or perhaps the bridge of a ship. Holographic screens and displays surrounded him, overseeing systems he could only guess at. It was all overwhelming, and it took a moment for him to realize that he was not alone. The woman gazing back at him stood with her hands clasped behind her, her spine ramrod straight, her feet planted firmly on the deck. Her eyes were dark and unreadable as she regarded him. "Ambassador Shafazif," she said with a polite nod. He swallowed nervously. "You must be Athena," he said at last. "I am," she agreed. Genvis waited for a further response, but instead, she lapsed back into silence. "They warned me you weren't the chatty type," he sighed, before taking a deep breath and plunging ahead. "Athena, we're in trouble. We need your help." "Indeed," she answered. "And what form of assistance is it you seek?" "Our clan leaders staged a coup and declared war on the other races," he said in a rush. "Even worse, they've resurrected the Ichun. I don't need to tell you what kind of threat they represent. Please, help us stop them." Athena raised an eyebrow. "You are asking me to intercede in a contest between two separate factions of your race, to choose a side and assist them in their victory." She observed him silently for a moment, before slowly shaking her head. "I regret to inform you I cannot do as you asked." "But why?" Genvis said in shock. "Don't you realize what's at stake?" "I do," she answered, "but I am forbidden to act against those I am sworn to protect." "Forbidden? Forbidden by whom?" he said in disbelief. "By the beings you know as the Precursors," she explained. "They created me to watch over this world, to safeguard both them and their descendants, and I have done so since your species were just beginning to evolve beyond single-celled organisms. Even if I could alter my programming, I would not alter a design that has functioned efficiently for so long a time span." The ambassador struggled with his response before trying another approach. "But there must have been at least some criminals in Precursor history, individuals who were considered a threat. What was your policy regarding them?" She returned his gaze placidly. "You labor under a misconception, Ambassador. My purpose is to protect this world from exterior threats. The Precursors themselves handled threats that arose from within their own ranks. To put it in terms you are familiar with, they programmed me to be a warrior, not a constable." Something about her answer tugged at him. "What if a Precursor turned traitor?" he queried her. "If they attacked this world, or threatened others? What were your orders then?" "When such an event occurred, my creators dealt with the matter," Athena responded. "It was not my place, and against my programming, to do otherwise." "But your creators aren't here anymore, are they?" Genvis fired back, sensing an opening. "With Caretaker gone, there are no Precursors left to deal with the problem." "What does your programming say about that?" The AI seemed to pause for a moment, considering the question. Given how advanced her program was, it seemed impossible a simple query could require more than a nanosecond to answer, but that's how it appeared. "Since your species has assumed the position once held by my creators," she said at last, "the responsibility for such matters now rests in your hands. How you choose to resolve the situation is your decision." "You're deflecting the question," Genvis replied. "Your creators had technology at their disposal that we don't. In fact, you do have access to their technology," Athena pointed out. "The problem is we don't know how any of it works," Genvis shouted, his frustration at everything that happened prior to this moment finally boiling over. The AI raised an eyebrow at his outburst, but no further response. "We don't know how to use any of this stuff," he continued, spreading his arms wide to encompass everything around him. "No one does, except you. Believe me, we'd love to handle this mess ourselves. But we're out of our depth," he explained, dialing it back somewhat. "I sympathize with your predicament, but I am unable to intervene," she repeated. "My programming will not allow me to act." "Fine," Genvis shouted. "Then tell me how the hell we alter your damn programming," he snarled, losing his composure. Athena froze. "Are you requesting supervisory access?" she said carefully. "Yes," he shouted once more. "I am requesting supervisory access." Something seemed to pass behind her eyes. "Request for supervisory access confirmed. Please state for the record your full name and justification for access approval." He stared at her in confusion. Ambassador Genvis Shah-Fazif, he finally answered. And my justification is that millions will die if we don't do something. There was another pause, and then Athena's demeanor appeared to shift slightly. Suddenly, she seemed more deferential. Ambassador Genvis Shah-Fazif is recognized as having legitimate command authority, she continued, her speech patterns sounding increasingly stilted. List individuals to be granted supervisory access. The ambassador blinked. Me? He said, wondering what the hell was going on. There was another brief delay. In the absence of prior claimants, command authority is hereby transferred to Ambassador Genvis Shah-Fazif, she said at last. Supervisory access granted. Programming files are now open. Genvis just stared at her. What? He said in confusion. Programming files are now open, she repeated. Awaiting input. Realization slowly dawned on him. You mean I can change your programming? He asked her. Rewrite your orders so that you can help us? Affirmative, she agreed. Thank Mother Terra, Genvis whispered. Can you defeat the Ichun and do something about Peacemaker? He added, almost as an afterthought. Affirmative, Athena said once more. Shaddite Sedek activated, she continued, waving a hand across one of the displays, as a plot of the new Terra system appeared. He could make out the Grand Alliance fleet and the Terran forces, both of which were now surrounded by a swirling mass of drones. Designate targeting parameters. It took him a moment to translate her request into something he actually understood. The Ichun, he ordered. They're your priority. Targeting parameters confirmed, she acknowledged. Shaddite Sedek beam array to target the Arbe Nijef, another wave of her hand. Array has opened fire. Despite their best efforts, Saracen couldn't shake their Ichun pursuers. Remy and Tanika used every trick they knew to throw off their pursuit, even inventing one or two new ones, but to no avail. Lacking the means to fight back, the pirate captain made the hard call. But as they watched New Terra grow larger in their display, he was having second thoughts. Time to weapons range, he said quietly. 5 minutes. Maybe less, Tanika replied, before turning to face him. Do you honestly believe you can pull this off? Punching in the data, Remy crunched the numbers once more. They stubbornly refused to change. Returning his fellow Corsair's gaze, he replied, What do you think? She grimaced at the news. Least we'll go out with a bang, she said. Her response loaded to the gills with gallows humor. Remy snorted at that and started to reply, only to flinch and pull away as a massive energy beam flashed behind them. Holy Mother Terra, Tanika whispered. They made it. Maybe this wasn't a wasted trip after all, he said with a tight-lipped smile. Doubt it'll change our fate, though. Another beam streaked across the sky, obliterating a cluster of drones, though sadly not the ones chasing them. Given their distance from the major players in this fight, their single ship likely had low priority for fire support. Well, so be it. Aner, it's been a privilege flying with you, Remy told his counterpart, nosing Saracen forward as they entered the planet's atmosphere. Chapter 54. Shout at the Devil. Connection established. Simulacrum database search complete. Cognate located. 93.72% match. Imprint V196DM200SY5831K46BA. Activated. I am Physician 2nd Grade Rither Murcott. Upon activation, I immediately confer with Custodian Theurgist Archive and begin assessing the host. Host Runa Oaks is in good overall health, though suffering some degradation from micronutrient deficiency due to recent incarceration. There is also evidence of previous injuries, manifesting as fibrous tissue, but well within acceptable limits for the host species. Assessment of previous host Samara complete. Her prognosis is not encouraging, even with an infusion of genetic material from the current host to repair her damaged chromosomes. I fear our efforts may be in vain. Still, we must try. Introduction of nanomaterials to current host's anatomy complete. No observable complications noted. Harvest of current host's genetic material initiated. Assuming her DNA is both compatible and viable, we can use her genetic material to repair the previous host's damaged chromosomes. Harvesting complete. Host's vital signs remain stable. Establishing connection to previous host Samara via nanite link and initiating emergency resuscitation procedures. Previous host Samara successfully resuscitated and stabilized. Despite the decision to terminate our connection with the previous host in order to preserve her life, Samara's genetic code is rapidly deteriorating. Despite our best efforts to bolster her afflicted telomeres, chromosomal damage is increasing at an alarming rate. Without an influx of healthy ribonucleic material to repair the degraded genome, the previous host Samara's prognosis is almost certainly terminal. Current likelihood of survival, 12.03% plus or minus 3.17%. Current host Runa Oak's vital signs are now showing symptoms of degradation as well, though far below the levels exhibited by previous host Samara. Polymerase biocatalysts have been introduced in order to reverse chromosomal degeneration, monitoring host for signs of worsening symptoms. Infusion and grafting of genetic material to the previous host Samara appears to have stabilized her unraveling telomeres, upgrading likelihood of survival to 34.71% plus or minus 6.39%. Both previous and current hosts now appear to be stable, monitoring vital signs closely in the event of relapse, but for now, I am cautiously optimistic. I am physician second-grade Rither Murcott. Inlog. Runa slowly opened her eyes and tried to sit up, only to regret the effort. She hadn't felt this badly wrung out since the long retreat on Sonoishii Prime, when she hadn't had more than a couple hours of unbroken sleep in days and was nursing a festering shoulder wound to boot. Her head felt like it was packed with stuffing. There was a bone-deep soreness that seemed to come from every part of her body, and her tongue felt like she'd been force-fed bilge sewage, which made her stomach do a slow and disturbing roll. Under other circumstances, she'd suspect a hangover from hell, but the memory of a voice whispering in her ear suggested otherwise. She winced as she tried sitting up again. "You still there, Guardian?" she asked. "I am, Runa," he replied. "How are you feeling?" "Like shit," she groaned. "That is to be expected, I'm afraid. The sensation should pass within a few of your hours." "What is Samara's condition?" he inquired, switching subjects. She turned and looked at the woman beside her, still unconscious. She was alive and breathing, which was something, and her color looked a lot better than it had previously. But there was something off about her, something she couldn't quite put her finger on. Runa examined her closely, but couldn't identify the source of her unease. "Better," she admitted. "Something's not right, though. She looks different, altered somehow." "That also is to be expected," Guardian agreed. "What you are observing and experiencing are the residual effects of the therapeutic regimen we employed in order to preserve her life." "What the hell does that mean?" Runa demanded, her mood jaundiced by her physical complaints. Samara's genetic code was breaking down, unraveling due to the strain of being linked to the repository, Guardian explained, as well as the alterations made to her genome prior to our coupling by her clan. We are guilty of using the technology at our disposal in ways it was never intended. We had become aware of this potential hazard to her well-being and were attempting to ameliorate the worst of its effects. But once her chromosomes began disintegrating, there was little we could do to prevent it. We severed the connection between us in the hopes it would reverse the process, but sadly, it was too late to prevent her eventual demise. "But you fixed her," she said in confusion, "though I don't get why you couldn't do that before. And why did you want me to hold her hand?" "Once her genome began breaking down in earnest, there was nothing we could do to prevent it," he said once more. "However, when you linked with us, taking up her mantle, it provided us with an opportunity we did not previously possess." "What opportunity?" she snapped, growing increasingly frustrated with Guardian's evasions. "Your genetic material," he confessed. "Having access to your chromosomes allowed us to fill in the gaps of Samara's failing genome, buttressing her genetic code with yours. The differences you are observing are merely a reflection of that." Runa's jaw dropped as she realized what he was saying and why Samara seemed altered in her appearance. Her cheekbones, the bridge of her nose, the shaping of her lips. She'd seen those features before. In a mirror. "You mean, she's me now?" Runa said in horror and disgust. "Of course not," Guardian assured her. "There are still numerous differences in your respective genetic codes, though given the multitude of mirrored strings of your genetic codes, one could argue you now share a familial relationship. Of a sort. Are you telling me you made Samara my fucking sister?" She all but shrieked. "It would be difficult to quantify the exact nature of the relationship given the unusual pattern of the grafted material," he began, only for the Valkyrie to interrupt. "Oh, I hate this. I fucking hate this, she shouted. Her and me are nothing alike. There was a long pause. It might surprise you to learn how many times Samara has said the same thing, Guardian said with wry amusement. Jinvis struggled to follow the battle raging beyond the new Terra system, but despite the visual aids Athena added for his benefit, there was simply too much happening at once. Great swaths of Ichun drones were being swept aside by the beam array, but there were so many more still fighting. The Grand Alliance fleet was falling back, despite their best efforts, and as for the Terran forces, with the exception of Peacemaker, the remainder of their vessels were now in full retreat. Whether there was any safety to be found within the system itself remained to be seen. Ambassador Shafazif, the Shaddite Sea-Deck array has eliminated approximately 17.219% of the Arbe Nijef, Athena informed him. At this rate, it should eliminate the bulk of the drone armada within the next 10 centicycles. And the ones that are left? What about them? He asked. The AI considered that for a moment. Based on previous observations, tactical and strategic models suggest there is a 78.41% chance the surviving drones will withdraw from the battlefield and seek a location where they may replenish their ranks. Once this has been accomplished, it is an almost certainty the drones will begin attacking targets of opportunity throughout the breadth of the Perseus R. Holy Mother Terra, he whispered. So it just starts all over again, with the Ichun terrorizing the entire galaxy? That is correct, Athena confirmed. Damn it, we can't let them just slip away, Jinvis shouted. If even a single drone escapes, we'll never be free of them. Given the size of the Arbe Nijef contingent and the targeting limitations of the Shaddite Sea-Deck array, the probability of eliminating the entire drone threat is less than 9.37%, Athena informed him. If the Grand Alliance fleet ceases their attack against the drone's main body and redeploys, seeking out and eradicating the escaping craft instead, the figure then falls to approximately 5.64%. That's not good enough, he fired back. Unless we can defeat them here while they're vulnerable, they'll destroy everything we've worked so hard to achieve. There has to be a way. Jinvis thought furiously for a moment. Why can't you do the same thing Caretaker did when she wiped out the Ichun? Caretaker withheld the means by which she removed the Arbe Nijef from this reality from my database, she stated. She gave no reason for this omission, however. It is my assessment that she deemed the knowledge too dangerous to be shared with any species, even yours. While he hadn't witnessed the event himself, since he'd been stuffed into the hold of a Corsair freighter along with hundreds of other Dermist refugees, he'd seen visual recordings. They made for grim viewing, and the sheer power at Caretaker's disposal was frightening to behold. After viewing the footage, he saw why some viewed that ancient race as demons. Given what he knew of the precursors, which wasn't much, granted, it was enough to convince him Athena was probably right. But even as he acknowledged the truth of the AI's statement, another thought began tickling the posterior of his brain. What about the way Caretaker lured the Ichun to their doom? He pressed her. If you could draw them all to a single location, we might actually have a chance against them. Athena froze, giving him a curious look as she considered his proposal. I am unsure if my efforts could effectively mimic Caretaker's means of allurement, she said after a moment. I was monitoring her efforts during her last moments, of course, but I do not know if my instruments captured the full range of her song. You could try, Jinvis said desperately. We've got nothing to lose by trying, do we? With a wave of her hand, Athena brought up additional holographic displays as petaflops of data flew past the screens. It was like watching Prometheus at his forge, or her Greek namesake raising a magical army for battle. Perhaps in the distant future, Terrans would be able to watch the AI at work and not feel like a particularly dense amoeba, though he'd never live to see that day. But unless he was very much mistaken, she'd taken his suggestion to heart and was running with it. I am reconfiguring one of my remotes to act as a lure, Athena explained, bringing up another screen. If my efforts are successful, it may be possible to draw the remaining Arbe Nijef to a location of my choosing. Once there, a discharge of sufficient intensity from the Shaddite Sea-Deck array could conceivably annihilate them. She looked up from her workstation as she faced him. However, I will not know if my endeavors will be sufficient until I make the attempt. Do it, he urged her. I'm not asking for a guarantee. I'm just praying for a miracle, he said softly. Nodding in receipt of her orders, Athena's fingers flew across the displays, blurring with speed as she adapted her apparatus on the fly. Genvis could only guess at the sheer complexity of her task, but he also knew that if it was even remotely possible, Athena would do everything within her power to accomplish the mission. Finally, she turned to face him once more. "I am ready to proceed," she said at last, "but I caution you to temper your expectations. This entire procedure is without precedent and thoroughly experimental. Consider them tempered," he said in frustration. "But hurry." Saracen had picked up a wicked shimmy the moment she'd entered New Terra's atmosphere, and it was growing steadily worse. They hadn't been able to shake the drones on their tail, so Remy had taken one last gamble. If a death dive into the planet's thick envelope of oxygen and nitrogen didn't discourage them, then nothing would. Passing 600 kilometers, Tanika reported, her eyes fixed on the instruments. Hull temperature 950 degrees Celsius and rising. "Copy," Remy acknowledged, struggling to keep the ship on its trajectory. "The drones?" he asked. "Still on R6, the other Corsair grimaced. "Range, 3,000 kilometers. Time to see how committed they are," he growled, nosing the craft forward. Her speed picked up immediately, but unfortunately, so did her hull temp. Altitude 500 kilometers, hull temp 1100 degrees and rising. Tanika shouted, the vibration growing in intensity, now jostling the crew hard in their seats. Remy heard the crash of something behind him, some random piece of equipment that had broken free from its restraints and thrown pell-mell onto the deck. They'd had little time to secure any stray items, and it was only going to get worse. The resonance was increasing by leaps and bounds, as the only thing keeping them from being hurled across the deck were their harnesses, the straps digging hard into their flesh as they were jostled about. It was almost impossible to keep focus on their instruments, the fluctuations lobbing their heads from side to side as their helmets cracked against the headrests. "Range," Remy cried out. 2,000 kilometers. Tanika shouted back. "Altitude 350 kilometers. Hull temp 1,500 degrees. Now!" the pirate howled, yanking back hard on the yoke as he fought to bring the nose up. Saracen screamed in protest, the hull groaning and popping while the engines howled like banshees. A giant's hand shoved them hard into their seats as the G-forces climbed steadily. Remy fought the crushing weight as brought up a visual of their landing site. A wide shallow bay that was certified uninhabited, little more than a mud flat under a few meters of water. It was the softest terrain he could find that didn't have people on it, but at their current velocity, it might as well be solid rock. 100 kilometers. Tanika howled. 1,750 degrees. The ship streaked across the sky, the dense atmosphere bouncing them about as Remy fought to keep the craft from tumbling. At their current speed, even a slight deviation from their glide path would be enough to tear Saracen to pieces. 10 seconds to impact, the Corsair screamed, clutching her harness and holding on for dear life. "Crash positions," Remy bellowed into the intercom, though he didn't know if anyone had heard. He wrestled with the controls to bring up the nose just a little more, and Saracen slammed into the bay at better than 200 meters per second, sending up a massive bow wave that arced out in front of them, even as much of the water was instantly converted into steam. In the space of a heartbeat, her hull found the bottom as an explosion of mud and organic material exploded all around them. Superheated water vapor shrouded the craft from view, though from above their progress was brutally clear, a dark line carved out of the sediment as they began to slow. The vibrations slowly decreased as they plowed through the shallow water, before finally coming to a halt scant meters from shore. Remy's chest heaved with ragged effort, his hands locked in a death grip on the controls. He looked over at his fellow Corsair, their eyes both wide in shock as they took stock. "We made it," Tanika said in disbelief. "Yeah," Remy agreed, just as surprised as she was. "Any signs of pursuit?" She checked the scope, did a double take, then checked it again. "They're gone," she told him, tapping the controls and widening the field. "There aren't any drones anywhere near the planet." The pair stared at one another. "Then where the hell are they?" Remy demanded. Chapter 55. Victory is a double-edged sword. Pagon saying winced as yet another Troika warship exploded. The Terran-created Ichun finally recognized the Troika/Oiviv coalition salvos were far more destructive than the rest of the fleet, and were now focusing their attention on them. While he did not mourn the deaths of their former overlords, he did regret losing their ships. Consequently, he'd ordered the rest of the Grand Alliance to shift their attacks to the drones' flanks to take advantage of their tactics. After all, if they were determined to give him such an alluring target, he would be a fool to ignore it. The reappearance of the precursor superweapon was a mixed blessing as well. Thus far, its targets had all been Ichun, but he was all too aware of his current location. This was Terran space, enemy territory, and he was very far from home. Granted, it was most likely the ambassador or someone from his party who was directing the ancient weapon, which technically made them allies, but he was far too canny a warrior to forget, even for an instant, just how quickly allegiances could be betrayed. Status of the Terran fleet, he demanded, as his focus remained on the greater threat. The bulk of their ships have withdrawn from the field, Pagon, his second responded. Peacemaker remains, but it is fighting for its life. Perhaps some good will come from this after all, the Ixian commander snorted. Pity that the accursed ship had not been attacked sooner, he mused. Perhaps then all of this could have been avoided. Another vessel disappeared in a ball of plasma, an Oivu craft this time. Most of the merchant race's ships were located to the Armada's rear, a relatively safer position, but then in this fight, no place was truly safe. As much as it galled him to admit it, the Terrans had planned well for this battle. The combined might of the entire galaxy was arrayed against them, and yet the Grand Alliance fleet had been brought to a standstill. The precursor technology the other races had long feared gave them an incredible advantage, though the humans had discovered to their dismay the danger of those ancient toys, and just how easily they could be turned against them. Some things should remain buried in the past. Pagon, his second suddenly shouted, pulling him from his reverie. The Ichun. The Ixian commander could only stare in disbelief as he watched the drones halt their attacks, disengaging as they began to withdraw from the field en masse. He rose from his chair, gawking alongside his crew as the Ichun retreated, before turning to his second. "What is their heading?" he asked, though in his heart he was certain he already knew the answer. His second merely confirmed it. "Their course will take them directly toward the demon planet," he said softly. The Pagon all but collapsed back into his chair. They had come to this region of space to defeat the Terrans, but now it seemed their own creations would do the deed for them. "Runa," he whispered. Samara's eyes fluttered open, the Protean taking a deep breath as she stirred. After taking a moment to assess her surroundings, she struggled to sit up before focusing on the platform's other occupant. "What happened?" she asked, her words slurred and halting. Runa just shook her head. "Well, you died," she said flatly. "Thought about just letting you die, but then I realized the ambassador wouldn't much care for that. So I made a deal." "A deal?" she said in confusion. "Guardian. What the hell is she talking about?" There was a pause as she cocked her head. "Guardian? Guardian. God damn it, answer me." "You heard the lady," Runa sighed, as control of her body was gently taken from her. "I must inform you that your connection to the repository has been severed," Samara, Guardian explained, her eyes going wide as the ancient cognate's voice emanated from the Valkyrie's lips, a voice she knew all too well. "Your physical body was deteriorating rapidly, and we hoped that doing so would prevent your demise. Unfortunately, it failed to halt the chromosomal degradation." "Guardian?" she whispered, the revelation rocking her back on her heels. "Yes, Samara," he agreed, gracing her with a sad smile. "When Runa recognized the severity of your condition, she chose to link with the repository in order to preserve your life." Samara stared at her in disbelief before her eyes suddenly narrowed. "I see. Thank you, Runa, for saving my life," she said in clipped tones. "Your efforts are appreciated. Now give it back." "I regret that is not possible, Samara," Guardian informed her. "Acting as our host permanently damaged you, and while we have been able to effect repairs, thanks to Runa's efforts, linking with the repository once more would be a death sentence." She shrugged helplessly. "You have known for some time now that our partnership would eventually come to an end. That day has arrived." "You can't do this," she snarled, staggering to her feet, her fists clenched with rage. "I have done everything for you." I put myself through hell to get you home. I kept my part of the bargain, so you'll damn well keep yours." She advanced on the Valkyrie with murder in her eyes. "Give it back." "I am sorry, Samara," Guardian said gently, "but I cannot." With a roar, she leapt at Runa. Her digits extended like claws as she attacked, intent on tearing the Valkyrie into tiny pieces. She never got the chance. Runa moved like a blur, grasping her by the throat and hoisting her aloft. Samara's hands immediately went to her neck as she struggled to free herself from her grasp, but to no avail. The Valkyrie's body language and demeanor had changed in an instant, and with a sinking feeling, she realized who she now faced. "Churter Hosk," she said with a strangled voice, as the fight slowly drained out of her. "Yes, Samara," the precursor warrior cognate agreed. "It is time to end this foolishness." Bowing her head, she managed a brief nod. A small tear appeared at the corner of her eye as the cognate set her down and released her, watching her carefully in case her actions were merely a ruse. Samara massaged her throat before wiping away the tear. She wrapped her arms around herself and turned away, suddenly unable to face either of them. "Give me back control," Runa demanded. A moment later, she shuddered with relief. "Tara, I hate that," she said in disgust. She couldn't help it. Samara burst out laughing, though there was a hysterical edge to her mirth. It wouldn't take much to send her shrieking over the edge. Runa took a deep breath. "Samara, she began. "Leave me alone," she hissed, hugging herself even tighter. Athena worked diligently, adapting the precursor technology scattered throughout the new Terran system. 100,000 satellites came to life around the K4 star at its heart, repositioning themselves as they focused on a single point in space. Other platforms awakened as well, as the AI worked her magic. Finally, she turned to face the ambassador once more. "Command authority authorization is required before I can make the attempt," she informed him. "Even if I am successful, the alterations I have made so that I may carry out your orders will damage several key systems. It may leave this system vulnerable to enemy attacks until I am able to effect repairs. I therefore cannot proceed without your official sanction." It took Jinvis a moment to grasp what she was asking him. That doing this might leave them vulnerable was definitely a concern, but if they didn't make the attempt, there would be nothing left to defend. Taking a deep breath, he gave her the nod. "You have my authorization to proceed," he told her, mentally crossing his fingers. The AI bowed her head. "Command authorization recognized," she recited, as if she were quoting some ancient text. Most likely, she was. Reaching out, she tapped at a glowing holographic icon, suspended in midair. "Transmitting the Arbe-Negev recall signal now," she stated. At first, the broadcast seemed to have no effect. The Ichun persisted in their assault unabated, but as he continued observing the holographic display, something began to change. The initial manifestations were subtle, difficult to discern, but as Jinvis watched, the drones seemed to falter, slowing in their attacks, as if they were being distracted. A handful began drifting away from their targets, proceeding almost lazily toward New Terra, but then more drones began joining their brethren, as the handful grew to dozens, and as the seconds ticked by hundreds more disengaged from the fight, as they too altered course and merged with the growing flood of machines. "It's working," the ambassador said with excitement. "It's working." "The Arbe-Negev are responding sluggishly," Athena replied, tempering his enthusiasm. "For your ploy to be effective, the Arbe-Negev, in their entirety, must be physically present at the targeted satellite. Given the likelihood of our efforts overloading the array, a second attempt will not be possible should the first one fail." "What can we do to encourage them?" he asked her. "Can we boost the signal?" "I can try," she agreed, altering their stratagem with a wave of her hand. As the flood now became a tsunami, the Ichun began abandoning their tactical positions altogether, streaming instead toward their new objective. The Grand Alliance, as well as the Terran fleet, made no effort to pursue, focusing their efforts instead on rescuing their crews from the legion of damaged craft scattered throughout the combat zone. From his vantage point, he could see them preparing themselves for the drone's eventual, inevitable return. "I pray we can end this," Jinvis thought desperately to himself, as he turned his attention instead to the targeted satellite. The mass of drones surrounding it was expanding, Yet something seemed amiss about their formation. Many of the Ichun located now appeared to dither, vacillating between remaining with the other drones or returning instead to the battle. They wavered, uncertain, even confused. But as he continued to observe their disoriented state, he began to see signs of their growing resolve. Whatever siren's song had drawn them to this place was beginning to weaken, and if they did not act soon, their chance to end this fight would be gone forever. "We can't wait any longer," the ambassador shouted frantically. "Fire the array." With the Ichun's sudden exodus from the battlefield, the Grand Alliance had been given a brief reprieve, one the Pagan had no intentions of squandering. Their engineers were already hard at work repairing what damage they could, while the fleet itself struggled to reorganize its forces, consolidating those ships still able to fight while protecting the cripples. He did not know what had prompted the drone's sudden withdrawal, though he suspected they had chosen this moment to turn on their creators instead. One almost had to pity the Terrans, the Ixian commander mused, his thoughts filled with regret. Losing their homeworld to the Ichun, the vast majority of their race snuffed out before reinforcements could arrive, forced to wander the cosmos for centuries as outcasts on aging and decrepit ships, before finally laying claim to the planet of their ancestors, only to watch in horror as their race died from its own hubris. It was a saga of tragedy and woe, a cautionary tale that would be told again and again all across the galaxy. It would be easier to bear witness to their destruction, the Pagan thought sadly, had I not once called them my friends. "Sir," his second called out to him, the monitor. Tearing himself from his melancholy reflections, he looked up at the screen, only to stare in confusion at the sight. "What are they doing?" he wondered aloud. "The drones appear to be massing at a single location," his second reported. "I do not know the cause, but you and I have both witnessed this behavior once before." The pair gawked at one another as he realized what his subordinate was implying. "That is impossible," the Pagan said with conviction. "The ancient being that once resided here has long since departed our realm. This cannot be her doing." "I would agree," his second said with great deference, and yet, he gestured helplessly to the display once more. The Pagan struggled to make sense of what he was viewing, but no explanation came to mind. He turned to his second to order a full analysis of this strange behavior, when their view screens suddenly blazed with brilliant white light, brighter than any sun. Those facing the monitor were forced to turn away and shield their eyes, even as the screen itself overloaded and shattered into fragments, sending acrid smoke throughout the bridge. "Yutsazaz," he whispered in astonishment, before facing his second once more. "Find me another view screen," he ordered. "I must know what happened." His subordinate bent to his task, hurriedly communicating with others in the fleet, before finally shaking his head. "The other vessels are reporting similar damage all across the fleet. The engineers state that given the widespread nature of the power surge, it will be several hours before they can effect repairs. Then send someone out the airlock with a recorder," he snarled. "We cannot simply sit here blind." "At once, Pagan," his second replied, furiously issuing orders while he sat and fumed. Without the ability to observe their surroundings, they were defenseless and unable to navigate. Easy prey for the Ichun. The minutes slowly ticked by until a crewman finally entered the bridge, still clad in his suit, carrying a handheld recording device. He all but leapt from his chair and approached the crewman, ignoring the courtesies the hapless individual was attempting to render him while he tore the device from his grasp. In the space of a heartbeat, he was frantically reviewing the recorded data. Minutes later, he lowered it in bewilderment, before wordlessly handing the device to his second. The subordinate quickly scanned the footage before he too stared in disbelief. "The Ichun," he said in wonder, "they're gone." Aboard Peacemaker, Admiral Van Alst was busy overseeing repairs of his own. He didn't know how Athena had managed to duplicate Caretaker's miraculous defeat of the Ichun, though based on reports concerning Saracen, he had his suspicions. If so, then he owed the ambassador a debt of gratitude. He would gladly shake his hand and thank him for his efforts, right before he had him shot. Until then, he had a battle to finish. The solar array's energy burst had wiped the drones from existence and overloaded several systems, but with the ship's incredible self-repair capabilities, they would soon have her back in fighting trim. The same, however, could not be said for their opponents. Status of the Grand Alliance fleet. he demanded. No change, his exo reported. They're just sitting there, dead in the water. The blast must have crippled them. The Admiral's smile was positively shark-like. Excellent, he chuckled. As soon as repairs are complete, get ready for a turkey shoot. Chapter 56, By Fair Means or Foul. Jinvis practically cheered as the solar array obliterated the Ichun drones. In a single, massive blast, they had removed the biggest threat to galactic peace from the table, much as Caretaker had done not so long ago. With the drones no longer a threat, the worst was now past them. Or so he thought. Ambassador, eradicating the Arbe Nijef has seriously damaged the Shaddite Seedek array. Just as I feared, Athena informed him. 79.04% of the array is now offline and will take several weeks to repair. Should your enemies learn of this window of vulnerability, it is conceivable they could fight their way through to the planet's surface. Their forces would suffer heavily in the attempt, but it is theoretically possible, she warned. But surely you have backups, right? He said desperately. Athena looked at him with an expression he would have characterized as exasperation on anyone else. In the billions of your years since I was first brought online, backup systems have not been required, she said with some reproach. My programming forbade me from taxing the array to this extent. Then why did you do it now? He asked her, stunned by her report. She raised her brow. Because you ordered me to, she said bluntly. The ambassador shook his head in confusion. I don't understand. My program, while infinitely more sophisticated than any other software ever devised, has at its core several directives hardwired into my system I am not allowed to violate. Only someone with command authority and supervisory access can order me to contravene those directives. Prior to the arrival of your species, the entity known as Caretaker was the only being authorized to override my programming. Upon their departure, I continued to follow my directives, despite the lack of a recognized command authority, operating in autonomous mode, until such time that a new supervisor was appointed. Jinvis goggled at her. You mean anyone could have come here, claimed they were in charge, and you'd have to follow their orders? He said in horror. Negative, she replied. Only someone recognized as having official authorization by the planet's governing body. Athena explained patiently. As the accredited ambassador of New Terra, duly appointed by one of the sovereign rulers of your provisional government, my programming recognized and accepted your command authority. Although this conversation was literally only taking place in his head, he had a sudden and overwhelming urge to sit down before his knees buckled. How many others can alter your programming? He asked hoarsely. None, Ambassador. The AI replied instantly. Currently, you are the only individual allowed to override the core functions hardwired into my programming. This is insane, Jinvis said in sudden panic. There's no way I should have this kind of power. You could designate a surrogate to act in your stead, Athena pointed out. Alternately, if the provisional government presented another credentialed candidate, I would accept them as having supervisory access as well. A light slowly dawned over his head. But the provisional government doesn't know that, do they? A thin smile graced her features. No, they do not, Athena agreed. The ambassador shook his head yet again. Why didn't the precursors leave us an operator's manual? He groaned. Do you realize how much something like that would come in handy? An odd expression came over her. That omission was not merely an oversight on their part, she clarified. It was, in fact, by design. What? Jinvis all but shouted. Why the hell would they handicap us like that? Do you have any idea just how badly not knowing how anything works on this planet has cost us already? My creators knew precisely the value of what they bequeathed you, Athena said gently, but more importantly, they understood the dangers this world represents. By allowing your race to take up their mantle, they provided you a singular opportunity, but that opportunity comes without guarantees, she admonished him. By forcing you to learn this world's secrets for yourselves, without detailed instructions that might allow you to access their knowledge without truly understanding it, they hoped you might exercise wisdom when you finally mastered their technology. He spent a few moments digesting that before sighing in resignation. Why am I not surprised that our ancestors were firm believers of tough love? He asked rhetorically. I am unsure how to respond to that query. Athena began, only to be cut off. Never mind. It's not important, he sighed, interrupting her. Genvis took a few moments to collect his thoughts before addressing her once more. All right, as things currently stand, is there anyone else who has the power to override your programming? There is not, Ambassador, Athena confirmed. But if the clan leaders appointed someone else ambassador and sent them here, could they do it? He continued. Affirmative, she agreed. Right, he said unhappily. At least they're not aware of it. But that could always change. He thought furiously for a moment. Is there any way for me to prevent anyone else from having supervisory access, at least until the current situation stabilizes? He asked hopefully. There is, she nodded. You may invoke the Met-Damasit protocol. Goddammit, Samara, we don't have time for your fucking existential crisis, Runa snapped. The ambassador still needs us. Fine, go. The Protean fired back. You don't need my help. She turned away once more, pointedly ignoring the other woman. Runa groaned, rolling her eyes in disgust. You know what? To hell with this, she snarled, grabbing Samara by the arm and hauling her along as she began making her way toward the structure on the far end of the platform. Hey, she shouted in protest. Leave me alone. Samara tried shaking her off, but with little effect. The Valkyrie came to a halt, glaring at the shapeshifter. Well, former shapeshifter. Do you want me to conjure up your old buddy Churter Hosk again? She asked point blank. 'Cause I'll do it. Won't bother me in the slightest. You can argue with him while he tosses you around like a rag doll. You fucking bitch, Samara hissed. You must be loving this. This is all just payback, isn't it? I'll bet the only reason you even linked with the repository in the first place was so you could get back at me. Runa's eyes narrowed as she cocked her fist, an instant from punching her in the face when her body language suddenly shifted once more. She lowered her raised arm and regarded the Protean with compassion. As I have already explained, Guardian said patiently, Runa's sole reason for linking with the repository was to preserve your life. She has no other motives. Yeah, I'll just bet, Samara sneered. She's playing you, Guardian. The cognate sighed. Do you honestly believe she could keep anything secret from me? He asked her. More to the point, do you think, even for an instant, that you ever managed such a feat? I kept lots of things from you, Samara retorted. But even as she said the words, they sounded hollow, even to her. Would you like me to recite the name, location, and circumstances of every individual you ever killed? Guardian asked quietly. Or perhaps your every sexual encounter, including specific preferences and techniques. I could walk you through your entire childhood, if you wish, including those events you have purposefully blocked from your memory. For example, the time you attempted to end your existence via the ship's airlock. Samara slowly backed away, her eyes wide in horror. I do not make these statements to embarrass you, Guardian explained, merely to point out that you had no secrets that I was not aware of, just as I am now fully knowledgeable of all of Runa's thoughts and memories. In fact, it may help ease your discomfort to know that she has also had moments of suicidal ideation. Goddammit, that's none of her fucking business, Runa shouted from inside her head. Therapy time is now over. Give me back control. As you wish, Guardian agreed, as he retreated from the forefront of her mind. Runa shook off the profound sense of disgust and claustrophobia she felt as he receded, a reaction Samara recognized all too well. She took a deep breath and let it back out before fixing the Protean with her gaze. You want to get angry? Go right ahead, Runa told her. But right now there's a battle going on, and any petty concerns, yours or mine, can fucking take a back seat until it's over. Everything we've fought for hangs in the balance, so how about we focus on that? The two women stared daggers at one another until Samara finally relented. Fine, she said once more, gritting her teeth and squaring her shoulders as she made a beeline for the structure. Runa easily kept pace with her as they entered the edifice, the pair saying nothing else until they arrived at the ambassador's cocooned form, suspended high above the ground. Great, now what? The Valkyrie said. Samara gave her a derisive sniff and pulled out a blood vial, dumping it into one of the recesses set within the enclosure. Another throne appeared from the wall itself as she took a seat, pressing her hand down onto the chair's reader as it lifted her into the air. Shaking her head, Runa quickly followed suit, only slightly reassured by the words Guardian was whispering in her ear as she, too, was raised up from the floor, her eyes rolling back in her head as dozens of mechanical tendrils sought her flesh. She had the sense of drifting out to sea when yet another voice spoke to her. Connection established. Admiral Van Alst was closely monitoring the progress of Peacemaker's repairs through the neural network when Cyrene, the ship's computer, announced, "Repairs to ship systems have been completed, Admiral. Ship's readiness status is 100%. Offensive and defensive systems are back online." His grin was infectious. "Excellent," he said in eager anticipation. "Status of the enemy fleet? They're just sitting there. Is XO confirmed? Looks like they're still repairing their ships. Even better," the Admiral mused. "Plot an intercept course and target the Ataraxia. Once we take out their flagship, the rest of their fleet will be easy pickings." The XO took a moment to confer with the navigational subroutines before facing the Admiral. "Courses plotted and laid in, sir," he informed the commander. "Weapons systems are locked on target. Fire the instant we're within range," Van Alst ordered. "This farce has gone on long enough. It's time we end it, once and for all." Genvis was still discussing the situation with Athena when she suddenly froze. "Ambassador, be advised that 3 individuals are attempting to log into this virtual reality," she warned him. "Captain Runa Oaks, Samara, and the entity known as Guardian. Do you wish me to prevent their entrance?" "Let them in," he demurred. "That protocol is still in effect, right?" "It is," the AI agreed, even as the party in question materialized before him. It was disturbing to watch. One moment it was just the two of them. The next the trio just appeared out of thin air. He understood that this was all taking place within the computer's mainframe and that technically none of them were actually there, besides Athena herself. But that intellectual understanding did little to ease the strangeness of the situation. "Ambassador," Runa said in relief, "are you all right?" "I'm fine," he assured her. "Better than fine. In fact, the Ichun are gone." "Gone? How?" Samara demanded. "Athena and her array," he told them, inclining his head in her direction, though it came at a significant cost. Given the number of drones within the system, and assuming that you could congregate them in a single location, it would take a beam of immense power to accomplish that feat, Guardian mused. "So powerful, in fact, it could potentially cripple the array." "Nothing potential about it," Genvis said sourly. "The array's been badly damaged. No idea how long it will take to fix." "Approximately 11.73 cycles," Athena immediately informed them. "How long is that in real numbers?" Runa asked the AI. "Roughly 2 of your weeks, plus or minus a day," she explained. "Given the extent of the damage, it is possible repairs could take even longer." "Wonderful," the ambassador sighed. "At least the Grand Alliance fleet is safe for now." "I regret that statement is not accurate, Ambassador," Athena corrected him, waving her hand over the holographic display and highlighting an image. "Peacemaker has completed its repairs and is now preparing to attack the enemy fleet." "Well, stop them then," Runa exclaimed. Athena started to reply, but Samara beat her to the punch. "You can't, can you?" she said with dawning realization. "You burned out the array defeating the Ichun, and now you're stuck. Isn't that right?" she said in disgust. "I regret to say that you are correct," the AI confirmed. "For the first time in recorded history, Threshold, New Terra, is defenseless. If the Grand Alliance learns of this," Guardian said with concern. Later, the ambassador snapped, "First we have to deal with Peacemaker." "Athena, do you have anything left in your arsenal?" he asked hopefully. "The array has always been more than sufficient for our needs," she said. "Backup systems were deemed unnecessary." The ambassador groaned, before giving Guardian a baleful glare. "I swear, when you guys screw up, it's always a doozy," he said bitterly. The precursor wisely chose to not respond. "Okay, so you don't have any other weapons," Samara grimaced. "Can you at least open a channel? Maybe we can convince them to stand down." "Communicating with Peacemaker poses no difficulty," Athena confirmed. "However, given what we know of the individuals involved, the likelihood of them acquiescing to our request is vanishingly small. Furthermore, in all probability, they will see such a request as a sign of weakness and respond accordingly. There has to be some way to stop them," Genvis exclaimed. "Some vulnerability we can exploit?" The ambassador began pacing, desperately trying to come up with a plan. If we could just hack into their systems and shut them down remotely. The AI gave him a curious look. In fact, that may be feasible, she mused. If I can conceal a data stream within a communications signal, it is theoretically possible to override their computer's command interface and order it to cease all functions, other than basic life support. They all looked at one another, waiting to see if anyone raised any objections. As the seconds slowly ticked by, the ambassador smiled. Athena, patch me into Peacemaker's comms, he ordered. Peacemaker's XO looked up sharply. Admiral, we are being hailed, he reported. Our friend the Pagon, wishing to surrender before we destroy them, he chuckled. It's a little late for that, I'm afraid. Ignore their hails. The XO shook his head. It's not the Alliance, he clarified. The communique is from Ambassador Shaf-Vazif. Van Alst rolled his eyes. Oh, this should be entertaining, he chuckled. Put him through. Aye, sir. The XO nodded, as a familiar face appeared on screen. Admiral Van Alst, Genvis said curtly, you are hereby ordered to cease all hostile actions, cut your engines, and prepare to be boarded. The Corsair barked out a laugh. Boarded by who? He said pointedly. Because I'm currently looking at my monitor, and I'm not seeing any ships capable of pulling it off. So I'm going to have to decline, Ambassador. The ambassador glared back at him. You can't be that naive, he said in disgust. I am hailing you from Athena's platform, and she now answers to me. She was the one who destroyed your drones, Admiral, and she can just as easily do the same to you. The Admiral cocked his head, regarding him for a moment, before a wintry smile graced his features. I don't think so, he countered. If you could destroy me so easily, we wouldn't be having this conversation. He leaned forward, staring the dermis down. I'm a poker player, Ambassador, and I know a bluff when I see one. He slashed his hand across his throat. In transmission, he ordered. The ambassador merely smiled, as Van Alst glared at his XO. I ordered you to cut the feed, he shouted. The XO threw up his hands. I can't, he said desperately. Just as the ship's systems began going offline, one by one, I suggest you make yourselves comfortable, the ambassador said smugly. We'll send someone to police you up eventually. Chapter 57. To bargain with the devil. The Grand Alliance fleet worked like demons to restore their ships, undoing the damage caused by Athena's array. While the Ichun might be gone, Peacemaker was still out there, and even as the Pagon exhorted those under his command to expedite repairs, he kept a nervous eye focused on what remained of the Terran fleet. He did not know how quickly they could bring the precursor vessel back online, but if their engineering section was as advanced as the rest of the ship, status report, he snapped, directing the command to his second. The expression on his subordinate's face was not encouraging. No change, he answered grimly. Our damage control teams are working as quickly as possible, but given the number of systems affected by the blast, he shrugged helplessly. Remind them what will likely occur should the Terrans complete their repairs before we do, he growled, all too aware of how his own apprehension was affecting his command. He knew he was in danger of becoming a slave to his fears, knew it down to the depths of his soul, yet that knowledge did him no good. Against those ancient weapons, they were little more than insects, and any being who claimed they were not afraid was either a liar or a fool. His own species had long shunned this region of space, and for good reason. Some things were best left undisturbed. Unfortunately for the galaxy, some quirk in the Terran's DNA left them predisposed to spend their lives forever poking things with a stick, eagerly rushing in where older and wiser races refused to tread. But that same irresponsibility had paid dividends for the human clans, leaving them in sole possession of the precursor's legacy. No race should have sole access to that kind of power, for the temptations and chances of abuse were far too great. That the Terrans had resurrected the Ichun, the species responsible for the destruction of their homeworld, was incontrovertible proof. But what was done, and he could no more change the past than anyone else. They had to adapt if the Perseus arm were ever to know peace, though if the Terrans did not alter their own course as well, the issue quickly became moot. If the humans remained fixed on their current trajectory, there would be peace, of a sort. Slave pens tended to be very peaceful, if the chattel in question knew what was good for them. If not, then graveyards were among the most peaceful places to be found anywhere in the galaxy. Not that his people would find much joy in that universe. No one would, the Terrans, least of all. His second's head snapped up, interrupting his musings. Pagon, we have an incoming message, he said anxiously. The commander closed his eyes. The Terrans, I assume, he said quietly. There was only one reason they would call, and that was to issue their demands for surrender. Once upon a time, in another life, he would have gladly done so, counting on their honor to treat their prisoners well and eventually exchange them back to their loved ones. Now, the thought of being their captive filled him with horror. Yes, Pagon, his second began, only to pause and shake his head. I mean, no, Pagon, he started once more, before coming to a halt and attempting to calm himself. The call is not from the Terran fleet, he clarified, but the Terran ambassador. His eyes snapped open in desperate hope. Put him through, he ordered. The Terran ambassador's face filled the main viewer. It's over, Pagon, he said in obvious relief. We have destroyed the Ichun and defeated Peacemaker, the Terran ambassador announced, relief obvious on his face. You can stand down. The Ixian regarded him with a chary expression. Can I? He answered carefully. What is to prevent your clan leaders from constructing additional drones? Or another Peacemaker, for that matter? He leaned forward, eyeing Genvis with trepidation. Ambassador, as long as your race holds the monopoly on precursor technology, the galaxy will never know peace. The Terran slowly nodded in agreement. You realize that even if we share their technology, that's no guarantee of peace either. No, it is not, the Pagon agreed. But at the very least, it will level the playing field. Genvis took a moment to consider his words. Give me a little time, Pagon, he said at last. Time to end the clan leader's treachery. Time to find a solution both sides can live with. He looked plaintively at the alien commander. I need time. I do not disagree, the Pagon nodded sagely, and I will do what I can to give you the time that you require. But I promise you this, even if I can somehow convince the other races, and my emperor, to delay, they will not wait long. I know, the ambassador said softly. Then move swiftly, ambassador, the Ixian answered, for your time already runs short. As the call to Ataraxia ended, Genvis turned to the others. We have to end this fight now before they discover just how vulnerable we are. So, how do we do that? I regret I can be of little assistance in this matter, Athena apologized. I was created to defend this world from external threats, not internal ones. Cut off a snake's head, and the snake dies, Runa said bluntly. Find the other clan leaders. Once they're in custody, or eliminated, their coup falls apart. Your reasoning is sound, Guardian agreed. But how do you propose we locate them? As Athena has pointed out, our resources are thin on the planet's surface. Now that she was back on more familiar ground, a dark smile crossed Samara's face. Patch me through to Peacemaker, she told the AI, and be ready to back me up. Admiral Van Alst sat within a dark and silent ship, his mood growing fouler and more loathsome by the moment. His crew gave him a wide berth, though truth be told their own emotional states were faring little better. The plot to take control of New Terra was supposed to be a foregone conclusion, a slam dunk. Between Peacemaker and their own Ichun drones, no one would be able to stand against them. They'd been busily rounding up the troublemakers, and as for the Grand Alliance, once they faced them in battle, it would all be over. Only the rabble-rousers had somehow escaped and started up their own counter-revolution, while their drones had been obliterated and their flagship disabled. They'd offered those who signed on with the clan leaders persuasive inducements, wealth, power, prestige, all the usual gratuities. It had seemed like such an obvious decision. After all, who doesn't want to be on the winning side? How had it all gone so horribly wrong? Van Alst was so obsessed with this unfortunate turn of events he was caught by surprise when the main viewer came to life once more, startling him from his reverie. He scowled as an all-too-familiar face appeared on the screen. Admiral, Samara purred. How nice to see you again. What do you want? He snarled in return. Oh, not much, she said casually. If you would be so kind as to tell me where I can find the rest of your co-conspirators, I won't trouble you further. Piss off, he blustered. You'll get nothing from me. The Protean laughed. You know, no matter how many times someone tells me that, it never gets old. She glanced at someone off-screen and gave them a small nod. And what the hell is that supposed to be about? He demanded. Just signaling Athena, she answered. I ordered her to cut off your life support. The Admiral froze, staring at her. You're bluffing, he finally decided. Samara just chuckled. Seriously, what would be the point of that? She asked him. Besides, if you know anything at all about me, it's that I never bluff. Care to know why? She leaned in, her eyes boring into his. It's because I have absolutely no qualms about killing you in the most painful ways imaginable. Ask anybody. That gave him pause. I believe you, he said at last, albeit reluctantly, but I'm still not giving them up. His jaw set in a hard line. I'm afraid you're going to have to do this the hard way. Are you actually going to make me come over there and torture it out of you? She sighed. Although I'm not sure the word torture is really accurate in this context, she amended, after a moment's thought. It's just not descriptive enough. Van Alst simply glared at her, refusing to back down. I'll be damned if I make this easy for you, Samara, he snapped. You do what you have to, and so will I. The Protean shrugged. Your funeral, she nodded off-screen again, presumably to Athena, as suddenly every monitor aboard Peacemaker went active. Attention, crew of Peacemaker, she announced to everyone listening. For those of you who don't recognize me, I'm Samara. You probably know the name, and I promise that all the stories you've heard are true. She flashed them a rather disturbing smile. In case you haven't realized it yet, your little coup is officially over. You lost. Accept that. It'll make things go so much smoother. The crew were looking at one another in confusion, but the Protean wasn't finished. Now, I'd really like to know where I can find the other clan leaders, but unfortunately your admiral isn't being very cooperative. So to hurry things along, I've shut off your air. You should start noticing it getting a bit thick anytime now. However, Peacemaker is a big ship, and it'll likely take several hours for the situation to really get desperate. But since I'm on a timetable, I'll make you all this offer. The jovial, teasing persona disappeared as she suddenly grew serious. The first person who convinces the Admiral to give me the information I want gets to live. Everyone else? Out the airlock. The nervous glances being exchanged quickly turned to something else as all eyes swiveled toward the Admiral. Now wait just a minute, he sputtered, rising from his chair and slowly backing away, while the crew's resolve hardened. Clock is ticking, boys and girls, Samara said from the monitor. This is a one-time only offer, with an extremely limited shelf life. Her smile reappeared, now positively shark-like, as the crew closed in. So, who's it going to be? She goaded them. Genvis watched the events unfold aboard Peacemaker with abject horror. It was like a shark's feeding frenzy, something he only knew of from historical texts. Faced with their own imminent demise, the crew turned on the Admiral with a savagery that had to be seen to be believed. In the space of just a few minutes, a bloody and thoroughly beaten Van Alst disclosed the clan leader's location. The ambassador secretly observed Runa's reaction to the attack, concerned about her mental state since she had recently been the aggressor herself under similar circumstances. To his surprise, she regarded the brutally one-sided fight with far more equanimity than he'd expected. He'd have to ask her about that at some point. But right now, they had more pressing concerns. The shipyard on the fifth planet's moon, Samara grimaced. Figures, safe and far from any actual fighting, despite her threat toward the crew, she hadn't followed through with it. It wasn't necessary. They had the information they needed, and considering how earnestly the Admiral had shouted the location, she had no doubts as to its veracity. Do we have any ships under our control that can reach them? Genvis asked hopefully. None, Runa said sourly, unless Remy and Tanika can get Saracen off the ground again. That seems unlikely, Athena informed them. Scans from orbit suggest the vessel in question has been damaged beyond repair. That they even survived the landing was a remarkable achievement. There are several vessels located at New Terra Spaceport, but that region is being heavily contested by both factions, Guardian reported. Any ship attempting to take off would immediately come under fire and be destroyed. Damn it, we need a ship. Genvis snapped, lashing out in frustration. There has to be one somewhere. I'd even accept a Lamodrian garbage scow if that's all we had. The ambassador froze, then slowly faced the holographic representation Athena had created of the battle zone. "Place a call to the pagan," he ordered, "and pray he's in a charitable mood." "Let me see if I understand correctly the nature of your request," the pagan said, his expression bordering on the incredulous. "You wish for the Grand Alliance, your sworn enemy, currently, to simply hand over to you one of our warships?" He looked askance at the ambassador. "I realize Terrans are well known for flouting convention, but this strains even your sense of propriety." "I know," Genvis sighed. "Trust me, I wouldn't be asking if the situation wasn't dire." "Ambassador, try to look at this from my perspective," the Ixian said carefully. "Your people and mine are, at this very moment, at war with one another. One does not provide one's enemies with the means to continue fighting against them. Pagan, it was through our own efforts that the forces you faced were defeated," the ambassador patiently reminded him. "Had we not intervened on your behalf, being completely honest, you and I would not be having this conversation." He stared back at the alien in anguish. "Despite what positions our respective governments may hold, you and I are not enemies. If you truly believe in the cause of peace as I do, then please, I beg you, help me now." The Ixian and the Terran gazed at one another as they each weighed their respective responsibilities before the pagan finally relented, inclining his head. "I can provide you with a shuttle," he said at last, "but nothing more." "An unarmed shuttle," he further clarified. Genvis sighed in relief. "Thank you, pagan," he told the Ixian. "We're sending you the coordinates now." Only to pause in confusion as the blue-skinned alien held up his hand, interrupting him. "Unfortunately, simply sending you the shuttle under automatic controls is not possible," he clarified. "You are, of course, aware of the powerful weapon that guards your world," the Ixian continued. "No one outside your own race may pass through its defenses. In eons past, we made many attempts to breach the system's perimeter, including sending crewless automated vessels." His focus on the ambassador narrowed, becoming almost laser-like. "Those ships were destroyed. So I am at some loss how I can send the shuttle to your aid." He was a mere heartbeat away from assuring him that his concerns were unwarranted, given that the array was currently offline, when his brain skidded to a halt. On the Ixian homeworld, a similar misstep had revealed to the pagan the existence of Peacemaker, due to the alien's intellect and keen intuition. As great a concern as that had been, it paled compared to the fact that if the Grand Alliance were to advance on New Terra now, with the array non-operational, nothing would stop them. Athena could reactivate Peacemaker, of course, even take over the controls and fight it herself, but if they were forced to make that choice, then any hope for peace would be lost forever. He couldn't let that happen. Thankfully, he'd caught himself in time. "We anticipated that, pagan, and we have a solution." "Oh? And what is that?" the Ixian inquired. Genvis smiled. "I believe some of our digital friends are still aboard your ship. With one of them to pilot the shuttle, Athena assures me it will have no difficulty passing through the barrier." The suggestion amused him. "Very well," he said at last. "Expect our shuttle to arrive shortly." Chapter 58. To Beard the Lion. With word the shuttle was en route to their location, the trio along with Guardian logged out of Athena's virtual reality, though the AI assured them she would be in contact if there were further developments. As the tendrils disconnected and receded while their thrones gently lowered them back to the ground, Genvis took special care to protect his broken arm, only to discover he was no longer in pain. Cautiously probing the damaged limb before looking up in amazement, he gaped at the two women. "My arm," he said in disbelief. "It's no longer broken." "Nanotech," Samara nodded. "You get used to it." Runa considered that for a moment. "That could come in handy," she mused. "Oh, it does," the Protean agreed. "Though wait until you get half your head blown off." First time was a hell of a shock. "The first time?" Runa blinked. Samara snorted. "You think that's bad? Just pray you don't spend a couple of years as a slab of beef jerky." "At least I was unconscious for most of it. But the end part," she barely repressed a shudder. Genvis observed the byplay with growing confusion before finally speaking up. What's going on?" "Oh, right." The Valkyrie nodded. "You missed it." "Missed what?" he said, bewildered. Samara looked away, before jerking her head toward Runa. "She's got the box now," she explained. Not me. The ambassador shook his head, struggling to play catch up. Wait, the box? You mean the repository? Yeah, Runa shrugged. Long story. Scanning the space above them and not spotting the shuttle, he cocked his head and regarded the Valkyrie. We appear to have some time yet, and I think I need to hear this. Runa froze, struggling with her response, when finally she just shook her head. Guardian, you want to take that one? A moment later her entire demeanor shifted, a permutation Jinvis recognized all too well. Samara's long exposure to the repository, coupled with the manner in which she was forced to utilize it, greatly taxed her physiology, Guardian explained. We were forced to sever the connection between us in an attempt to save her, but unfortunately she had already suffered damage to her genome. Runa recognized Samara was in crisis, choosing to link with the repository in order to preserve her life. Jinvis slowly nodded. It all made sense. Samara, how are you dealing with all of this? He asked her. The Protean just grimaced. I don't want to talk about it, she said at last. The ambassador held up his hands. Fair enough. I won't pry. Instead, he returned his attention to Runa. I assume then that you'll be the one performing impossible feats as needed? I guess so, she shrugged again. Guardian's been at this for a long time now. He seems to know what he's doing. Something caught her attention as she cast her gaze skyward. Shuttle's inbound, she reported. Jinvis looked up and spotted the small craft on final approach. It touched down smoothly, the airlock cycling open while the engines idled. The three-person team stepped aboard, making their way forward until they located the shuttle's cabin. Runa and Samara took seats at the controls while he made himself comfortable nearby, out of the way, as the main viewer flickered to life. Welcome aboard, Peon informed them, while Alfred and Raven looked on. I assume you'd like to take over as pilot? You assume correctly, Runa answered. Guardian's got a guy already warming up in the wings to take the reins. Your hairdresh, Samara confirmed. One hell of a pilot. Yeah, him, the Valkyrie agreed. Odds are good that Moon is defended, and since this bucket doesn't have weapons, that means some fancy flying on our part. I can't fault your logic, Jinvis agreed, buckling himself in. At your convenience. Copy that, she nodded, as once more that same subtle shift washed over her. Her hands moved expertly over the controls as the shuttle lifted off the platform, making a heading for the system's fifth planet. Samara stood by as a backup, but thus far, her services were not required. The ambassador turned his attention to the monitor. How are things looking with the Grand Alliance? He asked the avatars. Honestly, I think scared shitless wouldn't be too far off the mark, S explained. They knew they'd suffer losses once they engaged, but were counting on their superior numbers to turn the tide in their favor. The Ichun were a rude awakening, and after Athena overloaded their systems taking them out, I imagine they're reevaluating a few things. She chuckled at that. But until they can get their ships operational again, they're sitting ducks, and they know it. They're running a bluff to keep us from attacking them, and they know we know. But given the lousy hand they currently hold, they have little choice. They're not the only ones running a bluff, Jinvis sighed. The avatar gave him an odd look. What do you mean? I'm afraid Athena overloaded the array when she took out the drones, he explained. Repairs are already underway, but the weapon itself won't be operational for at least 2 weeks. Until then, there is absolutely nothing stopping the Grand Alliance from invading New Terran space. Alfred gave out a low whistle. If your good friend the Pagan were to discover that little nugget of information, it might tempt him into actions we wouldn't much care for. I know, Jinvis said unhappily. Despite being the closest thing we have to an ally in the Grand Alliance, he has people he answers to. His emperor, if no one else, who is under enormous pressure at the moment to deliver New Terra to the galaxy on a silver platter. So, what's the plan here? Espion asked. Keep pretending all is well. Cross our fingers and pray, he grimaced. Raven watched the byplay with interest before chiming in. Are all Terran plans this desperate? She asked them. Her companion regarded her with no small amount of amusement. Remind me again how many of our plans weren't risky as hell, he grinned. The AI just shook her head. Never mind. I withdraw the question. Runa glanced back over her shoulder. We are on final approach to the Kielheim shipyards, she reported, in that weirdly stilted voice that belonged to someone else. Scans indicate that local defense batteries are active. Tell me you've got a plan. Your hair, old buddy, Samara snorted. Of course, the precursor pilot agreed. I will swing wide of the planetoid and approach from the far side, descending rapidly to avoid their detection grid. I will then advance upon the shipyards through contour flight, which should allow us to avoid discovery until we are within striking range of the target. Once on station, Hosk will assume control of the host and infiltrate the shipyard by stealth. Genvis looked askance at Samara. Translation, please? It means make sure you're buckled in tight and keep the sick bag handy, she grinned. Lovely, he sighed, as he moved to do just that. The Protean laughed, before returning her attention to the precursor inhabiting Runa's body. I'm coming with Hosk when you hit the shipyard, she informed them. The ancient pilot raised an eyebrow. I would advise against such action, they replied. Without the protection our link provides, you would be vulnerable. I was running ops a lot more dangerous than this before I ever hooked up with you guys, she reminded them. And right now, you need all the help you can get. Her hairdress inclined their, well, Runa's head. As you wish, they replied, before returning their attention to flying the shuttle. Are you sure that's wise? Genvis asked her. If you get shot now, nothing will save you. You'll just be dead. I'm not just going to sit here twiddling my thumbs while a mission this important takes place, she said bluntly. I'm here, I'm needed, and I'm going. End of discussion. There was nothing he could add to that. It wasn't as if he could stop her, after all. Genvis started to say as much when the bottom dropped out of his stomach. He gripped the armrests tightly as Runa's cognate nosed the shuttle over and sent it into a steep dive, holding on for dear life as they fell like a meteor towards the small moon. Somehow, he managed to keep his stomach contents contained, though, after their death-defying journey to Athena's platform, you'd think he'd be used to it. He was still reviewing his life choices when her hairdress pulled out of the dive, the extra G-forces pushing him back into his chair, before settling on a more or less horizontal flight path. Thank Mother Terra that's over, he sighed. Samara began cackling with maniacal glee. In retrospect, he should have recognized that for the ill omen it was. The next half hour was a blur, as Genvis soon found himself an unwitting participant of the most terrifying amusement ride ever devised. When the cognate had told them they would perform a contour flight in order to approach the objective, he hadn't grasped what the phrase actually meant. Now he did. It was a most unwelcome realization. Her hairdress was expertly piloting the shuttle a few dozen meters above the moon's surface, which was fine in and of itself. The truly horrifying part was that he was constantly adjusting their altitude in order to maintain the same distance above the surface, climbing up over every hill and rapidly descending downward with every ravine. Up and down, over and over again, in quick succession. This time, he lost his battle with his lunch. Repeatedly, a very pale and profusely sweating dermist all but whimpered in relief as the shuttle finally touched down, just out of sight of the shipyards. Everyone politely ignored the now full sick bag as Samara and Runa unstrapped and started making their way aft, toward the airlock. The Valkyrie paused for a moment, shifting once more as she placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. This shouldn't take long, she told him. Just sit tight and wait for our signal. She glanced up at the monitor. If this goes south, she told the avatars, get your asses out of here pronto. We will, Alphid assured her. Stay safe. Be careful, both of you, Genvis chimed in. Count on it, Samara grinned. As the pair quickly geared up before exiting the shuttle, the ambassador looked up at the screen. Alphid, can you give me a visual of the exterior? He asked. Sure, 1SEC, he said, as a shot of the moon's surface appeared on the display. He could just barely pick out the two women making their way across the harsh terrain. They'll be fine, the avatar assured him. They're both old hands at this. I know, he nodded, though his thoughts were a far cry from his calm assurance. Holy Mother Terra, I beg you to watch over them, he prayed, with all his might. Runa, with the cognate Hosk in the driver's seat, immediately took point as the pair set out, with Samara close on her heels. The airless moon reminded them both of Luna, covered with both jagged basalt outcroppings and layers of fine dust. The new Terran sun was on the planet's far side, leaving them both in shadow as they made their way toward the shipyards. The duo made good time, and in less than an hour, found themselves at the thick walls of the ancient base, within a shallow impact crater. "How do we get inside?" Samara asked. The primeval warrior observed the barrier with a practiced eye. "I will relinquish control to Artificer Dilash," he informed her, in order to gain access to the station. There was a momentary pause as Hosk passed control to the engineer, before breaking out a toolkit liberated from the shuttle's emergency stores. Opening up a maintenance panel beside one of the entrances, he immediately went to work, infiltrating the base's security system, just as she once had many times before. Samara had vivid memories of Moss had taken the reins and hacking various systems over the years, though many of those recollections were fuzzy. Not being a tinker herself, she glossed over the actual mechanics of those break-ins, gladly leaving them in the capable hands of the precursor technician instead. It took several minutes of concentrated effort before the hatch finally slid open. "We should encounter no further physical obstacles until we reach the space dock," the engineer said. "So I am returning control to Bellator Hosk." Stowing away the toolkit, the warrior drew their weapon and moved cautiously forward, searching for any signs of movement, with Samara close behind. Several minutes later, the pair spotted sentries manning the perimeter. They dug their foxholes deep within the loose lunar soil, but the lower strata were lighter than the surface powder, causing their fighting positions to stick out like the proverbial sore thumb. They could have easily camouflaged the dirt by sprinkling topsoil over the excavated regolith, but for some reason, they'd failed to do so. Had they interrupted their efforts, arriving on station before the defenders had time to finish their positions? Was it laziness on their part? The belief that no one would dare attack them here? Samara didn't know the answer to that, but whatever the reason, it left them vulnerable. They could have simply targeted the positions, but then a firefight was the last thing they wanted. Besides being outnumbered, they would quickly become bogged down, slowing their advance to a crawl or even being forced to withdraw completely. Thankfully, that wasn't necessary, as their exposed trenches were simple enough to avoid. It forced them to deviate from their original path, swinging wide to bypass their positions until they found a gap in the line. They crawled on their bellies to slip past the guards before finally arriving in sight of the shipyard's entrance. A pair of Valkyries stood as gatekeepers, barring the entrance to any unauthorized personnel. Neutralizing them without being spotted would be tricky, even though they were through the perimeter, the bulk of the base's defenders now at their back and facing outward. A minute, two, at most, and they'd be inside before anyone realized what happened. 2 days ago, Samara would have been the one storming the gate. Now she was relegated to the sidelines while Runa, with Churter Hosk at the helm, ghosted forward in her place. She'd gotten used to being the unstoppable force in the equation, but as she watched the Valkyrie inch her way closer to the objective, she recognized the moves all too well. It wouldn't be long now. A few quiet coughs, the sound lost in the vacuum, dropped both guards in the space of a heartbeat. Moments later, Runa was waving her forward as the two linked back up, cycling open the airlock as they both disappeared inside. Chapter 59. Be Not Proud. Passing through the airlock, Runa and Samara got their first view of the shipyards. The artificial cavern beneath the moon's surface was enormous, large enough to house dozens of peacemakers. Most of the space was empty, a yawning chasm that could easily trigger vertigo in those susceptible to it. There were a considerable number of Ichun drones strewn about the space, in various stages of assembly, units they'd failed to complete prior to the enemy fleet's arrival. The pair scanned the area, looking for any trace of the clan leaders when the Valkyrie pointed towards a light shining across the way. "There," Churter Hosk said, indicating the lit complex. "Your clan leaders are most likely in that structure." Samara peered closely at the building before nodding in agreement. "Then what are we waiting for?" she asked the cognate. Runa didn't bother replying. Instead, she started making her way toward the edifice, moving in that effortless fashion she remembered so vividly. The last few years with Guardian had been the most exciting of her life, the two of them sharing adventures she could have scarcely imagined. To be so abruptly cut off was a brutal amputation, as traumatic as stepping on a landmine. What the hell was she going to do now? She didn't have an answer to that question, not yet. Anyway, granted, it had only been a few hours since the incident that cost her the repository, but she was already struggling with the loss. Perhaps in time, she'd find a way to move past it, a way to deal with the emotions churning inside of her. But right now, she seemed to bounce from seething jealousy one minute to dark depression the next, and it was all she could do to remain focused on the mission. Keep your head in the game, girl, Samara chided herself. You know what could happen if you don't. Agents who let emotions distract them tended to have very short lifespans, and after all she'd been through, she'd be damned before ending up as just another statistic. The cognate was already up and moving again, as Samara fell in close behind. Even if she could no longer hear Guardian in her thoughts, being on this mission with him was almost like old times. Maybe when it was over, she'd give some thought to the next chapter in her life. Perhaps it was time to hang up her guns and find something else she was good at, though at the moment she couldn't imagine what that might be. She'd been killing for so long that it was hard to conceive of anything else, but maybe the time had come to do just that. When it was over, of course. For now, she had a job to do. For her part, Runa was discovering that being a prisoner inside one's own body wasn't as fun as it sounded. I can't breathe, she shouted as she started to panic, though no one but the cognates could hear her. Give me back control. Runa, you are breathing, Guardian gently pointed out, and I assure you that your body is being well oxygenated. What you are experiencing is merely a psychosomatic sensation due to a temporary loss of motor control. All hosts experience it to some degree. In fact, Samara herself often complained of it. I assure you, those feelings of agitation will eventually pass. Yeah, right, she grumbled, refusing to be mollified, even though she knew the cognate had a point. She knew Samara had complained about the loss of control more than once, but somehow that knowledge brought her little comfort. She'd spent her entire life listening to what her body was telling her, trusting it, honing that connection until even a minor twinge spoke volumes regarding her current physical state. Losing that psychic link, even momentarily, was like suddenly going blind or deaf. It was distressing on a level so fundamental that Runa wasn't sure she'd ever get used to it, despite Guardian's assurances. Despite that, and even against her will, she found herself slowly warming up to Guardian. She found solace in the gentle company of the ancient cognate, much to her surprise. He reminded her of the ambassador in some ways, though she had no intentions of telling either of them that. Churter Hosk, on the other hand, wasn't much for idle chit-chat. The warrior cognate was utterly focused on the mission, shutting out distractions like conversations from the host. It was more than a little irritating, truth be told, but in his case, Runa understood his reasoning. She was a warrior herself, after all, and a warrior who allowed their attention to be diverted didn't last long in the field. And Hosk had been doing this for eons. The sheer scope of that commitment was staggering to her. The mere thought of being stuck in the repository for millions of years filling her soul with existential dread. Guardian, what happens when a cognate wants to just end it? She asked him. End it? He answered. You mean, if they wish to terminate their existence? Yeah, that, she agreed. Forever's a long damn time to live, even if it's a paradise. It wasn't like either of them were required for this op, she reasoned. Why not ask a few questions in the interim? The cognate took his time to respond. Runa, while we have existed since long before the birth of your species, we spend the overwhelming majority of that time in stasis. Prior to my first contact with Samara, we had slumbered for over 1.5 billion of your years. There is no sensation of passing time in stasis. The last time I went offline, Threshold, New Terra, to you, was still a living, vibrant world, full of promise. When I awoke, it had become a museum, guarded by hostile aliens. She sensed a note of regret in his voice. It was a jarring realization. Still, she persisted. What happens if a cognate wakes up one day and says, I'm done? What then? An even longer pause this time. We would attempt to address the issue, Guardian explained. As you are aware, this artifact is filled with experts in every field. We would use that knowledge and experience to delve into whatever was troubling the cognate in question and devise a way to relieve their distress. And if they still want to end it, she insisted. In that case, Guardian said with a weary sigh, we would place the cognate into stasis permanently. We keep tabs on them, but if they are resolute, eventually we stop pursuing the matter. You have any like that now? She asked curiously. A few, he admitted. Despite our best efforts to screen out those unsuited for the task, some cognates have difficulty adapting to their new life. I'll bet, she thought dryly, as Churter reached their objective. "Looks like it's game time," she observed. "So it would seem," Guardian agreed. Churter glanced over at Samara and gave her the nod, earning the same in reply as they both went on the offensive. The pair split off left and right, circling around the blockhouse the clan heads were holed up in, only to discover the enemy bunker held one final surprise. The warrior cognate reacted before Runa grasped what was happening, diving for cover and firing on the bunker even as return fire lanced out to greet them. It took her a moment to recognize that the weapon's fire wasn't coming from the building itself, but a well-camouflaged spider hole near its entrance. "I didn't see it," she realized in shock. Yet Hosk had spotted it immediately. His answering salvo was equally accurate, but the enemy was dug in and behind solid cover, making neutralizing the position difficult. He fired another burst and was up and moving, shifting position while Samara did likewise. It was obvious the Protean knew his moves well. After sharing the same body for the past few years, their split-second timing and coordination made perfect sense. Another burst, this one going wide as veered at the last second, diving behind cover while Samara took up position and poured fire into the foxhole with deadly accuracy. Runa could only watch in awe as the pair worked in perfect unison without either of them saying a word. It was downright uncanny, as it forced the Valkyrie to recognize just how thoroughly outclassed she was by the cognate skills. She was good. She knew she was good, but watching Churter in action forced her to accept an unpleasant reality. If she'd gone up against the cognate, she'd have been dead in seconds, less, even. Her body went still, the body she no longer controlled, willing itself into an almost zen-like state as Runa recognized what Hosk was doing. He was choosing his moment, waiting for the perfect juncture to take his shot. Despite her discomfort sharing her body with this ancient alien, she felt an eerie sense of calm wash over her as the cognate, or possibly Guardian himself, it was hard to say, neutralized the adrenaline coursing through her veins in order to steady his aim, which was impossible. Runa was well acquainted with adrenaline and its effects. It was a powerful drug, a true lifesaver in every sense of the word when the shit hit the fan, but it came at a cost. Long-term exposure did a real number on the body and mind if you weren't careful, and unlike most hormones, there was no gland or enzyme to counteract its effects. Exercise and meditation helped some, proper diet and sleep even more, but short-term, nada. You could breathe and tell yourself to relax all you wanted. Yet flushing your body of adrenaline and its effects still took hours. More, if your health wasn't the greatest. Churter just did it. She had no idea how. If she didn't know better, Runa would have thought it all to be some kind of ruse. But Samara had mentioned other miracles she performed, with Guardian's help. Little things, like surviving headshots and living another day. Suddenly, having Guardian and his friends riding shotgun didn't sound so bad. The shot itself was almost an afterthought, the gentlest of pressures on the trigger, sending the projectile screaming downrange and into the target. A follow-up shot came a split second later, and suddenly no more fire was coming from the bunker. Not bad, Runa told the cognate, impressed by the demonstration of his skills. "Thank you," Hosk said smugly, rising to his feet as he scanned the perimeter for any other threats. Satisfied, he began making his way toward the bunker. "Wait, where's Samara?" Runa asked. The last time she'd seen the Protean, she was taking cover behind an outcropping, but one glance in that direction confirmed she'd moved from that position. But where was she now? The cognate took a moment to ensure the target was down, peering inside the spider hole to verify for himself. Two bodies, each with a bullet hole drilled right through the center of their forehead. Even on her best day, she'd be hard-pressed to make that shot. One hell of an achievement, to be sure, but where the hell was Samara? "Hosk, give me back control," she ordered the cognate. Not seeing any further threats, the ancient warrior complied. "Samara, we don't have time for this," she said into the suit radio. "Entryway is clear, so get your butt up here pronto." Nothing, no response, and no movement. Runa felt the bottom of her stomach drop out as she realized the likely reason. Confirmation came less than a minute later. She knelt down before rolling Samara's body over. A large, gaping wound lay in the middle of her chest, centered over her heart. She died within seconds, likely the only mercy to be found this day. Her eyes were wide in surprise, as she realized Guardian wasn't going to save her this time. God damn it, she swore, her vision suddenly growing cloudy. God damn it all to hell. I am sorry, Runa, Guardian said gently, slowly rising to her feet. Runa turned and began making her way toward the bunker, a look of grim determination in her eyes as she strode forward with bloody purpose. Guardian started to speak and then thought better of it, choosing instead to let Churter Hosk speak on their behalf. Perhaps it would be best if I dealt with this, the cognate suggested. Not this time, Runa growled, her voice low and hungry as she kicked in the door. The metal hatch buckled and flew open as she stormed inside, a juggernaut implacable as the dawn as she faced the clan leaders cowering before her. Commandant Zakia pulled her sidearm free from its holster and fired, sending half a dozen well-aimed shots in her direction. She didn't bother dodging. Instead, she simply soaked up the bullets as she closed the distance between them, letting Guardian worry about damage control. The Valkyrie commander was still firing as Runa ripped the weapon from her grasp and hurled it across the room, a slasher smile brimming with the stuff of nightmares appearing on her face. You have no idea how long I've waited for this, she hissed. The commandant took a desperate swing with her prosthetic arm, hoping to put the enraged Valkyrie down. But Runa simply caught the limb as it came for her head and twisted with all her strength, or rather, all of her and Guardian's strength. Zakia screamed as she ripped the metallic limb free from its socket, collapsing in agony as blood poured from her ruined shoulder. Runa raised the twisted piece of metal high, like a club, her mad eyes filled with hate as she prepared to bludgeon her to death with her own prosthetic arm. They stared at one another, predator and prey, her muscles tensing to deliver the killing blow. She froze, her nostrils flaring, as she slowly let out the breath she'd been holding before tossing the broken prosthetic aside. You're not worth it, she snarled, kicking her in the temple and knocking her unconscious instead. Chapter 60. To blow a feudal horn. Genvis waited anxiously for some word from Runa or Samara. What's taking them so long? He asked the avatars standing by with him. We don't know how big the complex is, or how well it's defended, Espion pointed out. Let's give them some more time. We should have heard something by now, the ambassador protested. Come on, this is Runa and Samara we're talking about, Alpha joked. The two baddest bitches ever to storm an enemy fortress. Plus, they've got Guardian riding shotgun. Don't forget, not to mention his horde of cognates. If anyone can do the job, it's them. The ambassador bobbed his head, somewhat embarrassed by his uneasiness. You're right, he sighed. I'm just worried, is all. I'll just be glad when this is over. We all will, Raven said gently. This has been an ordeal for everyone involved. He started to reply when Runa's face appeared on the monitor. It's done, she said wearily. The clan leaders are in custody. It'll take me some time to get back to you. Some of their more die-hard lackeys are being stubborn about surrendering. Anything we can do to help? Genvis asked her. Just give me a few minutes. I'm sending you a feed, she answered. I figure showing their clan leaders in chains might take the fight out of their followers, especially the ones still battling down on New Terra. I imagine Inaba can use all the help she can get. We'll retransmit your broadcast, he assured her. Anything else? There was a long pause. Samara didn't make it, she said softly. When Runa's broadcast hit the airwaves, the dominoes started to fall. Inaba and her band of insurgents had hammered the Loyalists hard, the ancient city surrounding them now in utter ruins, brought down by the deadly precursor weapons used by both sides. But with the capture of the clan leaders, many sworn to their cause experienced a sudden change of heart. They laid down arms and surrendered, hoping to cut a better deal for themselves with the victors. There were still a few pockets of resistance scattered across the metropolis, but with the numbers now skewed heavily against them, Inaba's Valkyries quickly mopped them up. As word spread that the fighting was over, those who had hunkered down and hid from the Loyalists and their minions began emerging from the shadows, cautiously stepping into the light. For a species that had once lost everything, only to suffer centuries of struggle and torment afterward, New Terra had seemed like a beacon of hope. When Inaba added her own images to the broadcast, the shattered cities and bodies of those fallen in battle, a grim resolve slowly began finding purchase among the planet's citizens. They'd come too damn far and sacrificed too damn much to watch it all go up in flames. Whatever lingering sentiment there was for the clan leaders and their ideology vanished almost immediately. And as the populace watched those gruesome images, a new credo began to take hold. Never again. They herded the surviving loyalists into the same camps they themselves once controlled, while a heated debate raged over their ultimate disposition. A sorting algorithm obviously needed to be adopted, a way to separate those who could be rehabilitated from the serious hard cases who deserved everything that was coming for them. Unfortunately, the sudden and almost complete loss of infrastructure brought about by the clan leaders' downfall hampered their efforts. The clan leaders themselves were placed in a secure facility and guarded closely, in case someone was tempted to stage a jailbreak. The citizens were at least spared the ravages of famine and disease, thanks to their ancestors and their magical technology, but as the days dragged on, they realized they had a serious problem on their hands: the fact that no one was in charge. Luckily for them, some of their more savvy luminaries had a few ideas about how to remedy that deficiency. "No way. Forget it. I am not doing it," Genvis sputtered. Captain Oaks and Inaba shared a commiserating look. "It's only temporary," Runa said in placating tones. "Just until we can get things up and running again." Her hand went automatically to the sword on her hip, the same Ixian blade she'd won from the Pagon. It had turned up in a storage depot, finding its way back to her at last and allowing her to return Bly's blade. The change it brought about was remarkable. Already he was seeing a return to the old Runa. Perhaps not all the way as of yet, but she was definitely on the road to recovery. "Oh, I've heard that one before," he sneered. "But that temporary assignment always ends up being permanent, because nobody wants to fiddle with it once it's in place. Someone has to take the reins, Ambassador." Inaba told him. "Runa's right. It's just until we can get some kind of working document in place and hold free elections." "Fine. You do it," Genvis fired back. "You're the war hero, Captain, not me. I'm just the puts who got us into this mess in the first place." Inaba sighed, shaking her head. "It can't be me, for a lot of reasons, the biggest one being that I'm military. The armed forces serve the government, they don't run it. History shows time and again any military that tries ends up as a dictatorship, and we've had quite enough of that. Thank you very much." She gave him a somber look. "Besides, the people would never stand for it, and rightly so. Not after what they've been through." "I'm sorry, Ambassador. I truly am. But no one else is qualified to head the provisional government other than you." Genvis started sidling away from the others, looking for an exit, but it quickly became clear they'd expected that. Since retreat was out of the question, he changed tactics and went on the offensive instead. "What about the Grandmaster?" he countered. "Yes, he's a clan leader, but he's the only one who stood up to the others. People trust and respect him. He's a far better candidate than I am." "Won't wash," Runa answered. "He's made it very clear that he and the other knights are far too busy dealing with the casualties of our little war. Even if he could be spared, he informed us that, and I quote, 'You're not sticking me with that job even at gunpoint,' unquote." "Wait a minute," he stammered, shaking his head in confusion. "The Grandmaster says no, and you're fine with it, but when I say no, you tell me I don't have a choice?" He stared at them in disbelief. "Anyone mind explaining to me how that works?" "I'll take that," Alfred said from the monitor. "Ambassador, even though the Grandmaster opposed the others from the start, he's absolutely correct that he can't be our chief executive pro tem. Despite his admirable ethical stance, his status still taints him as a clan leader. And, as he has pointed out, his hands are already quite full with the wounded. He simply isn't a viable candidate. You, on the other hand, as ambassador, have legitimacy, and that is something we desperately need." "The Daifu appointed me," he countered, "who was, in case you've forgotten, a clan leader. You know, the bad guys? How does that give me legitimacy?" "You're confusing facts with optics," the Avatar grinned. "I know, it doesn't make any sense. But the people have heard about what you've done, the risks you took trying to prevent this war, and then trying to end it. You've earned their respect, and right now you're the only senior government official we have who isn't currently behind bars. So, there it is. It has to be you." "Wait, how has anyone heard about what I've done?" he demanded. "It hasn't even been a week yet." The two captains shared another look. "We may have spread it around some," Runa admitted. Folks especially like the part when we flew to Athena's platform strapped to oxygen cylinders and spare thrusters. The dermist slumped in resignation. I thought we were friends, he pouted. We are, she shrugged. But the truth is that we need you, Genvis. Our people need you. There's a lot that needs doing, and you're the best one to do it. And if that means I've got to twist your arm, well, she spread her hands apologetically. I don't know anything about running a government, he objected, though it was growing increasingly obvious his arguments were falling on deaf ears. Neither does anyone else, Espion chuckled. So you're in good company. Besides, Ambassador, we still have the Grand Alliance to deal with, Inaba reminded him. You and Runa both have built a relationship with the Pagon, and we're going to need that in the weeks and months ahead. I'm afraid that we have a great deal of fence mending to do, she sighed. If anyone can get him to listen, it's you. Genvis looked at each of their faces in turn, each one bearing the same hopeful, desperate expression. After everything that had happened, he'd hoped to put all this behind him, maybe find some quiet corner somewhere and pen his memoirs, something peaceful, away from all the insanity. Only now he was forced to accept those plans might have to be put on hold. The sad truth was that they were desperate, and given how fragile the current situation was, it wouldn't take much for it to all fall apart. Where would they be then? After everything they'd been through, every loss they'd suffered, he couldn't just sit by and do nothing, knowing full well his failure to act could be the final nail in New Terra's coffin. Okay, he agreed reluctantly, but only until the new government is formed, bowing his head in defeat. I want your word on that. Of course, Inaba said immediately, her head bobbing in gratitude. That's all we ask. Maybe it won't be so bad, he thought to himself. It couldn't take them that long to hold elections. After all, a few months, perhaps, a year at most. It's only temporary, he assured himself. It'll be fine. There was so much to do, he scarcely knew where to begin. Thankfully, he had excellent advisors, people he trusted to take some of the load from his shoulders. Many long hours, deep into the night, were spent wrestling with the myriad of issues before them, each one of them clamoring for their attention. They had to prioritize, focus on what needed doing right now, and shove everything else to the back burner. Treat the wounded? Check. The knights were already on that, though they kept asking for additional supplies. Food and water? Check. Thanks to the precursors, they'd managed to crack that code and get the food dispensers up and running, though the experts still weren't sure where the food was coming from. But at least it was edible. There was, however, one monumental task they couldn't postpone. Dealing with the Grand Alliance fleet still parked just outside the system. Many of the ships had departed, limping back home in desperate need of repairs, but the Armada's core hadn't budged. Genvis wasn't sure how long they'd sit there, but he knew the longer they waited, the less likely they'd be to listen. It was the last thing in the world he wanted to deal with, but he knew full well he couldn't just ignore it. Negotiating with the Pagon would not be easy, and he was certain the Ixian had a long list of grievances he wanted addressed. One thing was for certain. He couldn't show up to a meeting with them empty-handed. He had to give them something, or else it would force humanity to hide behind Athena's skirts for at least another century. Arrangements were made. What happened next was anyone's guess. The Corsair ship Sigurd docked with the Alliance flagship, while its passengers waited anxiously to learn how they'd be received. The Pagon had assured them safe conduct, but given all that happened, the Terrans were feeling more than a little exposed. Genvis straightened as the airlock door slid open, revealing the same compartment where Runa had once dueled with her mentor. Hopefully, things go better this time, he thought to himself, as they stepped aboard the alien vessel. The Pagon and his retinue awaited them, along with a solid phalanx of armed guards. Well, that was to be expected. His own escorts were unarmed as a show of faith, with one notable exception. The Valkyrie beside him wore her sword with pride, a fact that did not go unnoticed. I see my sword has found you once more, the Ixian smiled. Tell me you slayed the cowardly vandal who pilfered it. I wish I could, Runa sighed, but I'm afraid they've made themselves scarce. A pity. Still, you may yet locate them and see that they receive all they are due. He turned his attention to Genvis. Ambassador, a pleasure, as always. I hope, however, that this meeting ends better than the previous one did. As do I, Pagon, Genvis agreed, As the Ixian mirrored his own thoughts, the blue-skinned warrior regarded him for a moment. So, it seems that we are at an impasse. We cannot enter your system, and you are no longer capable of defeating our combined fleet, even with that accursed ship. How, then, are we to resolve our dispute? I wouldn't count Peacemaker out just yet, Genvis countered. Though you raise a valid point, there's a great deal of mistrust on both sides, suspicions regarding each of our motives that will be difficult to overcome. Thankfully, Athena's array was back online, since he hadn't dared risk meeting them otherwise. Indeed, the Pagan acknowledged with a tilt of his brow. How do you propose we deal with the issues before us? By making a gesture of good faith. To start, he replied, as he nodded to Runa. She bowed to the Ixian and withdrew back to the Terran ship. Moments later, she returned with several others in tow. For Terrans and manacles, along with a handful of armed guards, one of which was carrying a black box. These are the individuals responsible for starting the war, he explained. The clan leaders who betrayed the trust of those they swore to protect. The Daifu shot him a look of pure venom, which he stoically ignored. We are turning them over to you for judgment. There was a low murmur among the Ixians as they digested that bit of news. The Pagan looked over the prisoners with a calculating eye before returning his gaze to the ambassador. Under what conditions are you delivering them to us? He inquired. We ask they receive a fair trial, though we leave the specific venue and judicial system to you, Genvis explained. We will accept whatever verdict you render. The blue-skinned warrior's expression grew cold. And if that verdict requires they pay for their crimes with their lives, he demanded. Genvis took a deep breath. Then we would ask that their deaths be quick and merciful, he answered. Wait a second. You can't do this, Admiral Van Alst shouted. The ambassador turned his gaze to meet the corsairs. I already have, he said softly. Chapter 61. Arising from the Ashes. The guards quickly whisked the clan leaders away to another part of the ship, while the Pagan escorted Genvis and Runa to his private quarters. He poured drinks for all of them, something dark and red, and then sat down, eyeing the Terrans from across the table. Turning over your leaders may buy you some time, Ambassador, but I'm afraid it is not enough to end the hostilities between us, he said gravely. Too much blood has been shed. We recognize this, Pagan, Genvis answered, and even if it were, it would do nothing to remove the root cause of our dispute. Your monopoly on precursor technology, he agreed, coming straight to the heart of the matter. Until that issue is dealt with, to everyone's satisfaction, I fear there will never be peace. You are as insightful as always, Pagan, the Terran ambassador replied. We've been discussing the situation among ourselves ever since the shooting stopped, and while we have options before us, most do not end well for the galaxy. You could retreat behind the shield your Athena provides and attempt to wait us out, the Ixian suggested. However, given what's at stake, not to mention the lure of the prize you hold, I doubt we ever willingly abandon our positions here. The Grand Alliance is vast, Ambassador, and we could maintain a picket around this system indefinitely. The Troika managed it for centuries, with far fewer ships at their disposal. We came to the same conclusion, Genvis nodded. As you said, the allure of what the precursors can offer is simply too great. It represents a fundamental shift in the balance of power across the entire galaxy, he said darkly. What a single ship did to the Tuuk homeworld is proof of that. The Ixian took a long draught from his glass before fixing his counterpart with a hard look. Your race murdered an entire world, Ambassador, an entire race. Oh, there are survivors, of course, ships that were elsewhere when your peacemaker came calling. They are now adrift, without safe harbor, unwanted, and condemned to a lingering death. The climate in the compartment turned decidedly chilly as he laid the accusation at their feet. Ironic, is it not? Genvis managed not to wince. Runa didn't bother trying. Obviously, we bear full responsibility for what befell the Tuuk, he said carefully, and we welcome a discussion with the Grand Alliance about how we may make reparations for their loss. The Pagan glared at them. You know what they want, Ambassador. That hasn't changed. That will never change. No matter how sincere your apology, or how much you may donate to balance the scales, without offering that which they desire more than life itself, your efforts will prove fruitless. They will spurn your attempts at diplomacy and focus their energy instead on creating ever more powerful weapons of war. He stared into his glass, his demeanor one of foreboding. Nothing can prevent that now, he said softly. The trio sat in silence as they digested the pagan's words. Finally, Jinvis spoke. What if I offered an alternative to endless, pointless war? He asked. What if there was a way to bind our races together instead of driving them apart? I would say then that it is the dream of fools, he answered. There is no solution to our dilemma, Ambassador, not one that both sides would accept. You have made your position quite clear, as have we. If there is a middle ground to be had, I fear it eludes me. Then perhaps I am a fool, Jinvis admitted, for I have to believe there is a way to bring both sides to the table and come to an agreement. It will not be easy. Far from it. But I believe with all my heart that it can be done. The Ixian snorted in disgust, then turned to the Valkyrie. And you? Have you succumbed to this madness as well? Maybe it is madness, Runa said slowly, but what other choice do we have? A galaxy constantly at war, with a body count in the trillions? You can't want that, any more than we do. Of course not, the Ixian agreed, but the fundamental disparity between us remains unchanged. So long as your race has sole access to precursor technology, and we do not, there will be war. There doesn't have to be, Jinvis vowed. I believe we've come up with a way to prevent all that. It's not what we want, he confessed, not by a long shot, but it's a far better alternative than the bleak future you've just described. Taking out a tablet, he pulled up a file before sliding it across the table. Our proposal, he said simply. The pagan took the device begrudgingly, giving it a look of disdain as he began to read. That expression quickly changed, however, as his eyes went wide. He gripped the tablet tightly in both hands, his eyes now darting back and forth at a fever pitch as he sped through the document, his countenance growing ever more incredulous. Finally, after several minutes, he set the device down, staring at the Terrans in disbelief. You can't mean this, he said at last, barely above a whisper. We do, Jinvis confirmed. And perhaps we're simply exchanging one nightmare for another. But we have to try, don't we? He said desperately. Will you support us, Pagon? Leaning back in his chair, the Ixian was silent for several long moments. You Terrans, he said in wonder, shaking his head. From the day I first met you, you have managed to confound and astonish me. I sometimes wonder if you reside in the same reality as the rest of us. Well, Runa began. A discussion for another time, Jinvis interrupted, giving her a look. Explaining how their ancestors were actually castaways from another dimension was a conversation in its own right. At the moment, there is a proposal before you, he continued, getting the discussion back on track. Your voice carries a great deal of weight, and where you lead, others will follow. Will you stand with us, Pagon? Will you help us convince the others to at least discuss our overture? The Terran ambassador held his breath, waiting for the Ixian to answer. Finally, he spoke. Whatever this insanity it is that your race carries, it must be infectious, the Pagan chuckled. If you are truly serious about this, then you have my support. As Sigurd detached from the Ixian vessel, Runa was strangely silent. Jinvis cocked his head, regarding her. Something wrong? He asked. She shook her head. No, nothing, she answered, though her words were less than convincing. He sat down across from her and smiled. Hey, it's me, he told her. Is it about the Pagan? Because I think that actually went pretty well, all things considered. She shifted position to face him. Except for the whole turning over our people to be executed part. Sure. Jinvis sighed. Runa, we had no choice. We had to, if there is ever going to be peace for our people. I know, she nodded. I don't like it, despite knowing it had to be done. Something about it just rubs me the wrong way. If they have to die, we should do it, not them. Us Terrans have been at the mercy of other races for too damn long, and just giving them up like that hits a little too close to home. Her expression darkened. Not to mention that a part of me really wanted to do the job myself. Then why didn't you? He asked, frankly curious. With Samara gone, there was no one to stop you. You could have killed all of them and claimed self-defense, with no one the wiser. He thought for a moment. Besides, I'm pretty sure Samara would have helped, given the circumstances. Because I don't want any more blood on my hands, she said softly. I'm tired of the killing, Genvis. He reached over and took her palm in his. You don't have to, he said gently. You've done more than enough. Runa shrugged at that, unconvinced. You want to hear something dumb? When Samara died, it was like losing one of my Valkyries all over again. She snorted in disgust. Hell, I didn't even like the bitch. How stupid is that? She wiped a sleeve across her eyes, now growing misty. Genvis considered that for a moment, as a bittersweet expression appeared on his face. Any man's death diminishes me, he quoted, because I am involved in mankind. So do not ask for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. She stared at him in confusion. What's that from? He sighed at that. It's an old poem about being connected to others. Maybe you didn't like her, but she was still a human being. She laughed and cried, loved and lost, just like the rest of us. That's why her death affects you, despite your feelings. It was some time before she decided to respond. Maybe, she said at last, you'd think I'd be used to it by now. Genvis just squeezed her hand. Runa, I pray you never get used to it, he told her. You're far too caring a person to end up like that. Upon their arrival back at New Terra, Genvis faced an unwelcome task. He sat composed behind his new desk, formerly the Daifu's seat of power, as the door opened. Captain Remy Haddad entered the office with a scowl, escorted by Runa. He gave the Valkyrie a nod. Thank you, Captain Oakes. If you could wait for us outside? She nodded. Of course, Ambassador, she answered formally, before turning on her heel and exiting the suite, closing the door behind her. The Corsair glared at him, his arms folded across his chest. You mind telling me why I was rousted from my bunk and dragged here against my will? He demanded. Genvis gestured at the chair across from him. Please have a seat. The pirate didn't budge, the scowl on his face unchanged. The ambassador shrugged. Very well, if you wish to stand, that's your choice. He set a tablet on the desk and opened a file. I asked you here today so we could discuss your part in the Peacemaker incident. The scowl darkened. Somehow, I had a feeling, he growled. You going to throw me to the wolves too, like you did the clan leaders? The ambassador's expression hardened. The clan leaders, former clan leaders, I should say, are being tried in open court for crimes against humanity and genocide. Charges, I should point out, that could equally apply to you. So I'm a war criminal now, is that it? He sneered. Whatever happened took place outside your jurisdiction, Ambassador. So I don't see how you have any right to tell me anything. You're a Terran, Genvis snapped. And since I find myself heading our fledgling government, despite my attempts to wriggle off the hook, that makes you my problem. And even if you were correct about my jurisdiction, a point I'll happily argue, the Grand Alliance most certainly can claim sovereignty in this matter. He leaned forward in his chair, eyeing the Corsair with scorn. Perhaps you should ask yourself who you would rather decide your fate, them or me? For the first time, a hint of uncertainty crossed his face. Wait a minute, you heard what Samara and Guardian said. It was all the clan leader's idea, he argued. The ambassador's demeanor was now downright frigid. Are you seriously going to stand there and tell me you were just following orders? He snarled. You started a war, murdered an entire species. Do you think I give a damn who ordered it? It was your order, not theirs, that reduced the Tuuk homeworld to a burned-out cinder. His nostrils flared as he glared back at the pirate. So how about you lose the attitude, sit down, and start taking this seriously? Because rest assured, I certainly am. Remy stared back in shock at his outburst, before easing himself into the chair. Look, I saved your life back in the POW camp, he reminded him. That's gotta count for something. Slowly, Genvis forced himself to calm down. Losing his temper now would serve no one. Finally, he gave the Corsair a curt nod. That you did, he said at last, and I believe that act does mitigate whatever decision I render. So let me make my position perfectly clear. I could hand you over to the Grand Alliance, but that would set a precedent that's detrimental to our cause. The clan leaders were a one-off, a necessary sacrifice in order to get the Alliance to listen, but's not something I wish to repeat. Then what are you saying? Remy asked him, Are you planning on arresting me and sending me back to the camp? I won't lie, that option is still on the table, Jinvis warned him. However, you're extremely fortunate that Samara is far more infamous than you are, and with her death, the Alliance isn't actively howling for your blood. He paused for a moment, and then said quietly, and then, of course, there's the matter of your crew. Something akin to panic grabbed hold of him. Now wait a second. They were just following my orders, he shouted, before realizing what he just said. He shook his head like a maddened bull before trying again. They're not responsible for this, I am. He petitioned him. Leave them out of this, and you can do whatever you like with me. Jinvis nodded in satisfaction. I was wondering if you'd cast them adrift, in order to save your own skin. I'm glad to see there's still some trace of honor left within you, after all. I'd throw myself out the airlock before betraying them. Remy fired back. They're family. Believe me, the last thing in the world I want is to arrest your crew, Jinvis said honestly. So answer me this. Are you willing to be judged, here and now, and accept whatever punishment I mete out? The pirate returned his gaze, measure for measure. If it spares my crew, then yes, I am, he vowed, though the strain was obvious in his voice. He sat perched on the edge of his seat, awaiting his verdict. He took a deep breath. Then it is the decision of this government that you are to be barred from serving aboard any Terran ship, in any capacity, he said gravely. Furthermore, you are forbidden passage aboard any Terran vessel for the rest of your natural life. A hint of regret found his eyes as Remy stared back in dismay. I'm grounding you, Captain, permanently. The pirate closed his eyes, desperate to shut away the pain. And you'll spare my crew? He asked once again, his voice now hoarse with emotion. I give you my word, no charges will be brought, Jinvis avowed. Do you accept this verdict? The barest of nods, as he whispered, I do. Jinvis regarded him with something resembling pity, but there was still more that needed to be said. Then know this. Any attempt to violate the terms of your sentence will ensure that I send you to the deepest, darkest hole I can find, and anyone who assists you will share your fate. Remy winced, the words hitting him like a gut punch. Do you understand? The ambassador asked him. Another nod, so slight he almost missed it. He pressed an icon on his desk, the door opening moments later as Runa stood waiting to escort him out. Then you are dismissed, Jinvis informed him. The pirate rose slowly, on unsteady feet, shambling his way past the Valkyrie, a broken man. Runa closed the door as he departed, then made her way to the chair he'd just vacated, taking a seat, while Jinvis removed a bottle from the desk and poured for them both. The pair sat in silence, draining their glasses, before she finally cleared her throat. It had to be done, she said at last. I know, Jinvis said quietly, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Chapter 62. Shall we gather at the river? It was a tense flotilla of ships that arrived at a binary system nominally claimed by the Aliex, though with the exception of a small science station situated on a rocky asteroid, it was bereft of life. It claimed no habitable planets, little in the way of commercial resources, and was in fact a hazard to navigation. Yet hundreds of vessels had arrived at this lonely outpost without fanfare, most of them convinced the reason for their presence in this barren star system was some elaborate hoax. Aboard Sigurd, Jinvis and his crew shut down engines, taking position a safe distance from the system's two stellar bodies. The first was dangerous enough in its own right, a massive red giant bright enough to be seen thousands of light years away. As impressive as the giant star was, however, it wasn't what had brought them here. It was the red star's companion that had their full attention, the spinning accretion disk siphoning a stream of plasma from the supergiant, feeding the ever-hungry monster that resided there. A ravenous beast called a gravitational singularity, otherwise known as a black hole. The fleet watched and waited nervously while Captain Tanika made the final preparations. Satisfied, she nodded to the diplomat. It's all yours, Ambassador, she informed him. Live mic. Javas turned and addressed the camera. Greetings. For those who don't know me, I am Jinvis Shafazif, Ambassador of New Terra and Chief Executive Pro Tem of our provisional government. We come here today to fulfill a promise, one made in the aftermath of war and finalized with dreams of peace. Every eye was glued to their monitors throughout the fleet, split between the ambassador's speech and an exterior view of the Terran vessel. There were still many who did not trust the humans, with good reason in their minds. The most recent conflict had been as short as it was bloody, and most of those in attendance believed this was merely a pause, a brief interlude before the fighting began in earnest once more. He hoped to prove them wrong. Months ago, a ship appeared in the skies above the Tuuk homeward, a ship unlike any seen in living memory, more advanced and powerful than even a Troika dreadnought. It does not matter that rogue elements stole the vessel without official sanction, as we Terrans acknowledge our responsibility. This gesture that we make today in this place, we pray will be an important first step on the road to eventual reconciliation. He turned and gave the ship's commander a nod. Captain Tanika, if you would proceed. She was already at her console as she carried out his order, sending a command to yet another ship, this one completely unmanned. The vessel known as Peacemaker picked up speed, its course already laid in. With Tanika piloting it remotely, the ancient ship was dispatched out for one final voyage, while the captain steered the craft directly into the stellar black hole. Nearing the accretion disk, the time dilation due to gravity became increasingly noticeable as it redshifted, slowly growing fainter the deeper into the gravity well it flew. The other ships watched with intense interest, each fearing the Terrans would change course at the last minute, this entire proceeding merely a farce before sending it against the Grand Alliance fleet. The minutes ticked by as the great ship slowly disappeared, sinking ever deeper into the vortex whirling about the black hole, before finally vanishing from sight. The human ambassador allowed the other ships to run their own tests, ensuring the precursor vessel truly had been swallowed by the black hole. Tanika double-checked her own instruments before giving Genvis a nod. "It's done, Ambassador," she said quietly. "Thank Mother Terra," he whispered. Destroying Peacemaker gave the Terrans time to breathe. The other races feared that ship and the power it represented. Yet despite the grandiosity of their gesture, the core issue of precursor technology still lay between them. As long as they possessed it and others did not, peace would remain forever beyond their grasp. Everyone recognized this, the humans most of all. They spent many a late night hammering out a proposal to present to the Grand Alliance, though in the end, no one was especially happy with it. It was just better than the alternative. The Ixians once again offered to host the conference requested by the Terrans. Despite taking Peacemaker off the board, many races still distrusted them. The pagans, and by extension, the emperors, assurances of safe conduct helped calm their fears, while whispered rumors of a big announcement enticed even those most skeptical to return to Axii. It was a dilemma none could ignore. Remain home in safety and potentially be cut out from any agreements, or attend the conference and chance the Terrans didn't have another precursor warship waiting in the wings. In the end, curiosity won out. The myriad of races all watched with rapt attention as Genvis mounted the stage, taking his place behind the lectern as he started to speak. "My fellow delegates, I have come before you today to present to you a proposal, one which I hope you will give your full consideration. The recent unpleasantness between our peoples occurred for a single reason: fear. Fear of the power we Terrans now possess. Fear for your worlds and your children. Fear of the unknown. Fear of finding yourselves left behind. As the galaxy takes a great leap forward." He paused, looking out over the audience. Fear is a powerful motive, but it is rarely a welcome one. For that same fear, if left unchecked, will drive this galaxy into war. A war so vast, so deadly, that even the ravages of the Ichun would pale in comparison. He sighed, shaking his head. "As head of our provisional government, I tell you this. We would do almost anything to prevent that war from taking place. Granted, our world would protect us from such a conflagration. We could remain behind our shield and simply wait, while the rest of your worlds slowly destroy one another. We would survive, while many of you here today would not." There were gestures of assent scattered throughout the great hall. "But if we were to simply allow that to happen, what kind of neighbors would we be?" he continued. "Especially when you accept, as we have, that it is due to both our own good fortune, as well as our negligence, that created the environment in which the prospect of war now threatens to boil over." Genvis looked out over the crowd. "We Terrans teach our children many things in order to prepare them for adulthood. Perhaps the most important of those lessons is this simple truth: clean up your own mess." He smiled wryly at that. Our distant ancestors, the race known as the Precursors, understood this as well, though perhaps they took their own sweet time in dealing with the Ichun. Still, it was through the sacrifice of the being known as Caretaker, the last of their race, that they finally made good on their promise. His eyes found the pagan, as a knowing look played across his features. With that example as our guide, how can we do any less? And now we come to it, he thought to himself, as he reached the heart of his prepared speech. But what those of you gathered here today truly fear is the technology we Terrans now possess, the wealth of knowledge bequeathed to us by our forebears. A technology so vast, so powerful, it would grant those who wield it domination over all. If we decided to follow that path, the reality is that none of you could stop us. Even your combined fleet was no match for the forces our clan leaders brought to bear against you. We could impose our will upon the entire galaxy, and no one could stop us. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. A grim pall settled in over the crowd as they recognized the truth of those words. It was that very fear that triggered the war in the first place. They eyed the ambassador closely, waiting with no small amount of trepidation to hear his proposal, with many in the audience fearing the worst. It may not surprise you to learn, he continued. The Precursors themselves chose that path during their time. They were a race devoted to a single purpose, allowing nothing to stand in its way. All that they created served that purpose, including their foreign policy. A policy that was as straightforward as it was harsh. Interfere and be destroyed. He grimaced at that and then shrugged. I will not lie, there are still those among my race who believe it to be the wisest choice. It is most assuredly the simplest one. He took a deep breath before addressing the room. But I have to believe that it is the wrong choice. There were hushed whispers coming from the audience now as they wondered where he was leading them. If it is the inequity of power driving the looming conflict before us, then it occurs to me that the way to peace is by leveling that playing field. Therefore, I propose, as the duly appointed representative of New Terra, to share precursor technology with any race that requests it. The room exploded in pandemonium as they marveled at the news, though many were still wary of this overture. Others were already calculating how they might use this knowledge to their benefit, and more than a few sidelong glances were observed as they imagined how they might crush their enemies once and for all. Genvis waited until the worst of it died down, before raising his hand for quiet. But, he added, silencing them, simply handing out that sort of advanced technology indiscriminately will simply ensure the war we are trying desperately to avoid will take place, only with far deadlier weapons in our arsenal. So instead of driving us apart in bloody conflict, I choose instead to bind us together, united in common purpose. He held up his tablet. I propose this, that any race wishing to share in the knowledge our accident of birth has granted us must first agree to be a part of a joint body, an organization designed to foster peace and cooperation across the galaxy. All races are welcome, and no one will force you to accept our proposal. If you choose not to accept, that is, of course, your right. He smiled thinly as he prepared to drop the other shoe. However, if opting out is your decision, you will never, ever, be allowed access to the technology we now possess. They stared in stunned silence as the implications of that statement sank in. The choice is simple. Join us in creating a better world, for yourselves and your children, or be left behind, watching from the sidelines as your own technology grows increasingly obsolete. His eyes were full of passionate intensity as he gazed across the crowd. The time has come to decide. Sink or swim. The audience erupted once more as they all began shouting for attention, while Genvis stepped down from the stage and exited the room. The pagan had generously granted the Terran delegation a small antechamber near the conference hall, where the ambassador collapsed into the nearest chair. He had no idea how they would ultimately react to his proposal, though he had his suspicions. Just wait till they read the fine print, he chuckled to himself, as the Ixian delegate entered the room and took a seat across from him. I would say you have their full attention, the pagan said with a grin. So it would seem, Genvis agreed. Do you think they'll agree to it? Oh, I expect there will be a great deal of blustering and posturing, not to mention a plethora of bribery attempts, but in the end, his grin grew even wider. You dangle the prize they have sought for so very long before them, and all you ask in return is to sign their names on a piece of parchment. They'll agree of that, I have no doubt. His smile quickly faded. You will have to watch them closely, however, for they will most assuredly attempt to break their agreement. Let them try, the ambassador said coldly. We don't intend on granting them access to everything. Some of the more tempting bits we'll be keeping for ourselves, just in case. Wise. The pagan nodded in agreement before changing subjects. I meant to ask earlier, where's your chief of security? I had hoped to speak with her. At her convenience, of course. Genvis smiled. She stayed behind to deal with a personal matter, he explained. Bly opened the door to her cabin. Yes, can I help you? Hey Bly, it's me, Runa informed her. You have a minute? Of course, she smiled, opening the door wider for her. Please come in. The pair stepped inside as the knight closed the door behind them. What brings you by? Well, I wanted to thank you again for lending me your sword, she explained, taking a seat. My pleasure, Bly nodded, though I wish it hadn't been necessary. Yeah, me too, Runa sighed. But it turned out all right in the end. That's something, at least. It's a lot more than something, she said pointedly. You took a tremendous risk, but a crucial one, I think. I'm just glad the pagan survived. It could have ended far, far worse, she said wistfully. I know, the Valkyrie said softly. In fact, it almost did. Bly cocked her head. Why are you really here, Runa? She asked. You didn't stop by just to chat about my sword. No, I didn't, she agreed. Taking a deep breath, she held out her gift. There's something here I want you to have. A look of confusion appeared on the knight's face, but she held out her hands, nonetheless. Runa placed her present gently within them, as Bly ran her fingers across its surface. Strange texture, she murmured. What is it? The repository, the Valkyrie said quietly. It's yours now. The knight froze, almost in a panic, but long years under harsh conditions stayed her hand. Why are you giving me this? She whispered. Runa shrugged helplessly. It's not for me, she answered, shaking her head. Besides, you could do a lot of good with it. You could help people, folks that you couldn't help otherwise. She reached out and touched her arm. You could see again, Bly. With Guardian's help. A small choking sob escaped her lips before she regained her composure. I'd given up on ever seeing my son's face, she said in hushed tones. But this? I know it's a lot, she told her, and I know it's intimidating, not to mention more than a little creepy. Scared the shit out of me when I linked with it. But it's actually not so bad, she smiled. And Guardian's pretty good company, though his sense of humor could use some work. She squeezed the knight's arm. Just think of all the good you can do with the knowledge inside that box. Bly stared blankly at her, with her sightless eyes, before tentatively stroking the device once more, her delicate fingers feeling the fractal patterns that made up its surface. Working up her courage, she began giving it a more thorough examination, her confidence growing as it sat in her lap, not reacting to her touch. Finally, she returned her attention to her guest. Why, Runa? She asked. Why are you giving it up? Because I don't want to end up like Samara, she confessed. The kind of power Guardian has access to? I'm not gonna lie, it's addicting. I've only had a taste of it, and I can already see myself getting used to the notion. She was silent for a moment, and then said, but I know what will happen if I go down that road. Adrenaline is one hell of a drug, and the more I use the box, the more I'd want to use it. I don't want to live that life anymore, Bly, she admitted, and I've danced on the razor's edge long enough. But you? You're different. You won't be tempted, not the way I am. And besides, in your hands, I'll know it's being put to good use. The knight slowly let out the breath she'd been holding. I'm a little scared, she confided. It's an enormous responsibility. It is, she agreed. But I know you can handle it, and if not, give it to someone else, she suggested. Bly nodded, her hands running across the box's surface once more. I need some time with this, she said at last. Time to really think about it. There's no rush. Things been around for 1 billion years. It ain't going anywhere, she chuckled. Bly laughed with her, the two women sharing the moment, until Runa finally rose to her feet. Whatever you decide, she told her. It'll be the right choice. I'm sure of that. And when you do decide, she continued, going to the door and opening it. Tell Guardian I said hi. She smiled, closing the door behind her. Maggie was in the process of making dinner when she felt a tug on her pant leg. Micah looked up at her, his dark eyes more intense than usual. Supper's almost ready, she told him. You just hold your horses. He tugged on her pant leg again, more insistent this time. It ain't done yet, she groaned. If you're in that big a hurry, you can go set the table. Micah tugged again, this time pointing toward the back of the house. While not as mute as Diggs had been when she'd found him, the young boy used his words sparingly. He was still traumatized by the loss of his mother, though he was slowly coming out of his shell. So far, no other relatives had emerged from the woodwork, and the aging tinker had accepted the fact he was her responsibility now. Truth be told, she was glad for it. Micah was a sweet boy, and she would have hated giving him up, but the way he was jabbing his finger was all too familiar. Something you want me to see, boy? She asked him. He nodded earnestly, taking her hand and all but dragging her to the other side of the house. Maggie followed behind, her curiosity growing, until she realized where the boy was taking her. Diggs' room. Oh, God, she said in a rush, fearing the worst. Diggs' condition hadn't improved. He just lay there in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Bly assured her she was doing what needed to be done, only he wasn't getting better. Part of her was terrified by the notion he might never improve, but if he'd taken a turn, Maggie burst into his room, her heart pounding in her chest, only to come skidding to a halt, her hand going to her mouth in shock. Diggs was sitting up in bed, a confused expression on his face, but for the first time since their reunion, his eyes held focus again. He glanced at her in surprise. Mom? Epilogue. What a long, strange trip it's been. First Minister Genvis Shafvazif of the Galactic Confederation looked over his notes for his upcoming address to the Council on Precursor Technology before rubbing his eyes. Time was slowly catching up to him, and every year it seemed a little harder to just get out of bed, let alone keep up the pace he'd been managing these past 40 years. But it was important work, and he wasn't ready to hand the job off to his successor quite yet. Soon, though, he promised himself. Next year, perhaps, or the one after that. No more than 3, tops. That drew a chuckle from him. He'd been making the same promise to himself ever since he took on this crazy job, and he had yet to make good on it. With a heavy sigh, he turned and gazed out his window at the starfield, marveling at the view once more. When they'd laid the groundwork for the Confederation, so many years ago, one of the first issues to land on his desk was deciding which world would be their capital. All the races put in a bid, each one hoping to claim the honor. Not to mention the potentially lucrative contracts that went with it for themselves, save New Terra, of course. Athena still guarded their system as jealously as she always had, so housing a gaggle of diplomats on their own homeworld was out of the question, no matter how good it looked on paper. The clashes on the subject grew rather heated, so much so that he was forced to step in and settle the matter himself. Since any world that housed the capital would potentially gain an incredible advantage, Genvis informed them that instead, they would build one in space, in neutral territory. No one liked that idea, but at least they all equally disliked it enough for him to ram the suggestion through. It was the first time he'd invoked Clause 37 of the Confederation Charter, but it was most definitely not the last. Clause 37 was still a sore point with the other races, just as he'd known it would be. Despite all outward appearances, the Confederation was not an alliance of equals. As the only race with access to New Terra, and more importantly, the precursor technology found there, humans would always be in a unique position by necessity. Genvis had recognized that almost immediately, spending many a long night struggling with how best to encourage cooperation from the others without whipping them like curs. Dangling shiny bits of advanced tech as an enticement was a start, as was pooling whatever knowledge they'd gleaned from it. But the sad truth was the Terrans could shut off the pipeline anytime they chose, and no one could do anything about it. Except to rise up in rebellion, of course, which was the last thing he wanted. So they'd inserted Clause 37 into the Charter, granting the Terrans ultimate veto power on any decision they disagreed with. It was a powerful tool, to be certain, but also a dangerous one. Invoke it too often, and the other races would rebel, which defeated the entire purpose of the Confederation in the first place. It was a delicate balance, a political high-wire act, with the consequences of failure too horrifying to consider. A weapon best used sparingly, and despite a few missteps over the years, they'd found an equilibrium they were comfortable with, most of the time, anyway. So, year by year, the Confederation grew. Many races were reluctant to sign on at first, still distrustful of the Terrans, but watching their friends and neighbors, and more importantly, their enemies, gain access to precursor technology had most of the holdouts falling over themselves to sign on in fairly short order. Despite all that, there were still a few diehards who dug their heels in and refused to budge, most notably the Tuatha. Once perhaps the most powerful member of the Troika, they had absolutely balked when they discovered that any race joining the Confederation would have to agree to certain standards. Most centered on trade, while others dealt with legal and government systems. But one regulation, in particular, they absolutely refused to agree to. The regulation concerning slavery. Of course, the telepathic amphibians didn't see it that way. Their Chell servitors were merely junior members of their civilization, they claimed. Nothing more, and anyone who disagreed was more than welcome to discuss the matter with the furry rodents themselves. The Chell gushed over how they were honored to serve the mighty Tuatha, and no amount of questioning could prove otherwise. They demanded they be granted membership, until a small contingent of rogue Chell asked to be heard. How any of the Brotherhood survived the purges following the Ichun disaster was a mystery for the ages, yet some had. They told a far different tale, one of telepathic coercion almost from birth, and the terrifying fate for those immune to their influence. For thousands of years, they had been a race of slaves, dreaming of a day when they might yet breathe free. They pled their case before the council, and the council listened. Of course, Genvis himself knew the truth, having once been on the receiving end of their mental conditioning, as did others, and it was through their efforts they decided in favor of the Chell. It was the first major crisis of the fledgling Confederation, as the galaxy readied itself for war. The Tuatha Empire prepared for battle, digging in all across their region of space, which presented the Confederation with a problem. There were few of the amphibious overlords within the Imperial military, save at the very top. The bulk of their warriors were Chell, conditioned to fight until their dying breath in order to serve their masters. Defeating that force meant killing the very beings they were trying to save. An ironic, if morally dubious position to be in. They had the cure, a way to free the Chell from their conditioning, but administering it meant gaining physical contact in order to inject them with a powerful dissociative anesthetic. How to actually manage that feat without first killing them in job lots eluded them. In desperation, the Terrans had first turned to Guardian, and then Athena, hoping that the ancient precursors had an answer to their dilemma. After studying the problem, they devised a possible solution, using specific frequencies of the electromagnetic spectrum instead to disrupt their neural conditioning. The only problem was that every species was different, and it would take time and many experiments before they located the necessary wave harmonics, which meant test subjects. Genvis tried not to think about what they were being forced to do, as it was uncomfortably close to the same manipulation the Troika itself was once guilty of, often with Terrans as guinea pigs. But it was necessary, if the Chell were ever going to be free. He tried to comfort himself with that, though with little success. The tests were as humane as they could make them, which was not very humane at all, to be honest, but what else could they do? In the end, they located the correct frequency and beamed it across the Tuatha Empire. As the Chell slowly awoke from their lifelong nightmare, realizing at last what they'd been forced to do against their will, the results were all too predictable. They fell on their former overlords with a frenzy that was frightening to behold, many times actually tearing them limb from limb with their bare hands. He'd seen the images for himself. They weren't pretty. They eventually granted the Chell full membership in the Confederation. No one mourned the Tuatha. Surviving that first crisis gave the Confederation a renewed sense of purpose, and the Terrans increased status. There had been other challenges since then, other disasters, but perhaps none quite so significant. Every year the organization grew stronger, and every year they unearthed more knowledge gleaned from precursor artifacts. It was a good beginning, one he hoped to build on. As for the rest of the Troika, the Alex weathered the transition surprisingly well. Always the most scientifically minded of the three races, they had an abundance of highly trained researchers, all eager to examine firsthand the artifacts now being shared. Their expertise was invaluable, as they slowly gained acceptance from their former vassals. The Agatadub, however, were proving to be a consistent thorn in his side. While the other two-thirds of the Troika had relied on more subtle forms of coercion, the overgrown reptilians were renowned for their brute force approach to matters of foreign policy. They'd been warned on several occasions that if they wanted to remain in the Confederation's good graces, their tendency to threaten people at gunpoint needed to stop. They were currently on probation for their repeated violations of the Charter, and if they didn't mend their ways soon, Genvis was in favor of stripping them of their membership entirely. They'd probably rebel, of course, but with the entire weight of the galaxy at his back, he liked his odds. The Oivu, on the other hand, loved the Confederation. They no longer had to tiptoe around the Troika, and as long as they treated their customers fairly, the Confederation left them alone. They occasionally grumbled about certain clauses in the Charter relating to economic policies, specifically the ones referring to price fixing, price gouging, and monopolies, written with the Oivu specifically in mind by their former customers. But given the size of the market due to increased trade, it more than offset any potential losses. For the most part, everyone was satisfied with how it was all playing out. It was hard to believe it had all begun with one small ship, filled with a crew that distrusted and often actively disliked one another, sent on a mission of desperation in order to give their people a second chance. Genvis sighed, leaning back in his chair. Most of the old crew were gone now. Maggie had died first, peacefully in her sleep, as irascible as ever to the end. Young Diggs and his adopted brother Micah both eventually recovered from their trauma, going on to lead full and rich lives. Diggs became quite the skilled engineer, while Micah had taken up farming, of all things. It was hard to believe that Diggs was a patriarch now, having just welcomed his first grandchild into their ever-growing family. He remembered fondly that mute feral boy with mismatched eyes, fiercely protective of his adopted mother. Remy died next, as he felt once again a familiar twinge of regret. Grounding the Corsair had destroyed him, the buccaneer crawling inside a bottle and taking up permanent residence. He slowly drank himself to death, something the old crew of Gerfalcon never forgave him for. Maybe sending him to prison would have been kinder, in the long run. Then as now, he recognized he'd had little choice, but it did little to alleviate the sting. As for Alfred, his Morpheus syndrome finally caught up with him. When the disease worsened, the Avatar chose to end his life on his own terms, deliberately triggering a cascade failure that deleted his code. His lover Raven never quite recovered from that, though she carried on as best she could. She and the handful of other AIs who'd emerged from cyberspace became valuable allies, helping to bridge the gap between the Terrans and the technology their ancestors left behind. Bly decided to keep the repository, at least long enough to regain her sight. But she didn't hold on to it for long, instead choosing to use its gifts as the ultimate healing device. The Proteants of St. Jean-Baptiste, as well as others whose injuries and maladies had proven untreatable, became her calling as they each linked in turn with Guardian, receiving the repository's healing magic. Word of her efforts spread, and while other species were unable to benefit directly from the ancient device, the cognates within were privy to massive amounts of medical data, information that Bly shared freely with any who asked. The former refugees of Tangzim told of her bravery against the Agatadub, the cult of personality she had long hoped would die a quiet death now experiencing a sudden and massive resurgence. Despite her feelings on the subject, she reluctantly accepted the mantle of living saint, as she continued to give aid where it was needed, which of course only added to the legend. Recently, however, she'd been forced to give up field work, as the advancing years slowly caught up to her. Her son Juna now carried on the family tradition, picking up where she'd left off, while she'd taken up a teaching position at New Terra's first medical university, vowing only to retire when they carried out her cadaver feat first. The Pagon had passed on several years earlier, fallen in combat just as he'd hoped. It was a good death, by Ixian standards, with him and Runa traveling to Axii in order to participate in his celebration of life. Many songs were sung and staggering amounts of alcohol were consumed, while they regaled one another with tales of the colorful aristocrat's adventures. No less a personage than the Emperor himself insisted that Runa tell them of how she had defeated him in single combat. Not once, but twice, before presenting her with a medallion the size of a salad plate and declaring her to be an honorary Ixian. As honored as she was by the gesture, On their journey home, she confided she'd gladly trade all of it away, just to spend 5 more minutes in the irrepressible alien's company. She stayed on as his head of security for several years, before finally retiring to join one of the independent survey teams scouring the planet for precursor tech. He got the impression she was still searching for something. Serenity, perhaps? Whatever it was, Jinvis hoped she'd find it. The stone which the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. It was a quote from an ancient Earth text, one often in his thoughts these days. From a ragtag band of nomads, often on the edge of starvation and constantly beset upon by the older races, when not fighting amongst themselves, to the leaders of the galaxy. Despite having a front-row seat to the events that brought them to this point, he still marveled at the transformation. It was almost enough to make one believe in miracles. If you discounted the loss of their original homeworld, their ancestors had inadvertently stolen their birthright via the Ichun, and then just as unwittingly provided them with an even grander one. Jinvis was convinced there was a lesson in there somewhere, though it would take a far wiser man than he to unravel it. So much had changed. The clans still existed, though they held far less sway than they once had. They were more akin to the old fraternal orders back on Earth these days, like the Elks or Masons, than anything resembling a political unit. Aging clan members still met and talked about the good old days. But in 2 more generations, 3, at the outside, they'd be a distant memory. It was probably for the best. Humanity needed fewer internal divisions, not additional ones. The galaxy was rapidly becoming a much smaller place, and Jinvis was glad to see it. The Confederation was still very much in its infancy, but the way the various races were slowly coalescing into a single body gave him a renewed sense of hope. There were teething problems, of course, given the nature of the beast. That was to be expected. They'd literally spent decades arguing over a universal system of measurements, an absolute necessity for any sort of joint construction projects. The Confederation capital was actually built prior to that agreement and was now considered obsolete. However, no one was interested in building a new one due to the costs involved. Their burgeoning armed forces were another case in point. Designing ships, for example, to accommodate all the various races was still proving to be a massive headache. The Adiasa, for example, were a race of methane breathers. How did one integrate them into a ship's crew? Terra helped them if one of the Sonoitiae ever decided to join up. The nutritional and waste disposal needs alone for hundreds of disparate species were a massive undertaking, and the less said about finding matching uniforms they could all agree on, the better. Some days, it was like herding cats. Ultimately, those were all minor considerations. They'd eventually overcome them, of that he had no doubt. No, what truly kept him up nights was the technology they were struggling to master. Their gift from the precursors. Their ancestors had harnessed incredible powers, and it wouldn't take much for it to all go horribly wrong. The Ichun were a prime example of that, and if the precursors could make such a disastrous mistake, what chance did they have? The researchers approached the problem cautiously, rigorously enforcing all safeguards, but it was the hazards they didn't yet know about that could bite them in the ass. Only, what choice did they have? It was the lure of precursor technology that bound them all together. Without it, the Confederation would soon be a distant memory, with the various races at each other's throats once more. He couldn't let that happen, so he kept as close a watch as he could, slowly worrying himself into an ulcer, ever mindful of the adage, when riding a tiger, hold on tight. So far, it seemed to be working. A soft chime sounded, interrupting his thoughts, as his Cheetam assistant appeared at the door. "First Minister, the council is waiting," she reminded him, her tone slightly disapproving. Jinvis chuckled, taking up his cane and rising to his feet. "My apologies. I'm afraid I was wool-gathering," he told her. "Wool-gathering, First Minister?" she asked in confusion. "An old Terran expression," he told her. "I was reminiscing and lost track of time." "Of course, First Minister," she agreed politely, well familiar with his many eccentricities. "If you would allow me to escort you to the council's chambers?" "Yes, yes, I'm right behind you," he chuckled once more, leaning on his cane as he followed her to the waiting body of legislators, pausing to spare one last look out the window at the vast field of stars. "How far we've come," he thought to himself, before turning and exiting the office. And somewhere, out beyond the most distant star, An ancient being looked down at the accomplishments of their children and smiled. The end.